Yun Fei. System, you cannot simply allow me to change my gender just because the welfare home assigned me a masculine name. Can you? System, your suggestion has been acknowledged but rejected. Yun Fei. Ah, life is arduous, the beautiful one sighs. Daddy, are you really my daddy? A 3-year-old child, dirty and unrecognizable, cautiously inquired. Just moments ago, Yin Fei had been lamenting her fate, but now her heart ached as she rushed forward to embrace the child. Yes, I am indeed your omnipotent father. I have come to rescue you. Chapter 1. The Unworthy Father of the Educated Youth. On the blue planet, in Huaxia, in the year 1981, Wu Hengxi Yun Fei sat on a train bedecked in the distinctive green of the era, slowly journeying northward. Beside her was a throng of people, a cacophony of strange odors mingling with the cries of children and the reprimands of adults. At that moment, she protested to the system within her mind. System, do you have a gender bias? I am female. Female. Ding, please rephrase your inquiry, as your request is currently unrecognizable. Exhausted, let all end. Yun Fei lethargically leaned against the unyielding seat, as if this world no longer held any allure for her. This foolish system, in their back-and-forth conversation, could only respond with such rigid and monotonous replies. Until yesterday, she had merely been an ordinary girl laboring away, and by laboring, she meant truly moving bricks. An orphan, the only gift left to her by her parents was perhaps her peculiar strength. Since childhood, she had a hearty appetite and immense strength. The director and caregivers of the welfare home would shake their heads at the sight of her. If not for her sweet appearance and amiable nature, she likely would have been cast out to fend for herself long ago. Despite her earnest efforts to live, she began sneaking out of the welfare home to take on various jobs at the age of 12, striving to earn enough for tuition and living expenses, yet still could not attend university. The welfare home merely provided food and shelter, and the school only offered 9 years of compulsory education. To attain anything more, she had to fight for it with her own hands. Having not completed high school, she was forced to drop out and take up work due to a serious illness, which not only hindered her education, but also jeopardized her chances of becoming a mother. Lacking a degree, she could only earn money through labor on construction sites. It wasn't that other jobs were unavailable, but this work, though arduous, offered higher wages, especially with her extraordinary strength as an asset. Although she had recovered from her illness, her savings were depleted, and she had accrued debt. To repay her debts and to establish a home of her own in this world, she had no time for lamentation or romance. Her mind was solely focused on earning money. Until that fateful day, she only heard the gasps and screams of those around her before losing consciousness. Yet she knew that something had struck her head, and she passed away at the age of 27. Upon awakening, she found herself in a cramped room, in a dilapidated house with peeling walls. The voice of the foolish system echoed in her head. Congratulations, host. You have been selected by the system to become the savior of millions of children. I am system number 001, and I will assist you in becoming a competent father. Yin Fei could comprehend everything except for the last word father. That left her utterly bewildered, until the urgency of nature compelled her to the restroom. 3 seconds later, a man's scream reverberated throughout the courtyard. Curiosity piqued, neighbors peered out, yet no one discerned the source of the commotion. System, have you mistaken your target? I am female. Yun Fei trembled as she hastily pulled up her pants, shouting at the system in her mind. Mission directive. Please proceed immediately to the Hong Taiyang Production Brigade to retrieve your daughter, Yin Xiao. The system disregarded Yun Fei's frantic protests and callously issued the mission. I refuse to go. You inexplicably abduct me, and then issue a mission. Why should I comply? Yin Fei sprawled across the only rickety wooden bed in the room. Understood. Host has chosen to forfeit the opportunity for rebirth, initiating erasure, sending host soul to the netherworld. Countdown, 3, 2, stop? No, I accept the mission, I accept, Yin Fei exclaimed urgently. Erasure, terminated host has accepted the mission to save the little gem. May your journey be pleasant. Upon hearing the termination, Yin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to cling to life than to embrace death. With the system's reminder, she recalled that she was indeed dead. Regardless of whether completing the mission could grant her rebirth, she must undertake it. The next life was a concern for another time, but this life was her own. What was it to become a competent father? She could manage, standing or squatting in the restroom. It was all merely a matter of relieving oneself. The details were inconsequential. Thus, the next day, without bidding farewell to the original family, she boarded a train bound for the north. The original bearer of the name Yun Fei had parents who were workers in Guang City. Their family comprised 3 children, with Yun Fei being the second. She had an elder brother and a younger sister. At that time, the original Yun Fei was forced to be sent to the countryside as an educated youth, assigned to a small mountain village in the northeastern provinces. In the village, a girl from a local family was captivated by his appearance, further enchanted by his sweet words. The two quickly held a simple wedding ceremony witnessed by the villagers, thus becoming husband and wife. From that point on, his life in the countryside improved significantly. However, he held disdain for his wife deep within his heart. In 1977, after 5 years in the countryside, he finally glimpsed the hope of returning to the city with the restoration of college entrance examinations. Without hesitation, he participated in the exams and secured a place at a university in Guang City, abandoning his wife, who was 5 months pregnant, to embark on his journey back to the city alone. After Yun Fei's departure, his wife suffered complications during childbirth, leaving behind a daughter before passing away. The little girl, devoid of parents, barely survived on the meager scraps given by her grandmother. Yet her uncles and aunts disdained her, and the children from her grandfather's side bullied her from a young age. By the age of 3, she struggled to articulate her words. Even a dog in the village could bully her, and at 5, she was abducted by human traffickers. In truth, she was sold by her aunt. The traffickers took her to Lu City, forcing her to learn theft, and thus she began a hellish existence. Each day was filled with beatings or hunger, and even when she managed to steal a wallet, she could never enjoy a full meal, wandering the streets in search of her next target. She believed her life would always be this way, forever a nameless thief, but as she grew older, the glances from those around her began to shift. At the age of 12, she overheard them remark that she had grown up and could be sent to Hongjie to work. She knew of Hongjie, a woman who worked in the red light district and often sought out those men for business. How she escaped, she did not know. Standing in the bustling street, she saw the human traffickers lurking nearby and fell into despair. There was no escaping if captured. Her fate would be far worse. Thus, she contemplated ending it all. She intentionally targeted a fearsome individual, but failed. When she was kicked down, several wallets fell from her possession. Thief! Quick! Beat her to death, a child who doesn't learn properly, raised without parents. In that moment before death, she gazed at the azure sky and smiled. Indeed, I have no parents. Chapter 2. The unworthy father of the educated youth Liu, as Chenji, has arrived. Those who need to disembark, please do so. Under the urging of the train attendant, Ynfi stepped down from the train, clutching a small wooden box. He subsequently transferred to a bus and, swaying with emotion, soon succumbed to slumber, for the journey ahead was still quite long. Time passed in the tumult of the ride, and eventually, he reached his destination. In this remote town, the walk to HNG Tying Production Brigade would take nearly 2 hours on foot. Ynfi felt a twinge of concern. Although he possessed memories of the small village, he was reluctant to traverse the distance at such a late hour. However, reality dictated otherwise. All the shops in the town were shuttered, and the silence was pierced only by the barking of dogs. On the dark, uneven path, Ynfi cautiously carried his little wooden box, dreading to step upon any small creature that might be hidden in the shadows. System, I am undertaking a task. Could you not provide me with some assistance? Perhaps a flashlight? Unable to recognize the host's request, please rephrase your query. You foolish system, continue your charade. You may not recognize it, yet you understand this is a request. Had anyone been passing by, they would have witnessed a young man, approximately 183 meters tall, conversing with himself in the quiet of the night, appearing quite mad. Oh no! Ynfi instinctively covered himself, suddenly realizing something, and quickly released his grip. Looking at his hand, tears welled in his eyes. Alas, he felt unclean. A wave of urgency washed over him, and he shut his eyes, resigning himself to the worst. Steeling himself, he stepped into a small thicket, adjusted his trousers, and hastily concluded his business. Becoming a man does have its conveniences, he mused, washing his hands in a nearby trickle of water. At midnight, he finally arrived at the familiar entrance of the village from his memories. Exhausted, Ynfi collapsed onto a large stone at the village entrance to catch his breath. It was not his weakness, but rather the frailty of his original self that left him. Breathless after such a short walk, the village dogs barked in unison, their sounds interspersed with a few muttered curses. Be quiet, you beasts! What are you barking about at this hour? We have work to do tomorrow. Once he had rested enough, Wan-Fi hoisted his belongings and made his way towards the house from his memories. However, the scene that unfolded before him ignited his anger at the doorstep of his wife's family. A small figure was sprawled on the threshold, sound asleep. He refrained from disturbing her, instead approaching quietly. The child, just over 3 years old, was painfully thin, dressed in ill-fitting, filthy garments, her original color indiscernible. She bore a shaved head, likely for ease of care. In the moonlight, Wan-Fi could not discern the child's features, only a vague outline. Gently, he sat beside the child, uncertain whether to lift her into his arms, fearing he might frighten her or that she might catch a chill from sleeping there. Ultimately, he tenderly embraced the child from the threshold into his arms. Perhaps the girl had grown weary during the day, or perhaps children simply sleep deeply. Wan-Zio did not awaken. Though the child bore an unpleasant odor, perhaps from long neglect, Wan-Fi felt nothing but sorrow and compassion for her. The child was alarmingly light, her bones protruding, and he could easily feel her ribs. Her head seemed small, akin to that of a 2-year-old. Perhaps it was due to his lack of children in his previous life, or perhaps the bond of blood connecting him to this child. Upon seeing her, Wan-Fi was overwhelmed with a profound sense of pity. Thus, he remained holding the little girl on that doorstep throughout the entire night, accompanied by her soft breaths and the grumbling of his own hunger. As dawn approached, around 4:30 in the morning, the village roosters began their cacophonous crowing. Various sounds of villagers rising filled the air, and amidst this clamor, the little one in Wan-Fi's arms began to stir. Wan-Zio slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as it met Wan-Fi's. Wan-Fi smiled gently, attempting to appear as warm as possible. "Did the noise wake you?" The little girl blinked, her eyes still clouded with sleep, then promptly closed them again, succumbing to slumber once more. She believed she might still be dreaming, yet this time, she could clearly see her father's face. "What's wrong, sweetheart? Are you still tired? Would you like to sleep a bit longer in Daddy's arms?" The man's tender voice coaxed Wan-Zio softly. The little girl abruptly raised her head, disbelief etched on her face as she rubbed her eyes, alternating between closing and opening them several times. Finally, she hesitantly called out, "BBA?" Wan-Fi's handsome face broke into a smile. "Yes, Daddy is here." "BBA? Yes, that's right, it's Daddy." "BBA." The little girl's eyes welled with tears, streaming down her dirty cheeks. "Don't cry, sweetheart. Daddy has come to take you home." Wan-Fi, filled with compassion, retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped her face. Yet, the more he comforted her, the louder she cried, her gasps becoming frantic, which alarmed him. He stood with the child in his arms, softly patting her back. "Please don't cry. Dear Daddy knows you have suffered. I have come to bring you home. Why is that wretched child crying so early in the morning?" A woman's voice echoed from the courtyard, laced with curses and accompanied by the sound of something being thrown. "Keep your voice down, she is still small," the man urged quietly. The woman, however, became even angrier. "What sin have I committed to marry such a useless man? Your debt-collecting sister leaves behind a baby for us to raise while our own children barely have enough to eat. And your indifferent brother-in-law has not returned since going back to the city. He has probably already forgotten about your short-lived sister and this poor child. Lower your voice. What do you mean by wretched child? Superstition could lead to our downfall. Do not endanger our family." Perhaps the man's reprimands were effective, or perhaps the woman feared the repercussions of her words. The curses in the courtyard finally ceased. Wan-Fi held the trembling girl tightly. "Do not fear. Dear Daddy will take you home, and no one will ever bully you again." "BBA." Wan-Zio's eyes were swollen from crying, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, terrified that he might disappear in an instant. "Come, Daddy will take you to find the brigade leader." Initially, Wan-Fi had intended to speak with his in-laws, but given the circumstances, he decided it best to go directly to the brigade leader. As the child's father and her legal guardian, taking her away would be both lawful and appropriate. He simply needed to obtain a document from the brigade leader and secure a stamp. Chapter 3. The disgraced father of the knowledge youth. Who is it? Early in the morning, the wife of the village chief impatiently inquired upon hearing a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of a handsome man holding the pitiful little girl from the Meng family. "Good morning, Aunt. Has Uncle risen yet?" After discerning his identity in the faint morning light, the village chief's wife exclaimed, "Oh my, it's Yun Jiqing. Have you returned?" "Yes, I have returned." "Told you. Come quickly. Yun Jiqing, the son-in-law of the Meng family, is back." Hearing the commotion, the village chief emerged, and upon seeing Yun Jiqing, he approached with excitement, saying, "Indeed, It's Yin Jiqing. Come in, let us converse inside. The village chief's sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren were busy in the courtyard, some tending to the fire, others washing up. The couple led Yun Fei and his daughter into the main room, urging them to sit. Looking at Yun Fei, who was even more handsome than in his youth, the village chief sighed. What a pity, Meng Xiaoxia. She could not wait for your return. While Yun Fei was aware of the tragic fate of his original wife's demise, his character at this moment remained oblivious to it. Thus, he expressed his urgency, asking, what do you mean she could not wait for me? What has happened to Xiaoxia? And why is this child sleeping at the doorstep of the Meng family? Logically, he should not recognize the child as his daughter, for she did not resemble a 3-year-old at all. Has the Meng family mistreated her again? We approached them previously, and they assured us they would not harm a child. Yet, we cannot keep watch over her indefinitely. What a situation. This child is your own daughter, the village chief lamented. Xiaoxia was unfortunate. She bled heavily after giving birth, and the Meng family could not bear to take her to the hospital. Yun Fei hung his head in despair, his tone laden with frustration. It is my fault. I lacked the means to take both of them away back then. The village chief wished to offer comforting words, but found them hard to voice, as the fault indeed lay with him. After nearly 4 years away, he had returned, and many speculated he would not return like those knowledge youth who sought divorce. But he proved to possess some conscience. The village chief could not help but reproach him. Where have you been all these years? Why did you not even write a letter? Did you receive the letters we sent? I did receive them, but the original owner discarded them without reading. If it weren't for the fear of them falling into the wrong hands, I would not have bothered to keep them. I was preoccupied with my studies, and perhaps they were sent to the wrong address, Yun Fei explained. Inquiring about his studies, the village chief asked, how are your studies now? I will graduate next year. It is currently summer vacation, so I took the opportunity to return to bring Xiaoxia and the child back. I did not expect. Having resumed the college entrance examinations, Yun Fei entered university on March 7, 1978, and it was now the summer of 1981, meaning he would not graduate until next year. That is wonderful. Yun Jiqing is quite capable. It will surely be beneficial for her to follow you. The village chief praised cheerfully. In this era, university students were highly esteemed, as the state would assign them jobs upon graduation. Finally, addressing the matter at hand, Yun Fei sighed with relief, feeling that he was running out of his accumulated acting skills. Uncle, I have come for this matter. Could you please issue a document? I wish to take the child back to Guang City, Yun Fei earnestly requested. Of course. Once we return to the village, I will assist you with that. The village chief readily agreed, for he could not bear to see a child treated in such a manner by the Meng family. However, being a family issue, he could scold them a few times, but could not intervene too harshly, lest the child suffer even more in his absence. Arriving at the production team's office, the village chief issued the necessary document to Yun Fei and then hesitantly asked, have you discussed this with your in-laws? I will speak with them later. The village chief glanced at the child in Yun Fei's arms and sighed. Do not blame them. In these times, every household struggles to make ends meet. Your brother-in-law's wife is quite difficult. Without the child's maternal grandmother, this child might not have lived to see your return. Yun Fei glanced at the scars on the child's body, mentally cursing, while maintaining a gentle smile. Uncle, I will take care of it. In front of the Meng family's door, Yun Fei purchased a steamed bun from a household for Yun Xiaoxian to eat. Baba, I want it, the girl said earnestly. Seeing the girl's obedient and pitiful demeanor tugged at Yun Fei's heart. Do not worry about me. Once we finish our business, I will take you out for a nice meal. It was not that Yun Fei did not wish to buy another bun. Rather, in these times, no family had excess grain to sell. The bun he bought was originally intended for a pregnant woman, but the kind-hearted seller reluctantly agreed to sell it to him for the sake of the child. After confirming that her father would not eat, Yun Xiaoxian cautiously began nibbling on the coarse bun, savoring each bite. Knock, knock. Who is it? Came a frail and aged voice. Yun Fei knew that at this hour, only his mother-in-law was home, as the others had gone to work in the fields. His mother-in-law was elderly and in poor health, as the village chief mentioned. She could only manage household chores and help care for the children. Ma. Upon opening the door, Yun Fei's exclamation of Ma left the elderly woman momentarily stunned. The next moment, she recognized him as her son-in-law who had returned from the city after several years. Is it Yun Fei? Why have you only just come back? She asked, tears welling up as she recalled her unfortunate daughter. Come inside. Yun Fei declined, Ma. I will not go in. Then, taking advantage of the absence of others, He discreetly handed his mother-in-law 3 large bills, which constituted most of his assets. Ma, I have heard about Xiaoxia and the child situation. I am grateful for your raising her. I have returned to take her with me, and the village chief has issued a document for it. Please keep this money for yourself. Regarding the rest of the family, he chose not to meet them, understanding their plight but not absolving them of his grievances. This string of words left the elderly woman feeling ashamed. She was powerless against her daughter-in-law's control over the household. If her daughter-in-law was displeased, the entire family would be in turmoil. Aside from saving a bit of food for the child, she could do little more. Ma, please take it. Save it for Xiaoxian to eat, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to return the money to Yunfei. Chapter 4. The Disgraced Father of the Knowledge Youth. Part 4. Yunfei refused. This is mine Xiaoxia's offering to you. Do not worry about Xiaoxian. I will treat her well. Finally, unable to refuse, the elderly woman accepted the money, reluctantly stroking the child's small hand with her rough fingers. Child, you shall go to the city with your father. Be obedient, all right? Yun Xiaoxian, feeling a bit sad, comforted her grandmother. Grandma, do not cry. The elderly woman wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, No more tears, dear. We are going to enjoy a better life. Grandma is happy. Yunfei did not interrupt the farewell between the grandmother and granddaughter, fully aware that in this family, the only bond Yun Xiaoxian had was with her grandmother. Let us go, while it is still early. If we delay, there will be no vehicle. In the end, the elderly woman still urged them to leave quickly, feeling a deep reluctance. Mother, please take care of your health. When I have the chance, I will bring Xiao Hui to visit you. I understand now. You should hurry, or you'll miss the bus. The elderly lady watched the departing father and daughter, tears once again blurring her vision. In the village, there were no means of transportation to the town. One had to rely solely on their legs to make the journey. Thus, Yunfei could only carry the child and drag a suitcase, walking slowly along the path. Seeing Yunfei drenched in sweat, Yun Xiao wanted to wipe his forehead with her hands, but upon glancing at her grimy fingers, she hesitated. Let me walk by myself. Due to malnutrition throughout her childhood, Yun Xiao struggled with her speech. Yunfei smiled and reassured her, No need, Daddy can carry the baby. The narrative had revealed that before she was abducted, Yun Xiao could barely walk steadily because her legs lacked strength, which was why he was carrying her all the way. He couldn't help but scoff at the original self who would pant after such a short distance. Upon arriving in the town, Yunfei did not rush to buy bus tickets. Instead, he took the child to a hotel to check into a room for some rest. Excuse me, do you have any needles and thread, as well as scissors? May I borrow them? I can pay. After securing the room, Yunfei awkwardly made his request to the landlady. The landlady, seeing a man with a child in need of such items, felt a fondness for him and lent him the tools. No need to pay, it's just a few threads, and they won't be damaged. People in this era remained quite simple-hearted. Thank you, comrade. Yunfei expressed his gratitude. Back in the room, he watched as Yun Xiao curiously examined everything around her and smiled, saying, Are you happy, baby? I'm happy. Are you hungry? Yun Xiao shook her head. She usually only ate once a day. Then let Daddy help you bathe, and we can go eat afterward. Yunfei opened his suitcase and took out a shirt, snipping it with the scissors. Sewing and altering clothes were skills he had mastered during his time in the orphanage, and he executed them with ease now. He had come in such a rush that he had not prepared any clothes for Yun Xiao, and it was too late to buy any now. Moreover, with the limited fabric coupons he had, he wanted to save them for when they returned to Guangshi to buy clothes for the little girl. Thus, he had no choice but to alter the original clothes. In the end, he fashioned a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of mid-length pants suitable for Yun Xiao. The hotel had a hot water bottle, so he poured the hot water into a wooden basin, mixed in some cold water, and gave Yun Xiao a bath. The various scars on her body, juxtaposed with her frail frame, tugged at Yunfei's heartstrings. After her bath, clad in new clothes, Yun Xiao joyfully touched her outfit. Yunfei felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, suddenly realizing that the orphanage had been quite a happy place for her. Do you like it, baby? If you like it, Daddy will buy you more clothes in the future. Yun Xiao nodded but then shook her head, saying, I like it. It looks good. But don't buy. Haha, if you like it, why not buy it? Daddy has money. I can wear old clothes. Although Yun Xiao spoke haltingly, Yunfei understood her meaning. Daddy will save some money, and you can wear old clothes. Yunfei said nothing. He merely tenderly stroked the child's bald head before picking her up and heading toward the state-run restaurant. Comrade, What dishes do you have today? The waitress glanced at Yun Fei and replied blandly, only steamed fish, stir-fried cabbage, and noodles. I'll have one of each. Yun Fei retrieved money and tickets from his pocket and handed them to the waitress. After she counted and confirmed the amount, she said, please wait. Then she called to the chef in the kitchen, ordering one portion each of steamed fish, stir-fried cabbage, and noodles. Yun Fei found a spot to sit with Yin Xiao. It was afternoon, so the restaurant was not crowded. Perhaps due to the lack of patrons, the food was served promptly. Yun Fei took a small bowl and filled it with half a bowl of noodles for Yin Xiao, then added the fish meat after picking out the bones. Can you eat by yourself, baby? Do you need daddy to feed you? Yin Xiao shook her head, indicating she could manage on her own. Seeing her use chopsticks, Yin Fei felt relieved and began to eat himself, nearly famished. After finishing a bowl of noodles, he felt no satisfaction. Oh no! Could it be that I've inherited the physique from my previous life? Just as he was contemplating whether to order 3 more bowls, a small heap of noodles and fish appeared in his bowl. Yin Xiao cautiously smiled and said, Daddy, I'm not hungry. Yin Fei sighed and walked to the window to order 3 more bowls of noodles. When the noodles arrived, he gently smiled at Yin Xiao and said, see, Daddy can afford to feed you. You don't need to hold back. If you go hungry, Daddy will be heartbroken. He then added more noodles, cabbage, and fish to her bowl. Yin Xiao lowered her head, pushing the noodles around, tears welling in her eyes, falling into the bowl, only to be swallowed back down. How wonderful it is to have Daddy, how delicious the noodles are, and the fish is so good. This is the first time I've eaten my fill. After ordering 3 large bowls of noodles, Yin Fei finally felt somewhat satisfied. He felt as though he was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, pushing the limits. System. How can your host not even have enough to eat and still have the strength to complete tasks? Are you really not going to give me any external assistance? Unable to identify host as request. Please rephrase your request and apply again. Yin Fei took a deep breath and then smiled at Yin Xiao, asking, Are you full, baby? Yin Xiao nodded, sensing that at that moment, her father seemed suddenly unhappy. Why was that? Then let us head back to rest. After all, both father and daughter had not rested well the night before, and it would not hurt to wait until tomorrow to travel. Chapter 5. The Unfit Father After a Night's Rest. The next day, Yin Fei took the little girl on a passenger bus to the provincial capital and then transferred to a train. Throughout the journey, Yin Xiao behaved obediently, her curious eyes glued to the scenery outside the window. By now, the government had loosened restrictions on the sale of food, and by 1983, formal regulations would be issued. Therefore, many bold individuals had already begun to engage in business ventures. The items sold on the train were exorbitantly priced. So Yin Fei had prepared food for the journey before boarding. Baby, sit here quietly. Daddy will go warm up the food. Yin Xiao nodded obediently. He had only packed food for the day, as the hot weather would not allow for leftovers, and starting tomorrow, they would have to survive on steamed buns and pancakes. The rhythmic clattering of the train echoed in their ears. This journey would take several days to reach Guangshi. In the afternoon a week later, they finally arrived at the train station in Guangshi. Daddy, will Grandpa and Grandma like me? The little one appeared quite apprehensive. Yun Fei comforted her with a smile, saying, It doesn't matter if they like you or not. We want to stay long at Grandpa and Grandma's. The truth was that they would not likely be accepted. The original self's parents, much like him, belonged to the category of those who held lofty ideals but lacked practical skills. They would never accept Yun Fei marrying a girl from the countryside, let alone embracing the burden of Yin Xiao. As Yun Fei returned to the tenement building with a child in his arms, the gossiping neighbors had already begun to speculate wildly. However, he paid no heed and directly carried the child home. The Yun family, consisting of 4 members, resided in this modest 2-bedroom apartment, while Yin Fei's sister had married 3 years prior. Upon the return of the original self, after enduring numerous hardships in the countryside for many years, he claimed one of the rooms for himself. The parents, wishing to avoid favoritism, assigned the other room to the eldest son. As for the original parents, they simply set up a bed in the living room, separated by a piece of cloth. At that moment, it was not yet time to finish work, leaving the house empty. Yun Fei brought the child into his room. Having anticipated their return, he had meticulously organized the original self's dog kennel. Little one, will you rest in your room or accompany Daddy to cook? On the way back, Yun Fei had casually purchased some vegetables. The policies in Guangshi had relaxed relatively early, with street vendors selling agricultural products along the way. With Daddy? Sure. Once I finish cooking, I'll make you a set of clothes and help you take a bath. Thank you, Daddy. The little girl, although petite, possessed round, bright eyes that she had inherited from her mother. Even at a young age, it was evident that she would grow into a charming young lady with thick eyebrows and large eyes. At this moment, those eyes gazed at Yun Fei with innocent admiration, melting the hearts of those who beheld her. What a lovely child. What does it mean to be a father? Perhaps I could also be a grandfather. System. Detected the host's wish adopting. Will prioritize consideration. Yun Fei scoffed, gritting his teeth as he spoke to the system in his mind. Get lost. Where were you when I needed the novice gift package? That evening, when Yun's parents and elder brother returned home, the sight of a bountiful dinner spread across the table revealed Yun Fei's return. Yun Mu, irritated, remarked, "Why did this child buy eggs? Does he have money but no land?" However, Yin Fu was quite pleased. What are you complaining about? This is the child's filial piety. Look at which child is as obedient as our Yun Fei. Not only is he intelligent and studious, but he also cooks so well. Which son in our building can cook? Yin De felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this, but remained silent, accustomed to being the obedient one, unlike his charming younger brother. Meanwhile, Yin Mu, secretly delighted, continued to nag. He is just feeling guilty, afraid we might scold him. Who knows where he has been for so long? The couple's good mood persisted until Yun Fei emerged from the room carrying a child. Mom, Dad, brother, you're back. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the three, Yun Fei cheerfully introduced, "This is my daughter, Yun Xiao. Call her Nai Nai, Debo Yun Xiao." Shy yet brave, spoke up, although her voice was somewhat unclear. It was soft and melodious. Yin Fu instinctively responded, "Ah, good." However, he was swiftly met with a slap on the back from Yin Mu. "What do you mean, good? Look at your wonderful son and the trouble he has caused." After scolding Yin Fu, she turned to Yin Fei. "Didn't you say you weren't married in the countryside? What is the deal with this child?" Yin Fei attempted to appease Yin Mu, but she brushed him aside. "Mom, please don't be angry. It's not worth it to upset yourself, is it?" Yin Mu, her face filled with rage, exclaimed, "Don't try to change the subject. What is the story behind this child? If you don't explain it clearly today, get out of this house." With no other option, Yin Fei recounted the events. "This is how it happened. I couldn't bear the hardships of the countryside, so I got married there and had a daughter." In truth, they had not obtained a marriage certificate. Yin Fei had his reasons, while Meng Xiaoxia did not mind. In the countryside, hosting a banquet often sufficed for marriage, and many couples lacked formal registration. However, Yin Fei kept this to himself, planning to rectify it for the child's household registration since the proof had already been obtained. And what about the child's mother? Yun Fu Prest. She passed away during childbirth. Yin Mu became even angrier and picked up a broom to strike Yin Fei. Yin Xiao began to cry, "Wah, Nai Nai, don't hit Daddy, hit me instead." Yin Fei quickly embraced her, soothing her, "Nai Nai isn't really hitting Daddy. She's just joking." Yin Mu still wanted to say something, but Yin Fu held her back. "Let us discuss this later. We don't want to frighten the child." Yindigo silently acted as a backdrop, sighing inwardly, wondering when they would finally eat. "Mom and Dad, let us eat first. After dinner, I will explain everything properly." "Wasting food is shameful," Yin Fei urged. Yin Mu shot him a glare, shaking off Yin Fu's hand as she headed toward their bed. "I can't eat. I'm too upset. You two eat by yourselves." Helpless, Yin Fei placed the still sniffling Yun Xiao on a chair and went to comfort Yin Mu. They exchanged words, and though Yin Mu's face still bore reluctance, she ultimately joined them for dinner. A collective sigh of relief filled the air. They could finally eat. For dinner, they had sweet potato porridge, and Yin Fei prepared only 3 dishes: stir-fried greens, fried eggs, and a small plate of pickled vegetables. After the earlier commotion, Yun Xiao was particularly cautious while eating, causing Yun Fei great heartache. He served her a large helping of egg, speaking softly, "Eat your vegetables. We're at home, so there's no need to be afraid." Yinmu rolled her eyes, but ultimately said nothing. Chapter 6. The incompetent father of a knowledge youth. Despite their dissatisfaction with Yun Fei suddenly becoming a single father, Yun's parents had no choice but to endure it. It was only early August, and there was still some time before school started, so Yun Fei took Yun Xiao daily in search of business opportunities. After a thorough exploration, he found that there was no room for him even to carry a bag. Counting the remnants of the original self's assets, only 13 yuan and 50 cents remained, leaving Yun Fei somewhat balding with worry. During the day, the other 3 members of the Yun family were at work, so Yun Fei decided to take Yun Xiao along for entrepreneurial ventures. After exploring Guangzhou repeatedly, he realized that opportunities were indeed limited. Making money was not easy. His starting capital was also meager. Defective fabric clearance sale? Cash only, no receipts. Hurry if you want some. At the entrance of the friendship store, a clerk displayed a batch of incorrectly dyed fabric, prompting nearby individuals to rush forward upon hearing the announcement. Yunfei's reflexes were quicker than his thoughts. He immediately secured 2 rolls of fabric, but since he was holding Yin Xiao with one hand, he could have taken 2 more if he had both hands free. However, he would not loosen his grip on her. In this tumultuous era, human traffickers were rampant. The nation was focused on development, and various policies had begun to loosen, naturally attracting those looking to exploit loopholes. Comrade, I'll take these 2 rolls. Please ring them up. Yunfei approached the cashier with the fabric and Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao was obedient, neither fussing nor causing a scene, her lively eyes curiously observing the shop's contents. He wanted to buy her some fruits, but lacked foreign exchange tickets. That will be 10 yuan, the clerk stated. Yunfei retrieved a large bill from his pocket and handed it over. The price was somewhat steep, but it was understandable. Items at the friendship store were inherently expensive. Moreover, this was fabric being sold without tickets, typically reserved for internal use, unless instructed otherwise by above. In fact, there were only 10 rolls available, all of which had been snatched up quickly. Fortunately, Yunfei was nearby and quick to react. Let us go home and cook. Nowadays, cooking usually took place in the hallway, so as people passed by, one remarked playfully, "Comrade Yun, are you cooking again? This child is truly filial. Your parents must be very fortunate." Yunfei smiled modestly, saying, "They have to go to work. I am the only idle one at home." Beside him, Yin Xiao beamed with pride, for her father was the best father in the world. Another rather unremarkable dinner passed, with Yun Mu unable to refrain from chiding Yunfei. For instance, she would say, "How can you go to university with a burden like that? Who will want to marry you, knowing you'll send your child away?" Typically, at this point, Yunfei would respond with a heavy admonition. "Mom, this matter need not be mentioned again. I will raise her. When school starts, I will take her with me, and I will not remarry." He would then carry their meals back to his room, isolating himself from the angry voices of Yun Mu and the admonitions of Yun Fu. Yin Xiao sat quietly on the bed, her eyes reddening as she asked, "Daddy, am I a burden to you? Please send me back to Grandma's house." Yunfei patiently comforted her. "Silly child, what are you thinking? You are Daddy's child. You must stay with me." Yet many people said that with her, he would never find a new mother. Without a stepmother, Daddy will only love your mother in this lifetime. Do not fear. I promise you, as long as I am here, this is your home. "Daddy," Yin Xiao cried out, tears streaming down her face, as if she wished to cry out all her grievances. In her early years, she had faced disdain from her uncle and aunt, and now, having finally reached her father, she faced rejection from her grandparents. Even though she was still small, she could not help but wonder if she was truly unlikable, leading everyone to dislike her. Was she not meant to be born, having caused her mother's death? Fortunately, she still had her father. He said that as long as he was around, she would always have a home. Years later, regardless of where she was or how many houses she owned, none would ever feel like home. Chapter 7. The unrefined father Yunfei took 2 pieces of cloth, exchanged them for some eggs, and borrowed a sewing machine from a neighbor to create several sets of clothing. He even used the scraps to make Yin Xiao a patchwork skirt. "My dear, I apologize for the inconvenience. I'll make you a skirt first, and once I start earning, I will make you many more." Yin Xiao, with her head shaven, held the skirt she had never seen before with great joy. "Thank you, Daddy. No need to worry. Keep the money for selling. I have clothes now." She held the skirt up against herself and twirled around, indicating that this outfit was sufficient. "You're such a good girl. Let us change our clothes and go sell some outfits," Yunfei said as he lifted Yin Xiao into his arms. Upon returning home, Yunfei carefully dressed Yin Xiao. For the skirt she wore could serve as his introduction. She donned a patchwork skirt, a hat shaped like a lotus leaf, and a pair of straw sandals. The entire child appeared both fashionable and grounded. Although Yunfei had yet to buy her proper shoes and could only make do with this attire for now. "Once I earn money, I will buy us both a pair of leather shoes." Yunfei would often speak to Yin Xiao about the future, instilling a sense of security and anticipation within her. When that moment of realization came, she would understand that her father's words were true, that he would never abandon her. The little one would cling tightly to his clothing even while sleeping at night, afraid to let go. Yunfei took Yin Xiao to the factory under the pretense of visiting relatives. Indeed, after work. The women there took notice of Yin Xiao's dress and approached to inquire. Comrade, where did you buy your daughter's skirt? I brought it back from Liao province. I thought the clothes there were beautiful, so I brought back several sets. Of course, Yin Fei could not admit to making it himself. That would diminish its value. In that era, items from other places were considered precious, for some people might never leave the city of their birth. My goodness, that is so far away. Comrade, do you have any suitable ones for me and my daughter? Could you spare me one? A woman asked quietly. How old is your daughter? About this much taller than yours. She is quite slender, the woman said, gesturing. Yin Fei understood that in those times, people lacked clothing and food, and few were overweight. So the clothes he made were all for slender figures. I actually have 3 sets. I was planning to give them to my sister today. If you want one, I can let you have it, but the price is non-negotiable. I bought it at a high price in Liao province. The quality is comparable to that of the friendship store. Yin Fei displayed the clothes from his suitcase, revealing a light blue top with white accents of the collar and sleeves, paired with a pleated long skirt that transitioned from light blue to dark blue, with a matching frill at the hem. The woman gasped, covering her mouth, exclaiming, Comrade, this dress is simply stunning. Nearby, a young female worker noticed the skirt in Yin Fei's hands. She seemed to hear her heart beating, not for a person, but out of excitement, and hurried over to shyly ask, Comrade, where did you buy that outfit? The older woman realized someone else was interested and quickly turned to Yin Fei, saying, Comrade, we had an agreement. I want that dress. How much? 10 yuan. No bargaining. If you have tickets, I can give you a discount, but I need some tickets. Upon hearing this, the young female worker became excited. I want one too. Do you have another? The older woman, fearing competition, acknowledged the dress was indeed expensive, but the material and style were unattainable without foreign exchange coupons. She handed all the tickets from her pocket to Yin Fei. Comrade, how much will these cover? They were just assorted small item tickets, which Yin Fei accepted, calculating that they amounted to about 2 yuan. You need to give me 8 yuan for the dress. The older woman handed him a big unity note, and Yin Fei returned her 2 yuan. With a delighted expression, she embraced the dress and left, having spent nearly half a month's wages, but it was worth it. Her younger sister was getting married, and this outfit was perfect for the occasion. Comrade, do you want an outfit too? The young female worker asked excitedly, to which Yin Fei replied affirmatively, presenting her with 2 options, one in light blue and another in light yellow. After considering that the older woman had taken the blue one, she chose the light yellow dress. When it came time to settle the bill, she opted to use tickets to offset 3 yuan and handed Yin Fei 7 yuan in change. Yin Fei sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a big unity note, or he would have run out of change. Comrade, take care. After the young worker departed, Yin Fei also left. At another factory entrance, he sold 3 more adult outfits and 1 child's outfit, retaining 1 adult outfit that he did not sell. Ultimately, he garnered 40 yuan and a pile of tickets, and carrying his adorable daughter, he headed to the state-run restaurant to take home a box of braised meat and then to the supply and marketing cooperative for 2 liang of wine, joyfully returning home. Where have you been again? Yun Mu asked upon her return from work, as she was in the hallway preparing dinner for the family. Yun Xiao squirmed to get down, saying, Mama, let me help you wash the vegetables. Yun Mu glanced at the little one, noticing her attire, and coldly remarked, Your father dotes on you. But I have never worn anything he bought for me in my life. You can't even walk steadily. I don't need your help washing vegetables. If you fall, won't your father make a fuss? Mom, what are you saying? I am not that kind of person. The clothes were made from the fabric I bought and made for you. They're clean and drying. Tomorrow, you shall don your attire and head to work gracefully, inciting envy among all. Although YNM maintained a stern expression, the corners of her mouth subtly curled upwards, dismissing the notion of her beauty at her age. What nonsense! My mother is still youthful, she retorted. Only someone as striking as you could give birth to such a handsome son and a delightful granddaughter. Yan Shio, playfully cooperating with her father, tilted her head adorably, their increasingly similar features unmistakably indicating their blood relation. Seeing the father-daughter duo's antics, YNM couldn't help but chuckle, though she quickly composed herself, admonishing, Hurry and take your little darling back inside. Dinner is soon, and this is hardly proper behavior. Yes, comrade WSHZHN. Y and F, I saluted playfully before whisking YN Shio indoors to avoid further scolding. YN Shio's eyes squinted with laughter. Daddy is so funny. Grandma doesn't tea seem so bad. Actually, she is much better than Annie. I need to try hard to make Grandma like me. The little one silently set a small goal in her heart. Chapter 8. The disgraced father with a dinner replete with wine and meat. The family dined joyfully. Y and F, I shared tales of his journey to earning a living, addressing their inquiries about his venture into clothing. He explained that during his years in the countryside, he had learned from Y.N. Shio's mother. He spoke no falsehood. M.Ing Shio, she's sewing skills were renowned throughout the village. In the dead of night, feeling a bit parched, Y.N.F., I gently moved Y.N. Shio's hand aside and rose to pour himself a glass of cool water. He stumbled upon Y.N.M. standing by the clothesline, caressing a pale yellow dress. A wave of unfamiliar emotions washed over him. In his past life, being an orphan, he had little understanding of parental roles. Despite her occasional tyranny, Y.N.M.'s intentions were rooted in love for Y.N.F.I. Ultimately, her desire was for her child to thrive. Upon discovering his sudden transformation into a single father, her frustrations stemmed largely from disappointment, wishing for him to follow a more conventional path. The next day, Y.N.F.I. rose early to prepare a light porridge for the family breakfast. Y.N.M. had stayed up late the previous night and awoke later than usual, finding breakfast prepared. Touched, she nonetheless chided, "Why didn't you wake me? A grown man cooking every day. Aren't you afraid of ridicule?" Y.N.F.I. retorted, "Mother, that's not fair. We live in an era that values gender equality. Women can hold their own." Y.N.M. chuckled, "Oh, you just want to flatter me. I speak only the truth. Now hurry and eat." Y.N.F. I fetched the dress hanging to dry and presented it to Y.N.M. "Mother, were this to work today, I assure you, you will be the most beautiful among the mothers in the factory. What need is there to dress so finely on an ordinary day? Just leave it." Y.N.M. played, sipping her porridge without looking up. "Mother, clothes are meant to be worn, not to gather dust. Only when you wear them do they truly hold value." At that moment, Y.N.Shio emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes and quietly approaching Y.N.F.I. "Daddy, I woke up. Can we brush our teeth and have breakfast? There are eggs today." Y.N.F. I lifted her up. As they headed to the bathroom, he reminded Mother, "Remember to change. You can do so in my room." Y.N.F. chimed in cheerfully, "Go ahead. It's a child's sincere wish." Y.N.M. felt a twinge of warmth as she glanced at her old attire, realizing it had seen better days. If not for her care, it would have been far worse than merely faded and worn. Though the factory had not explicitly stated so, no one would dare wear patched clothing to work, for it would tarnish the factory's reputation. Over the years, their family's ration tickets had been spent on making clothes for the children and quilts for the home, leaving little for themselves. Ultimately, Y.N.M. changed into the dress. A deep yellow top tailored to fit her perfectly, adorned with plum blossom buttons, paired with a pale yellow skirt. When Y.N.F.I. and Y.N.Shio emerged after washing up, Y.N.F.I. beamed, "Mother, you look stunning today." Y.N.Shio chimed in sweetly, "Nai, you look beautiful." Y.N.M. shot a teasing glance at the father and daughter, but allowed Y.N.F.I. to style her hair. In an instant, a poised and elegant woman of the era appeared. Y.N.M. was not unattractive, as Y.N.F.I. could attest. The final result left Y.N.F. and Y.N.G.D.G. speechless. "Wow, little brother, your skills are impressive." E.N.F. praised. "This garment is as good as any store-bought piece. I've heard that in SHNSH, the need for ration tickets has been abolished. Y.N.F.I.'s skills might even allow them to purchase more fabric. If it didn't T-sell, they could always wear it themselves. What a fanciful thought. Right now, my priority is to graduate from university and await job placement from the state. Eat quickly, we'll be late," Y.N.M. said, noticing Y.N.Shio was still sipping her porridge. Annoyed, she handed her 2 boiled eggs. "You can have these. I don't like eggs. Look at you. So thin, one might think we're starving you." With that, she hurriedly left for work with Y.N.F. Y.N.Shio looked at the 2 eggs in her bowl, smiled sweetly, and asked Y.N.F.I., "Daddy, is Nai going to eat the porridge?" "Of course, since we are so well-behaved. Who wouldn't tea like us?" Y.N.Shio's eyes sparkled as she declared, "The eggs are for Nai. Very well. They shall be saved for Grandma to enjoy after work." Y.N.F. allowed his daughter to play while he tidied up the house, contemplating Y.N.F.'s words. Being unfamiliar with the historical context of this era, he had previously thought he would have to wait until 1983 to engage in business. Yet, Y.N.F. had mentioned that SHNSH had already lifted the strict regulations on purchasing. He recalled that SHNSH was among the first to implement such changes, and with only 2 weeks until he returned to school, perhaps he could make a trip. However, what about his daughter? Should he bring her along to procure goods? That evening, when the family returned home, I expressed his desire to venture to SH to procure goods and earn some money before returning to school. Instinctively, YNM wanted to oppose, but YNF held her back. I believe this endeavor holds great promise. When Lao El mentioned it to me previously, I sensed its potential. Unfortunately, our family hasn't been able to explore it, nor do we fully understand it. If you have aspirations, pursue them. I support you. After all, you are a university student. If you're going to do this, ensure it's done right. Wife, give him some money. He can't procure goods without funds. YNF, I was taken aback by the support from YNF. Gratefully, he assured, Father, rest assured, I will not let our family's money go to waste. Although reluctant, YNM rose and retrieved 50 yuan from her treasure box, handing it to YNF while admonishing, this is meant for your brother's future bride. Don't squander it. Thank you, mother. I promise to return it double. YNF, I spoke with confidence, knowing that if necessary, he could buy fabric and make garments himself, especially since many places were still unable to procure clothing without ration tickets. Offered a few words of consolation too, saying, do not feel that your parents are biased. Since childhood, you have been honest and not cut out for business. This money is saved for you brothers to marry. If suffers a loss, it will be gone. Once he starts working, he will still need to pay back the fees from these years. Nodded in understanding, assuring, Father, you need not worry. I have no ulterior motives. That is good. If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to ask me or your mother. Do not keep everything bottled up inside. In Chapter 9, found himself alone on a bus heading to. As for, specifically entrusted his aunt, who also lived in the city, to take care of her for a few days. Was a gentle soul, a typical woman from the old era, who tended to spoil children. Also provided 3 yuan as a meal allowance for her, requesting that she be well fed each day and that she should have an egg daily. Although he felt uneasy, had to leave alone, repeatedly instructing to ensure she visits their son. He longed to take the child with him, given its current state of insecurity. However, he cannot do so. The journey to procure goods and the chaos of reselling made it too risky. He feared he would not be able to keep an eye on the child. Furthermore, he could not afford to be without income. If he wanted to bring the child to school, he would need to rent a place and provide a conducive environment, all of which required money. He was not like his original self, who could easily persuade his parents for money. The original self's meager assets, aside from the leftover university subsidy, were mostly obtained through coaxing his parents and through the efforts of female classmates. The thought of several unappealing matters awaiting his attention left him feeling overwhelmed. Was not far from. For hours later, found himself within the wholesale market. Clothes, cheap for sale. Coarse cloth, clearance sale. Hurry if you want them. Quality fabric, high-end goods. Those who know their worth, come quickly. As he walked through the market, experienced a sense reminiscent of a farmer's market 20 years into the future. He did not rush to purchase goods. Instead, he first bought a pack of cigarettes, inquiring about prices and engaging in conversation with several delivery drivers. The delivery costs seemed rather steep, which left him in a quandary. He contemplated the feasibility of transporting goods to other provinces for resale. Hiring a truck driver did not seem worthwhile. Alas, poverty was a contributing factor. Ultimately, he purchased clothing worth just over 80 yuan. The quality was not exceptional. It consisted of plain short-sleeve tops and cropped pants, devoid of patterns, yet available in various colors. The cost price was 50 cents for a top and 80 cents for a pair of pants. In total, he acquired 60 tops and 60 pairs of pants, 20 sets of men's clothing, and 40 sets of women's clothing, all packed into a large bundle. As attempted to lift the bundle, he was pleasantly surprised by how easily he managed it. The onlooking vendors were astonished. Young man, impressive strength. A nearby uncle could hardly believe that this seemingly frail and refined individual possessed such vigor. Grinned sheepishly and replied, what can I say? It's the result of devouring 4 bowls of noodles. Feeling a sense of pride, he could not resist teasing the stingy system, exclaiming, you may not have given me a golden finger, but I came prepared. The system retorted, guess who requested to retain the host's original abilities and memories? Silly girl. No, it's the silly spores now. Thus, embarked on his journey to the neighboring province, burdened with a large package of goods. On the train, he found himself amidst a crowd. He traveled to where many cities were already aware of the recent changes in national policy, although some rural areas remained ill-informed. He camped near the gates of various factories, eagerly awaiting the workers' departure to peddle his clothing. Shirts for 3 yuan each, pants for 4. No tickets needed. Those with tickets can get a discount. Red ones cost an extra yuan. Fellow villagers, come take a look. During this period, the government maintained strict control over cultural matters, and factory workers generally spoke Mandarin, ensuring smooth communication. Really no tickets required? Comrade, do not deceive us. If you need fabric tickets, we will pass. Some expressed their concerns. Assured them, I've said no tickets are necessary. They are not required. However, if you have tickets, they can be used for a discount. Just show me. Some tickets are not accepted. Comrade, I want these few pieces. Here is your money. A woman handed him a handful of change, holding a set of women's clothing and a set of men's clothing. All right, that totals 14 yuan, just right. After counting the money to confirm its accuracy, replied. The woman happily clutched her 2 sets of clothing and departed, exclaiming, "What wonderful garments! They are fabric, stylish, easy to wear for work, and best of all, no tickets required." Seeing a successful transaction sparked urgency among others. Hey, do not snatch. I was first to grab this red set. Is there still a black one available? I want to buy it for my husband. He works and doesn't he like getting dirty? Comrade, let us settle up. Those who secured clothing clutched their items tightly, fearful of losing them. Busily calculated the quantities, noting that red tops and black pants were the most sought after, even if the red ones cost an extra yuan. In those times, wearing a white shirt, red top, and green military uniform to a wedding was the height of prestige. So families with young children were eager to snatch one. However, there were only 7 or 8 red pieces available. Ultimately, all the clothing brought sold out at the subsidiary food factory without needing to visit other factory gates. Comrade, will you be back next time? Can you bring more red autumn tops next time? The enthusiasm of the crowd was overwhelming, and could only promise I might come back in a few days. Great. Please do come. I will always have money ready for you. After bidding farewell to the lively customers, checked into a hotel room, finally able to catch his breath. He joyfully emptied his money pouch to count the earnings. Selling shirts at 3 yuan each totaled 188 yuan, with the extra 8 yuan from the red pieces. Pants at 4 yuan each brought in 240 yuan, after deducting the original cost of 80 yuan and 10 yuan for travel expenses. His final profit was a staggering 338 yuan. At that time, workers typically earned only a few dozen yuan per month. For instance, made only 35 yuan monthly, and earned slightly more at about 45 yuan per month. In just one trip, he earned nearly a year's salary for them. It became evident that in the years to come, those who dared would become the wealthy elite. With some time before the start of school, hastily checked out of the hotel the following day, not returning to, but heading straight back to. This time, he purchased even more goods, spending all the money he had on clothing. Besides fabric, he also bought shirts and skirts. With a substantial sum of over 400 yuan in hand, he had a wider array of choices. In Chapter 10, he made his second trip to. The third trip took him to. After these 3 excursions, profits, after deducting the cost and expenses, amounted to a remarkable 5,000 yuan, leaving him with 158 yuan and a few scarce tickets. With time running short, he reluctantly commenced his journey home. At this moment, Xiao remained in Gu Yun's residence in Guangshi. Each day, after finishing her meal, she would sit quietly on the threshold of the courtyard, gazing into the distance. Day after day, the sunrise brought with it hope, while the sunset was tinged with disappointment, transforming this narrow alley into a unique landscape. Gu Yun felt a deep compassion for the child and had tried to persuade her, but Xiao was steadfast, insisting on waiting for Yunfei here every day. Zhao's speech was not fluent, and she often chose silence, thinking to herself that if she waited at the door, her father would be the first person to see her upon his return. Today, after finishing work, Yunmu came as usual to check on her unexpected granddaughter. She saw the small figure, dressed in a patchwork skirt, sitting quietly on the threshold, resting her chin on her hands, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Undoubtedly, she was adorable, with thick brows and big eyes, and her once gaunt cheeks had filled out a bit, making her less alarming than at first. If her appearance had not been so inexplicable, Yunmu mused, she would surely have grown fond of the child. After all, she was her first granddaughter. Why are you sitting at the door again? With so many people coming and going, if someone takes you away, you will cry, Yunmu chided. Xiao had grown accustomed to Yunmu's endless chatter, nodding obediently and listening attentively. Yunmu lost her temper instantly, You must take after your mother. Your father was so clever as a child. And look at you, so foolish. I resemble both, Xiao corrected, asserting that she took after both her parents. Did Gunai give you eggs today? Did you eat enough? Yunmu visited daily, anxious that her husband's sister would pocket money without fulfilling her obligations. She was appalled that they had charged 3 yuan for just a few days of care. Being relatives, Gu Guyan should have been more considerate. She felt the need to keep a close watch to prevent being taken advantage of. If it weren't for her difficulty in taking leave, she would not have allowed this arrangement at all. Xiao cautiously took a boiled egg from her pocket and handed it over. Yunmu's emotions were quite complex. Did I not tell you? I do not like eggs. Eat them yourself. She scolded. Look at you, almost 4 years old, and you can barely walk. No other child is as frail as you. Our neighbor, Zhuang, can eat a whole bowl of rice in one sitting. Xiao did not perceive Yunmu's reprimands as harsh. She meticulously peeled the eggshell and offered half to Yunmu. The little girl's round, gleaming eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. Eventually, Yunmu accepted it, her throat constricted as she said, "Don't save any for tomorrow. I'm not that free to come see you every day." The little girl nodded obediently, though she did not intend to comply. "Since Gunai treats you well, I will take my leave. Hurry back inside and don't wander off. If you get lost, no one will come to find you." Xiao pouted, her voice tinged with sadness. "Nai, good be." Yunmu hurried away, glancing back one last time. The little girl sat on the threshold, beaming a radiant smile at her. For a fleeting moment, Yunmu felt a pang of pity for the child, wishing to take her home. However, reality quickly set in, and she thought herself mad. It was better not to return. This way, her son could still marry a good wife. What good girl would marry him if he had a child? On the 10th day after Yun Fei's departure, Xiao finally spotted the familiar figure and stood up excitedly, stumbling toward Yun Fei while joyfully calling out, "Baba, Baba." Yun Fei hastily set down his belongings and scooped the child into his arms, admonishing, "Slow down. What if you fall?" The little girl nuzzled against Yun Fei's cheek, and he thought to himself how fortunate it was that he was not accustomed to facial hair, as it would have been quite prickly. Let us return to Gunainai's home and bid farewell to them. As they entered, Gu Guyan cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, Yun Fei is back. Are you hungry? I will prepare something for you." Yun Fei quickly declined. "No need to trouble yourself, Gu Gu. I will go home and tidy up first. I will treat everyone to a meal another day." He presented gifts he had brought from afar. Wine for Gu Fu, scarves for Gu Gu and his cousin, fruit for his 2 younger cousins, and a piece of cured meat. "Are you not going to stay for a meal? You traveled so far. You should eat something before heading back." Gu Guyan asked, concerned about the expense. "How could you spend so much?" Yun Fei cheerfully refused, saying, "It is only a small amount. I appreciate all the trouble you took for me these past few days. I will not stay for a meal. I need to share the good news with my parents." "Fa Wao, Gu Nai. Xiao goodbye." Xiao waved sweetly, "Father is back. I am so happy. Goodbye, dear. When you have time, let your father bring you to visit Gunai," he replied. After parting with Gu Yun, the father and daughter returned home, chatting and laughing together. Yun Fei first went home to drop off the gifts before returning to fetch Xiao. So on the way back, he had no burdens to carry. Later that evening, when the Yun family returned, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the corridor. All 3 felt their mouths water in anticipation. Yinda Gu remarked enviously, "I wonder whose house it is, cooking meat during neither a festival nor a holiday." He suggested, "Tomorrow when Yun Fei returns, let us go buy some to have your mother cook it for us. We deserve a treat." Yunmu did not refuse. She was one to be frugal for herself, but generous for her son and husband. However, upon arriving home, the scent of meat grew stronger. Pushing the door open, she was met with the sight of Yun Fei and their daughter playing joyfully, surrounded by a table laden with food. Yunmu rushed over in a huff and exclaimed, "Yun Fei, you wasteful child, is this your plan, to gorge yourself today and disregard the future?" On the table lay a shiny plate of braised pork, a whole steamed fish, a large bowl of egg drop soup, a bowl of smoked duck, a platter of stir-fried greens, and several bowls of rice. Yin Fu quickly gestured to Yun Fei, implying he should apologize to his mother. Yun Fei cheerfully reassured her, "Mom, first close the door. Let us eat slowly and talk later. After all, your son has made a name for himself. We should celebrate." Yunmu pouted. "The time you will truly succeed is when you graduate from university and secure a respectable job. I initially intended to mention marrying a city girl, But upon seeing Zhao's round, glimmering eyes watching her, she abruptly fell silent. Forget about city girls. Even a village girl willing to be a stepmother would be quite fine. Yunmu forcibly suppressed her feelings of sympathy and a twinge of heartache. Chapter 11. The disgraceful father wait and see. She urged, let's eat first. It will get cold and waste coal. Though she wished to continue her lecturing, she had to hold back and quickly shut the door. What if others caught a whiff of the aroma? After a hearty meal, everyone felt comfortably full. Yin Fei had a few drinks with Yin Fu and Yin De, his head feeling slightly foggy. His alcohol tolerance had never been great. Once everyone was satiated, he produced a stack of money and handed it to Yunmu. Mom, as promised, I'm repaying you double. Here is 1,000 yuan. Keep it and buy whatever you and Dad want. Yunmu was taken aback. Where did you get so much money? In an instant, her mind raced through scenarios of Yun Fei engaging in illegal activities and being taken away. Then how to shield her child from blame. She inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Yun Fei, bemused, replied, Mom, you really have quite the imagination. This is my hard-earned money from doing business. He then recounted in detail his recent entrepreneurial adventures. The business is thriving, isn't it? The Yun family could hardly believe it. Yun Fei nodded and remarked, indeed, many places still lack these items. Even with money, one cannot find a place to purchase them, as long as one possesses sufficient courage. Yun Dage appeared contemplative. After dinner, Yun Fei asked Yunmu to assist his daughter with her bath while he tidied up the dining table. As he lay down to sleep, he gazed at the well-behaved child beside him, soundly asleep, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. My dear child, you shall surely find happiness in this life. After spending 3 days with the Yun family, Yun Fei packed his belongings and prepared to return to school with his child. I already told you to leave the child at home. Mother will look after her. Do you really think I would harm my daughter? Although Yunmu was reluctant to part with her job, her concern for her son's well-being outweighed her attachment. Her son was a university student, her pride and joy. Mother, I understand you mean well, but how can I bear the thought of you resigning for my sake? It was only for a year, and I can manage with my child. Besides, there are not many classes left this final year. I can also enroll my child in a daycare while I attend classes. Wiping away her tears, Yunmu stubbornly responded, do as you wish. A grown child is beyond a mother's control. Yun Fei, feeling helpless, received a nod of understanding from Yun Fu and Yun Dage, who indicated it was time for him to leave while they soothed Yunmu. We shall take our leave then. Father, remember to move into my room and be sure to drink some milk powder daily. Day, thank you for taking care of our parents at home. Safe travels. We will return for the new year during the winter break. Goodbye, Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle. Yin Xiaozue chimed cheerfully. The two boarded the bus heading to university. Daddy, the view outside is beautiful. After being nurtured meticulously for 20 days, Yin Xiao's condition had improved remarkably. Yin Fei always encouraged her to speak more and corrected her pronunciation. Yin Zhao's birthday fell on the 9th of November, and she would turn 4 once her birthday passed. Yes, it is quite lovely. The scenery along the road was lush and green, with blue skies and white clouds. Farmers could be seen tending to their fields, and occasionally, water buffalo and yellow cattle grazed on the grass. At that time, there were not many factories or tall buildings, and the fields still stretched far and wide. The university Yin Fei was to attend was situated in Fo City, not too far from Guang City, allowing them to arrive by noon. Instead of taking Yin Xiao back to the school dormitory, he rented a room in a nearby alley. It was an old courtyard comprising a main hall, a kitchen, and 4 small rooms, with 3 others already inhabited. The larger room was home to a family of 5 who had also rented the kitchen. The remaining 2 rooms were occupied by a young couple, with a wife expecting, and a sophomore female student. The landlord did not rent out the main hall. Finding housing near the university city was challenging, and Yin Fei's hope of providing Yun Xiao with her own little room was dashed. Fortunately, it was only for a year, and as his daughter was still young, it was not a significant issue. Yun Fei took Yun Xiao to the recycling station to purchase newspapers, wooden boards, and small stools, hiring a tricycle to deliver them to the alley. He then arranged the room. Although the space was not particularly wide, it was elongated. He crafted a small bed for Yun Xiao alongside his own using salvaged wooden boards, placed a small desk within, and arranged a dining table with 3 small stools in the remaining space. He then visited the supply and friendship stores to procure additional items. His first purchase was a 2/8 bicycle, a fortunate acquisition from his time in Shin City. He rode the bicycle back and forth, bringing daily necessities home for Yun Xiao. Perhaps due to the nature of the story, Yun Fei never dared to let Yun Xiao out of his sight or entrust her to neighbors. In the courtyard, the pregnant woman expressed concern that Yun Fei was troubled by the move and offered to help watch the child for a while, but he declined. He was not afraid of inconveniences, but he could not afford to take risks. "This shall be our temporary home, my dear. Are you happy?" Yun Xiao, rolling around in her small bed, immediately replied with a bright voice, "Happy." Yun Fei carefully cut 2 pieces of coarse cloth and affixed them to the wall, creating a partition between his bed and Yun Xiao's, as well as between his bed and the dining table. His bed was adorned with woven grass mats, as was Yun Xiao's, though he wrapped hers in fabric. He also purchased 2 small fans, which, although noisy, provided a cool breeze. "Come, my dear, let's go eat." The next day, he took money and tickets to buy a stove for heating, ordering some coal to be delivered. He did not plan to cook, but needed to occasionally heat water for Yun Xiao and prepare porridge, so 1 stove would suffice. He ensured they had all essentials: toothpaste, toothbrushes, cups, towels, soap, basins, and buckets. After settling into their little home, school began, and as he had anticipated, the final year's coursework was minimal. Nearby, a newly opened daycare was available, as many couples in the city lacked the time to care for their children. For 10 yuan a month. It included 2 meals and an afternoon nap. 2 ladies were there to supervise the children, not teaching them to read, but ensuring they were safe, playing, and fed until their parents came to pick them up after work. After classes, Yun Fei hurriedly packed 2 boxes of meals from the cafeteria and rode his bicycle to the daycare. Today was Yun Xiao's first day at daycare, and he felt a twinge of worry, fearing she might cry. "Good day, ma'am. I am here to pick up Yun Lekue." This was the name Yun Fei had chosen for her, already registered in Guang City, symbolizing joy and sunshine. Her nickname remained Xiao Air. Chapter 12. The Struggling Father Daddy. Yun Lekue, brought out by the aunt from the courtyard, joyfully ran towards Yun Fei. "Hey, slow down, don't fall." Yun Fei gently caught her and lifted her up. "Say goodbye to the aunties." "Goodbye, on lan, on fang." Yun Lekue gavet tershuli. Yun Fei placed her on the back of the bicycle, concerned she might not sit steadily, so he had a carpenter custom make a child's seat to install. "My dear, did you enjoy your time at daycare today? Did you make any friends?" "Yes, there were many children. I met so many people, and the aunties were very nice." "What did you eat today?" "For breakfast, we had porridge, and for lunch, it was cabbage soup with rice and mincemeat." Aunt Lon said there will be eggs tomorrow. The 2 exchanged questions and answers, making their way back home before nightfall. Others in the courtyard were also cooking or eating. Yun Fei secured the bicycle, lit the stove, and set a pot of water to boil. "My dear, let us wash our hands before dinner, and once the water is ready, we can have a bath." "Okay." Yun Lekue obediently went to wash her hands. Dinner consisted of pork stew with potatoes and stir-fry green beans served with white rice, and both enjoyed their meal. Afterward, Yun Fei prepared warm water in the wooden basin and took it to the bathroom to assist Yun Lekue with her bath while teaching her how to wash properly. Once she learned, he would no longer need to help her. Children grow up eventually. After Yun Lekue finished bathing, he also took a quick wash before retiring to rest. He prepared a cup of milk powder for his daughter before bed, and thus a busy day came to an end. The following day, he rose early to drop his child off at daycare before returning to school. In the initial days of the new school term, everyone was quite occupied, prompting him to return to school earlier. However, in a few days, his presence would no longer be required, and he could occasionally visit the school instead. As autumn faded into winter, it had been 5 months since the father and daughter had taken residence in this courtyard. Yun Lekue's hair had grown long, and Yun Fei would braid it into 2 buns each day before taking her to the nursery. Lekue's father, "Why are you here so early to pick her up today?" Aunt Lon greeted him with a smile. "Well, school is on break. After today, Lekue won't be attending the nursery anymore. I will take her home to celebrate the new year." "See you next year, Sister Lon." Aunt Lon noticed that Yun Fei seemed particularly cheerful today. "How could I not be happy? I have traverse time, and school is finally on break." He replied, "Let me wish you and Lekue a happy new year in advance." "Haha, same to you." Sister Lon responded, "Aren't you all returning home for the new year? We'll wait until the children are no longer at the nursery before heading back." "Daddy." Each time he heard that sweet call, Yun Fei felt invigorated. 4-year-old Yun Lekue possessed round, sparkling eyes, slightly thick eyebrows, curled eyelashes, and a cherubic face resembling a plump goose egg. Over the past 6 months, Yun Fei had diligently cared for her, leading to her significant weight gain, transforming her from a beggar's child into a healthy little girl. She was dressed in a peach-colored coat crafted by Yun Fei himself, paired with black pants and warm boots. Though she had plenty of lovely clothes, Yun Fei feared she might feel cold, and thus insisted on dressing her warmly each day. "Sweetheart, say goodbye to the aunties. We want to see them until next year. Aunt Lan, Aunt Fong, see you next year. I will miss you. Goodbye, look away. We will miss you too." Sitting on the back of the bicycle, Yin look away happily hummed a tune, swinging her legs. "What song are you singing, dear?" "I don't know. The aunties taught me, but I can't remember the words." "Huh, my daughter sings beautifully." They chatted and laughed as they navigated through the winding alleys. "We're home. Come, Daddy will carry you off the bike." "Le cri is dad. You're back so early today?" Aunt Hu approached them warmly. "Yes, the holiday has begun. I am preparing to take Look Hui to her grandparents' house for the new year." Upon hearing that Yun Fei was returning home, Aunt Hu tentatively inquired, "What about the matter I mentioned to you a few days ago?" Yun Fei politely but distantly declined. "I apologize, Aunt Hu, but I have no intentions of remarrying. You might want to reconsider. My niece is truly wonderful, well-mannered, diligent, and has a good temperament." Although Yun Fei felt somewhat impatient, he remained courteous in his refusal. "Daddy, are you looking for a stepmother?" Yun Look Hui asked nervously, pinching her clothing. "Don't listen to their nonsense. Daddy has said before, I will not find you a stepmother. You are enough for me in this lifetime." Hearing this made the 4-year-old smile brightly. She did not want a stepmother either. She had heard that stepmothers could be harsh, deny food, and withhold clothes. As long as she had her father, she was content. This statement stirred a mixture of emotions within Yun Fei. The child understood that her mother had passed away, especially since her aunt often scolded both mother and daughter. Thus, he had never heard Look Hui mention her mother. In their daily life, he provided her with the tenderness and care of a mother, alongside the security of a father. Yet, that could never replace the presence of two parents. Fortunately, the child was perceptive and easily satisfied. The following day, the father and daughter returned to Guang City, laden with bags and packages. With about 20 days remaining until the new year, the family had written to inform him that his parents had moved into Yun Deji's room, as he was set to marry a woman he had met through introductions on the 25th of the month before the new year. Since he was getting married, they had managed to secure a new apartment for him at the factory, providing him with a 1-bedroom, 2-living-room unit, which he had already moved into. His parents had inquired about Yun Fei's plans, but he had his own intentions and chose not to accept their offer. Initially, Yun Dege had contemplated reselling, but their parents had disallowed it, believing that in this era, one could not marry a city girl without a stable job. Thus, they insisted he remain employed, as he was not suited for business ventures. To dissuade him from such thoughts, Yun Mu had earnestly arranged blind dates for him. Unexpectedly, he had found someone he truly liked. Grandma. Once his parents returned from work, the little one joyfully ran to greet them. Who could resist the charms of a cute, chubby little girl? Certainly not Yin Fu, who happily scooped her up, exclaiming, "You're back, my dear. Come here for a hug. You've gained quite a bit of weight. Your father hasn't been slacking off." Although Yin Mu felt a bit awkward, she gradually began to smile at the little one's innocent words. Before long, they found themselves at Yun Deji's wedding. The bride appeared to be a gentle and unpretentious girl, her smile somewhat shy and reserved. As for Yun Dege, he was grinning like a fool. The bride's family was relatively well off, and both sides were satisfied. They set up a few tables of dishes in the new house and went to obtain a marriage certificate, thereby forming a family. This was Yun Look Hui's first New Year spent in the Yun household, so Yun Fei placed great importance on it. He dressed her in a new dress, a long-sleeved, fluffy skirt purchased from the friendship store, complemented by a checked coat, tights, and little leather shoes. Over the past 6 months, during long breaks, he had invested in a classmate's venture, allowing him to obtain goods to sell together during their free time. Consequently, despite his ongoing financial endeavors, he earned even more, and his savings had recently reached the threshold of a 10,000 yuan household. Early in the morning, the Yun family rose joyfully to hang up spring couplets. They began preparing a feast, and Yun Fei took Yun Look Hui out for a shopping excursion. The streets were bustling with people, particularly at the supply and marketing cooperative and the friendship store, where everyone had saved their ration tickets specifically for shopping today. Yun Fei purchased a meal for one and some canned goods and snacks. After enjoying some ring toss games, he returned home with a delighted little girl. The day's meal was exceptionally lavish, featuring sliced chicken, steamed fish, pork rib soup, and a vegetable dish, along with dried shrimp that Yun Fei had arranged to be brought in. Yin Degu and his wife also returned for dinner, appearing quite affectionate, with the sister-in-law having come back early to assist Yun Mu with the preparation. The little girl received red envelopes from all her family members. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Thank you, Daddy. Wishing everyone a happy new year and all the best. After spending so much time at the nursery, little Lu Kuei had become a cheerful and sweet-tongued child. She was unafraid of anyone, greeting neighbors in the hallway with a cheerful smile. Whenever someone complimented her on being clever and sweet, Yunmu would modestly respond, "She's just a lively little monkey, always bouncing around." Being lively is good. It shows the child is well cared for. Although Yunmu remained humble in her words, her heart was brimming with joy. When they returned home and no one else was around, she would secretly embrace Lu Kuei and kiss her little face. These are the little secrets Lu Kuei shared with Yun Fei, reminding him, "Daddy, don't tell Grandma. She feels shy. You must pretend you don't know." "All right, Daddy won't say a word. Grandma is bashful." After the new year, the father and daughter returned to Fo Sure, diligently completing their studies. Upon graduation, Yun Fei entrusted Lu Kuei to his sister-in-law for a month. His sister-in-law, who was unemployed and already pregnant, willingly took on the responsibility of caring for Lu Kuei when she learned that Yun Fei would be going away. She was a gentle and diligent woman, managing the household with great care. Every day, when Yun Degu returned home from work, he could enjoy a warm meal. Thus, Yun Fei felt a measure of reassurance regarding her abilities. Naturally, Yunmu would also come by after work to check on Lu Kuei and her pregnant daughter-in-law. Although she wished to resign and care for her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, retirement was just a few years away, and no one wanted her to make such a sacrifice. Yun Fei gave his sister-in-law 10 yuan for taking care of Lu Kuei, and despite her repeated refusals, he insisted. He also provided her with formula and other necessities for both adults and children. He could not bear to see his family neglect their health. Money could always be earned again. After ensuring everything was in order, he embarked alone on a train to Liaosheng. During this time, Lu Kuei's aunt had contacted human traffickers, selling Yun Xiao from her previous life to them. He intended to lie in wait and apprehend that group of traffickers. He would not spare the gang in Lushi either. It was these scoundrels who had caused so many families to be torn apart. Yun Fei returned quietly, informing no one, and he had no intention of making his presence known. His bag was filled with hard bread and water, and upon reaching the village, he slipped into the dilapidated old house next to the Meng family. This house had once belonged to a solitary elderly man who had died, leaving the structure to collapse. The villagers, wary of its ill-fated reputation, would not choose to rebuild a mud brick home here, given the option. When hungry, Yun Fei would nibble on the bread. When thirsty, he would drink water. During the day, he rested against the wall with his eyes closed, and at night he kept watch. Finally, on this particular night, he was able to observe, in the stillness of the night, the creaking of an old wooden door sounded particularly distinct. Yun Fei quietly approached the front door, concealing himself in the shadows to spy. He saw Meng Jiu Ma holding a sleeping child, furtively handing the child over to 2 men. She whispered, "I gave the medicine you provided to the child. Where's the promised money?" "It won't be short," one man replied impatiently, pulling out 30 yuan from his pocket and handing it to the woman. "Here is your money. Now, give us the child." Meng Jiu Ma, gleefully accepting the money, handed over the child without hesitation. Indeed, it was the correct amount. The 2 men, after receiving the child, quietly departed, while Meng Jiu Ma gently closed the door and returned to sleep. Yun Fei could not comprehend why, with Yun Xiao gone, Meng Jiu Ma would still sell someone else's child. He cautiously followed them, determined to find their hiding place and report them to the authorities. Seeking assistance from Uncle Mao was never a mistake. The men, carrying the child, passed through several villages and finally stopped in front of a secluded house. They knocked rhythmically on the door, which Yun Fei noted was in a 32-beat pattern. The door opened slightly, and the 2 men carefully entered, while an old man stepped out, glancing around. He shone a flashlight to survey the area before confidently closing the door behind him. Lying in the grass, Yun Fei exhaled in relief and quickly crawled closer to eavesdrop. Nearby, there was a wooden window supported by mud brick walls. He vaguely heard voices inside. An older voice cautiously inquired, "Nothing went wrong, did it?" "No, that woman is heartless. She happily sold her daughter for some money." There are still a few good children in their village. Once we acquire them tomorrow, we'll send them out. Be careful. Getting caught could lead to serious consequences. Rest assured, I'll ensure the children in the cellar are fed their medicine on time. We must avoid any disturbances. Oomph. I've never had a problem. Take this girl down to the cellar. Hearing this, Yunfei's anger was nearly unbearable. He steadied himself and carefully left. He then began to sprint towards the town to report to Uncle Mao. Chapter 14. The disgraceful father. The sky was gray, hinting at the first light of dawn. At this moment, Yunfei, looking weary, was registering his report at the police station. Following this, he accompanied the officers to the village, taking the lead. The team leader signaled for someone to step forward and knock on the door using the same 32-beat rhythm. Thinking it was other associates arriving, Kongbo gently opened the door, only to be apprehended by the police, who swiftly restrained him. The other officers broke in, while Yunfei waited outside. The team leader, wary of potential danger, did not allow him to follow. Eventually, the two men inside were brought out, and the police searched the premises based on the information provided by Yunfei, leading them to the cellar. Upon descending the steps, they discovered 5 or 6 children unconscious within. The children had been found. The officers each grabbed a child and hurriedly ascended the stairs. The team leader, seeing the unconscious children, urgently instructed, quickly take them to the health station in town. The other officers, filled with anger, kicked the men on the ground. The team leader pretended not to see. If it weren't for his duties, he would have wanted to kick them himself. Thank you for your report, Comrade Yunfei. Please accompany us back to the station to provide a statement. There may be commendations forthcoming. The team leader graciously shook Yunfei's hand, expressing his gratitude. Yunfei smiled, saying it was unnecessary. He only wished to see those traffickers brought to justice. After leaving the police station, Yunfei found a hotel, took a refreshing shower, and went to sleep, as he was indeed exhausted. Upon waking, he felt less dazed. After checking out, he caught a ride and returned to the village, carrying some gifts. Knocking on the door, it was Lu Kuei's grandmother who answered, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried. Mother, what happened? Yunfei naturally knew the reason, but chose not to reveal it, as the police had assured him they would not disclose the identity of the informant. Yunfei, you've returned. Come in and sit. Once inside, after pouring him a bowl of water, Lu Kuei's grandmother cried out, it's all because of that foolish aunt of hers. She actually sold Sanya. She is her biological mother. How could her heart be so cruel? This morning, the police came and took her away. And only then did we learn that she had sold Sanya. What a sin. As she recounted the events, Meng Mu cried, clearly heartbroken. The narrative also indicated that after Yin Xiao was abducted, Meng Mu had wept daily, feeling guilty for her daughter's untimely death. She had secretly taken money to search for Yin Xiao, only to be discovered by Meng Fu, who had beaten her. She was already advanced in age, and after enduring a beating, her health deteriorated further. The added distress of Yin Xiao's disappearance weighed heavily on her heart, and by the following spring, she succumbed to her sorrows. The Ing family, though not particularly biased towards sons over daughters, felt disheartened by Ing Xiao's marriage to Ynfi, leading Ing F to believe that raising a daughter was indeed futile. Consequently, he showed little interest in Ing Gm's daughter, with only Ing M genuinely caring for her granddaughter. At this moment, Ing F and the eldest of the Ing family had gone to the town, seeking ways to extricate their kin from trouble. After all, in this era, a family with a daughter-in-law who had spent time in prison would find it difficult to hold their heads high in the community. I left half of the gifts behind and spent considerable time persuading Ing M before she finally departed. He then took the remaining gifts to the head of the brigade, discussing the situation with him and requesting that he keep a close eye on Ing M. Should anything arise, he could be contacted via the phone number he provided, which belonged to YNG's elder brother. I stayed with the brigade leader for several days, visiting Ing M to offer her encouragement whenever the father and son were away on work. He deliberately avoided interactions with those unrelated to their plight, not wishing to engage with extraneous individuals. Caring for Ing M was essential to him, as she held a significant place in Yn Lku's heart. She had been the sole light in Yn Xiao's previous life. During these days, in addition to encouraging Ing M, Ynfi instilled in her various thoughts, advising that if she ever wished to leave her current life, she should seek out the brigade leader, who would ensure her well-being in her later years. Upon hearing this, M could not help but weep, exclaiming that he was a good man, lamenting that she had not been able to wait for him. She declared her intent to remain, satisfied as long as he and her son were well. I did not press her further. He had already requested the brigade leader to ensure her safety from harm. Before leaving, he slipped her 50 yuan, and then he embarked on a train back to Guing SH. The police station continued to track down the accomplices of the three individuals, both sellers and buyers. Thus, no verdict had yet been reached. GM was still awaiting her sentence in prison. However, her daughter, SNY, was returned after spending a day in the hospital, and upon first sight, I felt that she was a second version of Shio. After all, she was a year older than Shio. Timid and shy, she cowered beside M, clad in tattered and ill-fitting garments, thin and dark, with bruises adorning her body. Despite her pitiable state, I could only assist her by comforting M, as he was unable to do more. The world is filled with unfortunate children, and he could only strive to protect his LQ. Upon returning to Guing SH, he spent time playing with LQ, but regrettably took her back to daycare once it opened. In the evenings after class, YNF and YNM would help pick her up, taking her back home before returning to their jobs in the morning. He did not pursue the job assigned to him after graduation, instead continuing with his trading business. By 1983, his enterprise began to flourish, prompting him to expand significantly. He withdrew his savings to acquire several shops and ventured into the wholesale clothing business. On September 1st, 1985, little LQ reached the age for primary school, and I made a special effort to rise early to escort her. The 7-year-old LQ appeared as if she had been proportionately enlarged, showing little change from her younger self. I rode his motorcycle to the school gate, meticulously advising her, anxious that she might be bullied. However, the young girl could not perceive her father's concern, bouncing joyfully into the campus without a hint of reluctance. Fearing she might struggle to adapt, he made a point to pick her up every day after school, inquiring gently about her experiences. After all, primary school was vastly different from daycare, which had only a handful of nearby children. Every day, LQ returned home brimming with happiness, recounting what she had learned, the friends she had made, and how kind her teachers were, assuring him that she could always raise her hand for help when needed. Once he was certain she was adjusting well, I entrusted the task of picking her up to YNF and YNM. Years later, as YNFI's business continued to prosper, YNF and YNM had retired. On the day LQ graduated from primary school, I solemnly accompanied her to her new school. This time, his motorcycle had transformed into a sleek black car. Guing SH had embraced the early days of reform and opening up, making affluent families a common sight, and the children attending this school hailed from well-to-do backgrounds. Numerous cars were parked outside, with some individuals opportunistically using the moment to expand their networks. After witnessing LQ joyfully enter the school, I politely conversed with the group of businessmen before taking his leave. Mastering the art of networking was the most refined skill he had honed over the years. By the early 1990s, I was prepared to invest all his resources into the real estate sector, aspiring for little LQ to lead a joyous life as a carefree landlord, free to pursue her dreams. Despite his busy schedule focused on wealth accumulation, he consistently made time for LQ, ensuring he returned home to be with her whenever she was present. On his days off, he would take her on excursions. During her summer break in the 3rd grade, I brought her back to visit the Hong Ti-ing production brigade to see her grandparents. Had only reached out to him twice over the years, not seeking assistance, but merely wanting to inquire about LQ's well-being. After GM's arrest, law enforcement had apprehended the entire gang of traffickers, and she received a sentence of over a year along with a fine of 100 yuan. It was rumored that upon returning home, DG had brutally beaten his daughter, blaming her for GM's imprisonment and unleashing his anger upon her. The situation escalated to the point where the Women's Committee intervened, warning DG, but such warnings only had a temporary effect. He insisted that the child was disobedient and that the beatings were meant for her education. The Women's Committee was powerless to intervene further. could only weep and secretly provide her child with food after each beating. Hearing this, YNFI sighed and ruffled LQ's hair, feeling fortunate for their circumstances. Despite his reluctance to be entangled in the Ing family's troubles, he still took Ku back, as he had heard of M's declining health. Unfortunately, the visit was not pleasant. Ming and his wife greedily demanded money for raising Ku and for the costs incurred from Shi's death, leaving him incredulous. Do you realize that extortion also leads to imprisonment? If I give you money, I could turn around and report you. Would you dare to ask for it? After staying a few days, I returned to Gu Ing Sh with Ku. The next news about the Ing family reached him 2 years later, when Ku was in 5th grade. Ing had passed away, while Yn Shio had not been lost, and with Yn Fi's special care. She lived a few more years than in her previous life. Yn I took Ku back to pay her final respects. When they departed, he also relocated Ing Shi's grave, so that Ku would not have to return alone in the future to pay her respects. From that point on, Yn Fi and Yn Ku never returned to that small mountain village, as if those tragic years had never existed. In middle school, while Yn Fi busied himself with real estate and wholesale clothing, he remained attentive to Ku's school life, deeply concerned that she might become romantically involved at such a young age. He continuously instilled in her the importance of avoiding early relationships. Father is not an unreasonable man. He understands that young girls yearn for love. However, we must wait until university to engage in such matters, and it is essential that he oversees it personally. For many young men, outside lack responsibility. At 15, Yin Lukui gazed at the handsome and refined man before her, who, despite nearing 40, still exuded charm. Her heart filled with complexity. Father, what about you? Do you still dream of love? Upon hearing this, Yin Fei shook his head and affectionately tousled Lukui's hair. I do not yearn for love. My sole desire is to cultivate your talents, so that a century hence, I may face your mother with pride. This was not pressure from Yin Fei, but rather a reflection of his confidence in his daughter, who had always excelled academically without needing adult supervision. But I have grown up. My mother has been gone for over a decade. Lukui's eyes brimmed with concern for her father, often pondering just how remarkable her mother must have been to have captivated him for a lifetime. Father, I am no longer 5. I am 15 now and understand. You need not worry about me. I do not oppose you finding a stepmother to care for you. Aunt, you would be quite suitable. I wish for your happiness and do not want to see you so weary. Yin Fei shook his head. I will not remarry, not because of you. Do not overthink it. Do you find me bothersome, wishing for me to seek someone else to annoy me? How could I dare? You have your own convictions. Grandfather and grandmother have urged you for a decade, yet you remain steadfast. Lukui feigned a look of discontent as she spoke. Yin Fei chuckled softly and sent her off to do her homework. Time passed quickly, and soon Yin Lukui was preparing for her college entrance examinations. Now a wealthy man, Yin Fei waited anxiously outside the examination hall like any ordinary parent. His assistant, Yu, felt quite out of place beside him. This man was undoubtedly exceptional, wealthy, handsome, and single for many years. A good husband and father, yet he was not hers. Despite being by his side for so long, she felt like an iceberg, untouched. Yin Fei, thank you for the invitation. In our hearts, we share the same gender, sister. As the examination concluded, students surged out like fish leaping from water. After scanning the crowd for some time, Yin Fei finally spotted his daughter and rushed to her side. My dear, are you tired? Come, let me wipe your sweat and take you out for a meal. Where would you like to go? The girl, affectionately called Baby, had large expressive eyes and a charming apple-shaped face, now beaming with a radiant smile. Not tired. Father, did I not say I was busy? Look at your attire. You must have rushed here from a meeting. Liqui frowned in discontent. Understood. Could I possibly ignore my daughter's words? I truly had time. I arrived right after the meeting. The employees chimed in. Indeed, we can testify. We merely started work 2 hours early for triple overtime pay. Quite a delight. Lukui did not disappoint Yin Fei's careful training, achieving the highest score in the city and securing admission to Beida. Upon receiving the news, Yin Fei hosted a grand 7-day banquet at the most luxurious hotel in Guang City, inviting all to celebrate. Thus, the people of Guang City learned of the heiress who had gained admission to Beida. With a prestigious family background, remarkable talent, and beauty, Yin Lukui became the envy of many young women. However, during her freshman year, her beloved grandparents passed away just a month apart. Chapter 16. The knowledge-seeking father initially. Her grandparents struggled to accept Yin Lukuei, but eventually, they showered her with love. Yin Dage's family had 2 children, a son and a daughter, sparing the grandparents any concern. Only Yin Fei caused them lifelong worry. They feared he would remain single and lonely while also fearing that remarriage would bring hardship to Lukuei. After several unsuccessful introductions, each rejected by Yun Fei on the grounds of incompatibility, they ceased their efforts. After taking leave to bid farewell to her grandparents, Lukuei returned to university to resume her studies. Yun Fei purchased a house near the university for her, while he busied himself with the affairs of the Jing City branch. To share her father's burdens, she chose to major in finance. Although she maintained a low profile at school, her clothing, custom tailored by her father's company, revealed her privileged background to her peers. Recently, she began to experience troubles. A male classmate was persistently pursuing her, yet she held no affection for him. After firmly rejecting his advances several times, he seemed oblivious to her disinterest. Today marked their freshman class reunion, where the same male classmate once again knelt before her with a bouquet of red roses, professing his love. Lukuei, I adore you. I wish to cherish you like a princess for life. Will you be with me? He declared earnestly. However, Lukuei discerned a glint of calculation in his eyes behind his earnest facade. This classmate had an excellent reputation, was handsome, academically gifted, and possessed a sunny disposition, making him popular among many girls. Yet, she could not bring herself to like him, having witnessed his violent behavior toward a distressed girl. With a father as admirable as Yin Fei, she could not lower her standards to a man who would assault a woman in public. Additionally, she had inadvertently learned about this classmate's background. Like her, he came from a single-parent family. His father had passed away early, and his mother had raised him alone, struggling with 3 sisters who had dropped out of school to support his education. Around them, classmates urged, "Get together. Agree to him." Lukuei, feeling exasperated, frowned and firmly rejected. Yang Jianhui, I believe I have mentioned several times that I have no intention of dating. I understand. It's all right. I'm willing to wait until you wish to date. Huh. As Lukuei frowned, preparing to clarify her stance further, a boy stood at the doorway of the room, snickering disdainfully. TSK. She is the daughter of Lian Group, yet you expect her to become a princess in your slum. What are you thinking? Lukuei recognized him as the son of her father's business partner, whom she had dined with the previous week. Miss Yin, good to see you again. The boy greeted her. Good evening, Mr. Zheng, Lukuei replied with a friendly smile. The classmates buzzed with astonishment. Oh my. Lukuei is actually the daughter of Lian Group. No wonder her clothes are all bespoke. Each piece is unique. The realization that she was the heiress of Lian Group transformed their perception of her, who they initially thought merely came from wealth. They had heard that the chairman of Lian was a golden bachelor with only one daughter, destined to inherit the family business. No wonder the boy had mocked Yang Jianhui's family as a slum. Yang Jianhui, feeling humiliated, confronted Lukuei. So, you reject me because I am poor? Or is it because you are involved with this wealthy young man? If you dislike me, just say so. Why must you humiliate me like this? Zheng Yang, displeased, attempted to speak again, but Lukuei interrupted him, nonchalantly shrugging him aside. Am I giving you too much face? I have repeatedly stated that I do not like you and do not wish to date. You refuse to hear a word of it? Lukuei mockingly surveyed him from head to toe as she continued, and you might be overestimating yourself. What value do you possess that would make me feel compelled to insult you? Initially, out of consideration for our shared experience as classmates, I intended to show you some courtesy. However, you truly cannot withstand this humiliation. Let us discuss the incident from 3 months ago when you violently assaulted that girl in Chaoyangong Yuan. Oh, and what about the post in the forum slandering me? Claiming I was being kept by someone? I was simply leaving in my family's chauffeur-driven car, completely unaware of when our family had fallen to such depths that I would need a benefactor. This exchange left Yang Jianhui utterly humiliated, compelling him to leave the private room, although he hesitated to discard the memories of the confrontation. The classmates remained behind, whispering among themselves. My goodness, I never would have imagined that post was authored by Yang Jianhui. Wasn't he fond of Lukuei? Why would he resort to such actions? Classmate, you are still too naive. After apologizing to everyone, Yin Lukuei departed early. Zheng Yang followed her out, unlike the dapper attire he wore during their previous dinner. Today he donned casual jeans and a shirt, resembling a young gentleman. Where does Miss Yun plan to head at this late hour? May I escort you? Yun Lukuei politely declined, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang, but no need. I have contacted my family's chauffeur. Given the close relationship between our families, don't you think calling me Mr. Zhang is overly formal? Please call me by my name. May I call you Lukuei? Zheng Yang said playfully while walking backward. Yun Lukuei smiled, responding, Of course, that is the purpose of names. Upon her chauffeur's arrival, she bid farewell, leaving Zheng Yang behind to watch her retreating figure. How delightful, he mused. He had assumed the daughter of the Liu Yin group would embody the traits of an aloof socialite, but instead, she was quite down to earth. Upon returning home, Yun Lukuei found Yun Fei waiting for her on the sofa, engrossed in a novel titled The Overbearing CEO's Pregnant Little Wife. Indeed, it was a book favored by her father, the chairman of Liu Yin Group, whose tastes were rather unique. Why are you back so early? Wasn't it a class reunion? Yun Fei inquired, always concerned for his daughter's safety while encouraging her social interactions, provided she took a bodyguard. Yun Lukuei languidly reclined on the sofa, responding, It was dull, so I returned. There is no need to trouble you with trivial matters. If it was boring, then there was no reason to attend. After all, our family is prosperous and not afraid of offending anyone. Yun Lukuei retorted silently, Dad, if I'm not a spoiled child, it is solely due to my own sense of responsibility. Oh, let it be. Being a spendthrift is fine. I'm still young enough to strive for another 20 years on your behalf. Yun Fei gazed at his daughter with affection, believing that a girl who had endured hardship in her previous life deserved sweetness in this one. Father, do you enjoy these novels because you wish to experience a love chase with an overbearing CEO and his little wife? Yun Lukuei decided against debating educational philosophies with Yun Fei, knowing he was resolutely committed to indulging her. She merely needed to maintain her own integrity. Thus, she shifted the conversation. Yun Fei replied earnestly, No, I read to gain insight into the thoughts of young women like you, so I can guide you accordingly. Spare me. I am not as immature as you, enjoying such romantic tales. You should retire early and not stay up late reading novels. Do you still have a meeting tomorrow? Yun Lukuei rolled her eyes, urging him. Reluctantly, Yun Fei set aside the novel, sighing, Darling, when will you graduate and take over for your father? I can barely find time to read. After that incident, Yang Jianhui continued to create trouble for her, spreading rumors that she looked down upon the impoverished and that she enjoyed playing with men's emotions. Yun Lukuei never disclosed these matters to Yun Fei, and he remained unaware. The family bodyguards did not report these incidents either, as Yun Fei had instructed them to protect, not to surveil, his daughter. They were to heed her commands unless her safety or mental well-being was at stake. One day, unable to tolerate Yang Jianhui any longer, Yun Lukuei ordered her bodyguard to apprehend him and deliver a thorough beating, during which Zheng Yang fortuitously witnessed the entire scene. Miss Lukuei, do you need to contemplate how to bribe me into silence? Zhang Yang deaset nonchalantly. Yun Lukuei laughed. May I treat Mr. Zhang to a meal? It would be my honor. Over the following 3 years, Zheng Yang frequently appeared by her side. He possessed a delightful sense of humor and was quite the gentleman, adept in his demeanor. With him, Yun Lukuei felt at ease, often finding herself laughing even during her most sorrowful moments. Contrary to appearances, he was not superficial. In fact, he was rather shy and had never been seen with flocks of admirers. His intelligence was commendable, having taken over the family business for over a year. However, whenever he encountered Yun Fei, he became rather timid and sought to ingratiate himself. After a few awkward encounters, Yun Fei's attitude towards him softened, much to Yun Lukuei's relief. At Yun Lukuei's graduation ceremony, he finally confessed his feelings. Lukuei, I have harbored a crush on you for 3 years. May I have the opportunity to pursue you? Zheng Yang was visibly anxious, not daring to directly ask to be her boyfriend, merely seeking a chance to transition from a regular friend to a potential romantic interest. Unbeknownst to them, their respective elders were secretly observing from a distance, anticipating the outcome. This foolish child, why is he so slow? Zheng's mother lamented. Lukuei would be better off refusing him. My silly boy does not deserve someone as wonderful as her. Zheng's father concurred, only to be scolded by his wife. How dare you nod along? Is he not your son? If Lukuei, such a remarkable daughter-in-law, is snatched away, you will be sleeping outside. Zheng's father protested. His shortcomings have nothing to do with me. Yun Fei interjected with a smile. Do not worry. My daughter is quite strong. They complement each other perfectly. Indeed, as Yun Fei suggested, the confession took an unexpected turn. No, I refuse. Yun Lukuei did not hesitate in her rejection, causing Zheng Yang's expression to fall instantly, his eyes dimming. He had believed that she at least harbored a slight affection for him. After all, over the past 3 years, she had confided in him during her moments of joy and sorrow. He thought there might be some mutual feelings, but it turned out he was merely deluding himself. I understand. Zheng Yang's voice trembled, filled with emotion, as he longed to escape and weep openly. Alas, my first love, it has not even begun before it has perished. Wait, Mr. Zheng, I like you. Would you consider embarking on a relationship with the prospect of marriage? What? Zheng Yang nearly thought he had misheard, his gaze snapping up. The girl he cherished was smiling radiantly under the sun, just as her name suggested, cradling a large jar of colorful lucky stars. Memories gradually surged to the forefront of my mind. Look away, my dear brother, received a jar of lucky stars today. A total of 1,314 stars. If it were my girlfriend, I would never allow her to fold so many stars. Yet, my tone carried a hint of envy. At that moment, Look away merely remarked. Childish. Zheng Yang, harboring a secret crush, was too absorbed in his own melancholy to notice Yun Lukuei's affectionate smile. From that day forward, Yun Lukuei purchased a plethora of origami paper and began folding stars. 5,200 of them, surpassing his count. We need not envy others. Zheng Yang anxiously stood up, grasping Yun Lukuei's fingers, exclaiming, Are you foolish? Why bother folding such things? Yun Lukuei chuckled softly. Isn't it because I saw you envying others? If they have it, we must have it too. I'm not envious of their stars. I envy their girlfriends, Zheng Yang retorted, speechless. I don't care. I've already folded them. These stars will serve as my token of affection for you. Upon hearing the words token of affection, Zheng Yang's cheeks flushed. Hesitantly, he retrieved a ring box and nervously asked, Is this suitable for my token of affection? What'll be wrong with that? It will eventually be used, came the reply. Yin Lukuei picked up the male ring and placed it on Zheng Yang's finger, while he happily adorned her with the female ring. Zheng's parents were overjoyed, yet Yin Fei stood by, gritting his teeth in frustration. This rascal, he had misjudged the situation, not realizing that beneath the guise of meekness lay a wolf who boldly made his move. After graduation, Yin Lukuei joined her family's Lu Yin group, gradually taking over the business from Yin Fei. She became so engrossed that she almost forgot about her newly appointed boyfriend. Not to mention, Yin Fei was stirring the pot behind the scenes. However, he merely threw a few challenging proposals Zheng Yang's way for him to handle. After all, upon noticing the affection in Zheng Yang's eyes for Yin Lukuei, he had already begun investigating him. He diligently observed and assessed his character, ensuring his reliability before refraining from interfering in their relationship. While he held no disdain for the less fortunate, he insisted that anyone in Yun Lukuei's life must possess good character and a respectable background. Those from complicated family situations would never be permitted near her. Take Ming Jiuma's daughter, Sanya, for example. She had once visited the Yun household, claiming to seek Yun Lukuei, only to be dismissed by Yun Fei, who recognized her ulterior motives. 2 years later, Yun Fei personally entrusted the 26-year-old Yun Lukuei to the 29-year-old Zheng Yang. Take good care of her. Do not allow her to suffer even the slightest hardship, or I shall personally retrieve her. Yun Fei threatened Zheng Yang, unable to conceal his reluctance. Father, please rest assured. I, Zheng Yang, vow that I will never allow Yun Lukuei to endure any grievances in this lifetime. Hearing the word father brought a bittersweet ache to his heart, a mixture of emotions. That once pitiful little girl had finally grown up. My name is Yin Lukuei, though I once went by another name, Yin Xiao. My existence before the age of 3.5 was quite tragic, though I no longer possess memories from that time. At the age of 12, I had a dream in which my father did not return, and my aunt secretly sold me in the dead of night. I found myself in Lu City, engaging in thievery and begging. I experienced hunger daily, often scavenging for leftover water in discarded bottles. Each day on the streets, I live a life under constant surveillance, worse than that of pigs or dogs. Yet, I felt a flicker of gratitude, for I remained obedient, preserving my hands, feet, eyes, and tongue. After I died in the dream, I awoke abruptly, crying out in anguish. My father, in the adjacent room, rushed over barefoot in a panic. It was only under his gentle reassurances that I gradually calmed down. That night, I asked my father, do people truly have past lives? After a moment of silence, he replied, perhaps some do. Some individuals suffer so greatly in their previous lives that the heavens cannot bear to watch, and thus they are granted another life. I later regarded that as merely a dream, until after my marriage, when I inadvertently learned certain truths. When I was 5, my father returned to my grandparents' home to assist the police in cracking a child trafficking case. Then, when I was 10, he secretly traveled to Lou City to help the police dismantle a human trafficker's den. Additionally, my father dedicated his life to charity, investing in laboratories that developed facial recognition software, establishing a foundation that annually donates substantial sums to orphanages and organizations that seek missing children. I began to wonder if that dream held any truth. I sought to verify it, only to be momentarily overwhelmed, for every detail aligned with my dream. The only difference was that my fate had been altered. I longed to ask my father why he never appeared in that previous life, yet I feared the answer. Thus, I buried the matter deep within my heart, choosing to forget. I reassured myself that it was merely a dream. In this lifetime, I am truly happy, blessed with a loving father, a devoted partner, and a pair of adorable twins. Hence, I found peace. My name is Zheng Yang. Although my family possesses considerable wealth, I often feel somewhat insecure, for I have fallen for an exceptionally talented girl. Her family background surpasses mine. She is not only beautiful, but also a top scholar. With a sunny disposition and a strong moral compass, she is quite remarkable. I, on the other hand, am merely a second-generation rich kid, coasting through life. Initially, I was merely curious about what kind of person the cherished pearl of Liu Yin Group's chairman truly was. The first time we met, she appeared to be an obedient girl. During our second encounter, I was captivated by the disdainful smile that graced her lips as she confronted others. By the third meeting, her boldness while confronting foes had embedded itself in my heart. Subsequently, we explored food streets together, shared drinks, and visited haunted houses. I would fearfully leap into her embrace, causing her to laugh heartily. Yet, I felt that if making a fool of myself could bring her joy, then perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. I suppose I had fallen. From the moment we first met, I had succumbed to her charm. One day, while escorting her home, I happened upon my future father-in-law. His stern demeanor made my legs weak, but I couldn't afford to panic. Liu Kuei was sent away by her father, and she looked back anxiously, glancing over her shoulder. To my surprise, I felt a strange sense of happiness, for her concern for me hinted that perhaps she held some affection for me too. Young Master Zheng, your name is quite renowned. I wonder when you became so close to Liu Kuei. Faced with the head of a major corporation, I understood that cunning tricks would be futile, so I opted for honesty. I nearly divulged every misdeed from my childhood. Perhaps my sincerity touched my future father-in-law, for he granted me a chance to prove myself. He stated, my daughter has been coddled by me. I will never allow her to marry a man incapable of providing for her. Consequently, I returned home and implored my father to allow me to join the company and learn from him. This delighted my father immensely. His foolish son had finally awakened to the family business, and he could temporarily set aside his plans for my musical pursuits. Conducting business, managing a company, and engaging in social functions can be exhausting, yet each time I converse with Liu Kuei, I feel rejuvenated. Fortuitously, hard work does not betray the diligent. In the year of L. Ku's graduation, I ascended to the position of chairman of the company. Having successfully passed the scrutiny of my father-in-law, I began to contemplate the act of confessing my feelings. However, I was overwhelmed with nervousness, despite my intentions to declare my love and subsequently propose. I found myself lacking the courage to utter even the simple question, could I be your boyfriend? Fortunately, my LQ understood me well. Although the process was fraught with complications, the outcome was ultimately favorable. I achieved my aspirations. Subsequently, we married, marking the most blissful period of my life. The moments of greatest heartache, of course, occurred during LQ's labor. Her anguished cries pierced my heart, and I wept alongside her, while my father-in-law, equally affected, shared in our sorrow. That day, both of us men lost all semblance of dignity. Upon the birth of our children, my love for them was profound, yet over time, I found myself somewhat resentful. I yearned to enjoy a simple outing to the cinema with my beloved LQ or to share tender moments. Yet, these two little rascals began to wreak havoc, and LQ, with her tender heart, indulged them. Consequently, I was left abandoned by the trio. Observing my plight, My father-in-law compassionately offered me a few novels to read, which only deepened my melancholy. You may wonder why. The title alone reveals it. The overbearing CEO battles wits with the genius baby. Once our mischievous son entered university, I felt a sense of triumph. I immediately resolved to teach him responsibility. As for our daughter, she would continue to be cherished. In the hospital room, the now middle-aged Ku and Ing stood vigil at the bedside, grasping the gnarled hand of the elderly man, tears streaming down their faces. Behind them stood two youthful figures, equally sorrowful. At 83, I lay frail upon the bed, his hair white as snow, yet his smile remained as warm and affectionate as in his youth. Do not weep. Why do you grow more tearful as you age? I recall you were never one to cry, he said gently. Father, Ku cried, her heart shattered. Almost faced death. I must go to meet your mother. In this lifetime, I take immense pride in having been your father. With those words, I slowly closed his eyes, his hand slipping from theirs. The heart monitor emitted a prolonged beep, transforming into a straight line. Father, do not leave me. Ku wailed. Ku, I am still here. I will always be by your side. Ing comforted, tears glistening in his eyes as he held Ku tightly. Chapter 19. A father who abuses upon returning to the system space. I observed that following his departure, Ku remained despondent for an extended period, consumed by worry. It was only when she began to heal with the support of her loved ones that he felt at ease. Task assessment in progress. Task objective. She owes happiness level 95. Assessment points 100. Newcomer evaluation task passed. Congratulations to the host on successful employment. For the sake of the host's mental and physical well-being, emotional ties from the previous world have been erased. Transporting to the second world. The system provided no opportunity for I to speak, swiftly relocating her once more. Indeed, it was she, within the system space. She retained her original appearance, her spirit still that of the daughter from her first life. After a dizzying whirl, I found himself in a new world. He held a belt in his hand, while on the floor lay a woman of approximately 25 years, alongside a 6-year-old boy glaring at him with hatred. Food, shattered bottles, and various debris littered the ground. The battered woman, bruised and bleeding, pleaded, Husband, do not strike Yin. If you must, then strike me instead. Her eyes reflected only fear and despair. The 6-year-old boy, resembling an enraged lion, furiously roared, If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, when I grow up, I will surely kill you. The woman swiftly gathered the boy into her arms, covering his mouth as she apologized. Husband, Yin was only joking. He would never dare. Please do not harm him. Yin, quickly apologize to your father. Say it was unintentional. However, Yin stubbornly bit his lip, unwilling to utter a word. Were it not for his mother, he would have cursed this man, declaring him not his father, for he did not wish to have such a father. The scene was too harrowing for the newly arrived I to bear. He discarded the belt and, guided by the hazy memories in his mind, slowly retreated to lie down in the room. Plot has been initiated, the newcomer phase has concluded, and the task difficulty has increased. Please ensure the happiness level of the target exceeds 90% to prevent the host from becoming arrogant. Skills acquired in the previous task will reset for the second task. The system coldly proclaimed that the rescue of the darling child did not require an arrogant father to undertake tasks. Lying on the bed, I rubbed his forehead, processing the narrative unfolding in his mind. The original identity was that of Sigh age 27. The woman he had just encountered was his wife, Ing age 25. The young boy was the darling child in need of rescue in this world. Named Ing. The child's name was chosen by Ing, who hoped that he would speak less, believing that fewer words would prevent him from provoking Ch and thus avoid punishment. Despite Su's refined name, he was, in truth, a man who drank excessively and engaged in domestic violence. This world's backdrop is set in the year 2010 on the blue planet, reminiscent yet distinct from the world of the first life. Both Su and Ing had dropped out of school after junior high to work in the city. At a factory, the 20-year-old Ing met the freshly 18-year-old girl from Chuan province, Ing. The naive girl, swept up in Ing's fervent courtship, succumbed to her dreams of love, and they began a relationship. One fateful outing to the cinema led to their return after the factory gates had closed and with no other option. She reluctantly agreed to spend the night at a hotel with her boyfriend. The pure-hearted, gentle, yet somewhat fragile girl surrendered herself under the weight of his desperate pleas. Following this, CH&W and so frequently invited her out. Fearing the loss of her boyfriend, she acquiesced time and again. However, when 3 months passed without her menstrual cycle, panic set in. Purchasing a pregnancy test from a pharmacy, she discreetly conducted the test in her dormitory. Upon seeing 2 lines, she was alarmed. Instantly, she contacted CH&W and Sue, who perhaps in that moment truly cared for her. He reassured her, "Do not fear, we shall marry, and we will bring this child into the world." In her state of panic, CH&W clung to him as though he were a lifeline, believing everything he said without question. As they were not of legal marrying age, they did not obtain a marriage certificate, and at the hospital, she was unable to receive prenatal care. CH&W did not dare to inform her family, and it was only when she was 8 months pregnant that she resigned from her job to accompany CH&W and Sue to his hometown to give birth. Upon arriving at his impoverished hometown, despite a twinge of disappointment, she kept her thoughts to herself, having grown up in hardship herself. Her boyfriend's family was equally destitute, making them compatible. Neither held disdain for the other. Yet, she never anticipated that upon returning to his hometown, her boyfriend, under the influence of his mother, would resort to violence against her. When Jean Yuezhin fell to the ground, her large belly making her predicament even more surreal, disbelief etched across her face. Chun Wenxue seemed to unleash his true nature, striking her repeatedly, only to later express remorse and acknowledge his wrongdoing. Just as Zhang Yuezhin hesitated over whether to flee from Chun Wenxue, she found herself propelled into action. Perhaps it was the dizziness that plagued her that day, compelling her to lie down and rest for the afternoon. Upon returning home after a night of drinking, Chun Wenxue's mother lamented to him, "At my age, I still have to look after your wife. What kind of daughter-in-law spends her days doing nothing but sleeping? This life has become unbearable. Having a wife means forgetting your mother. Had I known this, I should have ended it at birth. How is it that at this age, a young girl must be bullied?" With red-rimmed eyes, Chun Wenxue entered the house, dismissing Zhang Yuezhin's attempts at explanation, and unleashed a torrent of violence upon her. Consequently, the child was born prematurely. Perhaps a flicker of concern for Zhang Yuezhin lingered in Chun Wenxue's heart. When his mother opposed sending her to the hospital, he disregarded her wishes, borrowing a vehicle to transport Zhang Yuezhin to the hospital. Later, a cesarean section brought forth a baby boy, whom they named Chun Myn. Upon witnessing the exorbitant medical bills, Chun Wenxue regretted his decision to seek hospital care, lamenting that in their village, childbirth had never necessitated such extravagance. It was this very resentment that led him to harbor ill feelings towards young Myn, allowing his mother to torment Zhang Yuezhin during her confinement, while he chose to remain an indifferent bystander. Each time Zhang Yuezhin felt overwhelmed, the sight of her child's smiling face inspired her to persevere. Afraid of her family's scorn for her premarital pregnancy, she refrained from seeking their help. Unable to leave the Chun household, she found herself devoid of funds. Her identification held captive by Chun Wenxue, and her heart unwilling to part with her child. Leaving the Chun family with the child meant she would struggle to find work and provide for them both. Thus, she endured, swallowing the relentless anguish. While Chun Wenxue worked, she remained in his hometown, suffering daily under the relentless scrutiny of his mother. When Chen Myn turned 2, in order to register his household, Zhang Yuezhin acquiesced to obtaining a marriage certificate. Following the registration, Chun Wenxue brought her and their child back to SHNSH, renting a modest 1-bedroom apartment. Zhang Yuezhin believed she had finally escaped her torment, only to be met with a more ferocious tempest. Chun Wenxue worked alternating shifts and, upon returning home, would often indulge in alcohol, leading to violent outbursts against her. He would strike her whether or not he had been drinking, berating her over trivial matters such as the taste of the food or the laundry not drying due to inclement weather. Any excuse sufficed for his aggression. Initially, he would apologize afterward, but soon it became a grim routine. After receiving his salary, aside from rent and utilities, he would allocate nothing to her, reserving his earnings for smoking and drinking. Each day, Zhang Yuezhin, burdened with little Myn, worked as a dishwasher, crafted handmade goods. and scavenged for bottles to sustain their meager household expenses. Thus, the three of them struggled in SH for 4 arduous years. Whenever Zhang Yuezhen contemplated leaving Chen Wenxue, her love for Chen Myn held her back, for leaving with him would be a daunting challenge. Despite enduring brutal beatings, she found solace in the fact that at least they had a roof over their heads. As the story unfolded, Chen Myn began attending school. But due to their impoverished circumstances, he frequently faced bullying, ridicule, and isolation. Yet, he had learned the art of silent endurance, motivated solely by the desire to bring joy to his mother's weary heart. Regardless of the hardships, he remained determined to pursue his education, believing that academic achievement would serve as a fitting tribute to her sacrifices. However, even with such resilience, life continued to deal him harsh blows. In middle school, while boarding, he was falsely accused by a roommate of stealing money. When the teacher summoned his parents, it was his mother who arrived. She profusely apologized to the other family, promising compensation and pleading for them not to involve the police. The woman, who had spent a lifetime yielding to adversity, chose to submit to humiliation, even though she knew her son was innocent. Upon returning home, Chen Wenxue, feeling ashamed of his son, prepared to punish him with a belt. In a moment of chaos, he inadvertently shoved Zhang Yuezhen, who had intervened, causing her to fall upon a shattered bottle, blood spilling across the floor. Chen Wenxue, checking for his own escape, failed to notice the despair radiating from behind him. Chen Myn. By the time Chen Wenxue remembered his son could serve as a witness, Myn had already dialed for help. Thus, he became a child without parents, unable to continue his education, rejected by all. Consequently, he dropped out and sought work. But his young age barred him from most employment opportunities. He could only find temporary jobs, living a life of sporadic meals, gradually succumbing to the allure of alcohol. Though thankfully, he never resorted to violence. Ultimately, at the age of 23, he succumbed to the depths of despair, drowning after a drunken fall into the river. In his final moments, he despised himself, realizing he had become a reflection of his father, sinking into the mire of existence. In another life, he wished to live with purity and integrity. The narrative was profoundly tragic, leaving Yun Fei feeling a sense of melancholy. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to confront the pitiable mother and son outside. Reflecting on his past experiences of nurturing a daughter, he felt as though he were merely a spectator, devoid of any real emotional connection. He recognized that this detachment stemmed from the system's separation of emotions. Perhaps it was for the best, for he could not guarantee his own sanity otherwise. Reluctant to face Zhang Yuezhen and her child, he decided instead to take a shower and lay down to sleep. The bed, kept immaculate by Zhang Yuezhen's daily efforts, bore no unpleasant odor. Meanwhile, in the living room, the mother and son felt a sense of relief after surviving another ordeal. Although they were uncertain why Chen Wenxue had refrained from further violence that day, any reduction in suffering was a blessing. Young Chen Myn assisted his mother in tidying up the disarray of the living room. The food spilled on the floor was salvaged by Zhang Yuezhen, who meticulously cleaned and reheated the remnants, and together they quietly finished their meal. That food represented a day's hard labor, and skipping this meal would mean enduring hunger until the next day. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Zhang Yuezhen bathed her child and fell asleep on the living room sofa. They dared not enter the bedroom, fearing that any noise might provoke another violent outburst from Chen Wenxue. The following morning, Zhang Yuezhen awoke later than usual, anxious that Chen Wenxue might rise and, finding no breakfast, take his anger out on her and their child. Hastily, she rushed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, only to discover that porridge had already been cooked and several buns awaited them on the dining table. With the bedroom door ajar and empty, it was evident that Chen Wenxue had already left for work. Zhang Yuezhen pondered what thoughts might be haunting Chen Wenxue, gently waking Chen Myn. After he had risen, washed up, and eaten breakfast, the two hurriedly made their way to the place of work, only to find out from Sister Lin that there were already enough workers for the day. Left with no other option, they resorted to collecting bottles to sell for scrap. As the sun set, their efforts yielded a meager 10 yuan. Zhang Yuezhen returned home in disarray, cradling her child. With only a few eggs and a handful of bok choy in her possession, she knew that upon returning home, Chen Wenxue would likely lash out at her for the absence of meat, the pain from yesterday's injuries still lingering. Standing before the threshold of her home, she hesitated for quite a while before mustering the courage to step inside. Before Chan Wenxue returned from work, she diligently tidied up the house, washed the clothes, and prepared dinner. Chun Mo Yin obediently followed her, assisting in wiping the table, fetching hangers, and washing vegetables. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yin Fei stood outside the door, his expression mirroring that of Zhang Yuzhen, wearing a countenance that suggested a readiness to face any dire consequences. "I'm back," he greeted politely. The system did not require him to maintain a FAAD, so he presumed it unnecessary. After all, he could never bring himself to commit acts of violence against his wife and child. Zhang Yuzhen, trembling, brought the dishes to the table. Her voice frantic as she explained, "The temp job today didn't need anyone, so I had no money to buy meat. I promise I will go early tomorrow." "All right, let us eat." Zhang Yuzhen had already closed her eyes, bracing herself for the anticipated onslaught. Yet to her surprise, only a gentle remark was uttered. Stealing a glance at Chan Wenshue's expression, she noted its calmness, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps he was not in the mood for violence today, so she obediently served the meal. Yun Fei, observing with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Have you and Mo Yin eaten?" It was unclear which nerve this question struck in Zhang Yuzhen, as her complexion immediately paled, and she hurriedly clarified, "No, we haven't cheated." Yun Fei sighed, recognizing the woman's anxiety as a result of the original owner's misdeeds. "Then let us call Mo Yin over for dinner." "No need. You just eat." Zhang Yuzhen timidly declined, her head bowed. Yin Fei was genuinely unaware of what the mother and son had consumed, as the original owner's memories encompassed little beyond work and drunken violence. The household details had never truly registered in his mind, and the narrative only provided a vague outline. Thus, he asked, "Since you haven't eaten yet, what will you have later? Did you save any food?" Zhang Yuzhen trembled in fear. "No, dear husband, we wouldn't dare. I only made porridge for little Yin. I can go hungry. He is still young." Yin Fei slapped himself, not in self-reproach, but out of frustration with the original self. "Ouch, that stings." Zhang Yuzhen and Chun Mo Yin exchanged strange glances, pondering if he had lost his sanity. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "It's nothing. I just swatted a mosquito. Now, bring the food over and let us eat together." Reluctantly, though she did not wish to dine alongside Chun Wenxue, Zhang Yuzhen comforted little Mo Yin and returned from the kitchen with 2 bowls of porridge. "Sigh," Yin Fei lamented, swapping his meal for Mo Yin's bowl of porridge. "Dad wants porridge, you eat the rice." Before Chun Mo Yin could protest, Yin Fei provided an explanation. He then began to consume the watery porridge, which contained hardly any rice. Noticing that the mother and son were not taking any vegetables, he helped himself to a generous serving of scrambled eggs, finishing the meal in silence. The sound of Chun Wenshue's stomach growling caused Zhang Yuzhen's complexion to change dramatically. In a pleading tone, she asked, "Shall I go make you some noodles?" She was terrified, fearing his wrath might result in violence against them both. Yin Fei nodded in agreement and gently inquired, "Is there any noodles left at home? If not, I can go buy some. There's a little left." As Zhang Yuzhen prepared to rise, Yin Fei insisted she remain seated. "Never mind, you eat. I will prepare it myself." After he entered the kitchen, Zhang Yuzhen realized how peculiar he was behaving today. Chen Mo Yin, true to his name, silently consumed his meal, secretly wishing his father would remain calm. The sounds of clattering from the kitchen reached Zhang Yuzhen, who sat at the dining table, feeling restless and unable to savor her food. She had never stepped into a kitchen, not even during her courtship, and now he was cooking noodles. As time passed slowly, she wrestled with the idea of stepping in to assist, fearing he might accuse her of laziness and strike her again. Just as she gathered the courage to enter, Yin Fei emerged carrying a large bowl of noodles. Observing the leftover eggs in the bowl, he understood they had not been touched by the mother and son. With an increasing frequency of sighs, he divided the remaining eggs between their bowls. "Here, eat. I have noodles." After dinner, Yin Fei waited for the mother and son to finish their baths before he himself washed up, casually cleaning and hanging all 3 of their garments. Zhang Yuzhen stood in the living room like a statue, her eyes somewhat vacant. Little Mo Yin, exhausted from a long day alongside his mother, had already fallen into a deep slumber on the sofa. "Why?" Yin Fei did not comprehend her meaning. Zhang Yuzhen lifted her gaze, her eyes flickering as she scrutinized the man before her, and suddenly, she smiled. "How wonderful!" With that, She lay down beside little Mo Yin, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep, though tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. This left Yun Fei perplexed, sensing she might have perceived something, yet choosing not to voice it. Regardless, he had no intention of concealing the truth. If she had seen through it, so be it. The unspoken understanding made their interactions less burdensome. Go sleep in the bedroom with the child. Resting on the sofa is not good for his neck. He anticipated needing to persuade her further. To his surprise, Zhang Yuzhen simply acquiesced, gently lifting her child and heading to the bedroom. Once they had departed, Yun Fei claimed the sofa and succumbed to slumber. The following day, Zhang Yuzhen awoke late once more. Last night, she had pondered Chen Wenshua's matters, unable to find sleep, and, consequently, she had failed to rise on time. Their home lacked an alarm clock, as Chen Wenxue would beat her if he discovered her spending money frivolously, even if that money was not his. Typically, if she overslept, he would be filled with rage and drag her out of bed to punish her. Yet for the past 2 days, she had awakened naturally. As Zhang Yuzhen entered the living room, she found a note on the dining table. It read, "I received my paycheck yesterday. I withdrew 1,000 yuan from the bank for you to use for household expenses. Buy whatever you need. Do not take on temp work. It is too exhausting. Take good care of yourself and the child. Purchase nutritious ingredients and get enough for 5 people." The note was pressed under a box containing 1,000 yuan. Trembling, Zhang Yuzhen picked up the money, tears blurring her vision. She collapsed onto the floor, stifling her cries to avoid waking her child. Little Mo Yin, however, had already heard her and stood in the shadow of the doorway, filled with hatred for his own helplessness. The small child gathered his courage after several attempts. Stepping out to plead with Zhang Yuzhen, "Mom, please leave." Wiping her tears, she lovingly ruffled his hair. "What are you saying? Where can your mother go? Mom, please go. I beg you. I'm his son. He won't kill me. Just go." Tears streamed down Chen Mo Yin's young face as he cried out, urging his mother to leave. Neighbors had implored her to abandon that man, yet she refused, knowing it was because of him. He feared losing his mother, selfishly pleading with her not to abandon him. Yet now, he realized that his thoughts were selfish compared to her suffering. He longed to grow up quickly and take his mother away from that man, but growing up would take an eternity. He feared that his mother might not live to see him grow up. The man grew increasingly violent, and his heart ached for his mother. "Mother, you should leave. You have money now. Go wherever you want, just don't come back. When I grow up, I will come find you." Xiao Mo Yan's cries, filled with desperation, pierced Zhang Yuzhen's heart like daggers. She held her child tightly, weeping and choking on her tears. "Mother won't leave. Xiao Yan is not grown yet. Mother is not going anywhere. But he will kill you. I'm not afraid of him. I am his son. He won't really kill me." Zhang Yuzhen shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she caressed Xiao Mo Yan's cheek, assuring him, "He won't hurt me again. Look, hasn't he stopped hitting people these past few days? He is your father. He will change." Little Mo Yin, still too young to comprehend, sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. He pouted, insisting, "Then you should save some money. If he hits you again, just run away, okay?" Zhang Yuzhen, recalling her own suspicions, nodded resolutely. "All right, Mother will hide some money. If he hits us again, I will take you and run." Chapter 22. The abusive father Yun Fei, still searching for work outside, was unaware that his wife and child were preparing to flee. He was busy moving bricks on the construction site. Originally hired as a laborer, he quickly demonstrated his skills and was promoted to a more demanding position. The work was exhausting, but the pay was substantial. With his lifelong experience in construction, he earned a good wage today, more than he would have in a factory job, and finished earlier, which was why he had resigned the previous day. Blessed with unusual strength and an unwavering work ethic, he was determined to provide for his child. He opted for weekly pay since he was only a temporary worker. As the sun set, the foreman called for everyone to wrap up. Yun Fei swiftly descended from the scaffolding, gathered his tools, and prepared to head home. The foreman praised him. "You did well, young man. Interested in working with me consistently?" Yun Fei understood this was an offer for a permanent position, but declined, knowing that the next project might be far from home. He had already planned his path, a habit formed since childhood, set a goal, and move steadily toward it. "Thank you, but my child is too small. I wouldn't feel at ease being far from home. I appreciate your understanding. Work hard. Be here by 8 tomorrow." The foreman patted Yun Fei's shoulder, clearly impressed by him. Carrying a box of pure milk, Yin Fei arrived home before darkness fell. I'm back. Zhang Yuzhan approached anxiously. Darling, why are you home so early today? I haven't finished cooking. Initially taken aback by her calling him darling, he had since grown accustomed to it. I resigned and found a new job. Here, some milk. You and Xiaoyan drink it first. I ordered it, and it will take a few days to start delivery, so remember to pick some up in the mornings. Zhang Yuzhan noticed Yin Fei's dusty appearance and wanted to ask about his new job, but hesitated, responding only to whatever he said. Once Yin Fei had showered and changed out of his filthy clothes, Zhang Yuzhan had prepared dinner. Since Yin Fei had specifically requested enough food for 5, she assumed they would have guests and spared no effort in the meal. After setting 4 dishes and a soup on the table, she cautiously inquired, Darling, are there guests? Yin Fei shook his head in confusion. No. Did you invite someone? But didn't you say to prepare food for 5? Yes, call Xiaoyan out to eat. Xiao Yin, after helping his mother with chores, would retreat to his room to stare blankly. Yin Fei couldn't help but worry that the child might be developing some psychological issues. The room was bare, and there was no television in the house. Zhang Yuzhan didn't even have a phone. At the dinner table, Yin Fei mentioned, let us send Xiaoyan to kindergarten in September. It's already May, so we should start preparing. Zhang Yuzhan joyfully encouraged Xiaoyan to thank his father. However, Xiao remained silent, quietly consuming his meal. When Yin Fei offered him some vegetables, he accepted without fussing, well aware that every meal was hard-earned. That night, the mother and son shared a room, while Yin Fei slept on the sofa. After waking, Yin Fei headed to work alone, and for 3 months, the family of 3 coexisted in sharp contrast. In mid-August, the project concluded, and Yin Fei received his final paycheck. He returned home joyfully, and, upon hearing the door open, Zhang Yuzhan approached warmly. Darling, why are you home so early? 3 months of tranquil living had allowed her to gradually adapt to Yin Fei, and she could now face him with ease rather than trepidation. The project is finished. I'll wash up first, then take you 2 out shopping. Let's eat out. All right, she replied. However, Xiao pouted, dissatisfied, sensing that not only had his father changed, but so had his mother. Zhang Yuzhan sighed and gently urged, Xiaoyan, isn't your father doing well now? Why are you still sulking? Xiaoyan's eyes reddened. I can't forget how he hurt you. I can't help but hate him. Zhang Yuzhan, filled with maternal concern, embraced her child tightly. Just then, Yin Fei, having finished changing into clean clothes, stood at the door, his heart in turmoil. After collecting himself, he stepped out of the bathroom. The mother and son had just concluded their heartfelt conversation and now looked at him with complex emotions. Though he had tanned considerably, the smell of smoke and alcohol had vanished. Yin Fei smiled. What is going on, you two? Why are you staring at me like that? Is my face dirty? No. Let us go. We're going shopping. The family of 3 strolled through the nearby pedestrian street, where the evening was still lively. Yin Fei entered a women's clothing store, selecting a few outfits for Zhang Yuzhan. Though she was not conventionally beautiful, her figure was remarkable with the right attire. Her 5 out of 10 looks could easily reach 7. When she emerged in a new dress, Yin Fei genuinely complimented, You look wonderful. Xiao Montakyan, Zulmavat Datsit. Had never seen his mother like this before. She appeared so enchanting that it felt like a dream. After purchasing 4 outfits, they proceeded to a children's clothing store to buy Xiao Yin new clothes and shoes. The past 3 months had been hectic, and Yin Fei, eager to earn more, had returned home late and exhausted, lacking the energy to take them out shopping. The 6-year-old, with his serious expression, looked adorable in his overalls. And the salesgirl nearby praised, Your child is so cute. After buying the clothes, Yin Fei contemplated taking them out to eat. However, Zhang Yuzhan interjected, Let us just grab a bowl of noodles. We've spent a lot today, and you haven't bought anything for yourself. I work dirty. There is no need to buy anything. It would ruin the clothes. It's rare to take you out. Let us eat something good. We can have noodles anytime. With bags in hand, Yin Fei led the way, while Zhang Yuzhan held Xiao Yin's hand, trailing behind. Watching Yin Fei's slender figure ahead, Zhang Yuzhan felt tears welling in her eyes and quickly wiped them away, fearing someone might see. Xiao Moyan could not comprehend the thoughts swirling in her mother's heart. She merely assumed that her mother was feeling discontented. Mama, what is wrong? It's nothing, dear. Mama simply thinks that everything is quite well as it is. The family of three indulged in a seafood buffet and later took Xiao Moyan to play on some amusement rides at the mall entrance. Ultimately, they purchased a robot for him and stocked up on fruits and milk before heading home. On the way back, Chun Moyan's face visibly brightened, and he walked with a newfound buoyancy. Chapter 23. A father who may be abusive the following day, Yun Fei, unusually, did not rise early and instead slumbered until 10 o'clock. Zhang Yuezhen was already in the kitchen preparing lunch, keeping Yun Fei's breakfast warm in the pot, just sufficient for his appetite, so she had to prepare something more for lunch. For the past 3 months, Yun Fei had been contributing to the household expenses, occasionally bringing back necessities from work. Consequently, she had not taken Xiao Moyan out to do odd jobs or collect bottles in quite some time. All because of Yun Fei's words. He did not wish for Xiao Moyan to grow up feeling inferior. Xiao Moyan was in the living room, joyfully tinkering with the robot, attempting to dismantle and reassemble it. After the meal, Yun Fei helped to clear the dishes for washing. He then called out to Zhang Yuezhen. Yuezhen, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Obediently, Zhang Yuezhen took a seat on the sofa. Although Xiao Moyan continued to play with the robot, he perked up his little ears to eavesdrop. Seeing the mother and son poised with anticipation, Yun Fei chuckled softly. There was really nothing of great significance. Merely a discussion about Moyan's schooling. September was fast approaching, and he had secured a spot for the child at a nearby private elementary school. Once he commenced his studies, Yun Fei planned to acquire goods to sell at a market stall, having saved some capital over the past 3 months. What do you think? He asked. Zhang Yuezhen, lacking in opinions, simply replied with a nervous "that sounds fine." Yun Fei sighed inwardly. He had contemplated divorcing Zhang Yuezhen in a couple of years, for he understood his own circumstances well. Although he possessed what he ought to have, his spirit remained that of a carefree youth, and the notion of having a wife felt somewhat unbearable. However, Zhang Yuezhen's temperament would make it easy for anyone to take advantage of her. This matter had to remain unspoken, postponed indefinitely. At the very least, he needed to ensure she could stand on her own before proceeding. Since you have no objections, I will enroll Xiao Moyan in school, and in the next few days, I need to make a trip out of town to restock. Very well. That evening, Yun Fei suddenly remembered that Zhang Yuezhen did not yet have a mobile phone, so he took her to choose one. She intended to purchase the cheapest model design for the elderly, but Yun Fei intervened and bought her a reasonably priced, practical version instead. After organizing things at home, Yun Fei set off for the Guang City wholesale market. He planned to acquire women's and children's clothing for his stall, along with some accessories. And he also intended to purchase an open-top tricycle. However, his available funds were still too meager to afford anything of quality. On the first day of Yun Fei's absence, both mother and son felt a sense of loss. In the evening, a torrential rain suddenly poured outside, accompanied by deafening thunder. Zhang Yuezhen gazed out the window, worrying for Yun Fei. After much hesitation, she refrained from calling him, fearing she might disturb him. When Yun Fei returned to the hotel later that night, braving the downpour, he immediately called Zhang Yuezhen and the child to assure them of his safety. The rain continued unabated, while Zhang Yuezhen held Chun Moyan tightly in their room. Both fast asleep, in the dead of night, her little Moyan suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, gazing around in confusion. Where is this? It seems like the place we used to rent. Mama? The dim light of the night lamp allowed him to discern the figure beside him. It was his mother, who had passed away many years ago, trembling as she extended her hands to confirm her presence before him. Indeed, she looked so young. Wasn't she swept away by the river? Could it be that heaven took pity on him, granting him a return to his childhood to alter his fate? He let out a bitter, pathetic laugh as a flood of memories surged forth. Memories that had never been experienced in his previous life. Chun Moyan was engulfed in confusion. Was this a dream, a rebirth, or perhaps a life in an alternate world? How could that man possibly repent? It was impossible. He refused to believe it. All of this was a deception. His mother was gone, his father imprisoned, and he himself had perished. That was the true reality. Chun Moyan bit his lip, his eyes reddening as he contemplated. Fearful of waking his sleeping mother, he dared not make sound. The frail body of a child could not withstand the tumult of chaotic thoughts, and ultimately, he succumbed to slumber once more in the latter half of the night. Awakening the next morning, he gazed at the tidy and warm room, still feeling a sense of unreality. The room he had never inhabited in his previous life was now not as chaotic as he remembered, but rather orderly, with mixed scents lingering in the air. The room was immaculate, the curtains fluttering gently in the breeze, and the bright yellow sunlight illuminated the desk by the window. In the nearby wardrobe lay clothes for the entire family. His mother had a vanity table adorned with a photograph of the three of them. The man stood behind his mother, beaming brightly. His skin was slightly darker than in his past life, yet his eyes sparkled with light, and his dazzling white teeth were quite striking. His mother wore a bashful smile, seated on a chair embracing little Moyen, gazing tenderly at the camera. The small Moyen, with a stern expression, appeared unwilling, clutching his first ever football, a birthday gift from that man on his 7th birthday. He had returned home early that day, carrying cake and gifts. From the memories, the little Moyen had felt a surge of joy, believing only his mother would remember his birthday. To his surprise, the man remembered as well. That evening, Chun Moyen touched his face, feeling the warm liquid trickle down, and angrily wiped it away. It was all a lie, a deception. That scoundrel could never change for the better. Chun Moyen collapsed to the ground, sobbing like a trapped beast. Zhang Yuezhen twisted the door handle, discovering it was locked, and anxiously called out, "Xiaoyan, are you awake? Why is the door locked? Mama thinks she heard you crying. Could you please open the door? Mama, iam fine." His youthful voice carried an uncharacteristic weariness. "And could you come out? Is there something you would like to share with Mama?" Chun Moyen wiped his tears and practiced a composed expression in front of the mirror, ensuring he showed no signs of distress before finally opening the door. As soon as the door swung open, Zhang Yuezhen enveloped him in a tight embrace, her voice laced with concern. "You frightened Mama to death. Mama, iam fine. I just dreamt of the past and felt a bit sad." This explanation satisfied Zhang Yuezhen, who tenderly ruffled Chun Moyen's hair and said, "It is Mama's fault for allowing you to endure so much suffering. It is not like that. Mama is the only person in this world who treats me well." "Oh, nonsense. Your father has treated you well too." Upon the mention of that man, Chun Moyen fell silent, lowering his head to conceal his expression. Zhang Yuezhen sighed. "He is changing. Xiaoyan, could you try to believe in him just this once? Everyone makes mistakes. If he is willing to amend his ways, we should get him a chance. After all, he is still your father. Do you not hate him?" Zhang Yuezhen smiled gently, saying, "I hate the man he was, but I do not hate who he is now." This statement seemed to carry dual meanings, yet the conflicted Chun Moyen failed to grasp its depth. After numerous revisions, the article finally passed the review. This world is indeed challenging. Chapter 24. A father who abuses despite Zhang Yuezhen's extensive efforts to console him. Chun Moyen's heart remained shrouded in darkness, which deeply concerned her. She could sense the hatred dwelling within her child, a revelation that astonished her, for prior to this day, she had distinctly perceived that Xiaoyan was beginning to accept Chun Wenshue's transformation. What could have caused him to harbor even greater animosity overnight? Was it merely a dream? Chun Moyen was reluctant to speak of it, and she did not press him. The child had already endured too much. From a young age, he had been sensible, contemplating how to protect his mother while other children were preoccupied with playing. In an attempt to ease her child's distress, for the first time, Zhang Yuezhen took him out at night to the amusement park in the local park. She met other mothers there, who inquired about their children's ages and why they weren't playing. "He's 7 years old, but a bit shy and doesn't venture out much," she explained. "That's understandable. He seems somewhat introverted. Children need to get out more," one mother remarked, calling her own 2 children over. "Xinshan, Xinshin, come play with the big brother." As the 3 children wandered off, the mother continued, "These are my twins, also 7, and they'll be starting school in September. Your child will too, right?" "Yes, in September as well. Then perhaps they will attend the same school." "Which school will your child be going to?" The 2 mothers engaged in cheerful conversation, and Zhang Yuezhen found herself becoming quite talkative as well, influenced by Qinshin's mother's warmth. The children appeared to get along harmoniously. Qinshin and Xinshin played on the slide, insisting that Chun Moyen join them. Despite feeling it was rather childish, he found himself following their lead, sliding down time and again. On their way home, Zhang Yuezhen felt a lingering joy. Qinshin's mother was the first friend she had made since marrying Chun Wenshue. They exchanged contact information to arrange future playdates for the children. "Did you have fun playing with Qinshin and Xinshin?" Chun Moyen looked at his mother, whose demeanor was a stark contrast to the numbness he remembered, and, suppressing his true feelings, replied, "Yes. Then next time, I'll take you out to play with him again." Zhang Yuezhen's radiant smile made Chun Moyen feel that as long as his mother was alive, everything else seemed less significant. Yunfei returned from Guangzhou on the 5th day, having meticulously visited various suppliers and selected goods. He finally settled on 3 wholesalers and arranged for shipment back to Shenzhen, utilizing a small warehouse he had rented in advance. Upon entering the house, Yunfei called out, "I'm back." Zhang Yuezhen excitedly emerged from the kitchen, hesitating to approach him. Ultimately, she restrained herself and asked, "You're back. Are you hungry? You can wash up and then we'll eat." "Great." Noticing Chun Moyan standing a little distance away, looking at him with a complex expression, Yunfei smiled and said, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten your dad after just a few days? I am dirty, so wait for me to wash up before I hug you. I brought you a gift. Want to know what it is?" Chun Moyan silently turned and ran to the living room sofa. On the table against the wall sat a moderately sized color television, playing animated shows. This was purchased to entertain the mother and son while at home, acquired at a modest price from second-hand appliances. Yunfei understood that his child was sensitive and would not easily forgive the wrongs of his former self, so he did not dwell on the boy's attitude. Zhang Yuezhen had prepared a sumptuous meal, eagerly awaiting his return after he had mentioned he would be home that night. After dinner, Yunfei began recounting the events of his trip to the mother and son. "Tomorrow, I'll buy a delivery truck and gather all the necessary supplies for the stall. In a few days, I'll take Xiao Yin to register for school." Zhang Yuezhen, slightly worried, asked, "Do we have enough money?" "This involves restocking and buying a small truck, plus school fees," she added. Yunfei nodded reassuringly. "Yes, we have enough. I've set aside the child's tuition, so don't fret." In addition to the 30,000 saved after expenses over the past 3 months, the former self had also managed to save an additional 20,000. Surprised to learn that the former self could save money, Yunfei was taken aback as well. However, his savings were intended for sending back to his mother and had nothing to do with Zhang Yuezhen and her child. Chun Moyan felt a twinge of discomfort. He recalled how, in his previous life, he started school at 8, with his mother constantly struggling to gather enough tuition before the school year began, pleading with the school for leniency. Each time a teacher called him up, reminding him to bring in tuition, he felt a surge of shame. Now, he found it astonishing that this man was proactively offering to send him to school. Indeed, everything was different. As he observed more, he grew increasingly silent. Yet, he had always been a quiet child, so neither he nor his mother noticed anything amiss. After 3 days of gathering supplies, the man began his routine of setting up a stall to sell clothes and accessories. By day, he operated near the market, and by night, he moved to the pedestrian street. His keen eye for fashion attracted many working girls from the area, while the children's clothing he curated was notably appealing, often drawing in mothers. Occasionally, Chun Moyan accompanied Zhang Yuezhen to deliver meals to Yunfei and assist with selling items. On August 30th, Yunfei did not set up the stall, but instead took Chun Moyan to school to pay the tuition. After settling the fees, he familiarized Chun Moyan with the cafeteria, dormitory, and classroom. He arranged for after-school care for the child, as returning home for lunch would disrupt his rest, and Zhang Yuezhen was already exhausted. He discussed this with Chun Moyan, and upon receiving the child's consent, he proceeded with the decision. As Chun Moyan followed the man around, everything felt different. He had not attended this school in his previous life, as it was too expensive for his mother to afford. A sense of unwarranted grievance welled up within him, and his eyes reddened as he lowered his head to conceal his emotions. "Do you like it here?" Yunfei asked softly. Chun Moyan hesitated briefly before giving a slight nod. Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you like it. Study hard. If any children bully you, tell the teacher or come to me, okay?" Recalling how his child had been bullied and isolated in his previous life, he earnestly advised him. This time with him present, he would ensure that the child would not endure such hardships. The school should be a place for joyful growth and learning. Before leaving, they encountered Chun Chun and Xin Xin, who were also there with their mother to pay the tuition. "How wonderful. We could go to school together with my brother," Xin Xin exclaimed, happily grasping Chun Moyan's hand. Though reluctant with the adults present, Chun Moyan did not pull away. Chapter 25. A father who abuses early in the morning. Zhang Yuezhen busied herself. For today was the day their son would start elementary school. She prepared a water cup, a small towel, a change of clothes, and a pencil case. Yunfei assisted, helping the child brush his teeth, wash his face, and have breakfast. "Xiaoyan, be sure to pay attention in class today. Don't be shy during lunch. Remember to line up for food in the cafeteria, okay?" Chun Moyan felt a mixture of emotions. Exasperation at having to repeat first grade after living 2 lives, and complexity in experiencing a father's concerns for the first time in 2 lifetimes. Let us depart. The school bus should be arriving soon. While waiting at the intersection, Yunfei and Zhang Yuezheng harbored concerns that M.Y.N. might refuse to board the bus and create a scene. However, when a school bus arrived, he boarded without raising his head, displaying no signs of distress whatsoever. Yunfei, however, did not perceive this as a positive development. A 7-year-old child exhibiting such maturity was, after all, a reminder of past shadows that had lingered. It was essential for us to take Xiao Yan out more often. Indeed, Zhang Yuezheng did not inquire further, merely responding with a gentle acknowledgement. You should return home and rest. There is no need to bring me lunch today. It is a rare occasion for the child to attend school, allowing you to breathe a sigh of relief. Feel free to do as you please. I shall first set up my stall and commence my work. If I return late, do remember to wait here for our son. Very well, you go ahead. As he drove the small delivery truck to the market, Yunfei hurriedly set up the blue umbrella and displayed the clothing and small accessories. Women's apparel is on sale at rock-bottom prices. Seasonal clearance. Do come and take a look, he shouted while holding a megaphone. This lovely lady, you possess exquisite grace. Allow me to recommend this ensemble. The area was remote, surrounded by factories, and the shopping district was quite distant. Thus, those working nearby would invariably visit this modest market for their purchases. Despite competition from 2 other vendors, Yunfei's stock was more fashionable, resulting in a thriving business at his stall. When Zhang Yuezheng arrived on her small electric scooter to deliver lunch, Yunfei had just completed a sale. Observing her sun-kissed cheeks, he sighed, saying, "Did I not mention that you need not bring me lunch? I could easily grab a bowl of noodles nearby. The sun is quite relentless today, and the electric bike lacks a canopy. It's fine. I'm not afraid of the sun. Where would you find a meal that is filling? Quickly eat. Once you finish, take a brief rest. I will keep an eye on the stall." Zhang Yuezheng had brought a substantial amount of food, with 2 large 3-tier containers, 2 tiers filled with dishes, 1 with soup, and the remaining 3 tiers packed with white rice. As he enjoyed his meal, Zhang Yuezheng fanned him gently. A neighboring vendor playfully remarked, "This couple shares a wonderful bond. Young man, you have married a fine wife." Indeed, the uncle speaks true. Zhang Yuezheng merely smiled softly at the compliment. Yunfei understood that her feelings for him were rooted in familial affection, just as his feelings for her were. Their lives intertwined in raising a child, devoid of romantic love. Reflecting on their child's first day at school, and knowing there would be few customers in the afternoon, Yunfei decided to close the stall and return home with Zhang Yuezheng. By 5 o'clock, they were eagerly waiting at the intersection. Although M.Y.N. had always been composed and sensible, it was still his first full day away from them, naturally causing some concern. The school bus approached, honking twice before coming to a halt. Chun M.Y.N. disembarked, with the teacher warmly bidding him farewell. "Goodbye, teacher." Yunfei stepped forward to lift the child, while Zhang Yuezheng took the backpack from his back. The couple could hardly contain their eagerness to hear about their son's day at school. "Did you enjoy yourself? Did you make any friends? Was the teacher stern?" "I had fun." "No, not stern." "What did you eat for lunch? Was it delicious? Were you able to sleep during the nap time?" "Cabbage and lean pork soup with rice. It was tasty, and I could sleep well." The couple sighed in relief. That is good, that is good." Chun M.Y.N. looked at the joyful man holding him, followed by his equally delighted mother, and suddenly thought that if this were a dream, it would be quite pleasant. After the man brought him home, he hurriedly left again in the delivery truck, needing to set up his stall in the pedestrian street before nightfall. Chun M.Y.N. stood by the window in his room, watching as his father blended into the crowd. In the kitchen, his mother was busily preparing dinner, a depiction of an ordinary family, yet one that represented something unattainable in his previous life. He withdrew the textbooks he received that day from his backpack, caressing them gently, before picking up a pencil and deliberately writing his name in a crooked manner. Dinner consisted only of him and his mother, as the man would not return until 11 at night to shower and eat. "Mother, shall we go help father later?" Zhang Yuezheng looked up in astonishment at Chun M.Y.N. This was the first time he had called Chun Wen-shu a father since he turned 3. Indeed, he must have noticed the change in the man. With this thought, her gaze softened unconsciously as she replied, "Very well, we shall bring him dinner." When they arrived, Yunfei's stall was already bustling with many young women and mothers selecting clothing. Zhang Yuezheng approached to assist in explaining the prices of the accessories. "Why do you bring Xiao Yan here? It is not safe with so many people around. Perhaps you should sit with the child nearby. I can manage here. It was my idea to come with mother. We want to help, Chen Yin explained. After Yunfei had packed clothing for a customer and warmly seen them off, he picked up Chen Yin and planted kisses on his small cheeks. Very well. Thank you for coming to help, my son. Now you and your mother sit over there and keep an eye on our accessory stall. Perhaps due to the first of the month. Many people had received their salaries and were on holiday, leading to several items selling out at Yunfei's stall. The remaining stock was dwindling, and only after the night market began to disperse did Yunfei begin to pack up alone to return home. Since Chen Yin needed to attend school, he sent the mother and son home at 8 o'clock. After finishing all his tasks, he finally fell asleep on the sofa, exhausted, at 2 in the morning. The next day, Yunfei boarded the bus to procure more goods. When Chen Yin returned home that evening, he found that only his mother was there to greet him. An involuntary wave of panic surged within him. Where was he? Had he been exposed? Was his facade crumbling? Zhang Yuezheng could not decipher the myriad emotions reflected on her son's impassive face. Joyfully, she held his hand as they walked home, saying, "Today, I bought your favorite shrimp. Are you happy?" Chen Yin pursed his lips and inquired, "Where is he?" "Who?" Zhang Yuezheng was momentarily taken aback, and Chen Yin fell silent. Suddenly realizing he was referring to Chen Wenxue, she found it amusing, this obstinate child. "Your father has gone to Guangshi for supplies. He may not return for a few days. He intends to stock up and explore new market offerings. Do you miss your father?" "No, just asking casually." Zhang Yuezheng did not believe him for a moment. She had raised this child and knew him well. Such a contrary child. Chapter 26, A Father Who Might Be Abusive. The reality was that in Yunfei's absence, both mother and son felt a void. It was as if a vital energy had been stripped away, despite their initial yearning for such tranquility. On the weekend, Zhang Yuezheng took Chen Yin to visit Qinchin's mother, marking her first visit to someone else's home in years. They purchased some fruit and snacks that the child enjoyed before heading over. Qinchin's mother warmly welcomed them, and Xin took Chen Yin to their playroom to enjoy the toys. Xiao Yin's mother, "You should come out more often. Why not stay for lunch and savor my cooking?" Zhang Yuezheng felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if it would be too much trouble. "Not at all. I specifically bought extra ingredients today." "Very well. I shall lend you a hand." Thus, the two mothers busily prepared in the kitchen, while the three little ones played harmoniously in the room. Xin, dressed in a little dress, hugged her doll and pulled Chen Yin into a game of house. "Brother Yin, you play the father, and I shall be the mother. You can be the guest." Chen Yin's agreement to visit his mother was my greatest folly. Chen cheerfully acquiesced, brandishing a few toy bills as he pretended to knock at the door. "Hello, I would like to purchase a bottle of soda." Xian. Cradling her doll and holding a milk bottle, urged Chen Yin, "Brother Yin, hurry up and collect the money." With a sigh, a man who had lived for 30 years in total resignedly accepted the fake currency. "Hello, I will collect 5 yuan from you in return for." He handed over a toy soda bottle. "Xiaoyan mama, good geek Xiaoyan. Come play again when you have the time." "Jian mama, good be Jian xin." "Thank you for your hospitality. No, I no longer wish to play house." Chen Yin realized that those children he had envied in his previous life indulged in such childish games. He suddenly felt that returning home to write the number 1100 was far more blissful. Thus passed a joyful weekend, and Chen Yin returned to school. In the afternoon, Yunfei finally returned home after several days away. This time, he brought back a greater selection of merchandise, all meticulously chosen, still primarily focusing on women's and children's clothing. That evening, 2 individuals awaited Chen Yin at the corner. A smile involuntarily graced Chen Yin's lips before he returned to his usual demeanor. "My dear son, did you miss your father?" Yunfei joyfully scooped up the little darling. Due to malnutrition in his youth, Chen Yin was shorter than his peers. He remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking his head, and Yunfei took no offense. Given his past troubles, he was grateful to simply hold his child. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally sumptuous as Yunfei chatted with the mother and child about the past few days' harvest. He then inquired with concern, "Is Xiao Yin adjusting well at school?" Despite calling home every night, he still harbored concerns, fearing Chen Yin might be bullied at school. Seeing no sign of distress on Chen Yin's face, Yunfei finally felt reassured. Ultimately, he still worried, despite having arranged a school for him that differed from the narrative. After replenishing his stock, Yunfei spent longer at his stall, often leaving Chen Yin to see him only in the mornings, as he would be asleep by the time Yunfei returned. Today was different. He usually returned by 11, but tonight Zhang Yuzhen waited until 2 in the morning before hearing the door open. She quietly rose from bed to take a look. The scent of alcohol wafted in, triggering alarm bells in her mind, prompting her to step back. Flustered, she asked, "You're back?" Chun Mo Yin, awakened by his mother's movement, stirred in bed, as his dreams were often haunted by his past life, leaving him in a light slumber. An overwhelming sense of unease made him feel as though his present existence was merely a dream. He quietly followed his mother, sensing her fear. Yunfei was slightly surprised. "Why are you still awake at this late hour? Did you go drinking tonight?" Upon hearing his mother's inquiry, little Chun Mo Yin clenched his small fists, his face paling. "Yes, after closing up, I went to have a late-night snack with a few stall owners. They toasted, and it would have been rude not to drink." Yunfei explained apologetically. He was aware that alcohol had left a psychological shadow on Chun Mo Yin, but socializing often entailed such practices. Seeing Yunfei behaving as usual, Zhang Yuzhen finally felt relieved and dutifully prepared his sleepwear, urging him to take a shower. "Are you hungry? Should I cook you some noodles?" "Yes, please do. I'm quite hungry." "I knew it," she exclaimed, quickly boiling a large pot of noodles for him to enjoy after his shower. Observing that Yunfei remained unchanged even after drinking, Chun Mo Yin also breathed a sigh of relief and quietly lay back down in bed. In July, Chun Mo Yin's graduation results from 6th grade were finally released. He successfully gained admission to one of the renowned 4 middle schools in Shenshi. The tuition fees were naturally steep, but the conditions were truly excellent. Yunfei joyfully enveloped Chun Mo Yin in a large embrace. "I knew our Xiao Yin would definitely get in. Ha, come on. Dad will take you somewhere special and give you a delightful surprise." "Where to?" Chen Montaqian beamed, a charming smile illuminating his face as the happiness of this life began to brighten his eyes, no longer shrouded in darkness. Yunfei drove the modest car he had purchased over the past few years, bringing the mother and son to a newly developed community. "Tajda, this is our home. Come see if you like it." The mother and son were momentarily stunned, unable to process the surprise. Yunfei proudly introduced the features. "The kitchen is spacious, so we can cook together without bumping into each other. There's a small balcony, and I've bought a washing machine, so you won't have to wash the family's clothes anymore. The living room is deliberately large, so Xiao Yin can invite classmates over for gatherings. The rooms are decorated in styles you love. If you dislike anything, we can change it. There are 4 rooms in total. I converted the smaller one into a study, soundproof for your focus study. Downstairs, there's a library, a swimming pool, and a park, and a shopping center nearby, not far from middle school." Tears of joy streamed down Zhang Yuzhen's face as she exclaimed, "We have a home." She turned and embraced Yunfei tightly, who comforted her. They had previously opened their hearts to each other. Yunfei had asked Zhang Yuzhen if she wished a divorce. She was still young, with countless possibilities ahead. If she desired a divorce, he would arrange a good life for her and their child, allowing her to choose who the child would stay with, and he would provide her with their savings. However, Zhang Yuzhen had refused, stating, "The past was so hard that I never considered divorce. Now that life is better, I am even less likely to think about divorce." Chapter 27. The Father Who Abuses Domestic Violence. Knowing she had not grasped his meaning, Yunfei could only hint that he might not be able to provide the marital life she desired. Zhang Yuzhen smiled, saying she did not mind. "Then let us not discuss love, but focus on familial affection, providing our son with a complete home. You are still young and have no need to feel this way. If you wish to pursue happiness, both Xiao Yin and I will support you. Waiting for you and Xiao Yin to return home for dinner is my happiness." Seeing her determination, Yunfei ceased to persuade her. Regardless, if she changed her mind one day, he would be willing to fulfill her wishes. From that point on, their interactions became more natural. Later, they moved to a new home, as Mo Yin had grown and required his own room. Yunfei and Zhang Yuzhen began sharing a room, yet neither crossed boundaries. They refrained from sleeping in separate rooms for Mo Yin's sake, as parents sleeping apart signified problems in their relationship. To prevent him from overthinking, they interacted like a normal couple, yet it was more of a bond of mutual dependence. When Chun Mo Yin witnessed his parents in such tender moments, he remained silent and quietly retreated to his room. Everything in his room was arranged according to his preferences, reflecting the effort of someone who truly understood his likes. Even though he had been preoccupied with business and earning money over the years, He managed to make time for his vacations and various school activities. The tidy desk, the simple yet elegant mattress and wardrobe, the light blue bay window, all appeared almost surreal. It had been 6 years since his rebirth, and for the first time, he felt a surge of excitement, longing to embrace his father, desiring to act upon his intentions. He dashed into the living room, embracing his parents with open arms. "Thank you, Father," Yunfei expressed, a genuine smile illuminating his face. After years of turmoil, he had finally helped this child release his burdens. "There is no need for thanks. Providing you with a stable home is my responsibility." After a brief moment of familial warmth, the trio busily prepared for their move. Not wanting his wife and child to endure undue fatigue, Yunfei decisively hired a moving company with a wave of his hand. In September, as the new semester commenced, Yunfei arranged for Chunmo Yin to attend school as a day student, opting not to stay in the dormitory, for he had intentionally purchased a residence close to the middle school. Chun Chun and Xnxin, unfortunately, did not gain admission to this institution, leading to their separation. Fortunately, Chunmo Yin, now unburdened, though still somewhat reserved, had become much more amiable, engaging with classmates and even sharing smiles. Yunfei rented a storefront along the pedestrian street, diligently opening for business each day, occasionally receiving assistance from Zhang Yuzhen. During his procurement trips, she would oversee the shop. As time passed, their once archaic flip phones were replaced with modern smartphones. Anticipating the burgeoning trend of video marketing, he began exploring suppliers from Zhejiang. Chunmo Yan's academic performance remained a source of ease for them. He was now enrolled in a prestigious middle school, surrounded by diligent peers, thus avoiding the malicious rumors that had plagued his past. Instead, his commendable grades and willingness to assist made him a favored companion among his classmates. On the birthday during the summer of his first year, Chunmo Yin expressed his desire to invite friends over for the first time. Zhang Yuzhen was beside herself with excitement, bustling around to ensure everything was prepared for the occasion. Each year, on their birthdays, Yunfei would take a half-day off, only opening the shop briefly in the evening. After preparing a lavish spread and stocking the living room with snacks, drinks, and a cake, they returned to the shop, allowing their child to celebrate with peers in their own world. The tranquility of their lives was disrupted during the summer of Chunmo Yan's second year. Yunfei had already planned a short trip for the two ladies when a phone call from his original hometown shattered the calm. "What? The old lady is coming by herself?" Indeed, Yunfei referred to his mother-in-law as the old lady, for she differed greatly from his previous parents-in-law. He was reluctant to call her mother. Nevertheless, he sent her the monthly pension she deserved for using her son's body for his mission. The same was true for Zhang Yuzhen, who had long been estranged from her family. "What time will she arrive?" "All right, I'll go pick her up shortly." Yunfei expressed his apologies to the two women. "The old lady seems to have come to Shin City on her own. I must go greet her." Zhang Yuzhen tightened her grip on her clothes, nervously inquiring, "Is she coming to stay with us?" Recalling the painful memories of their past, she couldn't help but tremble with fear. "Mother," Chunmo Yin called out anxiously. "Don't worry, I am fine. It's just memories from the past." However, her ashen face and forced smile betrayed her true feelings. Although Yunfei initially intended to bring the old lady home, Zhang Yuzhen's visible distress suggested that her mental health was more fragile than he had anticipated. Despite his presence ensuring that the old lady would not cause a stir, he realized that his frequent absences might leave Zhang Yuzhen vulnerable. Thus, he reconsidered his earlier decision, although there were no rules against his son prohibiting her entry. The house belonged to him, Yunfei, and had no connection to that abusive man, Chun Wenshui. "Do not fear. If you are uncomfortable, I will arrange for her to stay elsewhere." Yunfei reassured them before heading to the train station to meet the old lady. Chun Wenshui's mother appeared considerably older than he remembered, her face lined with wrinkles, her hair short and white, her stature diminutive and slightly hunched. Clad in tattered, soiled clothing and worn black cloth shoes, she carried 2 bags filled with necessities. Upon witnessing this scene, Yunfei felt an unexpected pang of discomfort and hurriedly took the bags from her. The old lady, gazing at her long unseen son, teared up. "You ungrateful child. After all these years, you never thought to come home and see your old mother. As the saying goes, marry a wife and forget your mother. What use is it to have sons?" Faced with an elderly mother, even knowing her shortcomings, the educated Yunfei struggled to respond harshly. He explained that he had been busy with work over the years and assured her, I send money to your eldest son every month to ensure he and his wife take good care of you. Chen's mother had lost her husband early on and had raised Chen when Shui and his brother alone. Due to financial difficulties, the elder brother remained in the hometown to farm the family land, while Chen Wen Shui, unable to endure the hardships of agriculture, moved to Guang province where he met Zhang Yuzhan at work. Do not mention that useless brother of mine, who is oppressed by a woman. He must even consult her to serve me a bowl of food. He refuses to divorce her, that unfilial son. At least my youngest is dutiful and knows what's what. A woman can be replaced, but you only have one mother. She lamented. When you were young, that short-lived scoundrel left, and I, a lone woman, endured countless hardships to raise you too. As she walked, she cried and wailed, attracting the curious gazes of passers-by. Yun Fei, feigning calmness, hurriedly led the old lady back to where he had parked. Upon seeing Yun Fei's car, the old lady ceased her wailing, praising, my son is capable. He is driving a car now. Inside the vehicle, she began to scold again. Where is that little hussy of yours? Why didn't she come to greet me? Has she become so accustomed to the city life that she no longer respects her mother-in-law? Not all. It's just that Yu Zhan has been busy lately. And Xiao Yin is starting school, Yun Fei clarified. Chen's mother frowned, dissatisfied with this explanation but unwilling to doubt her son, thus assigning blame to Zhang Yuzhan. A woman should manage her family and care for her husband and child. What could she possibly be busy with? I used to take care of your father, your grandparents, and you too while feeding pigs, raising chickens, gardening, and gathering firewood. Now, she merely handles a few household chores. What is so exhausting about that? Yun Fei patiently explained that she had to manage the shop, pick up the children, and still take care of household duties, which kept her quite occupied. However, seeing her youngest son speak in defense of his wife only deepened the old lady's discontent. With a scowl, she huffed, humph, as the boss's wife. What could she possibly tire from? After all these years, only one child has come from her. What right does she have to complain? In our village, which family does not have 3 children? Yet there is one family with only a single child, and without any indulgence. If it were not for your father passing away early, our family would not be left with just you and your ineffectual elder brother. Fortunately, I still have a younger son. Otherwise, how would I manage in my later years? Your elder brother is utterly useless, offering no support whatsoever. Please do not speak ill of him. It is quite hurtful. What? Am I not allowed to scold my own son? I have every right to reprimand him. Seeing that the elderly lady was unyielding, Yun Fei decided to relent, and fortunately, they had arrived at the hotel. The old lady, stepping out of the car, gazed at the opulent hotel before her. A mixture of trepidation and excitement etched on her face. Yaoer, is this your home? She inquired. Yun Fei patiently explained that their house was currently undergoing renovations, and Yuezhen and her daughter were staying with friends. However, since this is your first time here, I could not let you stay with others, so I brought you to this hotel. The service here is quite exceptional, and I will stay with you for a few days to show you around. You have worked hard all your life, so let us indulge in the luxury of this grand hotel. When we return to the village, the other elderly folks will surely envy you. Upon hearing it was a grand hotel, and seeing its resplendent facade adorned with bright lights reminiscent of ancient palaces, the old lady felt a surge of pride. Her wrinkled face broke into a beaming smile, realizing that her Yaoer truly cared for her. Yun Fei checked in at the front desk for a twin-bedded room. Despite his disdain for the old lady's harshness, he could not abandon her. Having spent her entire life in that small mountain village without ever venturing into the city, it was a small miracle she had not boarded the wrong train this time. Thus, he could not allow her to stay alone in a room, fearing she might become frightened or wander off and get lost. The old lady curiously examined the hotel's decor and noticed a variety of fruits on the coffee table. She hastily stuffed them into her pockets, leaving the front desk staff bewildered. Yun Fei, feeling embarrassed, apologized, I am sorry. This is her first trip to the city. She has never had the means or education, and I can cover the cost of the fruits for my deposit. The front desk staff, maintaining a professional smile, replied, Not a problem, sir. They are indeed meant for guests. If the old lady enjoys them, it is our honor, indicating the fruits are to the guest's liking. It would be absurd to deduct a few coins for fruit from a guest deposit. Otherwise, she could simply pack her bags and leave the next day. After expressing his gratitude and apologies once more, Yun Fei received the room key and prepared to escort the old lady upstairs. Suddenly, The old lady exclaimed, "Oh, Yower. We haven't taken our belongings. I have brought you some cured meat and other items. I will go fetch them. Please wait here." Yunfei said hurriedly as he dashed to the parking lot, retrieved the bag containing the old lady's clothes, and returned to the hotel lobby. However, upon his return, he found the old lady embroiled in a quarrel. Rushing forward with the bag, he inquired, "Excuse me, this is my mother. May I ask what the argument is about?" Upon seeing Yunfei, the woman in a short skirt and heavy makeup raised her voice even higher. "So you're her son? If the old lady is not in her right mind, why let her out? What kind of people are you? If I had known there were such folks, I would have chosen another hotel." The woman scrutinized the pair with disdain. The front desk staff, attempting to mediate, interjected, "I apologize, madam. Please calm down. We can offer you a 30% discount as an apology. Would that be acceptable? Do you think I am someone who cannot afford a room? I do not need your discount. Refund my money immediately. This is unacceptable." The old lady, now red-eyed with anger, retaliated, "Who are you calling unlucky? Who is of unsound mind? Look at you, exposing your thighs. It is evident you come from a disreputable background. You are bullying an old lady. I have lived longer than you have eaten meals. Look at your shamelessness. Your movements are more lascivious than the widow at the end of our village. You must be a prostitute." "Old lady," Yunfei admonished, trying to prevent her from continuing her tirade. The woman, infuriated, attempted to strike the old lady, but was restrained by the front desk staff, who exclaimed, "Madam, please calm down. We cannot harm the elderly. What is wrong with the elderly? Just because she is old, I should let her be. She is not my family. Do not hold me back. I will tear her apart. I apologize, I apologize. This is my mother's first visit to the city. This incident is our fault. Would you allow me to apologize on her behalf?" Yunfei bowed in apology. "Fine. Compensate me with 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, I will not let this go. I will call the police." The woman, furious, kicked off her high heels, ready to kick the old lady, but was stopped by the front desk staff and Yunfei. "How dare you? You have the audacity to demand 2,000 yuan from us? I have not even mentioned how frightened you made my old lady." The old lady's son retorted, "If anyone should be compensated, it is us. You are bullying an old woman." The old lady, overwhelmed with emotion, sat on the ground, wailing. Chapter 29. The father who abuses Yunfei, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Try to help her up. Old lady, can we not cause a scene? Do you want me to live in this city? Oh, you are siding with that vixen rather than your own mother. I have worked so hard to raise 2 sons, and neither cares for me. One resents me for eating his food, and the other is ashamed of me. I will go home and buy some poison to find your father. I will no longer be a burden on your eyes." The old lady lamented, crying and singing. Anyone who heard her would feel immense pity. Her 2 sons must be ungrateful. Yunfei felt exhausted. The woman in revealing clothing was now red with rage, and it called the police. "I have already reported you. Just wait. You do not need to compensate me. I will sue this old lady for slander." She threatened. "Call the police if you wish. You think you can intimidate my old lady? We are simple farmers. If the police come, they will arrest people like you." The front desk staff had already informed the hotel manager and was genuinely impressed by the old lady, recognizing her stubbornness. Observing Yunfei, who was continually apologizing to the woman, she felt that this handsome gentleman was quite unfortunate to have such a mother. Despite his age, Yunfei retained his youthful charm, and with time, had only gained a touch of mature masculinity. Before long, the police arrived. After separating both parties, they learned that when Yunfei had gone to retrieve the belongings, the woman had just exited the elevator, and due to her revealing outfit, the old lady had disdainfully commented, "What a shameless little minx." The remark was not made softly, and the woman had naturally heard it. Enraged, she had turned to confront the old lady, asking, "Which old lady are you referring to? Whoever exposes their thighs deserves it." Nowadays, young girls think they can go out in a scrap of cloth, as if they are afraid no one will notice them. The old lady's words were too insulting, and the woman naturally retaliated, leading to a heated exchange of insults. The front desk staff, witnessing the altercation, rushed over to mediate. But both women were equally adept at trading barbs. By the time Yunfei arrived, he could not quell the dispute, which seemed on the verge of escalating into a physical confrontation. Due to the old lady's age, the police opted to educate both parties, imposing a fine of 200 yuan on each, thus resolving the matter. They warned that any future waste of societal resources would not be treated so lightly. Three individuals emerged from the police station, with Ms. Yi snorting disdainfully. Humph. I've taken note of both you and your son. We shall see. Chen's mother attempted to pursue them, intending to scold, but was restrained by Yun Fei. What more do you wish to do, old lady? Are you planning to write a self-criticism at the police station? That brazen woman insulted me. That was because you insulted her first. Must we resort to the village's vulgarities? There are many people in the city we cannot afford to offend. I implore you, please behave. Observing her son's weary demeanor, the elderly woman muttered a few words and fell silent. However, she harbored resentment in her heart, subsequently ignoring Yun Fei, convinced her younger son was embarrassed by her actions. Upon returning to the hotel, the front desk apologetically informed them that they would refund their deposit and compensate them with 1/5 of the room fee. To which Yun Fei said nothing in response. He led the elderly woman to another hotel, typically less crowded. This establishment was an old brand, somewhat dilapidated due to its early construction, lacking the splendor of the newer hotels, resulting in a more subdued atmosphere than before. They booked a double room once more, and Yun Fei instructed the elderly woman on how to use the water heater and hairdryer, encouraging her to take a bath. Nonsense, in our village. We bathe every few days. I just washed yesterday. Despite her dissatisfaction, Chen's mother reluctantly complied, noticing Yun Fei's stern expression. He ordered food suitable for the elderly to be delivered and then stepped into the corridor to call his wife and children. After today's ordeal, he was resolutely decided not to take the elderly woman back to their home. Thus, he dialed his elder brother's landline. Brother, please inform Sigh that tomorrow she should come to pick up our mother. I will give you an additional 500 yuan each month. If that is unacceptable, I will hire a caretaker for her, and I will no longer send money home. Yun Fei understood that only money could sway his sister-in-law. Matters that could be resolved with money were manageable. If she refused, he would indeed have to rent a place and hire someone to care for the elderly woman. However, he was confident his sister-in-law would agree, as both she and his brother relied on farming for their income. With 3 children to support and their house yet to be built, Chen's mother was still in good health and could manage on her own. They only needed to provide meals and look after her when she fell ill, offering 2,000 yuan monthly for her care, with Yun Fei covering any medical expenses. Such an arrangement would seem like a windfall for Sigh. Yun Fei was not concerned about them mistreating the elderly woman. Although Sigh was somewhat timid and henpecked, he was a filial son and would never allow his wife to mistreat her mother-in-law. Should Sigh treat Chen's mother poorly, he would be the first to react. The only time he had ever struck Sigh was during an altercation she had with Chen's mother. Since then, although she would verbally chastise Chen's mother, she dared not lay a hand on her again. The following day, after Yun Fei had called for breakfast for Chen's mother, Zhang Yuezhen arrived. Yun Fei was taken aback. Zhang Yuezhen signaled him with her eyes, and though he did not comprehend, he understood this was not the moment for inquiries. Oh, I thought this was some wealthy lady. Even when the mother-in-law arrives, you do not know to serve her. Chen's mother began with her sharp tongue upon seeing her. What kind of daughter-in-law behaves like you? You have not remembered the rules I set for you at all. Zhang Yuezhen trembled slightly, clenching her fists as she silently encouraged herself. It was the daughter-in-law's fault. She had been unable to pick up her mother-in-law due to some renovation issues at home. Then hurry and wash our clothes. Can't you show a little more awareness? The elderly woman shot her a glare. Yun Fei attempted to intervene, but was motioned to halt by Zhang Yuezhen. Ah, the daughter-in-law will go wash them now. I will check on you. Please rest, and we will take you shopping later, Yun Fei said, following Zhang Yuezhen into the bathroom. Chen's mother muttered her dissatisfaction. That little vixen, always clinging to her man. In the bathroom, Yun Fei quietly asked, Why are you here? Aren't you risking trouble? Just watch the shop. I'm here. Zhang Yuezhen smiled gently. The shop is closed today. We are taking a day off to accompany her. I cannot let you bear this alone. After all, she is your mother and my mother-in-law. It would be inappropriate for me not to show up. I'm fine. I just have to work a bit harder. Hearing this, Yun Fei could not argue further and helped wash the clothes. After finishing, the couple took the elderly woman out shopping. Yun Fei tuned out her incessant chatter, only interjecting when her remarks grew harsh. After all, Yun was already on his way. These clothes are far too expensive. We can find something for 15 yuan on our street. Why spend such money? The shop owners here are unscrupulous, the elderly woman lamented, her expression reflecting her concern over the cost. Indeed, I too am one of those unscrupulous shop owners, Yun Fei replied with a hint of sarcasm. That's different. My son's merchandise is not the same. These clothes aren't even that attractive, he continued. At your age, what does it matter to wear something expensive? You get what you pay for. These are simply more comfortable. Although the elderly woman still fretted over the expense, she could not deny that Yun Fei's coaxing made her feel quite pleased. Well, I raise you boys with great effort. What a few expensive clothes. She held her head high, displaying a touch of pride. Just so, since you rarely come out, I'll buy you a couple of pairs of shoes too. For lunch, they took the elderly woman to eat roasted duck, this time selecting a relatively quiet place to avoid conflict. The elderly woman's incessant chatter and sharp tongue did not faze her. She believed that every household in the village was the same and felt no fault in her behavior. Yun Fei had no intention of correcting her. Given that he was supporting her through his son's efforts, it was unreasonable to expect a closer bond. In the afternoon, the elderly woman insisted on visiting their home, which put Zhang Yuezhen in a difficult position. Ah, I knew it. This woman is preventing you from visiting your old mother. She holds a grudge against me. The elderly woman exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she scolded. Zhang Yuezhen hurried to clarify, Mother, I did not. Ultimately, Yun Fei managed to soothe her, explaining, the house is truly under renovation, and business has been busy. We specifically closed the shop today to accompany you. Your importance surpasses all else. I'm the one who makes the decisions at home, and it has nothing to do with her. I merely wish to take you out to enjoy some sights. Please rest for now, and in the afternoon, we shall visit some attractions. Reluctantly, the elderly woman agreed to return to the hotel for a nap, her age making her weary. Yun Fei urged Zhang Yuezhen to return home early, as only Chen Myn would be alone there, and he was uneasy, although the child was well-behaved and never strayed. He was in the rebellious phase of middle school, and they had always insisted on picking him up. Chen Myn had grown up feeling unloved, and Yun Fei had worked diligently to instill a sense of parental love and security in him to heal the shadows of his childhood. It is often said that some childhoods require a lifetime to mend, so he dared not relax his vigilance, fully aware that the child had certain psychological issues. Not only did he have them, but Zhang Yuezhen did as well. However, he only dared to read psychology books in secret and consult a psychologist privately, never daring to suggest they see a doctor. The silent, gradual companionship of family would eventually help them heal. After all, their affliction was Chun Wenxue, and now he embodied Chun Wenxue. Thus he became their remedy. In the afternoon, Yun Fei first took the elderly lady on a trip to the aquarium. Given the glaring sun outside, there were few places to visit. As dusk approached, they strolled through the night market before finding a restaurant to enjoy a light dinner. Following that, he drove her to the train station to meet elder brother Yin. The elderly lady expressed her discontent, questioning his presence. Elder brother is worried about you, so he hurried over to pick you up. With that cowardly demeanor, does he truly have the audacity to come and fetch me? Elder brother does not fear Sigh. Rather, he respects her. Sigh bore him children, managed the household, and toiled in the fields, even if she has no accolades. Her labor is undeniable. Upon disembarking from the train, elder brother knelt before the elderly lady, wailing, Mother, if you have grievances, please share them with me. Why would you leave home? Are you trying to frighten your son to death? The elderly lady had secretly come to find Yun Fei, and fortunately, a young man from the village had accompanied her to the train station. Otherwise, elder brother would have searched for her tirelessly. This incident led to a fierce quarrel between the couple. Whenever matters concerning his mother arose, elder brother became particularly resolute. He could not comprehend why, despite his younger brother sending monthly support for their mother, his wife still hesitated to prepare her a simple meat broth. The more elder brother pondered, the more he loathed his own inadequacy, striking himself across the face in frustration. It is the son who is useless, allowing mother to suffer. When I return, I shall give that wife of mine a piece of my mind, so she dares not belittle you again. Mother, please return with me. Though the elderly lady often scolded elder brother, she still held a deep affection for him. She understood that her youngest son was capable and could not possibly return to that small mountain village. With the youngest son providing financial support and the eldest taking care of her, her retirement was sufficiently secured. Therefore, she had never contemplated living with her youngest son. Elder brother was dutiful but too soft-hearted. Her discontent with him stemmed from his wife, which prompted her to leave home. What good is slapping yourself? Strike that wicked wife of yours instead. Mother is not angry with you. The elderly lady interjected, her eyes reddened. Elder brother's self-inflicted blows were devoid of pretense. His dark complexion now exhibiting signs of swelling. A robust man from years of agricultural labor, he bore a square face marked by numerous wrinkles and a stubbled visage. Mother, please return with me. Wah has found a girl. It is essential for you to cast your discerning eye upon her. Elder brother earnestly implored. A crowd had begun to gather around them. What? I have been gone merely a day, and that wicked wife is already arranging a match for my grandson? Absolutely not. I must return. Who knows what sort of person that wicked wife is considering? The elderly lady insisted, attempting to head back to the train station to purchase a ticket. But Yunfei halted her. Mother, do take a moment to consider the time. Elder brother has been on the train all day and must be weary. Allow him to rest. The elderly lady hesitated upon seeing elder brother's fatigued expression, ultimately agreeing with reluctance. Very well, but you must remember to buy me a ticket tomorrow. I must return quickly. I cannot let that wicked wife interfere with my grandson. Yunfei felt a pang of discomfort. Chen Mashuan was also her grandson, yet since her arrival, she had not mentioned Xiaoyan. Mentioning Zhang Yuezhen only stemmed from her dissatisfaction, and she had not attended to her. Although both were grandsons, the elderly lady clearly favored the eldest grandson from Chen Mashuan's family. Nonetheless, the fact that she was willing to return was a positive development. Indeed, elder brother's wife seemed to have a knack for managing her. Yunfei did not intend to entangle himself further with the elderly lady. As long as she was willing to live with elder brother's family, that sufficed. On the following day, the elderly lady was indeed impatient to return home. Initially, Yunfei had contemplated inviting Zhang Yuezhen and her son to dine with her, but he abandoned that thought and instead purchased tickets for her and elder brother. He also provided her with 2,000 yuan, saying, "Take this for yourself, buy whatever you wish. I will ensure that living expenses are sent to elder brother monthly. Elder brother, you should also speak to Sigh. At her age, it is not a trivial matter for her to enjoy some decent food and drink. Do not be so stingy. Please keep an eye on her. Do not let her skimp on the elderly lady's meals. The elderly lady has a sharp tongue, but she has endured much for us in her youth." Elder brother awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Brother understands. Focus on your business in the city. I will take care of things at home. After the Chun family returned, Yunfei increased the monthly remittance to 3,000 yuan. Upon seeing the elderly lady, he felt a sense of relief. Ensuring her comfortable later years was the greatest kindness he could offer, and he felt no guilt about it. Upon returning home, Yunfei noticed Chen Mashuan sneaking glances behind him to see if anyone was following. Upon realizing no one was there, he secretly exhaled in relief. Yunfei noticed but chose not to call him out, instead smiling and inquiring about the well-being of the mother and son over the past few days. After the elderly lady returned, news swiftly spread that her eldest nephew was to marry, and Shen Mu invited Yunfei's family to celebrate the joyous occasion. The date was set for the end of the year, coinciding with the Lunar New Year, allowing their family to return home for the festivities. Yunfei agreed, recognizing the importance of attending such a happy event. Business at the store remained robust, and he entrusted its management entirely to Zhang Yuezhen. Meanwhile, he opened a small studio, hiring attractive young women and a few skilled individuals adept at filming and writing copy. He formally ventured into the short video industry, with them responsible for filming while he sought suppliers, later enabling them to promote products. A good life is intertwined with material wealth. He had experienced 2 lifetimes, and, although he could not recall the lessons from his past, he still possessed basic acumen, such as observing market trends. As summer vacation concluded, Chen Mashuan entered his 3rd year of junior high. To afford the child more study time, Yunfei arranged for him to board at school for the semester. With the child away from home, the couple could focus more on their business endeavors. When Yunfei traveled to Guang City for supplies, he also brought Zhang Yuezhen along. She selected women's and children's clothing, while Yunfei chose various small accessories. Initially, the short video venture was merely about accumulating followers without any substantial income. However, under vigorous promotion, an increasing number of tourists began to flock in. At that time, there were not many streamers, so the young women in the studio gained considerable popularity. The gifts they received during their live streams were split 50-50 with the company, with taxes deducted as well. The company supported them by purchasing promotional spots. And once their follower count stabilized, they began to sell products, earning a commission far superior to the gifts received from fans. Yunfei refrained from dealing with cosmetics, which were prone to complications, and instead focused on small accessories and delicate trinkets such as nail art embellishments. The pricing of these items minimized the risk of issues arising. The streamers he had painstakingly cultivated were not meant to be subjected to criticism. The explosive growth of the short video industry enabled Yunfei to earn enough within 6 months to purchase a suite in Guang City outright. He now had a place to stay for regular supply trips. Before one realized it, the year had come to a close. Once Chen Mashuan's school holiday commenced, Yunfei drove with Zhang Yuezhen and Chen Mashuan back to their hometown. At 15, Chen Mashuan bore a striking resemblance to Chen Wenxue, tall, slender, and quite handsome, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses due to his nearsightedness. At this moment, he gazes out of the window at the scenery rushing by, his thoughts drifting far away. In his previous life, he had once returned to his ancestral home with that man when he was 11 years old. The dilapidated earthen house consisted of merely 3 rooms, one for his grandmother, one for his aunt and her daughter, and the last for his uncle and 2 cousins. Their family occupied a small space cleared from the firewood shed, which contained only a rickety wooden bed. Naturally, the bed could not accommodate all 3 of them, so it was only that man who slept upon it. He and his mother made their bed on the kitchen floor, laying down some straw and old clothes. During those days back home, his mother took on all the chores, and whenever his grandmother expressed dissatisfaction, that man's fist would strike her. If he attempted to help, the beatings would only intensify. Thus he refrained from assisting his mother, fearing it would bring her further suffering. His uncle had a good temper, and after several attempts to offer counsel, he was scolded back into the house by his aunt, who said, if her husband does not care for her, why do you have to feel pity? Are you perhaps infatuated with her? Such humiliating words forced his uncle to maintain his distance and refrain from intervening. His grandmother was even more ruthless than that man. Although she lacked strength, she wielded tools, a broom, a yoke, a fire poker, and various implements. To be honest, he was really reluctant to return, but the bond of blood is inextricable. For his uncle's sake, he would endure it, as he was the only one who had shown them kindness in his previous life. In the days that followed, his uncle secretly had his eldest cousin bring him money a few times. Not much, but enough to hide it from his aunt, which was no small feat. Chen Moyan looked at his parents seated in the front seat and revealed a relieved smile. If the suffering of his past life was a prerequisite for the happiness of this life, it seemed somewhat acceptable after all. At 34, Zhang Yuezhen, under Yunfei's care over the years, showed no signs of aging. Her long hair was softly curled at the ends, and she wore a light touch of makeup. As for Yunfei, there was no need to elaborate. Though he bore Chen Wenshue's visage, he was vastly different. Unlike Chen Wenshue's fierce, dispirited, and sordid demeanor, he was cultured, serene, possessing a well-proportioned physique, slender yet well-defined, with deep-set eyes and slight wrinkles at the corners that added a touch of mature masculinity. After a journey of several hundred kilometers, they finally returned to Qinjia village as night fell. In the village, nearly every household shared the surname Chen, with only a few families from outside having moved back. Yunfei led the 2 women to a 2-story house. Zhang Yuezhen asked in surprise, "Whose house is this?" Yunfei chuckled and replied matter-of-factly, "Our home. When did you build this?" Chen Moyan also looked curiously at his father, wondering what else this man had kept from him. "When I mentioned coming back for the new year, I asked your uncle to help find someone to build this house. Otherwise, where would we stay when we returned?" Chen Moyan mused that, of course, they would sleep in the firewood shed. "A few days ago, I called and asked your uncle to help tidy up the house. We can wash up and rest soon. There should be groceries in the fridge, so I'll cook something for you. You 2 should go take a shower first." Both women felt warmth in their hearts. They were a bit carsick and indeed felt quite uncomfortable, hardly wanting to move. How the people changed so drastically. Chapter 32. The father who abuses early in the morning. Chen Dage's household was bustling with activity. The bride came from a neighboring village, and both Yunfei and Chen Moyan were to follow the groom's procession to fetch her. Only Zhang Yuezhen remained at Chen Dage's house to assist with washing vegetables and aiding in the banquet preparations. Yunfei, feeling uneasy, specifically asked the village chief's wife to keep an eye on her before he left, to prevent that troublesome old woman from causing a scene on this joyous occasion. Yunfei's car had been dressed up as a wedding vehicle, currently carrying the groom and his eldest nephew. Chen Dage's son was named Chen Jinli. Most boys of their generation were named Chen Jin something, though it was not strictly enforced. Chen Moyan, indifferent due to Chen Wenxue, had not bothered to name him. leading Zhang Yuezheng to name him whatever came to mind out of frustration. At that moment, Chen Jinli sat inside the car, feeling extremely awkward. His uncle's family was markedly different from theirs. His uncle's family was splendidly dressed, clearly city folk, while theirs appeared as if they had been toiling in the dirt. His dark skin making him look out of place, even in his black suit. There was a saying that went, even in a dragon robe. One does not resemble a prince, and standing alongside his refined cousin, he felt a sense of inferiority. The bride's family was not well off either. Several people squeezed into a red brick house. After dining at the bride's home, they waited for her to finish her makeup. It was only at 1:30 in the afternoon, at the auspicious hour, that they finally set out to welcome the bride. Amidst the sound of firecrackers and gifts, they began their return journey. Due to the short distance, they deliberately drove slowly, taking over half an hour to return to Chinjia village. The bride has arrived. Quick, fire the firecrackers. They instructed the groom's parents to prepare in the hall as the new daughter-in-law was about to enter, with the matchmaker holding an umbrella and assisting her. The Chen family welcomed the new bride into the house. Chen Jinli's bride was also dark and thin, petite in stature, and appeared rather shy. Zhang Yuezheng stood beside Yun Fei, observing the newlyweds as they served tea to their parents, feeling a pang of nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, Jinli is already married. Ah, people do grow up, just like us. We too will age, Zhang Yuezheng replied with a smile. I wonder when Moyan will also find a bride, she mused. Isn't that a bit premature? Moyan is only 15, Yun Fei interjected, hesitating. Chun Moyan felt speechless and queried his mother, Mom, you're not seriously thinking of wanting a grandchild already, are you? It will be quicker for you and Dad to have another daughter. Zhang Yuezheng shot him a glare, admonishing him for his foolishness. But her gaze subtly sought Yun Fei's reaction. Yun Fei felt a pang of bitterness. He could only pretend not to have heard. What else could he do? Seeing that Yun Fei seemed oblivious, Zhang Yuezheng's eyes flashed with disappointment. Although Chen Moyan lived to 23 in his previous life, he had always been confined within the small world Chen Wenxue had created for him, leaving him rather naïve about matters of the heart. Thus, he had always assumed that his parents had refrained from having another child over the years out of concern for his feelings. A few years ago, I told you to have a daughter for me, but you were unwilling. Now you're envious of other people's children. The country is advocating for 2 children, and I'm not the type to be jealous. Having a lovely little sister would be wonderful, Chen Moyan said, envisioning the appearance of his sister. In his mind, he conjured the image of his childhood friend, thinking the younger sister would likely resemble that, adorable and tender. Your dad and I are too busy raising you to have time for another daughter. Hurry and find a seat next to your dad. The banquet is about to start, Zhang Yuezheng concluded, excusing herself to help serve the dishes, though her heart felt somewhat heavy. After the feast, Yun Fei went to inform the old lady that they would be leaving. Today, the elderly lady donned the winter coat that Yun Fei had previously purchased for her. A garnet-hued patterned overcoat, black trousers, and worn-out shoes, topped with a woolen hat, presenting a rather festive appearance. However, her expression at this moment was far from cheerful. As she muttered, our Chun family has truly fallen into misfortune, marrying such a lazy daughter-in-law. While my nephew is celebrating, she, as the aunt, wishes to retreat home to avoid work before the banquet has even concluded. There is no one else in our village quite like her, and why adorn herself so extravagantly? What a waste of money. Yun Fei promptly interjected to halt her further remarks. Grandmother, my wife is indeed diligent, but her diligence is devoted to our little family. The tasks of others' households are naturally to be managed by their respective daughters-in-law. Wouldn't you agree? A wife is a man's honor. I earn money to support both of them. If they do not appreciate it, then what is the point of my earnings? Her ability to earn is her own accomplishment, and it is of no concern to me. The elderly lady was momentarily rendered speechless, caught in a state of bewilderment, whether for being flabbergasted by his words or from the audacity of her son's retort. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Fei swiftly led his wife and child away. Just moments ago, Chen Moyan had been incensed, wishing to defend his mother, but suddenly he broke into a smile. After all, his father had cherished his mother deeply over the years. It was impossible for her to be mistreated by his grandmother. The bond between the elders brought him joy and a hint of envy. Since that year, his parents had never quarreled again, nor even had a disagreement, as they continually considered one another's feelings. Yun Fei departed with a clear conscience, not out of selfishness, but because he knew Zhang Yuezheng despite appearing well, suffered from numerous health issues. He had always refrained from allowing her to overexert herself. Having endured hardships in her youth and faced unscrupulous individuals, her health had deteriorated. She was frail. Even a slight breeze in the summer could lead to illness, let alone the necessity of air conditioning in the shop, requiring her to wear sweaters and coats to stave off the cold. Although Jean Eugen felt a bit dizzy, she hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps I should wait until the banquet is over to help out before returning. If I come back now, the villagers will certainly gossip. Let them gossip. It is entirely normal. If not about this, it will be about something else. Just rest easy. I wouldn't even let you do all the work at home, let alone labor all day at someone else's place. I noticed your complexion was off just a moment ago. Go upstairs, take a shower, and rest for a while. I can manage on my own." Upon hearing Yunfei's reluctance for her to work, Jean Eugen felt her cheeks flush. Yet she quickly realized he regarded her as a younger sister, restoring clarity to her thoughts. After the new year, on the third day, Yunfei took his wife and child back to Shenzhen. The primary reason was that the elderly lady had been critical of Jean Eugen every day, making the new year quite uncomfortable for her. Once they returned, the family sighed in relief and finally began to enjoy the holiday. Once Chun Moyen resumed school, they commenced their work. This summer, he would be preparing for the high school entrance examination, although the child consistently performed well. Never falling out of the top 5 in his grade, the couple still felt an inkling of anxiety. In stark contrast, Chun Moyen himself remained quite composed and confident. As anticipated, when the examination results were released, he was accepted into a prestigious high school with outstanding grades. High school is the most pressure-laden phase of a child's academic journey, so Yunfei and Jean Eugen hired someone to manage the business, allowing them ample time to accompany Chun Moyen. Moyen, he was often quiet. Under the affectionate care of his parents, Chun Moyen gradually became more cheerful, though he spoke little, not due to reticence. Amidst the pressures of high school, he began to forget the struggles of his past life, as if they were merely a distant dream. In his current dreams, he was solely focused on his studies. With the support of Yunfei and Jean Eugen, Chun Moyen successfully navigated this critical juncture and gained admission to Jingdai University. With a bittersweet farewell from his parents, he embarked on his college journey alone. Yunfei chose not to accompany him. Raising a son is different from raising a daughter. A daughter requires careful guidance to avoid wrong paths, whereas a son must learn to navigate life independently, embracing its challenges. Though he had no formal training in parenting, he empathized with his child, recognizing that each child possesses unique thoughts and feelings. In his previous life, his daughter lacked a sense of security, reluctant to leave her father. Thus, he followed her. In this life, however, his son yearned for freedom, and he must let him soar. With only Yunfei and Jean Eugen remaining at home, they had shared so many years together, having come to regard each other as kin by blood. Observing Jean Eugen growing older, Yunfei smiled in the sunlight and said, "Let's embark on a world tour. After devoting half our lives to our children, it is time to live for ourselves." Certainly, it was difficult to discern whether the sun was too dazzling or if the man's smile was simply too enchanting. Jean Eugen could not summon the heart to refuse. Though he did not love her, she felt fulfilled having shared her life with him. Meanwhile, Chun Moyen, now stepping into university life, wandered joyfully about the campus. The majestic school buildings, lush green lawns, and expansive sports fields, along with the laughter of fellow students, painted an idyllic scene. All of this felt remarkably beautiful, and he was now a part of it. He would live and study here for 4 years, forming bonds with many like-minded peers. The hardships of his previous academic journey seemed to vanish in this moment. He had finally arrived at the university of his dreams. With financial stability at home, Yunfei's earnings from the short video industry allowed him to live comfortably as a carefree young man. Consequently, his possessions now consisted of low-luxury brands. Merely weeks into his enrollment, he ascended to the ranks of campus heartthrobs. With commendable grades, a pleasant demeanor, attractive appearance, and a reputable family background, he seemed to carry multiple halos. His drawer began to fill with pink love letters, chocolates, greeting cards, and various small gifts. However, he declined them all, opting to collect the items in a box, placing it in the classroom with a note of gratitude, asking everyone to take their gifts back. One day, while shopping near the university with his roommates, he unexpectedly encountered childhood friends, a brother and sister duo. As Chun Moyen strolled along, animatedly chatting with his friends, he was suddenly halted by a petite and charming girl. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled like stars, and she excitedly asked, "Hello, are you Chin Moyen?" His roommates teased him, insinuating that even campus heartthrobs had admirers approaching them in public. Chin Moyen smiled, recognizing the girl from her features. It had been a long time since he had seen Chung Xin. "Indeed, it's you. Lil Yin, it has been ages," the girl exclaimed, attempting to rush toward him like in their childhood. But recalling their growth, she halted. Apologizing to his roommates, Yun Fei said, "I must catch up with an old friend. Please enjoy yourselves." His roommates, understanding, took their leave amicably. Chung Xin, accompanied by Chun Mo Yin, sought out Chung Chun. The trio, reminiscent of their elementary school days, strolled down the entire street, indulging in food and drink. Xin, Chun Chun, why have I been unable to reach your home phone lately?" Chung Chun sighed and replied, Let's not dwell on it. My father was reassigned to work in another province, and we had no choice but to move as a family. It's not just your home. We couldn't reach your number either." Chun Mo Yin chuckled resignedly. "What a coincidence. When I entered middle school, my father bought a house to facilitate my schooling, and we moved away. Subsequently, we didn't install a landline. My father equipped each of us with a mobile phone. I intended to inform you of our new number, but it seems I can never get through. Thankfully our bond is strong enough that we could still meet here. We must exchange WeChat or QQ numbers this time." Chung Chin laughed heartily. The three added each other as friends, and through the siblings' conversation, Chun Mo Yin learned that they were attending a nearby university. From that point on, the trio frequently ventured out together, enjoying food and laughter as if they had returned to the simplicity of their childhood. Chung Xin often found herself blushing at the sight of Chun Mo Yin. In turn, began to uncontrollably steal glances at her. Even when a senior girl stood before him, confessing her feelings, his thoughts drifted to Chung Xin. Lost in his reverie, he couldn't help but chuckle. The senior girl mistook his laughter for acceptance and, in excitement, lunged at him. Chun Mo Yin, momentarily distracted, failed to evade her embrace just in time. Coincidentally, the twins, excited to visit Jingda for a movie with Chun Mo Yin, witnessed the scene unfold. Jiang Xin, disbelief etched on her face before she abruptly turned and fled. Chung Chin called out to her a few times, but she ignored him. Being twins, he had long discerned his sister's feelings. Caught between his sister and his friend, he ultimately decided to let fate take its course. However, the outcome was unexpected, and he hurried after her, fearing she might be overwhelmed. Yet, someone else was quicker. Observing Chun Mo Yin sprint past him in pursuit of Chung Xin. Chung Chun halted in his tracks, resigned. "Well, it appears I'm no longer needed." Chapter 34. A father capable of domestic violence. 16. Unbeknownst to what transpired between Chun Mo Yin and Chung Xin that day, the atmosphere between the two was entirely transformed upon their return. Chung Chun remarked with a hint of jealousy, "As girls grow, their affections become uncontrollable." "What are you talking about, brother?" Chung Chun feigned annoyance, turning to leave. Chung Xin, flustered, reached out to grasp her brother's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother." Chun Mo Yin, smiling, stepped forward and draped his arm around Chung Chin's shoulder, saying, "Big brother-in-law, please do not bully my girlfriend." Chung Chun glared at his cheerful friend. Though he recognized that even if it was someone his sister liked, he insisted, Xin, please return to school. I need to have a word with him." Chung Xin remained still, worry etched on her face as she observed the two. "It's all right. I just want to chat with your brother." "All right then." With Chun Mo Yin's reassurance, Chung Xin reluctantly departed, glancing back multiple times. Once she was gone, Chung Chun turned serious and addressed his friend. "Are your intentions toward Xin genuine?" Chun Mo Yin answered earnestly, "Of course." Chung Chun scrutinized his friend, aware of his commendable character, intellect, and background. Yet he remained apprehensive about his sister's well-being. "Treat her well. If it turns out you cannot be together in the end, do not hurt her, and refrain from any intimacy before marriage," Chung Chun implored sincerely. Chun Mo Yin nodded in agreement. "Even without your urging, I would do so. I have loved Chung Xin since childhood, and she remains the only one for me." Thus, in the days that followed, the trio's dynamic transitioned into a couple happily leading the way, while the light bulb brother-in-law sulkily kicked stones behind them. When the exuberant couple finally remembered to call their son, Chun Mo Yin solemnly introduced Chung Xin, saying, "Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you. Your son is in a relationship, And this is my girlfriend, Chung Xian. Chung Xian blushed, nervously fumbling for words, caught off guard by the suddenness of the moment. Hello, uncle and auntie, Zhang Yuzhen, recognizing the familiar girl before her, exclaimed in surprise. Ah, this must be Xian. Auntie, your memory is exceptional. I have changed, yet you still recognize me. Chung Xian replied with a shy smile. Indeed, you have changed. You were adorable as a child, and have grown into a beautiful young woman. Where have you moved these past few years? Huh, my father was temporarily reassigned to Zhe province, and my mother intended a call, but she only had your landline number, which we could not reach, Chung Xian explained. Zhang Yuzhen lamented. That's true. We seldom make calls. Your mother used to visit our shop frequently. Both of us are quite busy with household duties and childcare, so we don't connect as often as we should. Haha, it seems you and Xiao Yin are truly fated. Once you both graduate, let us arrange a dinner for our families. Xiao Yin is a quiet child, quite stubborn. Once he decides on someone, he won't change. Thank you, auntie. My parents and I thought his temperament would hinder him from pursuing girls. All right, Chung Xian responded with a sweet smile. Chunemo Yin took the phone and, during the video call, noticed that his parents were on a snowy mountain. He felt joy but also playfully remarked, Dad, have you and Mom forgotten about your son, who is diligently studying? Yin Fei shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, Look at me and your mother. We have aged significantly worrying about you, and we are not allowed to enjoy our time together? All right. After all, I now have a girlfriend to care for. I'm not envious of you, he huffed. Child, why are you becoming more immature as you grow older? Zhang Yuzhen teased, giving him a playful glare. Chun Mo Yin, still childish, hung up the phone. Chung Xian observed that in front of his family, Chun Mo Yin spoke more freely, with his eyes brimming with warmth. He must love his parents dearly. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the couple who had just ended the call wore somber expressions. Are you really not going to tell him? A child has the right to know. Zhang Yuzhen shook her head, filled with bitterness. I don't want to undergo treatment. I wish to enjoy my remaining days. Yin Fei, helpless, wrapped his arms around her shoulders. I fully support you, but I worry that Mo Yin might not handle the shock well. Let us wait a couple of months before we return for treatment, shall we? Don't you want to witness Mo Yan's wedding and children someday? Fear not. I will always be here for both of you. Tears blurred Zhang Yuzhen's vision as she allowed herself to lean into her husband's embrace, sobbing softly. All right. 2 months later, Yin Fei brought Zhang Yuzhen back to the country, landing in Jing City. With no classes, Chen Mo Yin deliberately went to pick them up with Chung Xian. Outside their hotel room, Chun Mo Yin appeared visibly shaken. His lips were pale, and his fingers trembled as he asked, What illness does Mom have? Advanced cervical cancer, Yin Fei repeated heavily. But she has annual checkups, hasn't she? She didn't go, Yin Fei said, closing his eyes, filled with sorrow. In the early years, the entire family underwent annual checkups together, and he had accompanied them. But as time passed, Zhang Yuzhen insisted she could go alone. Who could have imagined that she believed there was nothing wrong with her body? Thus feeling disinclined to seek medical attention, Chen Mo Yin despondently inquired, How much longer does Mom have? The doctor revealed that she had only 6 months to 2 years left, and while continuous treatment might extend her life, she was unwilling to undergo it. After much effort, I had finally persuaded her to return for treatment, hoping that the hospitals in Jing City might offer more advanced care. I decided to enter and check on my mother. Chen Mo Yin's state filled Yin Fei with concern. In his past life, Zhang Yuzhen had passed away unexpectedly, and he had never considered the possibility of her suffering from a terminal illness. Inside the room, the mother and son were sharing heartfelt words, while Yin Fei stood outside. Hearing Chun Mo Yan's restrained sobs mingled with Zhang Yuzhen's comforting sniffles. A pang of sorrow struck his heart, and he worried about Chun Mo Yin's mental state collapsing. As for the potential failure of his task, he was not overly concerned. After all, this life was one he had stumbled upon. Returning it to the system was of no consequence. The desire for rebirth was not a necessity. Having nurtured 2 children from different realms, he had grown fond of this role-playing game. Each child was born a blank slate, shaped by the experiences imparted upon them. He could not save every unfortunate child in the world, but he could at least rescue one. Fortunately, both children from different realms were good souls. It was merely their fates that were unfortunate. He felt an instinctive bond with them, akin to that of closest kin, and thus felt a deep sense of compassion and concern for their well-being. Chapter 35. The abusive father 17, uncertain of what the mother and son ultimately discussed. Zhang Yuzhan chose not to be hospitalized for treatment, opting instead for medication to alleviate her discomfort. The news shocked Yin Fei, who discreetly approached Chun Mo Yin to ask, "What are your thoughts? Why didn't you persuade your mother to stay in hospital for treatment?" Chun Mo Yan's face darkened considerably as he responded with a hint of despair. "It's too painful. Mom says she fears suffering. She wants to leave when the pain is minimal. Her first half of life has been filled with hardship." Yin Fei had no words to counter this. He was an advocate for respecting a patient's wishes. He had also researched cervical cancer and understood the excruciating nature of the illness. With a sigh, he said, "Let us respect her wishes. Let her live more happily." In the days that followed, Yin Fei purchased a home in Jing City, closer to Chun Mo Yin. For he was concerned that Zhang Yuzhan's worries would hinder her studies. He accompanied her in various romantic endeavors, entrusting his business to others while allowing Chun Mo Yin to take the reins under his guidance. After much contemplation, Chun Mo Yin secretly began to devise a plan. One day, Yin Fei casually mentioned Zhang Yuzhan's family, asking, "Do you wish to visit them?" Throughout the years, she had frequently sent money home and inquired about their well-being, yet she had never returned. Zhang Yuzhan paused momentarily while combing her hair, then resumed her natural demeanor, feigning indifference as she replied, "I want to go back. They have no place for me in their hearts, so why should I return to irk them?" Yin Fei naturally noticed her subtle actions. Even if her parents favored sons over daughters, it was impossible for her to be entirely indifferent. "That's all right. Take your time to think it over. If you ever decide to go, just let me know, and I will accompany you." By this time, Chun Mo Yin, a third-year student, was at the airport to greet Chung Xian and Chung Chen's parents. That evening, he arranged for both sets of parents, along with all his classmates, friends, and teachers, to witness his happiness with Chung Xian at a scenic spot in Jing City. "Qing, shall we head back? It's so dark here. I'm quite frightened," Chung Xian remarked, gazing at the usually bright mountain, now devoid of any light, her mind wandering to ominous theories. Her hand, holding the flashlight, began to tremble. The girl named Qing led her to an archway, exclaiming, "Oh, we've come this far. Let us wait a little longer." Suddenly, the lights around them illuminated in an orderly fashion, causing Chung Xian to shield her eyes from the brightness before opening them to gaze around. The sound of beautiful music filled the air. Simple happiness would no longer be accompanied by loneliness. No matter how long the journey, they awaited the next stop. The blessings they received were the most precious gifts. The small hillside was adorned with flowers, and a red carpet lined a path in the center. At the end of the path stood her parents, her brother, as well as Chun Mo Yin and Uncle Chun, Aunt Zhang. Surrounding them were smiling faces filled with blessings, her classmates, teachers, and Chun Mo Yin's roommates and classmates were all present. Chung Xian could hardly believe her eyes, her heart racing like a startled deer, thumping wildly. Beside her, Qing had somehow dashed to the side, giving her a secret thumbs up. In a daze, she walked down the red carpet to the end of the path. Fireworks erupted in the sky, showcasing holographic projections due to fire restrictions. Drones formed various romantic patterns, depicting her and Chun Mo Yin from their first meeting to the present. Chun Mo Yin knelt on one knee, presenting a sparkling diamond ring, saying, "I apologize. My haste may have startled you, my beloved. Yet, I sincerely wish to ask, Miss Chung Xian, might you grant me the opportunity to share the seasons of life with you?" "I am willing," Chung Xian replied, naturally eager. But fearing her smile might be too exuberant, she restrained herself and tremulously extended her hand, allowing Chun Mo Yin to slip the ring onto her finger. The sound of the fireworks explosion filled the air. Congratulations to the couple on their union. Chen Montak Yans Homemates Chiot. "Ha! Congratulations to our handsome campus prince for winning the heart of a beautiful lady. Oh, two more have found love. How enviable. Chung Xian's boyfriend is so handsome, indeed, and quite wealthy." The elders from both families sincerely blessed the young couple, joining in applause. Chung Xian's father, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "From now on, I entrust Chung Xian to you. Please take good care of her." In his youth, he had always been preoccupied with work, missing out on so much, and it was only at this moment that he suddenly realized his children had grown. He had been so busy that he had not rested, with his wife managing everything, occasionally chiding him, which he would dismiss impatiently. Since learning of Chun Mo Yan's mother's condition, he looked back at his wife, now over 50, and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Thus, despite their reluctance, upon discovering that Chung Xin resolutely chose Chun Mo Yan, they decided to support Chun Mo Yan's heartfelt intentions. After all, it merely meant marrying a couple of years earlier. Chun Mo Yan was indeed a promising young man, excelling in every aspect. Securing such a good son-in-law sooner rather than later was a wise decision. Over a year later, Chun Mo Yan had entirely taken over the family business, having initially contemplated starting a game studio. However, fearing he would become too busy and have little time for his family, he abandoned that idea, for family remained paramount in his heart. Even if he lacked ambition, he could still provide for his wife. His in-laws would not resent him for it. Shortly after graduation, Chun Mo Yan orchestrated a grand wedding to marry Chung Xin. Chung Xin did not oppose this. She understood Chun Mo Yan's eagerness to wed, and she felt no sorrow or resentment. To marry him sooner was also her dream, for she had already committed herself to him in this lifetime. Zhang Yuzhen, enduring excruciating pain while wearing adult diapers, attended the couple's wedding with a radiant smile. Suppressing her agony, she endured sleepless nights, writhing in discomfort, all to avoid impacting the young couple's happiness. Until that fateful night 2 weeks later, she collapsed in a sweat in Yunfei's embrace, pleading, "It hurts so much. I wish to depart early, if only you would allow it." Yunfei, suppressing his heartache, replied hoarsely with reddened eyes, "Very well. I shall summon our son and daughter-in-law to accompany you on your final journey." He promptly dialed their number, dejectedly urging them to return at once. Sensing something amiss in their father's tone, Chun Myn rushed upstairs with his wife, Chung Xin, filled with concern. "Dad, what has happened to Mom?" Chun Myn inquired anxiously, accompanied by a similarly worried Chung Xin. Yunfei, his voice raspy, instructed, "Stay with her. If there is anything you wish to say, do so quickly." In an instant, Chun Myn collapsed helplessly to the ground, realizing that this day had indeed arrived. Chapter 36. A father capable of domestic violence, do not be sorrowful. Your mother has found contentment in witnessing your marriage in this lifetime, even in excruciating pain. Zhang Yuezhing's gaze remained tender and affectionate. She glanced at Chung Xin, who stepped forward to grasp her hand, tears brimming in her eyes as she choked out, "Mom. Xin, I am so sorry, for I could not accompany you during childbirth, nor care for you in your confinement, nor help you with the children, leaving you to face these trials alone. After I am gone, please cherish your life with Myn. If he ever treats you poorly, speak to your father, and he shall set things right. Myn is not one to express himself. If you feel upset, tell him directly instead of harboring resentment. I am sorry for leaving you at this time. Do not blame me." "Mom, we do not blame you. We understand that you can no longer endure." Chung Xin sobbed as she knelt on the ground. At that moment, Chun Myn sat there in a state of numbness, his eyes reddened, accompanying her in silence. Meanwhile, Yunfei sat on the bed, holding Zhang Yuezhing tightly, sorrow etched upon his face. Zhang Yuezhing gently stroked Chun Myn's hair, saying, "You have grown up now. Do not let your mother have any worries. Death is a part of life. You still have your father and Xin. Chun Myn nodded with great difficulty, managing to utter, "All right, I will heed your words. Now, I wish to share a few words with your father." Chun Myn remained still, while it was Chung Xin who, amidst tears, assisted him to rise and exit the room. Inside, Zhang Yuezhing offered a faint smile, a lifetime of love finally daring to surface at this moment. Her gaze was so deeply affectionate that Yunfei could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Zhang Yuezhing trembled as she gently caressed his weathered face, filled with happiness as she said, "You need not feel guilty. I do not mind that you do not love me. My love for you is sufficient. Having you by my side is my greatest fortune. May I know your name? When I introduce you to others, I do not wish to refer to you merely by your surname." No wonder since that day, she had never called him by his name, always referring to him as husband, a habit that never changed. When introducing him to others, she would simply say, "This is my husband. His surname is Chun. Yunfei. My name is Yunfei." Yunfei's gaze softened as he wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, which had emerged due to pain. "Then, next time I introduce you, I shall say, 'This is my husband. His surname is Yun.'" Zhang Yuezheng forced a smile through her pain, saying, "Husband, please give me the medicine. I am so exhausted. I wish to sleep." "All right." Yunfei gently laid her down, retrieving the medicine and a cup of lukewarm water. He then helped her sit up to take her medication, and only after she had finished it his tears finally fall uncontrollably. He coaxed her to sleep, reminiscent of how he used to soothe young Myn. Once she had drifted off to slumber, Yunfei, with swollen eyes, opened the door, allowing the waiting couple to enter. Observing Zhang Yuezheng lying peacefully on the bed, her features devoid of life, Qing Xian could no longer contain her anguish, bursting into tears. Chen Myn stood at the bedside, his limbs cold, his expression filled with sorrow. He recalled his mother's harsh existence in her past life, her back bent by the weight of life's burdens. In their childhood, his parents favored sons over daughters. Her role in the family was merely to work and care for her younger brother. As she stepped into the workforce, she was deceived by a man's sweet words and a few meals. She was tormented by her mother-in-law and beaten by her husband, all while striving to provide for her son, scouring for vegetable scraps at dawn, working during the day, and taking on odd jobs at night, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours each day. She also had to care for her inebriated husband, unable to spare the energy to ensure her son was not bullied at school. Suddenly jolted awake, he found himself staring into his father's worried face, both familiar and foreign. Xiaoyan, it is all right to cry. Do not hold back. Yet, Chen Myn felt an inability to weep, despite the sorrow weighing heavily on his heart. Perhaps it was the realization that his mother, in this life at least, had found more happiness than in her previous one. Just half a month after the Chun family celebrated a joyous occasion, they were now holding a funeral, a poignant reminder of life's unpredictability. Yunfei and the young couple returned to Shenshi with Zhang Yuezheng's ashes, purchasing a burial plot for her there. He believed she would prefer not to be laid to rest in the Chun family cemetery, so he chose Shenshi, making it convenient for them to visit her grave. Following this, Yunfei, Chen Myn, and Qing Xian relocated back to Shenshi. Their stay in Jing City had been solely for Zhang Yuezheng's illness and Chen Myn studies. Now, with one departed and another married, there was no longer a reason to remain in Jing City. Cheng Chun accompanied her parents back to Zhe province to develop their careers, and every year, the young couple would make time to fly over to visit them. After taking over Yunfei's short video company, Chen Myn developed his own live-streaming software, witnessing significant growth under his stewardship, far beyond what it had achieved under Yunfei. While Yunfei relied on foresight to capitalize on market trends and seize the first wave of profits, Chen Myn leaned on his expertise to gradually elevate the company's quality. Qing Xian took over Zhang Yuezheng's clothing store, which did not expand or turn a profit, but she enjoyed designing clothes herself. Thus, the store ceased to stock inventory, selling only her handmade garments. Yunfei had purchased that store long ago, leaving it as a memento for Chen Myn. Later, Qing Xian bore 3 sons, always yearning for a daughter. Yet her wish remained unfulfilled. When she considered trying again, she was dissuaded by Yunfei and Chen Myn. Both sons and daughters are equally precious. 3 children are already lively enough, my dear. Let us refrain from having more. Chen Myn impatiently reasoned with her. Yunfei concurred, stating, every child is a blessing. Boys or girls, they're all wonderful. Embrace this, and do not obsess over the elusive notion of a daughter. Childbearing is taxing on the body. Think of us, and consider how much we cherish you. Do not dwell on an unattainable dream when you have 3 sons who need your attention. Yunfei's words plunged Qing Xian into guilt. And from that moment on, she ceased to long for a daughter, focusing entirely on caring for her sons. As the family grew, she found it inevitable to overlook certain aspects, and she indeed felt regret. Her eldest son consoled her, saying, Mom, when I grow up, I will give you 2 daughters. Though the children were still young, they understood many things and sometimes even pondered deeply. They worried whether their mother wished for a daughter more than she loved them, thinking, if only I were a girl. Ultimately, Qing Xian recognized her mistake, weeping as she embraced each of her sons. I apologize, it seems that my mother has misunderstood. In truth, she loves you both dearly, not because of your gender, but simply because you are her children. Chapter 37. The Father Who Commits Domestic Violence. Qing Xian's transformation brought a sigh of relief to Chen Myn, for he feared that her condition might adversely affect the children. Yet he hesitated to express his concerns, worried she might suffer from postpartum depression. During her delivery, Cheng's mother was unable to be by her side due to her poor health, leaving Chun Mo Yin and Yun Fei to accompany her throughout the process. The two men, despite their best intentions, were often at a loss in addressing her needs. The maternity center provided attentive care, but they were primarily focused on her physical well-being. They could not grasp the intricacies of her emotional distress. Years later, Chun Mo Yin, now over 50, sat on a hospital bed, gazing at his father, whose aged visage bore no trace of youth. A deep sorrow enveloped him. As if time had reverted to the night, they bid farewell to his mother. Chung Xin compassionately led their 3 sons out of the ward, granting the father and son a final moment together. Yun Fei's consciousness began to fade, and his memories grew muddled, although his son stood before him. Now of an age to be a grandfather, he seemed to see little Mo Yin instead. Xiaoyan, smile more, speak more. Your father dislikes the gloomy demeanor you wear. Children should embody sunshine and cheerfulness. Father. Chun Mo Yin's voice was heavy with age. I'm here. Once I recover, I'll take Xiao Yin to buy building blocks. I've heard there's a new set available. Yun Fei's gaze grew distant. Father, thank you. Chun Mo Yin whispered sorrowfully in his ear. Thank you for coming. You have saved both my mother and my life. Upon hearing this, Yun Fei peacefully closed his eyes, a smile gracing his face. Father. The restrained cries of anguish echoed within the hospital room. Father. Zhang Yuzhen and the children entered, weeping bitterly. My life is shrouded in darkness. I am Chun Mo Yin, the son of a frail and sorrowful mother and an alcoholic, violent father. I pity my mother and loathe my father, perpetually suppressing the monstrous beast within my heart. It incessantly howls, urging me to kill that man. Yet I know I cannot succumb to such darkness. This is a society governed by law. I cannot commit a crime. I may be mired in filth, but I dare not cross that line. I have reported him to the authorities, only for each incident to conclude with his sincere apologies and my mother's bitter forgiveness. I understand her compromises are for my sake. She hopes I can excel in my studies and escape that small, dark, alcohol-soaked room filled with violence. Yet I have disappointed her. I have not studied diligently. My heart is restless, burdened by the anxiety of next semester's tuition and the pain of watching her toil endlessly for my sake, leading me to despise my own origins. As a child, I often pondered if my mother would be happier without me, if I could find relief in my absence. After my mother's untimely death, that man was imprisoned, and all eyes turned toward me with pity. Their words were filled with scorn for my father and disappointment in my mother. It's one thing to marry a man who commits domestic violence, but after enduring so many beatings, calling the police for mediation and not divorcing, isn't that just masochism? Thus, the saying holds true. The pitiful must possess something despicable within them. It is a tragedy for their son, whose clothes have become tattered, now orphaned, who will care for him in the future. What is there to pity? With such parents, do you expect their child to be anything good? I hear he often fights and indulges in petty theft. It is indeed true that a dragon begets a dragon and a rat begets a rat. Faced with such slander, I felt powerless to defend myself and had no desire to do so. The house where death had visited became tainted. The landlord cursed our family, discarding our belongings and expelling me as well. I truly felt cursed to have encountered such a family. Get out. Hurry up. If you weren't so young, I would demand compensation for my losses. The landlord's wife spat at my feet. I never wish to see you again. You bring misfortune. Silently, I gathered my belongings with my mother's memory in mind, while I discarded everything that belonged to that man. With my luggage in hand, I found refuge on a park bench, washed up in a public restroom, and ate with the meager funds my mother had left before her passing. Whenever I encountered acquaintances, they would point fingers, either labeling me a thief or the son of a murderer. Only the landlady from my mother's odd jobs showed me sympathy, offering me a bit of handiwork to do. The pay was modest, but enough for a meal. Eventually, I visited that man once. Upon seeing me, he became agitated, asking me to deposit some money for him, claiming life inside was unbearable without funds. Upon hearing this, I laughed, and in his astonished gaze, I uttered the most venomous words. Knowing you suffer brings me joy. You do not think of yourself as my father, do you? No. I dream of ending your life every night. I'm your child. How could you believe me to be innocent, obedient, and docile? I'm just as vile as you. Do your best to reform. If it is too painful, then perhaps you should end it all. I shall not return. As I turned away amidst Chun Wen Shui's vile curses, He was escorted back to his cell by the police. Upon leaving prison, my spirits did not lift. Once more, I fell into a drunken stupor. Strolling along the riverbank, I was lost in thought. If I were to perish in the river, could it cleanse the filth from my being, allowing me to be reborn into a normal family, to become a person of integrity? Thus, my foot slipped and I fell. Upon regaining consciousness, the howling wind and torrential rain outside bewildered me. The soft glow of a night light illuminated the face of the person who held me as I slept. It was a visage I recognized from my midnight dreams, my mother in her youth. What was I thinking at that moment? I believed the heavens to be unjust. Even in death, I returned to this home to endure it all over again. The pain of lingering torment was nothing compared to what lay ahead. Yet, the events that transpired diverged sharply from my memories. My father began a small business, providing my mother with ample living expenses each month. She no longer worried about money, and her smile grew brighter each day. The man had shed the scent of alcohol. He was clean and tidy, always exuding the fragrance of soap. He took us on outings, planned for a home, accompanied me to school, worried about my well-being, and bought me toys. He would cheer my mother, offering her kindness and patiently guiding us through our troubles. The first superhero he gifted me came a week after my rebirth. I placed it on my bedside table, believing he thought I adored superheroes. Subsequently, whenever new models emerged, he would buy them for me, much to my mother's dismay, as she deemed it a waste of money. He always smiled, saying, "I earn money to bring joy to you and your mother." Unbeknownst to him, my affection lay not with the superhero, but with the fact that he embodied a hero, selflessly providing for my mother and me. Fearlessly, he created a radiant sky for us, as if with him around, my mother and I could pursue our desires without restraint. He took notice, and thus the gifts he later presented transformed into assembly blocks. Look, he always brings a sense of reassurance, having only me and Mama in his heart and mind. Chapter 38. Panda Daddy. Upon returning to the system space, Yun-Fei gazed at his daughter-in-law and grandchildren weeping by the bedside, alongside his son who was holding back tears, and felt a profound ache in his heart. Extracting emotions and business acumen while retaining memories, Yun-Fei found himself at a loss for words. He had not learned a single skill, and now even the hard-earned business experience founded on perseverance was to be extracted. Task settlement. Task objective. Chun Mo Yan's happiness level at 85. Task completion level, suboptimal. Settlement points, 80. Accumulated points, 180. Note, 500 points unlocks the store. Task reward. One simulated companion robot, unnamed. Observing the happiness level, Yun-Fei fell silent. Was there still so much gloom in the heart of the once lively and cheerful Xiao Yan? The system compassionately explained, the previous task subject has awakened past life memories. Their character has become fixed. Achieving an 85 is quite commendable. Awakening past life memories? Isn't that akin to reincarnation? The task world is inherently flawed. Unexpected events can occur. Please adapt quickly. If you do not undertake this task, the reincarnated Chun Mo Yin will once again be subjected to torment and ultimately become a murderer. Yun-Fei reflected on that child, and despite having emotions extracted, he still felt a pang of sympathy. In truth, he was quite resilient. At such a young age, in that kind of family, he did not succumb to despair. Though he might seem somewhat brooding and taciturn, his heart was easily softened. Transmitting to the next world. System, you are indeed alive. Once the visitors departed, a voice resonated in the system's space. I am not alive. I have no heartbeat. Upon awakening, Yun-Fei's first instinct was to examine his body. Woof! After realizing the state of his lower half, Yun-Fei yelped in shock, producing a sound reminiscent of a dog's bark. System, wrong transmission, wrong transmission. I am covered in fur, and I have black furry paws. However, the sound that emerged was an incoherent mumble. The system ignored his exclamations and directly initiated the plot. This realm is one where the female is revered, responsible for procreation. Males undergo a warrior awakening at the age of 3. Those who succeed transform into beastmen, while failures regress into mindless beasts. Yun-Fei now found himself as a panda, classified as a secondary warrior of the Iron Eater tribe. The classification of warriors ranges from levels 1 to 12. Thus, a secondary warrior is essentially at the bottom of the hierarchy. The beastmen reach maturity at 15, capable of mating, with lifespan extending alongside strength. Females can only consume rare treasures known as life fruits to prolong their lives. Although tasked with the heavy burden of reproduction, females possess no significant advantages and are physically weaker. Perhaps this is the universe's attempt at balance. Hence, the partner contract exists, allowing females to voluntarily dissolve the agreement, while unilateral termination by males results in their descent into beasts of misfortune. Recently, the panda female, Ain1, accidentally ingested a mating fruit while in the wild, coincidentally encountering the male panda, Nanyang, whose body Yun Fei now occupied. Ain1 was highly sought after in her tribe, her fur glossy and healthy, her figure ample and round. Thus, in a moment of excitement, Nanyang completed the procreation ritual with Ain1. Given the circumstances of the mating fruit, Ain1 was initially willing, resulting in the formation of their contract. However, upon awakening, Ain1 grew to despise Nanyang for taking advantage of her vulnerability. Her affections lay with the tribe's fifth-level warrior, Nanluo. Nanluo had long made it clear that the female he desired must be exclusively his, refusing to share her with any other beast. Ain1 was plunged into despair, realizing she could never be with Nanluo. She found herself at a loss for whom to blame, as it was she who had consumed the fruit and Nanyang had come to her rescue. Deep down, she harbored resentment towards Nanyang for not returning to the tribe to fetch Nanluo, but instead choosing to act on his own. Despite the tribe being aware of her feelings for Nanluo, Nanyang, burdened with unspoken sorrow, confronted Nanluo, questioning whether he would have rescued Ain1 had he returned that day. To his disbelief, Nanluo affirmed he would have. Nanyang stared at Nanluo in disbelief. He had witnessed Nanluo's affection for the neighboring white-furred female, Li. Why would he deceive Ain1? Ain1's animosity towards Nanyang deepened. She refused to dissolve the contract, intending to wait until he could no longer bear her presence and would break it himself. She shouted at Nanyang, "Leave. I hate you. I never wish to see you again." Yet mere days later, Ain1 discovered she was pregnant with Nanyang's offspring. She did not wish to bear the child, but no matter how much she rolled or fell, she could not rid herself of the baby. And upon her parents discovering her condition, they confined her. In the beast world, offspring are of utmost importance. They cannot bear to see their female kin terminate their own young, as such an act is deemed wicked. Meanwhile, Nanyang had already departed from the Iron Eater tribe. Indeed, though he was male, he was weak, prone to tears, timid, and rather fragile. The boldest act of his life had been to mate with the female Ain1. Thus, under the disdainful gaze of the female he despised, he chose to flee, obeying her wishes to leave the tribe and ensuring she would no longer see him, believing this would prevent her anger. 2 months later, Ain1 gave birth to a pair of male panda cubs. Despite her resentment, she ultimately conceded to her maternal instincts. She then instructed her parents to seek out Nanyang, preparing a cave to nurture their little family. The outcome was predictable. Upon learning that Nanyang had left the tribe, her hatred for that coward intensified. In contrast, other females would quarrel with their mates. Yet none had seen a male truly abandon his responsibilities. How dare he leave without taking responsibility? After giving birth, Ain1's health deteriorated significantly. She transformed into her beast form daily to care for her cubs, as panda cubs are all premature. She had not ventured outside the cave for 2 months, with her parents providing care and sustenance. As time passed, other fathers and siblings grew restless, compelling her to find a male to move out. Ain1 understood that without a male to care for her and the cubs, they would likely perish before winter even arrived. Thus, she acquiesced. Many males in the tribe were eager to partner with her due to her fertility, having birthed twins. She selected one of the third-level warriors to accompany her to the shaman, seeking assistance in choosing a suitable day for their union. However, the shaman solemnly informed them, Ain1's body, having consumed the mating fruit too early and given birth, is far too weakened. She likely lacks the energy for another partnership contract. Ain1 stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, while the third-level warrior pondered and inquired, can she still mate and bear offspring? After contemplation, the shaman shook his head, saying, "It is best not to attempt that in the near future. Even if she were to conceive, the offspring would likely be stillborn, and it would further harm Ain1's health." The third-level warrior began to hesitate. Not forming a partnership would actually be advantageous for him. Yet Ain1's inability to fulfill her role as a female meant he would have to care for her and the offspring of others for an extended period. Uncertain if he would pass the assessment, he felt anxious. Chapter 39. Panda Daddy Part 2, Ain could discern the warrior's thoughts and roared. You wish to have your way. To mate without forming a partnership is to treat me as a slave. I, Ain, will never be any beast's female slave. Female slaves are those unrecognized by the beast god. Males may seek female slaves for relief before committing to a partnership contract. Generally, female slaves are those captured after their tribe's defeat or those who have erred. After the sorceresses perform their incantations, a mark appears on their faces, signifying their status as female slaves. Once they are enslaved, they lose the ability to conceive. Thus, Ain vehemently resists, believing that the warrior before her is solely focused on her reproductive capabilities, clearly intending to treat her as a mere female slave. She boldly declares, I shall not take a mate. I will raise my offspring alone. However, though her words are steadfast, the reality is starkly harsh. The fragility of her cubs prevents her from venturing out in search of sustenance. Even when she implores her mother for assistance, after a day of toil in the mountains, she returns with scarcely a few bamboo shoots. The bamboo forest is guarded by a horde of plump rodents, making the hunt for prey even more impossible. Ultimately, it is her parents who, unable to bear her plight, surreptitiously provide her with food, allowing her to nourish her 2 cubs with beast milk. Yet, tragically, one of the larger cubs succumbs, having fallen ill at a time when Ain, exhausted from her quest for food, could do little to help. In the beast realm, being unwell is often a death sentence. The sorceress may be summoned to offer blessings, but survival is ultimately left to fate. This is euphemistically referred to as the beast god wishing to take them away, hence their demise. With only 1 cub remaining, Ain feels both sorrow and relief. Caring for 2 was an arduous task. Focusing on nurturing 1 cub should be manageable, or so she thought, only to discover that reality tells a different tale. Each day of hardship brings forth a curse upon her cub, calling it a coward and a weakling. The little cub, confused and unaware, does not comprehend why he is confined to the cave, why he is perpetually hungry, nor why his brother has vanished, or why his mother's temper grows increasingly foul. Where has his father gone? What is a coward? What is a weakling? His grandparents often regard him with pitying eyes, which he detests, and upon leaving the cave, he also finds the gazes of the tribespeople unappealing. He is perplexed by the males who pursue his mother, failing to understand why she rebuffs their offers of care. This ignorance persists until one day he overhears 2 males discussing her. How long can that female named Ain hold on? One chuckles. She is bound to break soon. That frail cub of hers requires a great deal of nourishment, and where could a mere female procure such? The other adds with a smirk, I wonder if she can withstand it. She seems so weak. Indeed, Ain has become quite unattractive. Had it not been for the absence of female slaves in their small tribe, he would hardly have cast her a second glance. The cub, unable to grasp their words fully, senses their malice and leaps forth to bite them. A wild cub dares to attack us? One male kicks him away. Enough of this, cub. Let us leave. If the chief discovers we've bullied a youngling, we will surely face punishment. With the other male, urging, they disdainfully abandon him and depart. The cub, clutching his aching belly, forlornly crawls back into the cave. Just as his mother, weary from her foraging, returns with a few bamboo shoots, she scolds him. Why have you run out of the cave again? It's exhausting for me to find food each day. Can't you refrain from worrying me? Be obedient. The cub, ears drooping, silently retreats into the cave, even losing the will to drink milk. Yet, he hesitates to confess his stomachache to his mother, as she appears so fatigued. She has been injured. It turns out that all the other females in the tribe do not need to forage for food, only his mother does. Others have many fathers to help raise their cubs, but where is his father? Why must his mother bear the burden of finding food? Suddenly, a torrential rainstorm breaks out at night, and his mother weakly proclaims, the rainy season has arrived. We cannot survive. The cub does not understand why the rainy season spells their doom. Does it mean they will meet the beast god? The rain falls incessantly, and his consciousness begins to fade. He is ill, having already been injured and now chilled. Ain cradles her cub, sorrowfully gazing at his unconscious form. Tears streaming down her face, she whispers, return to the embrace of the beast god, my poor cub. I shall soon join you. She too has developed a fever. Her wounds are festering and emit an unpleasant odor. During the rainy season, she cannot venture out for food, and her parents cannot brave the rain for every meal. The sorceress certainly cannot risk the rain to come and heal her. Anwan realizes she cannot endure much longer. Transforming into her beast form, she holds her increasingly cold cub close, and together, they drift into eternal slumber within the cave. Meanwhile, far away in the Beastman King city, Nanyang senses the disturbance in their mate bond, and, unable to believe it, tears open the beast hide to inspect the mark on his chest. It is gradually fading. Anwan has passed away. Subsequently, before the eyes of many, he devolves into a wild beast and is slain by the beastmen. Accepting the memories of Nanyang, Yunfei understands that Nanyang had intended to journey to the King City, ascend to level 5, and return with the longevity fruit to appease Anwan. Currently, he is nibbling on fruit by the roadside because this is the moment when Nanyang departed from the tribe. Anwan likely discovered her pregnancy within the past few days. Yunfei scratches his fluffy face and dashes into the nearby forest. As a level 2 warrior, he dares not provoke the larger beasts. Transforming back into his beast form, he plucks a type of vine and weaves it into a rope. He then places it by the river, baited with a delicacy favored by the fire-feathered birds, and hides in the bushes, waiting for them to come to drink. When they do, he shall ensnare them. After securing the knot tightly, he binds the bird's feet and hastens back to the tribe before nightfall. He arrives at the cave of Anwan's family, presents the captured fire-feathered bird to her mother, and departs. It is too late in the day. He can only strive to build rapport for now. After all, the task at hand is still nestled within her womb. Tomorrow, he will dig a cave, prepare it, and then hold a mating ceremony for the mother of his child. This would be akin to their marriage, ensuring their cub is born into a loving home, achieving a happiness level of 100%. Instead of returning to the communal cave, he seeks the chief to request a plot of land to establish his own dwelling. Recent events concerning him and Anwan have spread like wildfire throughout the tribe, so the chief readily allocates a spot for him. He earnestly advises, "Take good care of Anwan. She is somewhat headstrong, but she is indeed a good female." "I will, chief," Yunfei confidently assures, determined to care for the mother of his child, ensuring that once she has given birth, she remains healthy enough to find a mate of her choosing. In this world, there is no guilt in neglecting a wife, for he can simply remain her long-term provider. Filled with ambition, Yunfei transforms back into his beast form under the cover of night and begins to dig out the cave. By midday the following day, exhausted yet satisfied, he gazes at the cave he has excavated, now 2 rooms and a hall, and finally smiles. However, this is not enough. His stomach grumbles with hunger, compelling him to venture out in search of food. According to Nanyang's memories, the iron-eating beast tribe members only consume bamboo and bamboo shoots when in their beast form. More often, they feast on raw flesh, as blood contains salt. To facilitate this, Yunfei transforms back into his beast form, racing to the bamboo forest in the nearby mountains, gathering some bamboo and leaves. But is soon chased out by the plump rodents. The Feishu beast may not be particularly formidable, nor is it large, roughly the size of an adult rural dog. However, their numbers are overwhelming and their teeth are somewhat sharp. A single bite poses little threat, but when a large group surrounds you, biting down relentlessly, it becomes rather terrifying. Thus, after pilfering some bamboo, Yunfei hurriedly slipped away. Bamboo is a time-efficient snack. He finished gnawing on it outside the tribe before returning. The taste was quite delightful, crisp and imbued with a subtle sweetness that brought him immense pleasure. Yet, Yunfei could not allow the other pandas in the tribe to discover his bamboo indulgence, for only those beasts unable to hunt would resort to eating bamboo. Even though bamboo is genuinely delectable, it symbolizes incapacity. After finishing the bamboo, Yunfei gathered a substantial amount of resilient yet pliable grass to carry back to his cave. Weaving outdoors was impractical due to time constraints and safety concerns. With no container at hand, he wove a large basket and stuffed it with grass, transforming back into his beast form to sprint back to the tribe with a basket on his back. The tribesmen, upon seeing Nanyang return with an odd object and a bundle of grass, began to speculate. Is Nanyang too afraid to hunt now? Has he resorted to eating grass? Anwan is truly unfortunate to have contracted a male like him. He will likely grow quite thin. Huh! Who told her to fancy Nanluo? Consequently, it fell to Nanyang. If only she had chosen her male partner wisely, this situation could have been avoided. Nevertheless, she is indeed a beautiful female. Her own misfortunes are ample. However, if she wishes to select additional males and dissolve her bond with Nanyang, it would not be an issue. That might also be the case. Why does she not sever her partnership with Nanyang? Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? Who knows? She is undeniably attractive and does not lack for male admirers. Even if she cannot attain the level 5 warrior Nanluo, there are certainly level 3 warriors to choose from. Let us not concern ourselves with her affairs unnecessarily. Yun Fei disregarded the idle gossip. In the cave, which comprised 2 rooms and a hall, he had opened a window in the room facing outward. This was a special consideration for Anwan, as the conditions for a pregnant female should be somewhat better. Upon returning to the cave, he began to weave mats, intending to produce several. First, he needed to hang a mat over the entrance and the 2 room doors. He did not want his home to be as exposed as those of other tribesmen, where one could catch glimpses of their sprawled sleeping positions, even revealing ones. Next, he focused on the floor of the room. Pandas prefer the coolness of stone slabs for sleep, yet when transformed back into human form, they prefer clean grass or animal skins. Lacking animal skins, he needed to weave more mats to create a comfortable area for Anwan, ensuring her comfort in any form. By the time he finished weaving and hanging everything, the sun was gradually descending. The hunting party of the tribe had also returned, and Yun Fei could hear their cheers. However, it was of no concern to him, as he had not participated in the hunt that day and would not be entitled to any share of the spoils. Yun Fei continued his work, climbing up the rocky hill to extract 2 sizable stones, which he then polished smooth. He toiled until deep into the night, and it was only after all his tasks were completed and the cave was arranged to be clean and cozy that the tribesmen had long fallen into a deep slumber. The following day, he planned to carve stone pots, make wooden bowls and chopsticks, and construct a large wooden barrel outside the cave, as he firmly refused to relieve himself indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Anwan, having discovered her pregnancy, left the cave in the middle of the night, wandering aimlessly around the tribe, her heart in turmoil. She climbed to a small hill and, gathering her resolve, transformed back in her beast form and rolled down, coming to a halt upon colliding with a large tree. At that moment, feeling discomfort in her abdomen, she hesitated and ultimately decided against rolling down again. Somehow, she found herself at the edge of the tribe, where she heard the sounds of stone being hewn. This area had previously been uninhabited by beasts. Had someone moved in? Why were they chiseling stones at this late hour? Curiosity compelled her to approach. To her surprise, she beheld Yun Fei's lean black and white form, straining to hew a massive stone slab. Anwan felt a surge of annoyance and muttered indignantly, "Coward, spineless fool, a despicable male taking advantage of the beasts." She stomped away, returning to her spot in the cave, seething with discontent. Anwan's mother, Leah, inquired with concern, "Where did you go?" "I want to relieve myself. It's unsafe at night. Next time, I'll accompany you." With that, Leah fell back asleep. The cave was spacious, with Anwan's 2 brothers and 1 sister, along with her mother and 3 males, all lying there. Anwan, feeling aggrieved, cried softly in the corner, pondering her predicament. She did not wish to allow that wicked male, Nanyang, to take advantage of her. But what about the cubs? Exhausted from her tears, she eventually fell asleep. When she awoke the next day, she found herself alone in the cave. Anwan quickly got up and ran to the hillside behind the tribe. She had made her decision the night before. She did not want to bear cubs for that despicable male. She had heard that if a female from the tribe fell during wrestling, the cubs would bleed out. Resolute, she stood on the slope, preparing to roll down again in her beast form, as it was less painful than in human form due to her thicker fur. Yun Fei arrived just in time to witness this scene, a plump, round panda curling up, ready to roll down the hill. He quickly called out to her, "Anwan, don't." However, Anwan, startled by his voice, rolled down anyway. Yun Fei transformed back into his beast form and rushed to catch her. The impact caused him to roll down as well, and he had to shield Anwan in his embrace. Fortunately, the male's size was at least double that of the female's, and with each advancement in warrior level, his beast form would grow correspondingly larger. Thus, while Nanyang's beast form was not the largest among males, it was ample enough to envelop Anwan completely. In the end, Anwan merely felt dizzy from the spinning. She had not sustained any injuries. Meanwhile, Yun Fei's fur was now adorned with dirt, leaves, and small stones. It was not painful, as he was a level 2 warrior, and his physique was quite resilient. Chapter 41. Panda Papa Anwan, vexed, exclaimed, "Despicable male, why did you scare me?" Yun Fei, feeling helpless, thought to himself, who is truly scaring whom? I had no intention of frightening you. I simply found your actions perilous and wished to stop you. Anwan recalled her earlier intentions and, pouting in displeasure, turned to leave. Unwilling to converse with the despicable male, Yin-Fei swiftly grasped her paw. Anwan, may we talk? Reluctantly compelled to face him, Anwan retorted, what is there to discuss? I have no intention of dissolving our partnership. I will drag you along, so you remain without a mate. Yin-Fei's furry face twitched slightly, his eyes sparkling with mirth. I do not seek a mate. I already have one. I wish to discuss our cubs. How do you know I am with cubs? Anwan was taken aback. Typically, males do not sense when females are pregnant. Nevertheless, I know, Anwan. Cubs are precious to us beasts. Will you bear them? I will be responsible for nurturing you and the cubs. I promise you will never go hungry. When you find a male you like, you need not concern yourself with me. I will not oppose your seeking out other males, as long as you allow me to care for you and the cubs. Despite Yin-Fei's earnest words, Anwan could not help but murmur, you, a level 2 warrior. How can you guarantee I won't go hungry? To understand her 3-tier, 3 warriors father, one must consider that her mother also experiences hunger at times, such as during the rainy season and the snowy season. On the Beastman continent, there are only 3 seasons. The hot season lasts for 8 months, while the rainy and snowy seasons each last for 4 months. Of course, they do not divide the months. Instead, they count the number of days, a system devised by Yin-Fei. With each changing season, the moon also transforms from a waning crescent to a half moon, and finally to a full moon, marking the passage of a year. Yin-Fei solemnly vowed, even if I cannot ensure your full stomach, I promise that if there is only a single morsel left, I will offer it to you. Please do not hastily reject me. Given our current situation, would you grant me an opportunity to prove my worth? If I, Nanyang, fail to provide, you may dissolve our bond and either raise our child yourself or leave the child with me. Before that, please refrain from harming them or yourself, if you would. Although Nanyang appeared gaunt and unappealing, Anwan felt a flicker of uncertainty. Indeed, as a female, if the male proved inadequate, she could easily abandon him. After all, he was insufferably flawed, and it would be only right for her to consume his resources and deny him a life of ease. Yet deep down, she was reluctant to part with their child, for many formidable beastmen were unable to produce offspring. Her luck was remarkable to conceive so readily. Moreover, as Nanyang had pointed out, their union was already established, and with Naluo no longer a possibility, she might as well consider accepting another beastman. In truth, Anwan did not harbor much affection for Naluo. Her admiration stemmed solely from his status as a tier 5 warrior. Being his female would undoubtedly bring her happiness. No worries about food, no concerns over hides, and protection from other beastmen. However, if Nanyang could provide her with sustenance and warmth, the distinction between him and Naluo seemed negligible. Upon coming to this realization, Anwan raised her head proudly and proclaimed, very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to care for me and our child. If you cannot provide for us, I will take our child and bond with another male, rejecting you for life and ensuring that you live alone as a solitary beast. She indeed had the right to be proud. While Anwan may not have been the most exquisite female in the tribe, she was certainly among the beautiful ones. Her plump figure attracted many males, and had it not been for the unfortunate circumstances in her pregnancy, her fate would likely have been far different. Seeing Anwan's acceptance, Yin-Fei breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, I shall carry you back to the tribe first. Then I will hunt and return with food for you later. As for our bonding ceremony, may I request the shaman's blessing 3 days hence? Anwan, satisfied internally but feigning disinterest, replied, we are already bonded. So what need is there for ceremony? I could simply return to the cave with you. You haven't yet prepared the cave, have you? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Last night had been so dark that she had only seen Nanyang digging at the large stones and had not noticed whether a cave existed nearby. Fearing a misunderstanding from the child's mother, Yin-Fei quickly defended. How could that be? The cave is ready. Anwan regarded him with skepticism. Really? Then take me to see it. Certainly, I shall show you our home. Yin-Fei understood her doubt. His original self had been timid and lazy, often trembling even when venturing out at night to relieve himself. Thus, it was not unusual for him to neglect preparations like digging a cave. However, love had the power to transform a person. The former self, for Anwan's sake, had dared to venture to a beastman's stronghold 1,000 miles away. which was indeed remarkable. Once Anwan resumed her human form, she comfortably perched on Nanyang's back. After forming a bond, only one's own female could ride upon a beastman's back. Yunfei dashed and leaped, but at a measured pace, mindful of the pregnant female on his back. They halted at the cave's entrance, which was already adorned with a grass mat for concealment. Transforming back into his human form, Yunfei led Anwan by the hand and introduced. This cave, though somewhat distant from the tribe, is situated high enough that during the rainy season, it will remain dry. I have constructed a stone eave above the entrance to divert rainwater away from the cave's mouth. The grass mat I wove is quite cool during this hot season. The first room is prepared for you, complete with a window. A small piece of beast hide hangs over the window, and a bamboo hook on the adjacent wall allows it to be lifted, creating an open state. Anwan also noticed the smooth, large stone within the room, ample enough for two of her beast forms to rest comfortably. The floor was covered with grass mats, soft and clean, unlike her mother's cave, which was often sandy and muddy. Yunfei continued his explanation. The room next door is mine. Should you need anything, just call and I will come. I will add more furnishings to the hall another day and dig an adjacent cave for storage, as well as construct a latrine. Curious? Anwan asked, what is a latrine? A place for excretion. Once I construct it, you will understand. Anwan could not quite fathom the concept of an excretion room, but nodded, feigning understanding. There were still many preparations to be made. After I secure some game and visit your mother and father, we can hold the bonding ceremony. At that time, I will come to fetch you. Although Anwan longed to move in immediately, she felt shy to express it, especially since Nanyang had yet to invite her to stay. Thus, she huffed and turned to leave the cave for home. Yunfei, somewhat bewildered, did not stop her but silently followed behind, ensuring her safe return before shifting back in a beast form and racing out of the tribe. Anwan glanced at his departing figure, feeling a peculiar sensation. Though she found Nanyang disagreeable, his quiet presence trailing behind her elicited a twinge of happiness. Chapter 42. Panda Father Yunfei entered the forest, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Alas, he was merely a modern man with no hunting experience, relying solely on the scant knowledge retained from his original self. Despite the original's ineptitude, his timidity ensured he remembered the habits of wild beasts. As such knowledge could be a matter of life and death. For the sake of his wife and child, he needed to succeed. Yunfei began to ponder strategies for outsmarting his prey. His strength accompanied his spirit, but in the realm of beasts, it would only allow him to barely hold his own against a Tier 3 warrior. After much deliberation, he decided that digging traps by the riverbank would be the simplest approach. Firstly, all animals need water, so there would surely be prey near the river. Secondly, digging a pit would only cost him energy. Whether or not he caught anything would not require constant vigilance. Resolved, Yunfei sought out ironwood, expending considerable effort to gnaw off some small branches and sharpen them with his teeth. Fortunately, as a metal-eating beast, his bite was strong. Otherwise, he would have struggled with such timber. Even with his powerful jaws, he could only manage to break off some twigs. Today, the hunting party had ventured further into the forest, so Yunfei was not concerned about being observed as he worked. After preparing the sharp spikes of the trap, he went to the riverbank to examine the footprints in the muddy edge, selecting a direction with a higher concentration of small animal tracks, and began to dig. Once the pit was excavated, he forcefully drove the spikes into the earth, covering the bottom of the pit, and climbed out from within. He then disregarded it and ran to the other side, setting up another trap in the same manner. By midday, Yunfei decided to remain in the area, using the last piece of ironwood to bind a grass rope woven from resilient grass. At the end of the rope hung an ironwood hook, naturally shaped, which Yunfei merely bent and sharpened. He then attached the earthworm he had specially dug up. In the beast world, the earthworms were as large as snakes. However, Yunfei was unfazed by these creatures, as the orphanage was located on the outskirts, near farmland where the children were accustomed to helping with agricultural tasks. After all, the vegetables and fruits consumed at the orphanage were self-sustained. The director had said that by saving money, they could use those funds to care for more younger siblings. This was also why he possessed such skills. He learned to weave from the local farmers. In his young heart, he always remembered that phrase, save money, strive for self-sufficiency. So the orphanage's funds could be used for more meaningful purposes. They wove their own brooms, knitted their own sweaters and pants, and crafted various baskets and mats. The fish in the river of the beast world were quite naive, having never encountered fishermen before, so when Yunfei cast his hook, fish immediately began to nibble at the earthworm. He swiftly and decisively pulled the fish upward, using his skill to embed the hook into its mouth. Given that his hook was somewhat crude, it was unlikely for the fish to be easily caught, as in modern times. Satisfied, Yunfei watched as a large, wriggling fish was dragged up, threading it with the grass rope through its gills and placing aside. He reattached the earthworm to the hook and continued fishing. The river was deep, and without a net, this was his only option. As the sun began to set and the clouds were painted crimson, he gathered his belongings to leave. During this time, when fierce beasts passed by, he climbed up a nearby tall tree with a fish to hide. On his return journey, he transformed back into his beast form, carrying a large bamboo basket of about 15 meters high, filled with 7 or 8 sizable fish. He first found a nearly lifeless creature resembling a pig, yet 3 times its size, in one of the traps. Yunfei jumped down, forcefully tossing the creature out of the pit, and then tidied the spikes before departing. He left the bloodstains as bait to attract other beasts, hoping to garner more prey the following day. The second trap also yielded results, capturing a long-haired creature that resembled a fox but was as large as a pig. This pleased Yunfei. Although its meat was not palatable, its fur was highly sought after by females, making it suitable as a form of dowry. As the last rays of sunlight faded, a massive panda, with a somewhat frail body, walked upright like a human. Its back was laden with a full bamboo basket of fish, topped with the long-haired creature, while one paw dragged the pig-like beast, returning home heavily laden. The other paw clutched a small bamboo basket containing various herbs and fruits. The mutated scallion, cilantro, ginger, chili, along with salty and sour fruits, had a hard shell. Once cracked open, the flesh inside resembled a sauce. The panda's dexterous claws made it easy for Yunfei to gather the desired fruits swiftly. As darkness loomed, he suppressed his desire to continue exploring the jungle. No beast dared to linger alone in the nighttime forest. Upon returning to the tribe, the area near the beast godstone was alive with jubilant cheers and the crackling of bonfires. The hunting party of the day must have had a bountiful harvest, and it was time for the daily meat distribution. After receiving their portions, the tribespeople typically began to consume the raw meat by the firelight, with no one considering roasting it. Food was hard-won, and no beast dared to experiment with it or make changes. Thus, raw meat has been consumed from ancient times to the present. Yunfei returned to the cave and skillfully processed his catch by the stream within the tribe. Although he had never dealt with such fierce beasts, his memories from Nanyang and his first life experiences of killing chickens, gutting fish, and skinning rabbits served him well. However, he was unfamiliar with the processing of pelts, so he cleaned them and hung them to dry at the cave entrance, planning to seek advice from the tribespeople the next day. Yunfei constructed a stove from stones, placed a thin stone pot atop it, and began to render oil from the fatty portions of the pig-like beast. At another fire, he built a roasting rack from several pieces of wood, skewering the beast's legs with ironwood, since only ironwood would not char or become damaged by the flames. As he rendered the oil and turned the roasting meat, Yunfei took the opportunity to grind spices into a fine powder, evenly sprinkling them over the beast's legs. Once the oil was ready, he poured it into a small stone pot for storage, covering it with a stone slab, and began simmering a broth with bones in a large pot. Using the sharp claws from the panda's paw, he diced the sweet and crunchy fruit into chunks and added a bit of ginger and a sprinkle of salt. The salty fruit escor was salt powder once its skin was peeled away. As the sweet aroma of meat wafted from the stone pot, Yunfei's expression revealed his satisfaction, realizing that the sweet and crunchy fruit was merely a larger version of a white radish. However, he had not blindly harvested these items. He had observed the fruits and leaves for signs of bird pecking. Such fruits were usually gathered by the tribespeople, who, upon discovering them unpalatable, ceased to collect them. As the enticing scents of the meat soup and roasted meat filled the air, Yunfei's stomach growled audibly, and he licked his lips in anticipation. Yet, he chose not to indulge himself first. Instead, he decided to bring some food to the pregnant female of his household. Chapter 43. Panda father Anwan had been eagerly anticipating the warmth since sunset, her mood shifting from bright to gloomy as night fell. She cursed Yunfei inwardly. Damn Nanyang. Vile beast. I knew you were a deceiver, a fraud, a big liar. I will never trust you again. In her frustration and indignation, Anwan didn't even eat the piece of meat her mother had specially saved for her, lying quietly in her nest, motionless. Her sister, Afu, dissatisfied, snatched the beast meat from their mother, saying if she wanted to eat it, then so be it. She is a big female now, still throwing tantrums every day. You spoil her too much. If she wanted to eat, I will. I haven't eaten enough tonight. With that, she opened her mouth wide and began to gnaw on the piece of meat, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth and staining her fingers. Unable to hold back, Anwan rushed outside the cave to vomit. Her mother followed her out, concerned. Anwan, what is wrong? Leah, the female, furrowed her brows, worry etched on her face, fearing her daughter might be ill. Anwan, pale-faced, shook her head to indicate she was fine. At that moment, she suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. Soon, through the darkness, she saw the tall, slender beast man, the one she had cursed all night, Nan Yang. Anwan huffed in displeasure. Humph, deceiver beast, what do you want? You're not welcome here. Yunfei, feeling embarrassed, apologized. Anwan, I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared today, so I'm late. You must be starving. I brought you food. Anwan naturally noticed the stone pot in Yunfei's hand and the peculiar large beast legs behind him, not knowing what he had done to them. But they emitted a delightful fragrance. Anwan's stomach could no longer contain itself and emitted a series of rumbling sounds, while she discreetly swallowed her saliva. Nearby, Leah, the female, also succumbed to temptation, quietly inhaling the air as she sniffed around. Anwan's family members, unable to resist, peeked from the entrance of the cave, wondering what it was about Nan Yang, that timid fellow that so attracted the beasts. With her stomach already unsatisfied from a meager dinner, Anwan felt even hungrier. She too had not eaten much, having only consumed a few fruits at noon and nothing at night. Yunfei placed the stone pot he was holding on the ground, surveyed the area, and then moved a relatively flat stone closer. He then brought over a smaller stone for Anwan to sit on. Have a sip of the soup to warm your belly before the meat, but be careful, it's hot. Yunfei thoughtfully ladled the bone soup into a stone bowl with a wooden spoon, ensuring it was at a reasonable temperature before handing it to her. Soup? Anwan looked at the bowl curiously, which contained meat and chunks of sweet, crunchy fruit. Although she was not inclined to drink, the aroma was enticing. And with the meat included, she took a tentative sip. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the stone bowl in her hands. Nan Yang, this is delicious. She was tempted to grab the large meat bone directly, but Yunfei stopped her. From a bamboo tube at his waist, he poured clean water and carefully cleaned the dirt from her hands. Under the moonlight, his frail and unrefined features took on a gentle seriousness that caused Anwan's heart to race. All clean, now eat. Yunfei smiled at her, then laid down clean large leaves on the stone and brought out roasted beast legs. As Anwan joyfully gnawed on the bone, she transformed back into her original form. After cleaning her bare paw, Yunfei expertly sliced the meat for her. Meanwhile, Anwan's mother, Leah, discreetly retreated into the cave, giving them space to enjoy each other's company. Don't overeat, try this. Yunfei gestured for her to taste the roasted beast leg slices. By now, Anwan had consumed a third of the pot of soup and had helped herself to quite a bit of meat and sweet fruit. The delicate flavor, combined with the warm broth, was irresistible. The meat was tender and delicious, devoid of any raw, bloody taste. Anwan picked up a piece of roasted meat and, with her eyes shining brighter, exclaimed, Nan Yang, what kind of meat is this? It's so good. The outside is crispy and the inside is tender, with a delightful aroma. It's roasted Juju beast leg meat. If you enjoy it, I will bring more for you tomorrow morning. Juju beast? Agneau posed. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Yunfei. Are you crazy? Juju beasts are fierce and travel in packs. How dare you provoke them? She scrutinized Yunfei, relieved to find he was unscathed, though she still wished to see him safe. Despite not particularly favoring Nan Yang, she did not wish to see him torn apart by wild beasts. She had merely acted out of frustration, and once that subsided, she would be willing to dissolve their partnership. Yunfei sensed her concern and did not hold it against her, appreciating her care for him regardless of its nature. I'm fine. I didn't encounter them directly. Anwan, not understanding how one could hunt without facing the prey head-on and not being particularly familiar with Nan Yang, fell silent, focusing on enjoying the roasted meat while occasionally sipping the soup. Yunfei had prepared a considerable amount, and she soon felt stuffed, leaving a third of it behind. I'm full, Anwan said with a burp. You could take the rest home. Yun Fei declined, wrapping the roasted meat in leaves, and suggested, you have family to share this with. I'll bring more food for you tomorrow morning. After this reminder, he departed under the moonlight. Anwan felt a bit embarrassed. She had indeed planned to keep some food for herself for the next day, but Nanyang had seen through her intentions. Once he left, her family members, who had been waiting, finally emerged from the cave. Afu looked longingly at the leftover food. Sister, aren't you going to eat that? Can I have some? The three fathers, two brothers, and Anwan's mother also eyed the food. Yet they hesitated to claim the young female's provisions and merely inhaled the lingering aroma in the air. Anwan coldly huffed at her sister. No, this is for Amu. Mother, you eat. Generally, male beastmen would not consume food given by another male, so Anwan did not consider her father. The Yahisitatid, not wanting to take food meant for her daughter from her partner, yet her desire was strong. Ultimately, she persuaded herself, I'll just taste it to learn how to prepare food. As soon as the food touched her lips, she could not stop herself, internally exclaiming, delicious. So good. The nearby beastmen watching her devour the food could not help but swallow hard, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Afu, frustrated, glared at Anwan before turning to return to the cave, muttering, who cares? After all, he was merely a second-tier warrior's partner. She resolved to seek out Nanluo the next day to ask if he would consider being her mate. Indeed, Afu had a fondness for Nanluo. It could be said that the young females in the tribe were all enamored with him. Chapter 44. Panda father upon his return to the cave. Yun Fei roasted the remaining half of the Juju beast's meat, consuming half and preparing a large pot of soup with the bones. The remaining meat was cut into strips and marinated with fish before being hung up to dry. Having completed his tasks, he lost track of time and fetched some water from the creek in a wooden bucket. After washing up, he returned to his room to sleep. His quarters, lacking windows, were otherwise similar to Anwan's, yet the cave was not stifling, with a grass mat serving as a breezy curtain. The next day, while Yun Fei was deep in slumber, he vaguely heard someone calling out to him, slowly awakening to the sound. Indeed, someone was at the entrance, calling for him. Nanyang, are you in the cave? Nanyang, are you awake? Coming. Yun Fei responded, quickly getting out of bed and hurrying outside. Pulling aside the grass mat, he discovered a smiling male beast man waiting at the door. With soft black hair, dark eyes, a signature baby face, a muscular build, and glistening yellowish skin. This beast man was likely a friend of Nanyang's named Nanling. Upon seeing Nanyang, he tearfully inquired, Nanyang, you haven't been to the hunting team for a few days. Are you going today? Yun Fei shook his head, smiling apologetically. Thank you for coming to get me, but I might not have time for the hunting team for a while. Nanling flashed an understanding smile. Ah, I see, you've been with a female. It's not strange to be a bit clingy. I'll take my leave now. The hunting team is about to depart. All right, I wish you a bountiful catch. Yun Fei watched as the beast man transformed back into a panda and dashed off, offering no further explanation. Although it wasn't particularly clingy, it was indeed related to his partnership. The iron-eating beast tribe members all share black hair, dark eyes, and fair skin. However, many beastmen do not wash regularly, resulting in somewhat yellowed or even darkened skin. Since his arrival, Yun Fei had bathed daily in his human form, thus maintaining a fair complexion. A disheveled mane of slightly curled black hair was styled into a third parting, and the glimmer in his dark eyes resembled a soft shimmer of water. His naturally alluring, thin lips framed a distinctly chiseled visage, and his slender physique could easily mark him as a campus heartthrob in modern times. However, in the beastly realm, his lean figure rendered him unattractive in the eyes of the female beast folk. As dawn broke, Yun Fei surmised it was roughly around 6 o'clock in the morning by contemporary standards. He reheated the soup from the previous night and savored a quarter of the roasted Tunton beast meat, having consumed the other quarter for dinner. Another quarter was marinating, suspended on a wooden rack at the cave entrance to dry. Hesitant, he pondered whether it would be safe to leave the cave unattended. Indeed, it was imperative to hasten the couple's ceremony. He hoped for better fortune today. The meat of the long-haired beast had also been marinated and dried, and he decided to place it in a bamboo basket, slinging it over his wrist. Just like yesterday, he carried a large pot of soup in one hand and a bamboo basket filled with leaf-wrapped roasted meat on his back as he hurried to Anwan's cave. Anwan, who had just recovered from a bout of morning sickness, lay languidly in her beast form atop the stone that served as their dining table the previous night. Startled, Yunfei rushed over, placing down his belongings with concern etched across his face. Anwan, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Exhausted and famished, Anwan, upon seeing Yunfei, instinctively displayed a hint of vulnerability. Let's have breakfast first. Do you have an appetite? I brought some sweet fruits for you. Although Anwan was reluctant to eat, the enticing aroma stirred a flicker of hunger within her. She propped herself up, returning to her human form, wrapped in the pelts of the black-furred beast, donning a bandeau and a fitted skirt. Her round face and curvaceous figure were complemented by her long, cascading black hair, which was somewhat unruly and tangled. Seeing her lack of enthusiasm for food, Yunfei's concern deepened. Anwan, perhaps we should seek out the shaman? Your condition appears quite concerning. Anil, recalling that the shaman required beast meat, shook her head, mustering a semblance of spirit. I am fine. I merely had a restless night due to mosquitoes. After another wave of nausea in the morning, she urged him, you should go hunt. I will rest in the cave a while longer. On the table, she had only nibbled at a fraction of the food, consuming merely a third of her usual portion from the night prior. Yunfei recalled how Anwan in the narrative experienced similar discomfort during her pregnancy, leading to her becoming picky with food, ultimately resulting in her weakness. Thankfully, she had a solid constitution prior, enabling her to give birth to their 2 cubs, but ever since, both she and the cubs had remained frail. Once Anwan retreated into the cave, disappearing from view, Yunfei placed the food at the cave entrance, gritted his teeth, and departed. He decided to take the bamboo basket with him, considering it would be of no use to her in her current state. Upon returning home, he retrieved a piece of meat and handed the pelts to the clan chief's female for tanning before venturing into the jungle. Today, he needed to procure more game, spices, and edible provisions. The flawed system offered no assistance, leaving him disheartened. Upon reaching the jungle, he promptly checked his traps, discovering a massive stag ensnared in the first trap. Lifeless, a wave of joy washed over him. This grand stag would serve as an ample betrothal gift. It seemed to have fallen into the trap, its neck pierced by a wooden stake, preventing its escape. In the second trap, he found another Tunton beast, leading him to suspect a nearby population of Tunton beasts. To avoid any unwanted surprises, he shouldered both carcasses and returned to the tribe. He then carried the stag's body to Anwan's cave, where he encountered her mother, Leah. She was currently drying beast pelts at the cave entrance. Leah, this is my betrothal gift for Anwan. I wish to bond with her. With a warm smile, Leah regarded him with affection and replied, very well, I consent. Take her to seek the shaman. The process of bonding in the beast realm involved presenting beast meat, pelts, or colorful beads to the female's family, awaiting their approval. Essentially, winning over the mother-in-law sufficed, as the male beast folk rarely interfered in their offspring's choice of partners. Once the offspring matured, they were regarded as inconsequential. Subsequently, they would deliver food to the shaman, requesting his blessings for the couple. Only the chief or the shaman's unions warranted a grand bonfire celebration for the entire tribe. Ordinary beast folk simply handled their own affairs. With excitement bubbling within him, Yunfei called for Anwan. Let us seek the shaman's blessing. Your mother has already consented to our union. Gazing at the enormous beast carcass at the cave entrance and her mother's encouraging expression, Anwan nodded in a daze. Yunfei lifted the Tunton beast's body with one hand, grasping Anwan's hand with the other as they made their way to the shaman's abode. Gently, he called out, Great shaman, are you home? A few coughs emanated from within, and the elderly shaman gingerly emerged from his cave. The shaman of the Shirtai beast tribe was a frail elder, having reached the age of 70. Although he had attained the 12th level of shamanic power, his body had weakened considerably, aging prematurely compared to ordinary beast folk. Thus, they needed to level up quickly to sustain their youth and lifespan. Yet this particular shaman's innate talent was lacking. At 70, he remained at the first level, able only to wield basic shamanic abilities. Upon noticing the couple, the subject of much gossip within the tribe, his sunken cheeks broke into a gentle smile as he inquired, Children, what brings you here? Yunfei respectfully presented the entire Tunton beast carcass, requesting, Great shaman, I seek your blessing for our union. The elder shaman readily agreed, closing his eyes to commune with the cosmos. When he reopened them, his demeanor had transformed entirely. The once cloudy gaze was now clear and mysterious. His fingers glowed with a verdant light as he murmured incantations, gesturing towards both him and Anwan. The panda mark on Yunfei's chest began to radiate warmth, a symbol of their bond, a panda identical to Anwan's. The mark on Anwan's arm was also aglow, representing Yunfei's beast form. The elder shaman, astonished, exclaimed, "Your union has received the blessing of the beast god. The beast god deems you as destined partners, bestowing upon you the gifts of the universe." Yunfei, sensing the essence of that gift, suddenly shifted into his beast form and howled towards the sky. His beast form expanded, doubling in size, and the crescent on his forehead transformed into 3. This signified his advancement to a level 3 warrior, a rush of vitality coursing through him, bubbling with energy. Meanwhile, Anwan's experience was much simpler. She felt a comforting warmth envelop her body and a soothing sensation in her belly, and then everything faded away. The elder approached with excitement, exclaiming, "You are the first couple in many years to receive the blessing of the beast god. You shall find happiness." After Yunfei completed his transformation back into human form, he was unsure if it was merely Anwan's imagination, but she felt that he appeared remarkably handsome at that moment. Together, they bowed in gratitude to the elder before taking their leave. After escorting Anwan back to the cave, he instructed her to rest well within. He prepared a pot of warm water for her to drink before hastily returning to the jungle, where the blood of beasts within him felt as if it were boiling with fervor. This time, he refrained from fishing and instead chose a peripheral direction to confront a Chihu beast in a one-on-one battle. After emerging victorious, the tumult within his body, stirred by the beast's blood, finally subsided. He then gathered materials on the spot to weave a bamboo basket larger than the original, using it to carry the beast's carcass. Freeing his hands to collect fruits. Clutching the original 15-meter bamboo basket, he gathered a bounty of various flavorful fruits and some basic herbs along the way. Subsequently, he returned to the lakeside to check the traps, discovering that only one had ensnared a bouncing rabbit. Today's provisions were plentiful, so Yunfei opted not to catch fish but instead harvested numerous salty fruits, for he required ample salt to preserve food. After gathering, he did not linger in the jungle. At noon, Yunfei concluded his tasks and returned to the tribe, where the orcs guarding the entrance gazed in astonishment at Nan Yang's abundant haul. "Old uncle, do you think Nan Yang has been acting strangely lately? How did he suddenly become such a skilled hunter?" One must understand that the hunting party, composed of over 100 robust orcs, could only bring back around 30 prey. The meager food supply barely sustains the tribe's 500 or so orcs, leading to a persistent state of hunger without starvation. Orcs not participating in the hunting party were responsible for processing their own game, yet every 30 days. They were required to deliver 3 pieces of Tunton beast meat to the chieftain for distribution among the clansmen. Joining the hunting party guarantees safety, but the rewards are entirely allocated by the chieftain. After all, residing within the tribe entails assigned orcs for patrols, necessitating the sharing of provisions among the tribe members. During the snowy and rainy seasons, when venturing outside is unfeasible, the chieftain distributes food stored in the caves according to labor. Those not partaking in the hunting party still receive no share. However, Yunfei held little expectation for this, as they could not preserve meat, relying instead on withered fruits and bamboo. Yunfei's jerky and dried fish were not yet ready, and he planned to inform the chieftain only once they were completed. Among the orcs in the tribe, there were indeed many good-hearted beings, willing to lend a hand when possible. Did you not notice the crescent moon on his forehead? He is already a level 3 warrior. The questioning orc was further perplexed. His uncle was also a level 3 warrior and had never brought back such a substantial bounty. If hunting were truly that fruitful, no one in the tribe would join the hunting party, thus implying that there was something amiss with Nan Yang. Nevertheless, the orcs remained relatively simple-minded, attributing Yunfei's success to mere luck. In truth, Yunfei was indeed fortunate. Based on the residual memories of his timid original self, he could discern which directions in the jungle to avoid. When it came to evading danger, the original self possessed a certain talent, even exhibiting reflexive tendencies to flee. Without this trait, he could not have safely traversed so far to the main city. Upon returning to the cave, he discovered Anwan still asleep and proceeded to the creek to process the food. After completing this, he used a large stone pot to cut many chunks of meat and bones alongside the cleaned entrails, placing them inside. Then, he fashioned fire by friction, as the tribe's fire source was kept with the chieftain, and he was too lazy to fetch it each time. In the tribe, aside from during the rainy season, snowy season, and summer nights when prey was divided. Other times did not necessitate fire. Once the fire was lit, he added the gathered mutated star anise, fennel, aromatic bark, salt, and sauce from the huihui fruit for a slow simmer. While waiting, he crafted 2 stone pots, a wooden comb, roasted meat, and preserved the remaining meat. As the stew released a rich and enticing aroma, Anwan awoke from her deep slumber, her stomach growling with hunger. The cave in Nanyang was the most comfortable she had ever slept in, and she had rested quite well. Seeing Anwan rise, Yin Fei smiled gently and called her over for a meal. Just in time, the food is ready. Go wash your hands, and then we can eat. He then led her to a simple wooden shed beside the cave, explaining, this is the stone latrine. When you need to relieve yourself, just squat there. Remember to wash your hands and rinse with water afterward. Yun Fei had excavated a pit behind the cave, smoothing the stones to create a sloped path leading to the latrine, which would easily clean itself with a flush. The shed still held the fresh scent of the mosquito-repelling grass he had just gathered. These 3 wooden barrels contain clean water. I will refill them every morning. You need to wash your hands often, understand? He meticulously took her hand, scrubbing the dirt from her fingers and under her nails. Within the adjacent shed were also wooden barrels, serving as a bathing area. I will heat water for you every evening, so you can bathe before sleeping. Anwan pouted in dissatisfaction, asking, are you disgusted by my dirtiness? The other females in the tribe don't bathe. Yun Fei thought of those females, whose fur was matted and filthy, and shivered in distaste. He patiently explained to Anwan, being clean will make you feel more comfortable. Moreover, being dirty can lead to illness, and now that you are with child, you must be cautious. Anwan awkwardly stammered, you really don't mind my dirtiness? Yun Fei shook his head with a gentle smile, not at all. Now, let us eat lunch. At that moment, she hesitated, wondering if it was too early for a meal, fearing she might be hungry later. We can eat again later. You need to eat on time now that you are pregnant. Yun Fei handed her the stewed meat, the alluring aroma instantly capturing her attention, making her forget to inquire why they needed to eat 3 meals a day. After the meal, Yun Fei suggested that she return to the cave to rest while he ventured into the bamboo forest to steal bamboo and bamboo shoots. He also gathered a plethora of sour fruits, chopping them with chili and soaking the bamboo shoots in a stone jar. He spent the afternoon hauling firewood back home. As this rainy and snowy season required ample preparation with a female and offspring in a household. To keep the firewood dry, Yun Fei excavated a large cave beside his home, connecting it with a small door leading into his dwelling. Thus, during rain or snow, he could seal the cave entrance and fetch firewood without it getting wet. While collecting firewood, he stumbled upon small white specks scattered across the ground, resembling yellow beans. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the fragrant aroma reminiscent of rice. Yun Fei hesitated. Could this be rice? To ascertain the nature of this crop, he searched the vicinity and eventually discovered a tree bearing many round green fruits, each the size of a basketball. Transforming back into his beast form, he climbed to the tree's top and plucked the fruits, placing them in the bamboo basket on his back. His current size caused the small tree to bend under his weight. After collecting the fruits, he gently opened one to reveal an abundance of white rice-like grains inside. Just as a fiery feathered bird arrived, pecking at the fruit with its sharp beak to devour the grains. If it's edible and non-toxic, it should suffice. Whether it is indeed rice, he would boil it later to test. That evening, Yun Fei boiled the grains in a pot, and upon catching the familiar scent of congee, he confirmed it was rice. However, he remained cautious, tasting a spoonful before adding marinated minced meat seasoned with ginger and stirring it until the congee became soft and fragrant. Only when certain of its safety did he sprinkle some scallions upon serving. As Yun Fei called Anwan to eat, he found her busy using a bone needle to work on a piece of the bouncing rabbit's hide. Her clumsy attempts made Yun Fei feel a sense of concern. He approached her, genuinely inquiring, "What are you sewing?" The sudden question made Anwan blush, but she composed herself and replied, "It's a hide skirt for you." Yun Fei was taken aback. The panda-pregnant female he had been nurturing daily was secretly plotting against him. Upon observing the white beast skin, he noticed a large hole at the rear, with the edges securely sealed. He was somewhat perplexed about how to wear such a garment. With an awkward smile, Yun Fei cautiously suggested, "This seems quite laborious to make. I am enveloped in beast skin when I transform. Perhaps we should reconsider?" Anwan shook her head resolutely, declaring, "No way. Other females craft bee skin skirts for their males once they form a bond. If others possess such garments, so should you. I am no less than any other female. Yun Fei fell silent. Let us dine first. It will be dark soon, and we can sew tomorrow, he proposed. All right, she replied. After Anwan stepped outside, Yun Fei placed a bee skin and bone needle in the hall. That evening, Anwan relished the meat porridge, consuming a considerable amount, and even indulged in several fruits afterward, which relieved Yun Fei. As long as she could eat, it was sufficient to replenish her strength. Anwan, who was prone to sleepiness at night, had already dozed off. Yun Fei sat by the fire outside the cave, carefully dismantling the bee skin skirt Anwan had sewn. He then fashioned it into a vest suitable for her. The two had been living harmoniously for 2 months. Today the temperature soared, yet Anwan felt no discomfort. With a blissful expression, she busily sewed the large white bear skin Yun Fei had brought back some time ago. Occasionally, she tenderly caressed her burgeoning belly, seemingly lost in thought, and giggled innocently. I'm back, Anwan, Yun Fei announced, drenched in sweat as he returned from outside, droplets glistening on his pale abdominal muscles. The male transformation only required a beast skin skirt to cover the lower body, leaving the upper body exposed, with a panda mark on his left chest resembling a tattoo. Over the past 2 months, he had diligently stored firewood and a variety of food in the cave, sparing no effort. Were it not for his naturally fair skin as a panda beast man, he might have turned into charcoal. Uncertain of the exact temperature in the beast realm, Yun Fei felt it exceeded 40 degrees. Many shallow rivers had already run dry, including the small stream in the tribe. Fortunately, Yun Fei had foreseen this and dug a well nearby, laboring day and night for over 10 days before reaching a spring. However, the tribe was not short of water. It was merely cumbersome to fetch it from the jungle. Anwan emerged from the room, wielding a large fan, fanning him vigorously while expressing concern. Isn't our family well supplied? Why do you still venture into the jungle? Indeed, we have enough, but it's best to consume fresh food whenever possible, Yun Fei replied, using a piece of bee skin to wipe the sweat from his body, preparing to fetch water for a bath. He had stockpiled an assortment of pickled bamboo shoots, sauerkraut, dried fruits, jerky, dried fish, smoked fish, and cured meats, along with several large jars filled with rice fruits, the kind containing rice grains. There were also jars brimming with berries, all filled with fine white flour. Yun Fei shared his methods of food storage with the old chief, not out of magnanimity, but to avoid becoming a target. When winter arrived and others lacked supplies while he and Anwan had ample food, it would be perilous. The chief appreciated his contributions and granted him privileges, such as exemption from joining the hunting party and sharing food during the rainy season and winter. Thus, in the iron-eating beast tribe, the once popular male Nan Luo was replaced by both Nan Luo and Nan Yang. Regrettably, Nan Yang had already formed a bond, leading many females to envy Anwan. Anwan, you need not fetch ice for me. Just rest well. I need to go out for a bit, Yun Fei instructed. The ice was secretly acquired by Yun Fei from the nitrate mine, which he had instructed Anwan to keep confidential, as he did not intend to share it with the tribe. He often prepared a large basin for her to cool off in her room. Anwan inquired with concern, "What else do you need to do?" "I have some matters to attend to," Yun Fei replied, already hidden in the jungle, waiting for someone. With the cubs' imminent arrival, he was determined to alter their fate by sending the 2 scoundrels who had harmed his cub in his previous life to their doom. Yun Fei had never regarded himself as a good person. He was always clear about his intentions and knew precisely what he desired and what actions to take. His character had always been sharp and competitive, with gratitude and resentment existing in equal measure. As he awaited, 2 beastmen sauntered down a nearby path. "Bah! Nan Luo is too arrogant. Once I break through to a level 5 warrior, I shall make him pay," one said. "Who says otherwise? He barks orders daily, as if he were someone important. Today, he dared to humiliate us in front of so many tribe members. Indeed, we won T return a hunt. Let whoever wants to go, unless he apologizes to us," the other added. Yun Fei was aware of their arrival due to the unfolding narrative. According to the plot, Anwan was to experience premature labor today, and no one would be available to assist her or summon a shaman. On this day, these 2 beastmen had been reprimanded by Nan Luo in front of the hunting team and had retreated to the nearby woods to slack off, inciting the wrath of a pride of flame lions. This ultimately resulted in injuries and fatalities within the hunting team, crippling half the iron-eating beast tribe's strength. Thus, the tribe members were preoccupied with caring for the injured warriors, oblivious to Onwan's labor. To the left, a somewhat effeminate male leaned closer to a plain-looking male, whispering a few words. After listening, the latter hesitated, pondering the impropriety of the situation. Yet the former coldly scoffed. What is there to be embarrassed about? I want them to know that I, Nanyi, am not so easily bullied. He then turned to threaten the nearby male. Now that you know my intentions, you must follow me to avoid repercussions from Nan Luo. Nan sure regretted his decision, realizing how ruthless Nan Yi was, yet he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, Nan Yi would take vengeance on his family, compelling him to obey. Yun Fei followed the two into a cave. Nan Sure gritted his teeth and resolutely dashed inside, while Nan Yi stood guard at the entrance. Moments later, Nan Sure emerged, clutching a yellow-furred cub, and shouted, "Run!" The two beastmen halted, panting heavily, and Nan Yi mocked. "Nan Sure, you're too timid. I've told you, lionesses typically return to their dens only at sunset. What are you afraid of? Why run so fast?" Nan Sure, panic-stricken, glanced at the cub in his hands and asked hesitantly, "What do we do now?" Nan Yi coldly replied, "Kill it." However, Nan Sure hesitated for a long time, unable to bring himself to do it. Growing impatient, Nan Yi snatched the little lion, forcefully squeezing it until its throat was crushed. He then wrapped it in leaves, intending to cut it open and take it to the cave where the hunting team would rest, framing the tribe members for the act. In the original storyline, they succeeded, but now Yun Fei transformed back into his beast form and leaped out, swiftly seizing the wrapped corpse from them. Nanyi narrowed his elongated eyes and demanded sharply, "Nanyang, what do you intend to do?" Yun Fei bit open the leaves, tearing the body into pieces with his bare paw, splattering blood as he lunged at them, taking advantage of their momentary distraction to smear it on their bodies. The heavy scent of lion's blood wafted through the air as the distant roar of a lioness echoed from the jungle. The resonating roars of lions began to respond in a chorus. Nan Sure and Nan Yi, gripped by panic, transformed back into their beast forms in an attempt to flee, but were firmly held back by Yun Fei. As the sounds of approaching beasts grew ever closer, they struggled desperately to break free from Yun Fei's grasp. Yet he held onto their hind legs with unyielding strength. "Nanyang, have you lost your mind? The Fire Lion pack is coming. Release us, or we shall perish." Nan Sure shouted in terror. Nan Yi, equally frantic, cursed, "You mad beast, let go." Both orc warriors, being mere second-level fighters, found themselves incapable of escaping Yun Fei's grip. Their fierce resistance, however, prevented Yun Fei from freeing his hands to break their legs. The escape abilities of the Ironclaw orcs were notoriously slippery, accustomed to life in the tribe or on hunting expeditions. Thus, Yun Fei had previously been unable to find a suitable opportunity to eliminate them discreetly without alerting the tribe. He had patiently waited until this day, knowing that if they were to perish at the jaws of wild beasts, it would not implicate him. Upon witnessing the encroaching Fire Lion pack, Yun Fei decisively released his hold and leaped onto a nearby tree, leaving Nan Sure and Nan Yi to bear the wrath of the Fire Lions. They too sought to escape, yet were obstructed by the lions that surged from all directions. Realizing that there was no possible way for the two orcs to survive, Yun Fei hastily fled. A few fire lions pursued him relentlessly. For this day, Yun Fei had become intimately familiar with the lay of the land. Upon reaching the river, he dove in, transforming back into his human form as he swam downstream. The bloodstains on his body were washed away by the river's currents, leaving behind several bewildered lions on the shore, devoid of scent, unsure of what to do. This exemplified the stark difference between orcs and beasts. Once ashore, Yun Fei retrieved his prepared items, donned a set of animal skins, and calmly returned to the tribe, carrying a basket of fruits. Meanwhile, Nan Luo, who was anxiously awaiting the return of Nan Sure and Nan Yi, grew increasingly frustrated. "Chief, Nan Sure and Nan Yi are being unreasonable, making everyone wait here. Should we not leave and return to the cave to rest? The day is drawing to a close, and the jungle is perilous." When hunting parties occasionally failed to return before nightfall, they would rest in a concealed cave nearby. The same cave where Nan Sure and Nan Yi planned to dispose of the lion cub's carcass, known only to the members of the hunting party. Following the previous incident, the tribe had been shrouded in gloom, with no one daring to mention it, preoccupied with the loss of so many warriors and the impending challenges of the snow season. At such a time, who could afford to ponder the origin of the lion cub's corpse? With the hunting team drawing fire away, Nan Shur and Nan Yi successfully escaped the jungle and returned to the tribe after bathing. The chief, glancing at the setting sun, furrowed his brow and said, "Let few orcs go look for them. The rest should return to the cave." Nam Luo, his face darkened, selected 4 orcs to accompany him. As the tribe's foremost warrior, he was often required to take the lead in various matters. The 5 orcs followed the direction in which Nan Shur and Nan Yi had departed. Upon hearing the roars of the lion pack, Nan Luo halted, his expression grave as he gazed in that direction, saying, "Something is amiss. We must stop." "What is it, Nan Luo?" "Those are the roars of the fire lions. They typically do not gather unless summoned by their kin. Their current assembly indicates that the orcs have provoked them. We cannot proceed. We must retreat to avoid incurring their wrath." The other orcs concurred with Nan Luo's judgment, and they retraced their steps to report to the chief. The chief sighed. "Then let us disregard them. Let us enter the cave to rest and hope that the 2 have returned to the tribe." Hunting teams would not return to the tribe without sufficient food, unless they had lingered in the jungle for several days. Consequently, during the last 2 months of the hot season, it became increasingly challenging to procure food. Fortunately, with Yun Fei's method of food preservation, they should fare better than previous years during the snow season. As Yun Fei returned to the cave in high spirits, humming a tune while preparing a meal for Anwan, he relished the solitude of the secluded cave, which he could claim as his own. Following his usual routine, he went to the right cave to feed some vegetables and grains to the fire featherbird and the female unicorn goat and her offspring. He also squeezed out the day's portion of goat's milk. After preparing the meal, he brewed a cup of goat's milk for Anwan, blending in the honey he had gathered, creating a delightful sweetness. The remaining goat's milk was boiled down into solid blocks and stored in stone jars, allowing for easy preparation when he wanted to drink it by simply heating water and dissolving a few pieces. This was to ensure that Anwan could adequately nourish their offspring. "Anwan, dinner is ready." "Coming." Anwan set down her animal skins and bone needle, joyfully hurrying out the hall. Her swift movement startled Yun Fei, prompting him to step forward to assist her. "Did I not tell you to take it slow?" Anwan, under Yun Fei's attentive care, had thrived remarkably well. Once round, she had grown even rounder, and with her protruding belly, she waddled awkwardly like a penguin. "I am well. The cub is robust," Anwan replied with a radiant smile, her dimples deepening. After 2 months of companionship, her demeanor had softened, treating Yun Fei as she would her own mate. Moreover, she had truly embraced the qualities that other males possessed, such as animal skins that were impeccably fitted and roasted meats that bore no traces of blood. "What are we having today?" Anwan asked eagerly, peering toward the kitchen. Yun Fei had prohibited her from entering the kitchen, claiming that the cub would become darkened by the smoke. Innocent Anwan took her maid's words to heart and no longer dared to venture inside. In truth, Yun Fei was merely concerned about becoming an orc warrior who suffered from diarrhea due to poorly prepared meals. The meals Anwan prepared were far too intimidating compared to her delightful antics while crafting animal skins. Vegetable platter, boiled fire feather bird eggs, and boiled fire feather meat. Yun Fei introduced. Given that Anwan was nearing her time, he had adjusted her diet to be less greasy, opting for lighter and more nutritious options. He drizzled some tangy fruit juices over the meal, which Anwan found quite enjoyable. As night fell, while Yun Fei was soundly asleep in his chamber, he suddenly heard Anwan's cries. Instantly alert, he rushed to her side. Anwan, drenched in sweat and clutching her belly, weakly called out. Yun Fei immediately understood that she was in labor. Despite having received excellent care this time, she would still deliver prematurely. Panda cubs were naturally predisposed to being born early, resulting in a lower survival rate. Even after evolving into orcs, the cubs remained premature, albeit with the advantage that orcs could provide better care. "Do not fear. I shall fetch a moo to accompany you. Wait for me." Yun Fei transformed back into his beast form and swiftly ran to the cave of the female Leah, calling for Anwan's father to send her mother over. He then hurried to summon the shaman. "Great shaman, I apologize. I did not mean to rush you. I'm simply anxious. Could you hasten your pace?" I am coming, the old shaman replied leisurely, emerging with a bundle wrapped in animal skins. Yun Fei scooped him up in a princess carry and dashed back to the cave. The speed startled the old sorcerer, causing his heart to race. At this moment, Ly, the female, was in a warm room, guiding Anyuan through her labor. Once the old sorcerer regained his composure, he stood outside the door, murmuring incantations to bless Anyuan. observing that everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. I let out a sigh of relief and hastily prepared a pot of boiled egg water for Anyuan to drink. The eggs were those of the fiery feathered bird, combined with honey. Suddenly, Anyuan cried out in pain, transforming back into her beast form and began rolling around the room. Ly, with reddened eyes, patiently soothed her. "It's all right, little one. It will be over soon." I rushed in, transformed into his beast form, and held her close, making encouraging sounds. It was not until dawn broke that Anyuan successfully delivered 2 male twin cubs. The elderly sorcerer had long since been unable to endure the situation and was sent home by Anyuan's father. Ly remained by Anyuan's side throughout the delivery, instructing her on how to push. As the cubs emerged, Ly quickly exclaimed, "In New York, release Anyuan so she can pick up the little ones and clean them." I, flustered and inexperienced, hurriedly let go, trembling with nervousness. Anyuan, weakly leaning against the wall, watched as I gently picked up the cubs from the ground with his mouth and placed them in her embrace. Ly initially intended to suggest that Anyuan pick up the cubs herself, but seeing In New York Ng's gentle demeanor, she refrained from doing so. The couple remained with their cubs, unaware of when Anyuan's parents had left. I added a pinch of salt to the egg water and served it to Anyuan. "Drink this to regain your strength. I will prepare some soup for you soon." Anyuan weakly nodded, while the panda cubs nestled close. Licking the food, I offered her. She held 1 cub in each arm, unwilling to loosen her grip despite her exhaustion. Ianifi, understanding this instinctual need of a mother, chose to care for them without imposing his inexperienced advice. Fortuitously, their supplies were ample. So I resolved to refrain from hunting for the next few days, dedicating his time to looking after Anyuan and their cubs. For breakfast, he prepared some meat porridge, and for lunch, he hunted a fiery feathered bird from the cave to make soup. For dinner, he gathered fresh bamboo shoots, fruits, and vegetables. As night fell, he proposed, "Why don't you let the cubs rest in my arms? You can take a break, and when you're hungry, I will place them back with you." Anyuan, filled with concern and hesitation, was unsure as she had never encountered a male caring for cubs before. "It's fine. We are both in our beast forms. How could it not work?" Eventually, Anyuan acquiesced, for she too was a first-time mother and unsure of the right course of action. Carefully transferring the cubs from her paws to I's embrace, she felt relieved when the cubs merely whimpered a few times before falling back asleep. She then collapsed onto the ground, lying in a starfish position, utterly exhausted. Chapter 49. Panda father. Throughout the night, the cubs whimpered several times. Yet I chose not to wake Anyuan. Instead, he gently nestled close to the cubs, allowing them to nurse. Once they were satiated, he held them close for warmth, instinctively licking their bodies. Though he had not intended to do so, it seemed to be an innate response. He silently reminded himself not to be disdainful, for they were national treasures. Once unattainable, now he could cradle them in his arms. After several exhausting days, Anyuan enjoyed a deep slumber, and upon waking the next morning, she felt rejuvenated, while I's dark circles appeared even more pronounced. Anyuan sheepishly stuck out her tongue, accepting the cubs, and said, "I'm sorry, I slept too soundly. Give me the cubs, you should rest." "All right." I replied as he handed the cubs back to her and stretched his limbs, shaking out his arms. The more he experienced this, the more he felt for Anyuan, recalling how she had once held her cubs for an entire month without moving, fortunate to have her parents providing sustenance. As the cubs grew, she would need to forage for food while also caring for them, eventually moving out of her parents' cave. Recently, with the demands of feeding the cubs, her appetite had increased significantly, prompting to hasten outside the cave to prepare breakfast. The previous night, he had prepared wonton wrappers and stored meat filling in the ice cellar for convenience. To create the ice cellar, I dug a hole in his room and constructed a system using niter and a wooden basin to form ice. He placed a wooden barrel inside, filled it with ice blocks that had not directly contacted the niter, and sealed it with a large stone slab. As the heat of the beast world intensified, many tribesmen experienced fainting spells. They were increasingly reluctant to revert to their beast forms, but hunting required it. The heat caused rashes and fur loss. After cooking the wontons, I fed them to Anyuan before heading out to hunt. Following his usual routine, he first checked the traps, intending to process any catches at home before returning. Today, fortune smiled upon him, for he found a massive wild deer beast in the trap, marking only the second time he had captured one. This creature was favored by all beastmen, which was why I chose it as a gift. The blood and flesh of the wild deer beast were beneficial for warriors, as they contained energy, particularly the blood. Unintentionally hunting, I quickly transported the wild deer back to the tribe for processing. The guard at the gate admired his catch, but felt no envy. Most beastmen were preoccupied with survival, lacking the inclination to engage in nefarious deeds. Their limited intellect was solely devoted to the art of hunting and returning safely. Of course, there were exceptions, such as in Sage and in New York. After confirming with Ly that Onyuan could consume the meat and that it would be nourishing, I began his work. He hung the wild deer upside down, ensuring every drop of blood was collected in a wooden barrel filled with salt water, allowing it to congeal. He skinned the deer, tanned the hide, and fashioned boots and raincoats. The meat was prepared in its natural flavor for roasting, while the large bones were stewed with dates, goji berries, and various herbs I could forage, resulting in a large pot of soup. He reserved half for Onyuan's parents, as he no longer considered anyone else. After enjoying roasted deer meat for lunch, he felt his blood and flesh stirring, a surge of energy flowing into his bones. By evening, after consuming the herbal bone soup and the pieces of deer blood within, he sensed his bones had strengthened. The sensation was unmistakable, making it difficult to dismiss. He even felt that if he consumed a few more wild deer, he might ascend to the rank of a level 4 warrior. Though he had eaten wild deer in his original life, the effects had not been as pronounced. If merely consuming deer meat could lead to promotion, the wild deer would have long been hunted to extinction, indicating that the deer blood alone was not the sole factor. I furrowed his brow, contemplating the fragrant herbal soup. He suspected that it was the combination of herbs that had produced such remarkable results. Was it possible that he had inadvertently stumbled upon an extraordinary recipe? That evening, I continued to care for the cubs, allowing Onyuan to relax for a while. Go take a bath. I have prepared a bucket of warm water for you. Avoid bathing in beast form. It's not convenient. Yes, I also wish to bathe. Caring for the cubs is exhausting. Ainwan could not help but pout in complaint. However, her gaze towards the cubs was tender. The two little pink-skinned cubs, still devoid of fur and with their eyes yet to open, evoked a softening in Yun-Fei's demeanor as well, as if his heart could drip with warmth. In this lifetime, may these two furry children grow up safely. He must become even stronger. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, martial prowess is of utmost importance. When the hunting party returned that night, they brought back not only their catch but also the pelts of Nan Shi and Nan Yi. The chieftain sorrowfully informed everyone that the two had met with a tragic end. Nan Shi's mother could not bear the grief. She cried out in despair, "Chieftain, my cub was with the hunting party. Why did you not save him?" Her companions had perished, leaving only Nan Shi and his brother, Nan Sha, alive. With the elder cub gone, what would she do this snowy season with the younger one? At her age, she had long struggled to find a new partner. Hearing Nan Shi's mother blame the hunting party, Nan Shan retorted coldly, "We wish to rescue them." But they left the group on their own accord and unwittingly provoked the lion beasts. It is a miracle we managed to retrieve their pelts at all. It was thanks to Nan Luo's daring efforts that we found them after much searching. In contrast, Nanya's family did not seem to mourn his loss. His mother had despised him since childhood, often striking or scolding him, never offering him milk. A mother's attitude determined a child's standing in the family. Yet, in his youth, she had shown him some affection, or else he would not have survived to grow. The reasons for her change of heart remained a mystery. Heartbroken and despondent, Nan Shi's mother could find no words of solace, only clutching the pelt and weeping. The chieftain sighed and offered comfort this winter. The tribe has stored ample food, and you should receive more provisions than in previous years. Take good care of yourselves and your cubs. Let us summon the shaman to bless them and send them back into the embrace of the beast god. The elderly shaman trembled as he emerged, muttering incantations to gather green light around them for blessings. Yet the moment the blessings reached them, they dissipated. The old shaman, puzzled, remarked, "The beast god is unwilling to bestow blessings upon them. Only the malevolent beasts would evoke such displeasure." The onlookers among the beasts began to murmur in concern. Chapter 50. Panda Father, O heavens! Nan Shi and Nan Yi are indeed wicked beasts. Even the deceased beast god refuses to forgive them. What have they done? How terrifying it is to coexist with such monsters without realizing it. Nan Shu's mother shook her head in denial, defending, no, Shu is a good beast man, hard-working, diligent, and kind. Nanya's mother scoffed at her, huh? What kind of good beast man plays with Nanya? What do you mean by that? In response to Qing Ya's inquiry, Hanya, Nanya's mother, ignored her and left with her companions. As for Nanya's tattered pelt, the tribe could dispose of it as they wished. Once he had deliberately harmed his sister, he was no longer her son. Had she been cruel enough, she would have ended his life herself back then. Ultimately, since they were beasts rejected by the beast god, they were deemed unworthy of being taken by the sacred flames. The chieftain only allowed their bodies to be hastily buried. Beasts not accepted by the beast god did not deserve the tribe's sorrow even in death. Yun Fei observed the scene from the crowd until they began to distribute food, at which point he took his leave. In the blink of an eye, the cubs had grown enough to waddle about. The rainy season had arrived, with a steady downpour accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder. Inwan scolded the two little cubs, "Do not run out to play in the water, if you dare. Mother will sweat your paws." The two panda cubs, nodding their heads, whimpered in response, then began to frolic. The cubs were eager to explore the world outside the cave. Yunfei occasionally took them out, but they had not ventured outside since the rain began. Inside the cave, the floor was covered with grass mats for the cubs to play on. Yunfei was in the right chamber, cooking, with a window and a stone wall to vent the smoke. "You two are quite mischievous. When mother scolds you later, I will not come to your aid. Ainwan, it's time to eat. Do not worry about them. Let them run." Ainwan gazed at the table laden with sweet and crispy fruit stew, steamed huiyu bird eggs, and a pot of rice, feeling somewhat troubled. What to do about the male in the household who did not understand the value of food? "Nanyang, we cannot hunt during the rainy and snowy seasons. Perhaps we should only eat one meal and prepare less food." Yun Fei filled a large bowl of soup for her, reassuringly saying, "Do not fret. Our food supply is still ample, and I have already reduced the portions." Ainwan looked helplessly at the food on the table, realizing there was no reduction at all. It was enough to feed her mother-esque family for a day. During the rainy and snowy seasons, they spent most of their time sleeping to conserve energy and minimize food intake. Pinching the excess flesh around her waist, Ainwan suddenly realized that being plump and round wasn't entirely advantageous. The two cubs gathered at their feet, eagerly sniffing the aroma, drawing a chuckle from Yunfei. "Little rascals, do you want to eat?" "No." He waved a piece of cured rib in front of them, showing it briefly before taking it away. The cubs, growing anxious, whimpered in response. The elder cub was named Ning Huan, and the younger one was Ning Shi. When naming them, Ainwan had initially called the elder cub Ning Zhuang and the younger Ning Shi, but Yun Fei intervened. She argued, Zhuang sounds lovely. It will help them grow strong." Yun Fei replied, "That reasoning sounds oddly familiar. Are you suggesting that if he cooks well, the cubs will be dark?" Ainwan truly was a genius, able to draw conclusions from a situation. In the end, Yun Fei claimed the naming rights, choosing the name Huan Shi. In the tribe, after each generation of cubs was born, the shaman would select a character to serve as the surname for male cubs. The subsequent generation of male cubs would have names beginning with that character. For example, this generation was all named Nan, while the next would start with Ning. Female cubs also received a character from shaman. For instance, Ainwan's generation all began with A, while her mother's generation was required to use Ya. It was said that these names were chosen after communication between the shaman and the beast god, carrying the blessings of the beast god. As for the existence of this beast god, Yun Fei was uncertain. After the meal, Ainwan transformed back in her beast form to nurse the two cubs, while Yun Fei sat nearby, stitching a bee skin skirt. Most of the other beasts in the tribe were resting inside the cave, conserving their energy. Before the rainy season, the chieftain had already distributed seasonal provisions to each family, leaving the decisions of how to eat and whether it would be sufficient in their hands. Suddenly, the rain intensified in the deep night, as if the heavens had torn open a hole. Yun Fei felt a sense of unease and rose to check on Ainwan, finding her awake and comforting the two frightened cubs. "You hold the little Shi, and I shall take care of the little Huan." Ainwan did not insist, passing the larger cub over with a hint of worry. "Nanyang, is this rainy season not a bit unusual?" She pondered. The last rainy season did not seem so intimidating. Yunfei searched through the memories of his former self, recalling that previous rainy seasons were marked by gentle drizzles, with only occasional heavy downpours. The narrative ceased when the rainy season commenced and the three of them perished, leaving him uncertain about what transpired thereafter. I shall visit the chief's dwelling tomorrow for a discussion. No, you cannot go out. Being drenched in rain will lead to illness or even death. I forbid you from leaving. It's all right. I will wear my deerskin coat and drape a grass cloak over it. The grass cloak was a raincoat woven by Yunfei. Though it was not expertly crafted, it was better than nothing. The following day, Yunfei arrived at the chief's cave, completely wrapped up. Their caves lacked thresholds, and at that moment, a dampness and an unpleasant odor permeated the air, even the stench of excrement, nearly overwhelming Yunfei. The chief was sprawled on the ground sleeping. Upon seeing Yunfei approach, he reverted to his beastly form and inquired with confusion, "Nanyang, why are you out? You might fall ill." "Chief, I wish to inquire about the persistent heavy rain. Could our tribe be in danger?" Yunfei asked. "In your memory, has there ever been such an intense rainfall?" The chief, perplexed, noted that rainy seasons inherently involved rain and that nothing seemed amiss. Suddenly, he recalled his father's words from his childhood, stating that their tribe, the Shirtai Sho, originally resided in another jungle. It was only after a deluge that their ancestors had relocated here. Gazing at the unprecedented downpour, the chief appeared bewildered. In Chapter 51, Panda Father, Yunfei left the chief without acquiring any useful information, for the chief displayed no sense of impending crisis. Thus, he spent his leisure time wandering away from the tribe to the riverbank, observing the situation. Day after day, his expression grew increasingly grave. Anwan called out to Yunfei, who had been frequently venturing outside. "Nanyang, what have you been up to lately? You seem rather mysterious. Have you not noticed the rising water levels? I fear the water may rise too high, so I have excavated a cave on the highest stone mountain over the past few days." Yunfei's explanation alarmed Anwan, as it suggested the water was indeed quite deep. What would they do if the cave flooded? What Yunfei did not voice was his fear of the riverbank collapsing and triggering a flash flood. Upon reaching the stone mountain, he noticed many beasts were digging a large cave nearby. He had shared his concerns with the chief, who may not have been particularly prescient, but was receptive to advice, prompting him to allow the beasts to prepare alongside him. The cave they were digging was communal, but Yunfei preferred solitude, so he decided to excavate a separate space for his family. The chief granted him this privilege, allowing him to claim a cave for himself. Yunfei's cave was small, and by nightfall, he had finished the excavation. To avoid the crowd, he chose a spot at the back. In the following days, he diligently transported food and firewood to the stone mountain, taking great care to avoid getting drenched, which slowed his progress considerably. The incessant rain showed no signs of abating. The water had risen nearly to the height of a beast, but fortunately, he had chosen a cave at a higher elevation. In the neighboring communal cave, Beast had gradually begun relocating. After most of his belongings had been moved to the mountain, Yunfei realized he could no longer delay. "Anwan, we must ascend the mountain." He secured the two cubs tightly against his chest with animal hides, donned a deerskin coat, then added the grass, cloak, and wide-brimmed hat to ensure the little ones remained dry. The cubs, believing their father was playing with them, chirped happily. Anyo, dressed in matching garments, cast a reluctant glance back at the cave before following Yunfei. The water had now risen higher than the beasts, and those who could not swim had all moved to the large cave. The new cave on the stone mountain was elevated, so Yunfei had to climb up. The Shirtai Sho possessed remarkable climbing abilities, so he did not worry about Anwan, but he forgot that she was not in her beast form. While climbing, Anwan accidentally lost her grip and nearly fell into the deep water below. Hearing the commotion, Yunfei's heart raced. He could not turn back to assist her, as he was burdened with two cubs. "Anwan, quickly transform back into your beast form. Do not fear the rain. I will prepare medicine for you shortly." Anyo, pale-faced, nodded and hastily shifted back into her beast form. Her deerskin coat and grass cloak tore away and were swept downstream. With sharp claws, she climbed with ease this time, though her fur became soaked. After placing the cubs down, the unfamiliar surroundings piqued their curiosity, and they gleefully scampered about. Once a fire was kindled, Yunfei boiled water in a stone pot, adding slices of ginger. He hastily dried the large panda with animal hides while Anwan shook her body to help. "Drink this ginger soup, and I will prepare some herbs to combat your chill. Do not be afraid." Anwan reassured him she was unafraid and finally asked the question that had lingered in her mind. "Nanyang, how do you know how to heal? Are you a shaman?" In the realm of the beastmen, only shamans possess knowledge of medicinal herbs and healing abilities. "I am a warrior, I learned about herbs in my dreams, which allows me to understand what ailments certain remedies can cure, though my knowledge is limited, Yunfei explained. No, you understand more than the shamans do. The shaman cannot treat fevers. Anwan would not allow Nan Yang to belittle himself. In her heart, her partner was the mightiest of males. Just days prior, when the little cub had a fever, it was Nan Yang who had healed him. At that moment, Anwan felt as if the sky had fallen. She knew that many cubs had perished from fevers. Anwan despised herself for not caring for the cubs better, and for once, her strong demeanor gave way to tears. She watched Nan Yang busily tending to the little cubs and felt a pang of unease. Nan Yang loved the two cubs dearly. Would he resent her if something happened to them? However, through Nan Yang's efforts, the little cub had miraculously recovered from the fever after 2 days of drinking the bitter medicine and was now lively once more. She believed that Nan Yang was bestowed upon her by the beast god, making him exceptionally capable and knowledgeable. She would not allow anyone to underestimate him, including himself. Yunfei, in a humble tone, replied, I am merely modest. After drying their fur, Anwan transformed back into her human form. Yunfei casually prepared some noodles, and after they had eaten, they rested. That night, Anwan and the two cubs slept soundly. Yunfei rose several times to check on them, relieved to see that Anwan showed no signs of fever, allowing him to embrace the cubs and drift back to sleep. This cave was much smaller than their previous one, only accommodating one room. Thus, they could no longer sleep separately. During the rainy and snowy seasons, the everyday life of the beastmen revolved around eating and sleeping. Day and night, the sounds of merriment from the neighboring communal cave echoed, accompanied by the raucous laughter of nearby beasts, causing Yunfei to repeatedly remind himself to remain calm and collected, reassuring himself of his femininity. The rain season commenced with a cacophony of thunder and the relentless patter of rain. After 2 months of ceaseless downpour, the riverbanks could no longer withstand the deluge. On that fateful noon, the waters surged down from the mountains, tumultuously carrying with its struggling creatures, severed trees, and a myriad of debris. The beastmen atop the stone mountain beheld in horror as their cave was engulfed by the flood. The elder, witnessing this calamity, trembled, his thoughts turning to expressing gratitude to Nan Yang. Had it not been for Nan Yang's timely warnings and preparations, they would have faced certain death by drowning or starvation from washed-away provisions. Fortunately, he heeded Nan Yang's counsel, safeguarding vital supplies and firewood. Yet, the torrential rain hindered his journey to express his thanks, for he lacked the enchanted garments that could shield him from the rain. He could only wait for the downpour to lessen. Anwan, frightened by the inundated world, sought refuge in Yunfei's embrace, sorrowfully questioning why this calamity had befallen them. Was it the wrath of the beast god? Yunfei gently reassured her, stating that all would be well once the waters receded, for their elevated position ensured their safety. In Chapter 52, titled Panda Papa, Yunfei, with nothing to occupy his time, entertained the young cubs within the cave. Alas, they were too young to learn the art of writing, and observing their carefree play ignited a yearning within him for them to experience the harsh realities of life. Bored and restless, he summoned the mother and her cubs to recount tales. He spoke of a race dwelling in the ocean known as the merfolk. By the tale's conclusion, the cubs had scampered off, leaving only Anwan, who remained lost in dreamy aspirations. She lamented the lack of valuable items in their tribe, which barred them from participating in trading events, cherishing the hope of one day venturing out to explore the myriad of races beyond. Fear not, Yunfei assured. When the cubs grow, I shall take you with me. Even if our tribe lacks trading privileges, surely we could be guests elsewhere. Anwan took his words as mere comfort, unaware that their scarcity of soul crystals rendered them unable to trade. The rains eventually lightened over the ensuing 2 months. Though a gentle drizzle persisted, the family of 4 thrived during this rainy season, their bodies growing plump from plentiful sustenance. Concerned that his hunting skills might falter, Yunfei resorted to daily exercises within the cave, performing push-ups and squats to maintain his strength. After 4 months, the rain ceased. Remarkably, the floodwaters that had once reached halfway up the mountains had receded. In the final days of the rainy season, standing water remained only knee-deep. The sky, still overcast, did not encourage the beastmen to descend from the mountains, for they knew that surviving the rainy season merely led them into the trials of the snowy season. As the crescent moon waxed into fullness, delicate snowflakes began to fall. with limited firewood and no fires lit during the rain season. The beastmen would not ignite flames during the snowy season either, as the iron-eating beastmen's fur provided some warmth against the cold. It was only during the last 2 months of the cold season that the true chill would necessitate a fire. On the first morning of snowfall, the neighboring cave echoed with desperate cries. Yunfei hastened to investigate, while Anwan, fearing the cubs might stray and tumble down the mountain, restrained herself at home. Inside the collective cave, many beastmen had reverted to their beast forms. Can one truly understand the joy of confronting a cave filled with diverse national treasures? Yunfei felt as if his feet were floating with happiness, as he now held close those treasures he once could only admire from afar. However, this was not the time for such musings. Approaching the troubled elder, Yunfei inquired about the commotion. This morning, several cubs did not awaken to drink their milk. They have developed fevers, the elder lamented. The shaman was casting spells to bless the motionless cubs. In addition to the untransformed cubs, 2 transformed children were also afflicted by fever. Every year, the snowy season claimed many young lives. Elder, will mere blessings suffice to alleviate their fevers without medicine? Yunfei pressed. The elder sighed. We administered medicine last night, but it was of little effect. Yunfei hurried back to his cave, retrieving the cold remedy he had prepared. Here, this is a herbal concoction I made myself. Let them try it. Thank you, Nanyang. You are a good beast, the elder said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. For he had grown accustomed to the futility of the shaman's remedies during the snowy season. After the elder handed the medicine to a frail beast man, that beast man attempted to swallow it whole, prompting Yunfei to urgently intervene. No, do not consume it like that. I will prepare a broth for you. However, after searching the expansive cave, he found no stone pot. How is it possible, elder? Did I not teach you how to make soup? The elder, somewhat embarrassed, replied. We lack sufficient firewood. Implicitly, it was clear they had resorted to consuming whatever was available, even tough jerky or smoked fish. The warriors were primarily tasked with hunting, while the females cared for the young cubs, leading to a meager stock of firewood. For the beastmen, as long as their bellies were filled, taste was a mere afterthought. I shall prepare it and bring it to you, Yunfei offered, dutifully cooking the remedy and returning to assist the cubs with physical cooling techniques. As the medicine took effect, the cubs sweated, their fevers finally subsiding. The mothers of the ailing cubs knelt before Yunfei, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Nanyang, you have saved our cubs' lives. Yunfei dismissed their gratitude, stating that it was no trouble, as he had gathered extra herbs specifically to share. All were parents, and during seasonal transitions, the young ones were particularly susceptible to illness. Although Yunfei insisted it was inconsequential, the mothers remained profoundly appreciative. The precious experience of regaining what was nearly lost was not easily forgotten. From that day forth, the mothers frequently brought their cubs to visit Yunfei's cave, offering what little food they possessed. They would instruct their offspring to look after Ning Huan and Ning Shi, ensuring they were not bullied. With the company of more cubs, those who had previously been sullen due to prolonged confinement now reveled in play, joyfully engaging with their older siblings, learning to climb and tumble. During the last 2 months of the cold season, no beastmen dared venture outside. The ground outside was coated in treacherous ice, biting with cold. The beastmen huddled together in the collective cave, cradling their cubs close. 2 fires burned within, yet some still shivered from cold, while those with means nestled themselves within animal pelts for warmth. The elder and the female Leah suggested that Yunfei and his family join them in the collective cave. But Yunfei declined. He feared the chaotic sense and, moreover, felt it would be difficult to prepare his own meals with so many eyes upon him. As Yunfei and Anwan savored hot soup, the 2 cubs lapped at warm milk from a basin nearby, the cave enveloped in warmth. The grass mats once used to block the wind had been replaced with animal skins, and a fire pit blazed in the center. Both were donned in full bear hides, wrapping them tightly in warmth. As night fell, Yunfei transformed into his beast form, enveloping Anwan and the other 2 in his warm embrace while shielding them from the biting cold. Being a level 3 warrior, he was well equipped to endure the chill. In the past, Anwan was oblivious to the true meaning of love. All she understood was that whoever provided her with sustenance was her male, and that was sufficient. However, after listening to Nanyang share his tales, she grasped the essence of love. Every male sought to please his female. Yet Anwan recognized that Nanyang was unlike the others. Those males were driven by the instinct to procreate, to bear offspring. But Nanyang was different. His affections were genuine, devoid of ulterior motives or expectations of reciprocation. He had never asked anything of her. Anwan understood this to be the familial bond Nanyang spoke of, a connection distinct from that of parent beasts. Chapter 53. Panda Father Time flew by, and 2 years had passed since the catastrophic flood. Today marked a significant occasion for the tribe. With the snow season just concluded, the first day of the warm season brought forth a bountiful harvest from the hunting team. Yunfei participated in the hunt today. Over the past 2 years, he had nourished himself with medicinal herbs and ascended to the rank of a level 5 warrior. All the food within the tribe would be offered in sacrifice to the beast god as they prepared for the awakening ceremony for the 2-year-old cubs. Anyon approached Yunfei, her smile radiant, embracing him as he returned from the hunt. She had become increasingly beautiful over the past 2 years, rejecting the advances of numerous beastmen. To her, seeking a male was merely a means of ensuring warmth and sustenance, a role Nanyang fulfilled effortlessly. Most importantly, Nanyang was unique. She could not bear to see him distressed. "Are the cubs ready?" Yunfei inquired nervously. In contrast to Yunfei and Anwan's anxiousness, the 2 cubs appeared indifferent, busily gnawing on fruit, taking hearty bites. The 2 chubby cubs were heavy, prompting Yunfei to revert to his beast form, lifting one cub with a paw and carrying it to the beast god's stone altar. As the cubs attempted to escape, he quickly restrained them, admonishing, "Be still, misbehaving little ones, or there will be no meat for you tonight." The cubs complied, settling down to partake in the ritual alongside 5 other young ones from the tribe. After the elderly shaman performed the incantation to communicate with the beast god, he began to chant rhythmically. A miraculous scene unfolded as 7 beams of light erupted from the stone altar, illuminating the bodies of the cubs. The 7 cubs gazed at the dazzling light with innocent curiosity, only to be suddenly gripped by excruciating pain. They writhed in agony, and the onlooking beastmen felt their hearts ache, yet there was no alternative. Every beastman must endure this trial. Regrettably, only 5 of the 7 cubs began to transform into their human forms, while the other 2, overwhelmed by pain, lost consciousness and would awaken as wild beasts, destined to remain beasts for their entire lives. Their parents wept bitterly below, lamenting, "It is my fault. I lacked the means to provide them with energy-rich beast meat," leading to their failure. The male beastman struck himself in despair. "No, it was my reluctance to allow you to take them out for training." The young female regretted her decision, having stopped her male from being too harsh with their cubs during the transformation process. Seeing the 2 cubs successfully transform into their human forms brought relief to Yunfei and Anwan. Overcoming this hurdle was a significant milestone. Upon learning that the process of pain and struggle was essential for the cubs' successful transformation, Yunfei diligently took them out to train every day, torn between sympathy and the necessity of tough love. Since Anwan could not bear to be harsh, it fell to him. After all, he was a father. Consequently, during that period, the cubs would tremble and shy away from him. Nevertheless, after each training session, he would make a concerted effort to cheer them up, especially with treats he prepared, which endeared him to them despite their fear. Their mother, Anwan, provided them with raw food, which was a treat in itself, as cooked food posed the risk of poisoning. 2 identical 7-year-old boys were the first to complete their transformation, inheriting Yunfei's slightly curled black hair and large, round eyes resembling grapes. With fair skin, they donned half-black, half-white fur skirts, their little feet bare, slightly plump figures and round, cherubic faces. "All father, all mother!" the cubs exclaimed joyfully, leaping into their parents' arms. At the moment of transformation, their previously naive minds seemed to awaken, and all the childhood questions found their answers. They understood the love their parents held for them, and realized why their father would push them down the slope while he himself shed tears. It dawned on them that the greater the force he applied, the deeper his love for them. Next came the bonfire festival. The warm season had just commenced, coinciding with the mating season, and the beastmen seized the opportunity to conceive offspring. Over the past 2 years, they had learned from Yunfei how to roast meat, prepare soup, and cook rice, occasionally indulging in raw meat. As Yunfei helped Anwan and the cubs roast meat, he observed her rejecting yet another suitor. After some contemplation, he gently suggested, "Anwan, if you wish to find another male to care for you, it would be perfectly acceptable." Anwan shook her head discontentedly. "I do not want them. They're so dirty. They refuse to bathe, and the beastmen in your stories who are in love cannot accommodate a third male. There is no room for that between you and me. Ning Huan suddenly found the roasted meat in his hands unappetizing, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at Unwan. So, are you going to cast me and my brother away? He pondered, realizing he was the third, and his brother the fourth. They had only just transformed, and already their mother seemed unwilling to accept them. Just as Ning Huan was about to erupt in tears, he paused, who had cried before him. Glancing at his younger brother, who was engrossed in eating, it was clear he was not the source. Upon looking to the side, he realized it was a newly transformed little female cub who was crying. How disdainful, he thought. Even after transforming, she still craved milk. He and Ning, she had been weaned at 1.5 years, and they wore their pride like a badge of honor. Indeed, in time, it would merely be a bowl of beast milk sweetened with honey. Who would still desire the blandness of maternal milk? Yunfei remarked. The cubs had finally grown up. Every evening after returning from the hunt, Yunfei would teach them to recognize characters. He had inquired with the shaman and learned that the beast world had no written language. All knowledge was passed down orally. Unlike the divine beasts, they did not possess a bloodline legacy. Thus, he felt justified in teaching his cubs simplified characters. For it mattered not whether other beastmen understood this writing. He merely wished to impart wisdom through the written word. Over the past 2 years, he had gathered a considerable amount of soul crystals to allow his sons to bathe in them. Soul crystals were the crystallized essence found within extraordinary beasts, and their formidable nature made them rare and precious, as ordinary beastmen could hardly contend with them. Yunfei sought out solitary extraordinary beasts, employing clever tactics to defeat those that were less formidable. He rarely chose to hunt in groups. Most of the time, he preferred to go solo. The popular Inlu had departed the tribe a year prior to join the White Cat clan, having pursued the female beastman he admired. While his departure in pursuit of love was inconsequential, what irked Yunfei was that he had shared the tribe's food storage methods to curry favor with her. Yunfei was indifferent, for it was not an invention of his own. Anyone could learn it. However, the elder clan leader was furious, for Inlu had disclosed this information to outsiders without consulting the tribe, an act of betrayal. When Inlu left, he had sought Yunfei out privately, and out of curiosity, Yunfei had agreed to meet him. Upon seeing Yunfei, Inlu complexly inquired, "Do you know why I deceived Unwan into believing that if she accidentally ingested the mating fruit, I would be willing to save her?" Yunfei shook his head, pondering this question that had long eluded him. He found it perplexing why he would have any reason to deceive Unwan. His feelings towards her were indifferent, and there was nothing about Nan Yang that incited jealousy within him. Chapter 54. Panda Father 17. Nan Luo sneered, "Because I wish for your demise." This only deepened Yun Fei's confusion. The original owner of this body was a timid level 2 warrior, and he posed no threat to Nan Luo. Why then? I knew it. You are utterly oblivious to what makes you enviable. I shan't divulge it to you. The fiery tempered Ainwan, who had not abandoned him, was a most baffling aspect for Nan Luo. He claimed to be adored by her, yet he was merely a hypocritical female. My gentle female is far superior, petite, adorable, and stunningly beautiful. Nan Luo's expression brimmed with arrogance and excitement. It seemed he intended to mock Yun Fei one last time before departing, leaving behind a string of incoherent words before exiting the tribe. Yun Fei, left in bewilderment, chose to let it go. Ultimately, in the face of absolute strength, everything else is rendered meaningless. From that moment on, no one in the tribe spoke of Nan Luo, the former top warrior. Now, the foremost warrior of the tribe was Yun Fei, who, despite his reluctance to lead the hunting team, garnered immense respect from the other warriors. He was a male capable of single-handedly challenging alien beasts. Watch closely. A fool will instruct you only once. Yun Fei guided his 2 sons, who appeared to be around 10 years old, by the riverbank as they learned to fish. Ning Huan and Ning, she squatted eagerly, awaiting a bite. Previously, the beastmen had little interest in fish, but since Yun Fei taught them how to prepare it, the weaker beastmen began to follow his lead in fishing. It could be said that Yun Fei had bestowed upon them the skills necessary for survival. He also taught Anwan weaving and knitting, which she subsequently passed on to the females of the tribe. Now, Yun Fei's reputation within the tribe even eclipsed that of the chieftain, who had already designated him as the next chieftain. Though lacking in great wisdom, The chieftain was genuinely concerned for the tribe and persuaded his descendants not to harbor delusions of competing with Yun Fei. They were unfit to hold the chieftain's position. Only a level 6 warrior like Yun Fei could maintain authority over all the warriors and secure the chieftain's seat. Afu, there is black smoke rising from our tribe. Suddenly, Ningxi shouted anxiously towards the direction of the tribe. Yun Fei looked, and indeed that was the signal of an attack on the tribe. He swiftly transformed into a fearsome iron-eater beast, tossing his 2 sons behind him and racing back towards the tribe. Why was it fearsome? Because upon breaking through to level 6, he awakened his bloodline inheritance, and a suit of golden armor enveloped his form. It turned out that his maternal lineage was connected to a divine beast within the orc stronghold, the golden armored dragon. As he awakened, his level increased, activating the hidden bloodline within him, altering his beast form. Awo! Yun Fei howled to the heavens, calling upon the tribesmen outside to hurry home. Meanwhile, within the tribe, the members were valiantly resisting the invasion of the Black Bear tribe. Beside the chieftain of the Black Bear tribe, an orc strategizing was none other than Nanluo, who gazed malevolently at his former tribesmen. His words dripped with venom as he declared that the female, named Nuan, must be captured, for she possessed knowledge of many food sources, while the other orcs had no value in surviving. Oh, which one is Nuan? That most beautiful female over there. The chieftain of the Black Bear tribe scrutinized Nuan's voluptuous figure and her fair, smooth skin, finding her undeniably attractive, though he regrettably already had a female. Warriors, charge! Eliminate their warriors, seize their food, and bring back the beautiful female slaves. The chieftain of the Black Bear tribe laughed heartily, rallying his people. Charge! Fight for food. Fight for female slaves. Let the iron-eater orcs bow beneath our feet. Onward, warriors of the Black Bear tribe. The old chieftain led the remaining warriors in a desperate defense of the tribe. Ah, don't touch me. The males of the Black Bear tribe surged past the battlefield to seize the females within the tribe. Anwan, come here to Amu. Leah, a female, dragged Afu toward Anwan. After Nanluo's departure from the tribe, Afu chose 3 level 3 warriors as her mates. Amu, Anwan hurried to join her sister and mother. The males of the tribe, even the elder and the disabled, stepped forward to confront the Black Bear orcs. The chieftain's female, Maya, called out anxiously, "Females, hurry! Take the cubs and let us hide." Amu, save me! Amu, save me! A female cried out as she was hoisted away by a male from the Black Bear tribe. The mother of the female followed, weeping, only to be knocked unconscious and taken as well. The tribe's Ning Shu recalled the shaman's words, hurried to fetch firewood, and ignited the thatch. The thick smoke would serve as a warning for the warriors outside to return swiftly. Nanluo, release me. Anwan's wrist was tightly grasped by Nanluo. She noticed how he had changed. He had grown gaunt and aged, filthy, with a slave mark etched upon his face. She could only wonder how he had endured these years to become this way. Heh, Anwan, there's no need to struggle. Come back with me to the Black Bear tribe. They are far wealthier than the Iron Eater tribe, Nanluo said, his tone laced with malice. I want to go. You shall not take me. Anwan protested fiercely. Nanyang will return soon. You better let me go. She struggled against his grip. Mentioning Nanyang only served to further infuriate Nanluo. For years, he had secretly observed the Iron Eater tribe, noting how Nanyang had become increasingly remarkable. Truly, it was no wonder he felt envy towards that bloodline. It was the inheritance that made him so formidable, so knowledgeable. Why should it be so? The female from the stronghold had been saved by both his father and Nanyang's father. Yet she ultimately chose Nanyang's father. Had she chosen his father instead, he would have been the one with divine beast blood. The Iron Eater tribe needed only him. Why should there be a need for Nanyang? What did it mean that both Nanyang and Nanluo were the best males in the tribe? One was sufficient. Why mention Nanyang? The fruit he had been deceived into consuming as a child didn't kill him, but it did ruin his potential. Every time he tried to kill Nanyang, unforeseen circumstances would arise. Even the heavens seemed to favor him. Was this the blessing of the divine bloodline? Ridiculous. Within just 2 years, Nanyang had ascended from level 2 to level 5 warrior. Now he had even surpassed Nanluo. What did all his efforts throughout his life amount to? If he could seize Anwan, wouldn't Nanyang then be reduced to his mere servant? He had once believed that at the very least, the female he chose would be superior to Nanyang's. But it turned out that the seemingly soft and gentle Anwan had deceived him entirely. After their union, she not only demanded he venture into the jungle and perilous places to fetch rare prey and fruits, but a month after their union, she brought 7 males back to their cave. She had clearly stated that he would be her only male, otherwise he would never have agreed to mate with her. Unwan was his female. He could not harm her, yet he could eliminate those males without hesitation. In the end, Unwan had panicked and had the chieftain of the White Cat tribe brand him with a slave mark to sell him. He harbored hatred for the Iron Eater tribe, for Nanyang, and for the White Cat tribe. But he could not hate Unwan. She was tied to his very life, hence Unwan could not perish. He informed the chief of the Haitian tribe that the Shirtai tribe had made numerous new discoveries regarding food, as well as methods for preserving food during the snow season and treating fevers. He incited the chief of the Haitian tribe to invade the Shirtai tribe. Chapter 55. Panda Father. A resounding roar echoed through the mountains, startling the beasts that fled in all directions. The panda beastmen, fighting valiantly, looked towards that direction with joy, exclaiming, "It is Nanyang. He has returned swiftly. Everyone hold your ground." The chief of the Haitian tribe remained unconcerned, believing it to be merely the first warrior of the Shirtai tribe returning. He maintained his composure. As for a small tribe like this, a level 5 warrior was more than sufficient. Now Yuo did not disclose the existence of a level 6 divine beast bloodline warrior within the tribe, fearing it would deter him from attacking the Shirtai tribe. The chief of the Haitian tribe was unafraid, yet now Yuo was aware that they were no match for Nanyang. However, capturing Anwan would change the tide. Thus, he transformed back into his beast form, attempting to seize Anwan. Sensing this, Anwan also transformed and resisted fiercely. Over the years, Yunfei had rigorously trained her and had fed her various exotic meats. Although she was still inferior to the male beastmen, she undoubtedly stood as the strongest female in the tribe. When Yunfei returned to the tribe, his first instinct was to search for Anwan, only to witness the scene before him. A massive male panda had pinned a petite panda beneath him, tearing at her. With a fierce growl, he bared his enormous fangs and lunged, knocking Naoyuo aside. "Anwan, take the children and hide." Yunfei gently shook his 2 sons off his back. He then pounced towards Naoyuo, sinking his sharp teeth into his neck. Naoyuo retaliated, but could not inflict damage. After all, in his current beast form, Yunfei bore natural armor. And the only reason Naoyuo's teeth did not shatter against him was due to the formidable bite of the Shirtai. Yunfei did not merely bite. His claws sank deep into Naoyuo's flesh, and he did not release his grip until he had torn Naoyuo to death. Before turning to confront the chief of the Haitian tribe, the warriors of the hunting party had already engaged the warriors of the Haitian tribe, with both sides evenly matched. Upon realizing that the Shirtai tribe possessed such a terrifying level 6 warrior, the chief of the Haitian tribe stealthily departed while no one was paying attention. Yunfei roared in pursuit, determined that the leading beastman must die. Otherwise, they would face endless repercussions. Anwan, along with her 2 sons, had already taken refuge in the cellar with the other tribesmen. The chief of the Haitian tribe was now in a state of panic, having not anticipated that the level 6 warrior would relentlessly pursue him. His speed could not match that of the beastman, and he was on the verge of being caught, wary of the many forbidden areas in the jungle. Ultimately, the chase concluded when Yunfei tackled him to the ground. Moments later, Yunfei emerged from the forest, his fur stained with blood, clutching a piece of Haitian beast skin in his mouth. The beastmen warriors within the tribe erupted in cheers upon seeing the spoils he had brought back, their morale soaring. The warriors of the Haitian tribe, upon witnessing their chief's demise, understood the tide had turned and sought to flee, only to be intercepted by the warriors of the Shirtai tribe. These minor soldiers were spared from death by Yunfei, who chose not to inflict serious harm, but instead bound them with ropes. He intended to take them to the slave market for sale, as killing them would yield no benefit. "Nam, take the warriors and seize the stronghold of the Haitian tribe. I shall remain here to oversee these Haitian." "Understood." Nam, a level 4 warrior in the tribe, was not far from ascending to level 5. With all the high-ranking warriors of the Haitian tribe present, it was more than sufficient for him to lead the effort. Yunfei assigned several beastmen to guard the captives and proceeded to the Beast Godstone. The shaman was currently offering blessings and chanting for the injured warriors. The tribesmen looked on sorrowfully at the warriors lying on the ground. Yunfei felt helpless, as their injuries were too severe. Although he had applied the healing herbs he had taught them, They proved ineffective. Zhulang, you shall oversee the Shirtai Shou tribe from now on, the old chief murmured, gazing at Yunfei with kind, murky eyes. Do not say such things. Once you recover, we will still need your leadership. The chief managed a weak smile. I must go serve the beast god now. Do not mourn for me. From today, Nanyang shall be our tribe's new leader. The chief, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, imparted many words of wisdom to everyone. His gaze lingered on the elder female Maya, filled with affection. Though he spoke no words, it felt as though he had expressed everything. Maya, with her aged visage, could not contain her tears, unable to utter a single word in her sorrow. The chief's final gaze rested upon the female he had loved most in his life, until he closed his eyes forever. Chief, Maya staggered into his embrace, pressing against his chest, listening to the silence of his heart, just as she had relied on him in her youth. The tribesmen and the children of the chief knelt upon the ground, weeping and mourning for their departed leader. The shaman sang blessings for the fallen, conducting a sacred fire ceremony in their honor. 3 days later, the warriors returned, dragging the remaining members of the Heixiong tribe back to the Shirtai Shou tribe with ropes. Alongside the warriors, they were bound at the tribe's entrance, each side exchanging glances filled with hatred. Yunfei had been preoccupied with hunting over the past few days and was finally able to await the warriors' return. The food was abundantly prepared, and he immediately decided to host a bonfire feast that evening. As night fell, the bonfire blazed, with beastmen dancing around it. The aroma of roasted and stewed meat wafted through the air, dispelling some of the gloom within the tribe. The shaman reported to the beast god at the beast god stone, announcing that the leadership of the Shirtai Shou tribe had transitioned to the warrior Nanyang. At the moment the ceremony concluded, Nanyang's pristine chest bore the imprint of Anwan on the left and his own mark on the right. All beastmen in the tribe received the mark of a panda giant clad in armor on their right chest, accompanied by a mysterious power flowing into their bodies. The elder shaman knelt in excitement, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, beast god, for bestowing honor upon the Shirtai Shou tribe with a totem. In this life, Shirchi felt fulfilled to witness the Shirtai Shou tribe possessing a totem. After regaining his composure, the elder shaman continued to announce, Beast God, allow me to introduce my next disciple, the young female Ningguo of the tribe, endowed with the talent of a shaman for the new generation of the Shirtai Shou tribe. The beastmen looked at the slightly bewildered girl amidst the crowd, astonished. The elder shaman, fearing they might not accept Ningguo, explained that although she was female, her talent surpassed even his own. The next shaman shall be her, and she will surely assist our chief well, guiding our tribe towards greater strength. Very well, let it be known that from today, Ningguo shall be the shaman's disciple, Yunfei decisively stated. Ningguo gazed incredulously at the prominent girl in the crowd, astonished at the prospect of becoming shaman. Chapter 56. Panda Father news of the Shirtai Shou tribe acquiring a totem reverberated across the beast god stones throughout the continent. The beastmen of other tribes began to murmur among themselves, questioning, what tribe is this Shirtai Shou? Have you heard of them? No, it is likely a small tribe. The fact that they have received the totem bestowed by the beast god indicates their favor with him, which is truly enviable. The external discourse regarding the Shti-Shu tribe remains temporarily unknown. The moment the armored panda totem appeared on their chests, their collective strength ascended by 1 level. At this moment, they are cheering for YNFI. In New York Ing, tribe leader, you are the mightiest warrior in the tribe, born for the Shti-Shu tribe and destined to die for it. I, in NM, shall forever follow you, my leader. The orcs kneel on one knee, surrendering to YNFI. From this day forth, the Shti-Shu tribe shall also be recognized as a totem tribe on the Orc continent. All of this is due to the ferocious beast on the stage, their new leader, the 7th level warrior in New York Ing. Under the blessing of the totem, YNFI directly ascended a level, and now his beast form appears even more formidable and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence. Following the completion of the succession ceremony, the shaman branded the orcs from the Black Bear tribe with a mark of slavery, intending to sell them on the day of trade. With a deep-seated enmity towards foreign orcs, YNFI had no intention of retaining them, even for the purpose of enslavement. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, showing even a modicum of mercy to the enemy disqualified him from the position of tribe leader. After becoming the leader, YNFI found everything in life becoming more manageable. He imparted all he knew to his tribesmen, teaching them the ways of self-sufficiency. During each hunt, he would take his 2 sons along, training them, and at night, he would compel them to study writing, learn principles, and engage their minds. Under his guidance, Nguyen gradually became more enigmatic. Unlike the straightforwardness of the orcs, he adeptly utilized his charming appearance to curry favor, possessing a cunning mind. NGX, though resembling him, was more robust and rounder in stature, appearing somewhat clumsy. YNFI disdainfully pushed his silly son aside, saying, NGX, if your drool dares to drip into the pot, you'll be reduced to gnawing on bamboo for dinner. NGX chuckled foolishly, replying, that would waste food. You wouldn't eat my drool anyway. It would be better if you all just let me eat it to avoid spilling. Nguyen observed his foolish younger brother, bemused by how effortlessly he could vex their father with a single statement, and teasingly remarked, Father, you mustn't despise my brother's appetite. He clearly inherited your voraciousness. YNFI retorted, sons are indeed born to provoke me. Nonsense, I eat so much because I'm strong, needing the energy from food. Your brother, being only a 3rd-level warrior, eats so much simply out of gluttony. YNFI adamantly refused to acknowledge that NGX's insatiable appetite was hereditary. It was undoubtedly a trait from New York Ing. The notion of inheritance was simply unscientific. What are you all discussing? On N returned from outside, her radiant smile illuminating the room, adorned with a circlet. Upon seeing their mother, the 2 boys quieted down, and NGX hurriedly wiped his mouth, feeling guilty about his drool. This was because On In had warned him that if he continued to gaze at his father with such an insatiable look, she would cook for the entire family for a month until he lost his appetite. Who would dare to crave On In's cooking? That was simply not an option. I gently inquired, did you gather anything today? It looks beautiful. And Nguyen frowned, feeling that his father's preferential treatment was rather glaring. I disdainfully regarded his eldest son, wondering what that dismissive look was about. He demonstrated daily how to treat females well, yet this foolish boy learned nothing. If he continued to be so oblivious, by the time Ngu came of age, he would not only miss out on finding a partner, but even on forming bonds. On-In chose to ignore the banter between the father and son and joyfully twirled, saying, you love tea, right? Today, I gathered a lot with I, and the others. I'll dry some for you to store so that we one tea run out during the snow season. I nodded with a smile, then mentioned that the qualification for this year's trading day had been confirmed. Our SHTI-SHU tribe will set off in a few days, so prepare well. Really? On-In's eyes sparkled with delight. Father, I want to go too. Father, I want to go as well. Nguyen and NGX looked at YNFI with eager anticipation, receiving a tender smile in return, only to be unceremoniously rejected. No, this year, I plan to take your mother to see the ocean. While I am away, you two must look after the tribe. And NGX pouted, pleading, let my brother watch over things. He is clever, and I'm just silly. I want to go with you to see the world, lest I be deceived by some little female in the future. And Nguyen remarked, truly, he is his brother's sibling. Unenkeeped. Did I perhaps take the wrong son? YNFI replied, that makes perfect sense. I am left speechless. In the end, NGX did not get his wish. I felt it better to let him be deceived by the females in the tribe than to risk him being led astray elsewhere. At least he would be nearby and still receive food. Nguyen lowered his head, expressing his sorrowful reluctance. Father, please take good care of mother. Do not worry about me and my brother. We can manage without food at home. It's fine if we lose some weight. After all, we are male orcs. If my brother, due to hunger, inadvertently consumes something toxic, it's not a concern. There's the half-baked shaman Inengo in the tribe. There's no need to fret over me. If any uncles from the clan challenge me, I will do my best to avoid serious injury. The herbal supplies at home should suffice. I will tend to myself. And paused, feeling aggrieved, then continued to choke back tears. Mother loves honey water the most and enjoys fruits. Father, please do not let her suffer. It is acceptable for my brother and me to endure some hardship. You all should have fun. During this time, we will refrain from eating fruits, drinking honey water, or leaving the tribe. On-In felt a pang of sadness, as this was the first time she would be away from her children. She considered saying it was best if she did not go, but YNFI stopped her, rolling his eyes at his eldest son. Come now, in our tribe. Which member does not secretly spoil you? Just because you are my sons, When I punished you to practice horse stance as children, they secretly brought you stools, shaded you from the sun, and fanned you. Did you think I did not notice? You should be thankful they do not bully you. Rest assured, you will not starve. I have taught you how to cook since you were young. It's time to put those skills to practice. A male who cannot cook will find himself without a mate for life. Since I became the tribe leader, he had led the tribe in agriculture, animal husbandry, and hunting, ensuring that everyone lived in abundance. Consequently, the tribe members cherished him and, wary of the stern leader, sought to curry favor with his female and young. One could say that the two children grew up in a honey pot within the entire tribe. Not only were they not bullied, but I also wished for them to experience the intricacies of social maneuvering, yet he had no opportunity to do so. His high prestige fostered an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere within the tribe. Chapter 57, Panda Father. Traveling in beast form, they arrived at the orc capital after just over a month. Leader, how lively it is! An NM exclaimed excitedly. On N2 was curious, her mind racing with thoughts as numerous orcs passed by, their fur hinting at their respective tribes. 2 years prior, the Black Bear orcs had been entirely sold off to the YNSHSHU tribe, who required orcs for mining, or was their staple. Over 1,000 Black Bear orcs brought a substantial profit of 100 soul crystals to the tribe. In the end, Yunfei rewarded the warriors with some food, reserving the soul crystals for purchasing useful items for the tribe. The orc guarding the city gate held a large wooden board, comparing it to the tribal insignia depicted upon it. Only after confirming the presence of Yunfei and his companion's totem did he allow them entry. Should any orc arrive without a totem, they could still gain entry by paying a soul crystal as a fee, a threshold sufficient to deter many impoverished small tribes. This time, Yunfei brought along 15 warriors, accompanied by 3 females, including Anwan, and 2 young men who had only recently begun hunting. They were the sons of the former chieftain. Yunfei intended to train the 2 sons, which is why he opted not to take them along. He favored Ning Huan as the next chieftain, as although many capable orcs existed in the tribe, there was a notable lack of those who could think strategically. Hence, he envisioned Ning Huan in a decision-making role, while she executed the plans, the latter possessing exceptional talent inherited from a faint divine beast lineage. This lineage would manifest more prominently after reaching level 5. The group of 21, each bearing a large wicker basket brimming with supplies, followed the leading orc to the temporary wooden shelter assigned to them. The shelter was quite rudimentary, supported by 4 legs and topped with a thatched roof for shade. Guests, for the next 7 days, these 3 wooden houses will serve as your residence, the leading orc informed them. Yunfei's group muttered amongst themselves. This is hardly better than sleeping outdoors. The leading orc departed once he had shown them to their quarters. For the next 7 days, they were free to trade with other tribes. After trading, they could simply inform the main city and leave. Essentially, the main city served merely as a venue, highlighting their status as divine beasts. The orcs of the divine beast tribe were proud, and thus looked down upon dealings with ordinary orc tribes. Many of the orcs Yunfei brought were participating in a trading event for the first time, so they had no objections to such arrangements. All right, let us prepare, Yunfei instructed. 5 warriors, accompany me outside the city. We need to weave some mats for shade and gather some mosquito-repelling herbs. Yunfei frowned as he observed other tribes, orcs lying directly on the ground, sleeping amidst swarming mosquitoes and flies. One of the orcs from their tribe, Nan Chao, remarked, I thought the orcs in the main city lived much better. It seems they're worse off than us. Indeed, the buildings within the city were merely wooden structures, slightly better than their makeshift shelters, yet still rather crooked. The so-called city gates and walls were constructed of stone and wood. In contrast, the iron-eating beast tribe now resided in robust, spacious, and tidy stone houses. Having come from a construction background, Yunfei was exceedingly familiar with such matters. The water supply for the houses was directly sourced from the mountains, with each household having constructed a large water tank in their backyard to store water. Let us save these discussions for another time. Yunfei reminded Nan Chao to be cautious. Those orcs who had intended to criticize quickly fell silent. Yunfei took 5 individuals outside the city to gather wild vegetables, vines, and mosquito-repelling herbs, also managing to hunt a game before returning. Each orc in the iron-eating beast tribe possessed the skill of weaving, so they each had a woven mat. Yunfei processed the game, skewering it with an ironwood stick and roasting it whole. He coated it with oil, cumin powder, and various spices, which immediately attracted the attention of nearby tribes. How fragrant! The orcs exclaimed, unable to resist licking their lips. Their stomachs grumbled with embarrassment, having not eaten all day. What kind of meat could smell this good? Even the herbivorous orcs found themselves tempted to sample the meat's aroma. They followed the scent to the iron-eating beast tribe's wooden shelter. Curiously observing the orcs seated on the ground, weaving vines, and Yunfei, who had transformed back into his beast form, roasting a massive beast. Due to the size of the game, Yunfei chose not to butcher it for roasting, but instead roasted it whole, removing the bones afterwards to prepare a soup with white radish and bones. As time passed, the aroma of the food grew ever more enticing. The onlookers, unable to contain their curiosity, approached, asking, "Is your tribe trading this meat?" Yunfei paused for a moment before realizing they were mistaken. "No, this is our tribe's dinner, but we will sell this meat tomorrow, and exchanges can be made. What will you exchange for? Rare or unusual items, soul crystals, or 10 pounds of raw meat for a piece of roasted meat?" Yunfei gestured, indicating that approximately 10 pounds of raw meat would yield a piece weighing less than 1 pound of roasted meat. The nearby eavesdropping orcs understood their needs and decided to wait in anticipation for the following day to trade. The warriors of the iron-eating beast tribe were filled with excitement. "Oh my, so roasted meat can be traded too? Our chieftain is truly remarkable." They quickly set to work, weaving mats efficiently, surrounding the wooden shelter with woven grass to shield it from curious gazes and laying mats on the ground. They lit mosquito-repelling herbs inside the shelter before finally settling down to sleep. The three females shared one shelter with the items they had brought for trade, while the male orcs divided themselves between the other two shelters. The next day, trading officially commenced. The custom of waiting for tardy tribes did not exist in the orc continent. Yunfei and his group arrived early to secure a spot, laying down their mats to set up their stall. Their stall displayed cloth woven by the tribe, raincoats, pickled vegetables, dried meats, fish, sweet potato flour, and beautiful garments. To showcase the clothing, Yunfei had deliberately brought back some wooden sticks the previous night, creating several simple mannequins to display the dresses made by the tribe's females. The designs were set by Yunfei, who drew pictures on the ground for everyone to follow. Nearby, a stone plate held charcoal, while the tribe's orcs roasted meat. As soon as the stall was set up, it immediately attracted nearby tribe's orcs to gather and observe. "Wow, how fragrant! That was the scent from last night, which kept me awake with hunger. What kind of animal hides are these? They appear so light and beautiful." And one eagerly stepped forward to introduce, "This is cloth. Very comfortable. Feel it for yourself." The female orc gazed in Juan's fair hand, adorned with a subtle red nail polish, looking exceptionally beautiful in contrast to her own rough, dirty fingers, causing an unexpected wave of self-doubt to rise within her. Anwan, noticing the female orc's hesitation, assumed she did not like it and sadly withdrew the small cloth she held, anticipating that the orcs might soil the clothes. Yunfei had already prepared small handkerchiefs made from scraps of fabric. These could be offered for the orcs to feel the texture, with any extras serving as gifts. Anwan had never left the tribe, so she did not notice the awkwardness of the female orc before her. But at that moment, others began to approach with inquiries. "Female orcs of the iron-eating beast tribe, do you have any more of those skirts you were wearing?" The three females who had come along were adorned in the tribe's cloth dresses, cool and refreshing, and their cleanliness and fair skin made them appear exceptionally beautiful. "Yes." A maid joyfully retrieved a blue dress from the bamboo basket. The art of fabric dyeing was a pursuit of Yunfei, who discovered countless useful resources hidden within the jungle, often overlooked by others. In his previous life, he endured numerous hardships and dabbled in various trades before finally finding stability in construction work. "How beautiful!" exclaimed a female, her eyes brimming with longing as she admired the color of the sky. The male beastmen behind her gritted their teeth and stepped forward to inquire about the price, ultimately purchasing a piece for 2 soul crystals. Anwan and her companions held the soul crystals in their hands, momentarily lost in disbelief. Had they truly earned soul crystals? This was splendid news. When Yunfei departed from the tribe, he had mentioned that the seller would receive half of the price, with the other half allocated for tribal expenses, as he was the one who provided the recipes. Meanwhile, the barbecue stall had opened, where individuals exchanged delectable fruits, useful ores, furs, and raw meat. Thanks to Yunfei's promotion, pickled vegetables, jerky, and sweet potato flour were soon sold out. Who wouldn't covet food that could be stored? perfect for bringing back to the young ones during the snowy season? Was that delightful aroma? Inquired a stunning young girl adorned in a golden-scaled beast skirt. It is the barbecue crafted by the iron-eating beast tribe. It has quickly become a favorite since trading commenced today. Kin response. Lead the way. I wish to see it. As she walked, she was followed by 5 other beast men, all dressed in similar golden-scaled attire, parting the crowd wherever they went. The girl was accustomed to such scenes. Wherever her dragon clan went, they were met with admiration. Finally, they arrived at the bustling stall, with a previously crowded throng parted instantly. Is this the unique barbecue from your tribe? It certainly resembles it. Bring me some beast meat. Upon her command, her companions swiftly produced soul crystals. The girl's gaze then shifted to the garments displayed at the stall, but her excitement waned as she found them less appealing than her native furs. With a charming smile, Yunfei retrieved a package from the bottom of a bamboo basket and slowly unveiled it. Dragon Clan female, if you find nothing appealing at the stall, perhaps you might consider these. The garments within the package were handcrafted by Yunfei himself, as he, despite being the chieftain, needed to earn a living. Intrigued, the dragon girl leaned closer as Unwan eagerly unfolded one of the garments. The dress, interwoven with gold and red, was embroidered with flowers at the hem and sleeves, adorned with sparkling mineral fragments that glimmered in the sunlight, bestowing it with an ethereal glow. The dragon girl, clearly captivated, excitedly inquired about the price. This dress is intricate in its design, so it costs 10 soul crystals. Give it to me, she exclaimed, as Longshire handed over the soul crystals, while also requesting see more. Longshire sighed as he produced the crystals. His master was becoming increasingly adept at acquiring them, yet such an expensive dress seemed unwarranted. However, being merely a subordinate designated to serve the young master of the tribe, he had no choice but to comply. Ultimately, all 10 exquisite dresses crafted by Yunfei were acquired solely by the dragon girl. What is that on your finger? Unwan inquired, noticing the color on her own fingers as she smiled gleefully. It was painted by my male. I don't quite understand it. Who is your male? Asked the dragon girl curiously. Unwan gently pulled Yunfei closer and introduced him. This is my male. His name is Nanyang, the chieftain of our tribe. I recognize your tribe, the iron-eating beast tribe, a newly emerged totem tribe from 2 years ago. The dragon girl scrutinized Yunfei before expressing her envy. Your male is quite fortunate. I also admire such beautiful nails. However, she felt it was inappropriate to request her own male to paint her nails, so she reluctantly prepared to leave. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back to Unwan and asked, Do you have any male cubs at home? Unwan, slightly taken aback, replied, Yes, we do. Do they paint their nails as well? Unwan nodded affirmatively. They certainly do. Their father has trained them in various skills, including helping their mother with nail painting. The dragon girl beamed with delight. Once I reach adulthood, I shall visit your tribe to wed one of your cubs. It is settled. Unwan was taken aback by such a hasty decision and attempted to pursue her to object, but was blocked by the gathering crowd. She anxiously grasped Yunfei's arm and implored, Nanyang, she wishes to marry our cubs. What shall we do? Yunfei chuckled reassuringly. Do not fret, they are far from adulthood, and perhaps by next year, she will have forgotten about us entirely. Moreover, being a divine beast, her elders would hardly approve of her choosing a mate from our modest tribe. Nanyang's mother was a unique case, as she was a lost branch of the family line who remained in the iron-eating beast tribe after the absence of her elders. Unwan did not wish for her cubs to seek out a noble female, preferring that they choose according to their own hearts. Thus, she harbored a fear that this dragon female might truly impose her will upon her cubs. All she could do was hope that the dragon girl was merely speaking whimsically. The trading fair lasted for 7 days, and by the second day, all that Yunfei had brought was sold out. Consequently, for the remaining 3 days, after procuring supplies for the tribe, Yunfei granted them the freedom to explore. He also took Unwan on excursions, during which they encountered the Dragon Clan girl several times. Those around her referred to her as Young Master, indicating her imminent elevation to the next leader of the Dragon Clan. Having observed Yunfei and Unwan's interactions on multiple occasions, the dragon girl began to envision the appearance of her future mate, solidifying her resolve. Chapter 59. Panda Father, it was a revelation to Unwan. So this is what the ocean is like. How beautiful. She joyfully dashed along the sandy beach, feeling the wind in her hair. Yunfei watched her play with a smile, gathering shells and sea conchs. These will be special gifts for my two little rascals at home. His heart ached for those unfortunate cubs and their ill-fated mother. His own strength felt insufficient, yet he endeavored to ensure that every member of this small family found happiness. The ocean lay not far from the main city, so he invited his tribespeople to accompany him, as he was concerned about their safety while returning with their purchases. The highest-ranked beastmen among them were only at level 5, making them vulnerable to marauding beast tribes along the way. Beautiful female, would you like some fish? They're quite inexpensive. A orca beastman enthusiastically promoted his catch. Surrounding them were various sea-dwelling beastmen, whose lives were significantly more comfortable compared to those of terrestrial beastmen. After all, those who lived in the water had no need for homes, animal skins, or winter warmth. Yunfei purchased some local specialties and insisted that his tribespeople learn to swim in their human forms before embarking on the journey back to the tribe. In the event of danger within the jungle, they could climb trees in beast form and swim in human form, greatly enhancing their hunting capabilities. From a young age, he had taken the newly transformed cubs of the tribe, along with his two sons, to learn swimming. He even established a learning class, allowing Ning Huan to teach them numbers. While they need not understand everything, they at least learn to count and avoid being deceived by other beasts. Yunfei exhausted his thoughts on how to uplift an entire tribe of illiterates. He refrained from teaching complicated subjects or unnecessary knowledge. In the beast world, the greatest aspiration of beastmen was simply to be well-fed and clothed, ensuring the happiness of their cubs. Therefore, Yunfei's expectations for them were modest: to be obedient, diligent, clean, and possess a fundamental sense of right and wrong. After being away for more than 3 months, they finally returned to the tribe. The clan leader is back. Quickly, inform the young clan leader and the little shaman. Ning Huan and Ning Shi were the first to rush out to greet them, throwing their arms around their fathers. Nearby, Anwan felt a pang of sadness, wondering why she had not conceived any offspring during the mating season this year. She desired female offspring. As male cubs were closer to their father, Yunfei pinched both of his son's cheeks, finally exclaiming, "You've both gained weight. It seems you have been well fed by the tribe during this time. Father, you must be getting old. Your memory is failing. My brother and I have clearly lost weight." Ning Shi chuckled, playfully pinching his own belly, unabashedly undermining his elder brother. "No, I've gained weight. Recently, Aunt Yi has been cooking delicious meals for me, along with Grandma, aunties and uncles, and Aunt Yi." Ning Huan sighed in exasperation, discreetly tugging at his chattering younger brother. Fool! At this time, feigning weakness is most likely to earn a promise from father on his next outing. Knowing that they were thriving in the tribe would only make their parents more comfortable leaving them at home next time. Ning Shi looked at his brother in confusion, unable to comprehend what he had said wrong. Didn't father say everyone should be honest? I'm merely speaking the truth. Anwan interjected with a light scoff. Humph. So, does that mean Auntie's cooking is better than mother's? How could that be possible? My mother's cuisine is unmatched in the entire tribe. Ning Huan frantically gestured to Ning Shi, urging him to remain silent. Ning Shi, though confused, wholeheartedly agreed with his brother's statement. Indeed, there was no other cooking in the tribe that could compare to their mother's. Yes, no female can cook worse than mother. The only edible things are likely bamboo leaves, and bamboo shoots. Anwan smiled at the flattery from the two brothers, waiting for their mother to prepare dinner for them that evening. After such a long time without her cooking, they must be craving it. However, the joy on Ning Huan and Ning Shi's faces quickly turned to despair as they cast pleading looks at Yunfei. "Father, help us." Yunfei pretended not to notice, adding fuel to the fire by saying, "Make sure to prepare plenty for the children. I feel like I've lost weight too. You need not worry about me. Just don't exhaust yourself. I will nibble on some bamboo to cleanse my stomach. I've grown rather weary of eating beast meat lately." Anwan sweetly replied, "All right." It was her beloved Nanyang who cared for her. Over the years, while other females had to manage household chores, Nanyang had taken on the responsibility of meal preparation. Knowing she loved his cooking, he would always prepare meals for her upon returning from hunting. That evening's dinner, under Yunfei's watchful gaze, saw the cubs reluctantly gulping down sweet bone broth. Anwan looked at her ravenous cubs with a tender heart, feeling pitiful. Perhaps she should refrain from going out again. It was once more the season of harvest. Ever since Yunfei discovered potatoes and sweet potatoes in the jungle, he had made it a point to save seeds every year. After the snow season, he arranged for the elderly or physically impaired members of the tribe to plant them. Months later, the harvest was stored in the cellar, ensuring that even during the rainy and snowy seasons, the tribe never went hungry. Additionally, the breeding of the fire-feathered birds allowed for occasional feasts during the snow season. Now, every member of the tribe resided in stone houses, complete with cozy heated floors. Warm in winter and cool in summer. The paths within the tribe were well maintained and paved with large stones, as flooding was a risk during the rainy season. Thus, Yun Fei led the beastmen to relocate to higher ground, constructing city walls from large stones and establishing 2 watchtowers for rotating guard duty. Besides the residential areas, the city also featured farmland and breeding zones, even cultivating a vast bamboo forest where little cubs would often sneak away for a snack. The old shaman had passed away 5 years prior, having reached his life limit due to his inability to advance in rank due to his innate talent. The newly appointed Ningguo, however, possessed remarkable talent and had become a 3rd-level shaman, the highest-ranked shaman in the history of the Shi Taisho tribe. Note: the previous mention of Ningguo was an error and has been corrected. When Ningxi came of age, he had already advanced to a 6th-level warrior, with a lineage of the golden armor dragon that was far more robust than Yun Fei's. Ning Huan was slightly less impressive, currently a 5th-level warrior with an ordinary beast form of a Shi Taisho, yet his reputation within the tribe was exceptionally high. He adeptly navigated the dynamics of respect and camaraderie among the tribe members, treating the warriors as brothers, the females as sisters, and the cubs as younger siblings. To the older generation, the clan leader's cubs were regarded as their own, and none could harbor any dislike. Nowadays, many decisions were made by Ning Huan, with Yun Fei acting more like a mentor in the background, ensuring he did not stray from the right path. In the fields, the beastmen joyfully harvested crops. Lacking the ability to forge iron tools, Yun Fei had not developed any iron implements, as their claws were already quite sharp. At this moment, they had transformed back into their beast forms, frantically digging up sweet potatoes. This year's yield seemed even greater than the last. Indeed, the clan leader had mentioned that the tribe's farmland had become very fertile. The tribe was fortunate to have such a leader. Just a few days prior, the Go tribe had expressed interest in allying with them. Did our clan leader agree? He should have. Didn't he mention that our numbers are too few? The beastmen from the main city should be arriving soon to collect goods, right? Judging by the timeline, they should arrive shortly. To earn more soul crystals to enhance the tribe's strength, Yun Fei had negotiated several long-term trade agreements in recent years. Their cured meats, fabrics, coats, sweet potato noodles, and seasoning packets were highly favored by many tribes. Consequently, the members of the Shi Taisho tribe were quite busy, and Yun Fei even purchased some strong beastmen, slaves to assist with the work. Under the night sky, a bonfire blazed within the tribe. Various foods were laid out on the beast godstone altar for offerings. Dressed in a white robe, Ningguo conducted the ceremony, reciting mysterious beast language incantations. Unlike most of the tribe's members, who had more rounded features, she was slender with fair skin, appearing delicate. Ning Huan stared at the beautiful female on the altar, somewhat entranced. Yun Fei, now middle-aged, chuckled as he sat beside his eldest son, teasing, Ningguo has come of age. She may be looking for a mate this year. Ning Huan instinctively retorted, she is so frail, it would be unwise for her to find a mate so soon. But you must let her know that you like her. Otherwise, who will wait for you? Ning Huan fell silent. Yun Fei had always been aware of his eldest son's complex thoughts. He did not understand what Ning Huan was so concerned about. What are your thoughts? Can you share them with father? After a moment of hesitation, Ning Huan spoke up. She is a shaman. She requires many male beastmen for protection. I desire a female who belongs solely to me. Yun Fei understood. Ning Huan was destined to be the next clan leader, and he had the right to seek a female who would be exclusively his. However, Ningguo was a shaman, and it would be selfish to place her in danger. A newly appointed 3rd-level shaman would undoubtedly attract many suitors from other tribes, and if Ning would desire a harem, there would be a line of beastmen waiting. She should also establish a harem. The formidable sorceress inevitably attracts plunder, and she requires numerous orcs for protection. Besides her own male, which orc can wholeheartedly guard a female? Yun Fei sighed, remarking that you have always been a child with your own thoughts. Regardless of whether you choose to mate or not, both your mother and I will not pressure you. Thank you for your understanding. Ning Huan felt a sense of relief. Recently, his mother frequently broached the subject of him and his brother finding mates, and he genuinely feared she would urge him to seek a female. Ningguo rejected the advances of her kin for the 5th time and could not help but secretly observe the delicate young boy beside the clan leader. Did Ninghuan not like her? Why did he not come? Indeed, he had never liked weeping females since childhood, and she was often unable to hold back her tears. Yet, she truly adored Ninghuan. He was unlike other mischievous males. Ninghuan was always impeccably clean, with a sweet smile and charming speech. Although he often expressed disdain for her tears, he would frequently carry a handkerchief to wipe her face. Knowing he would become the next clan leader, she strove to become better, merely wishing to be worthy of him. To her dismay, he still did not like her. Ningua felt a tinge of melancholy, her smile becoming increasingly forced as she rejected other male orcs. Until the bonfire festival concluded, Ninghuan did not arrive, and she did not accept any advances from the male orcs. After the harvest, the clan members were busy peeling sweet potatoes, washing, and preparing sweet potato noodles. Outside the tribe, a group of orcs arrived. 10 five-clawed, golden dragons descended from the sky, transforming into their beast forms at the tribe's entrance. The orc assigned to guard the gate hurried forward to greet them, welcoming the young master of the dragon clan and inquiring why they had arrived so early this year. The leading young girl, clad in golden dragon armor, shimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight. I plan to stay longer in your tribe this year, so I arrived ahead of time. Is your clan leader present? Yes. I have already sent someone to notify the clan leader. Would you all please follow me to the guest quarters in the tribe? Very well. The amiable demeanor of Long Ling left the accompanying clansmen somewhat bewildered. Was this truly their tempestuous young master? Fussy, willful, and difficult to please? Having visited the iron-eating beast tribe numerous times, they still could not grow accustomed to their young master's dual nature. As Long Ling stepped into the tribe, her eyes began to search for something until she spotted a tall, robust figure and joyfully ran over, exclaiming, "Ningxi Gidge, I'm here." Ningxi thought to himself, "Oh no, the hidden snacks will not be concealed any longer." Long Ling excitedly lunged toward him, but Ningxi sidestepped her, solemnly stating, "Lingling, you are already an adult. You can no longer leap into my arms." Long Ling was taken aback. Goodness. The Ningxi Gidge, who only knew about food, seemed to have grasped the distinction between males and females. What had he experienced this winter? But now that she had matured, did he not have any thoughts on the matter? Why did his tone resemble that of her father? Ningxi Gidge, it has been yet another winter since we last met. I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Longling sweetly pouted at Ningxi. He closed his eyes, steeling himself, and thought, forget it. Lingling is simply too adorable. I cannot resist. Come, I will take you to get some snacks, but please stop smiling at me like that. In Ningxi's mind, acting cute equated to begging for food. This was what his brother had taught him, to smile sweetly and speak nicely when wanting something from adults. Longling was speechless. Why did the gentle, romantic leader of the iron-eating beast tribe have such a Na'vi child who wanted snacks? She desired a partner. Every time she visited, she was clearly trying to cultivate a relationship with him, yet he always took her to eat. The oblivious orc, much like his beast form, was adorably foolish. However, reality hit as swiftly as a whirlwind. Ningxi Gidge, did you not say you would let me have all the snacks? I still want that one. Longling pouted playfully. Ningxi gazed at the charming young girl and the remnants of snacks before reluctantly retrieving another bag from the cupboard for her. Longling's eyes instantly sparkled. Wow, these chips are delicious. Is this jerky? This spicy noodle skin is so fragrant. I wish I could be the child of the Nanyang clan leader. Ningxi Gidge, after we eat, please help me do my nails. And I want a new dress. Can you make me a few more? What is this? A hair accessory? Is it for tying up my hair? Yes, it is for tying up hair. My father made it for my mother. I thought you would like it. So I tried to learn. Longling gazed at Ningxi with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Then will you help me tie my hair? Of course. Chapter 61. Panda Father Ningxi was completely oblivious to the fact that he repeatedly made exceptions for Longling. While the young master was busy fostering a bond with the clan leader's son, the orcs of the Dragon Clan had no choice but to negotiate with Nanyang regarding the shipment, since they would be staying in the tribe for a month. They were only discussing arrangements and did not require immediate transportation of goods. To welcome their guests from the Dragon Clan, a bonfire festival was held that evening. The summer festival was essentially a matchmaking event. Longling persistently clung to Ningxi, and Nguyen did not oppose. She did not dislike noble females, but was concerned about her child being forced. However, Longling had visited several times, intending to cultivate a relationship with Ningxi, which indicated her reasonableness. After a lengthy conversation with Yunfei the previous night, Anwan had come to terms with it. Let the children handle their own feelings. She found herself unconsciously caressing her small belly, wondering if it was due to Nan Yang's growing strength, but she had not conceived for many years. Yunfei remarked, "The partner robot leaves you yearning for bliss. I truly cannot manage more consorts." Had it not been for Anwan's inability to tolerate other orcs, he would not have resorted to such measures. He genuinely wished for Anwan's happiness. However, Anwan asserted that being with him was sufficient for her happiness and that she did not desire anyone else. Yunfei respected her choice, nurturing her in life and allowing the robot to fulfill her needs during her cycles. To dismantle love, what remains but tenderness, respect, consideration, gentleness, and care? He had achieved all of this. Perhaps the culmination of love was, after all, akin to familial affection. His faux love might surpass the genuine love of a scoundrel, as he could maintain it for a lifetime, though he had come to terms with it. Anwan did not expect the day of marrying off their child to arrive so swiftly. The entire tribe was aware of Longling's affection for Ningxi, except for Ningxi himself, who remained oblivious. Until this year's trading event, Yunfei and Anwan remained in the tribe, allowing the two children to venture out alone. "Could you please stop following me?" Longling exclaimed, exasperated by the orc trailing behind her. She was heading to meet Ningxi Gij, while the male selected by her parents persistently pursued her. This male was one of her kin, with golden hair and radiant golden armor, appearing quite suitable for her, at least in the eyes of others. Longshire sighed helplessly, saying, "Lingling, I do not mind if you choose that iron-eating beast as your second partner. You need not resist me so vehemently. If you do not heed the Dragon Lord arrangements, your position as young master may become precarious. The clan will not accept your partner as an outsider. The divine beasts value pure bloodlines. While an outsider may be a partner, they cannot be the primary one. In the divine beast race, only the primary partner qualifies the divine clan females to bear offspring and produce purebloods. The collateral bloodline may intermingle, yet the direct lineage must remain pure. Furthermore, Longling, being the child of the Dragon Lord, is destined to choose only the foremost warrior among her kin, Longshire, as her first partner." Longling cast a displeased glance at Longshire, asserting that she would not accept him as a second partner, for her affections do not lie with him, and even the clan's regulations cannot coerce her. "Lingling, you must not be so willful. The bloodlines of our clan are not to be mixed. Unless you are prepared to relinquish your position as the young master, then let it be. Being merely a common clan member holds no significant difference." Longshire frowned as he observed the radiant female, akin to the sun, irritably departing, his heart heavy with both disappointment and jealousy. Outside the city gates, Ningxi gazed at their matching golden bee skins, finding them somewhat glaring, and glanced down at his own attire of black and white. "Ningxi Yi, Ningon Yi, Velkom." Longling deliberately set aside her earlier displeasure, cheerfully engaging with the crowd. "Young master, it has been a while since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful. Was that individual your kin?" Ninghuan smiled, ever the charmer. "An 8th-level warrior. Indeed impressive at such a young age," he remarked, considering their father, who was merely a 9th-level warrior. Ningxi, however, felt an inexplicable discontent, unsure of its origin. He handed Longling the snacks he had hidden away along with a newly made dress before departing in a huff. Longling sought to follow him, but was intercepted by Ninghuan, who, with a beaming smile, suggested, "Young master, do not mind him. Shall we have a moment to converse?" Reluctantly, Longling turned back to glance at Ningxi's retreating figure before hesitantly following Ninghuan. Meanwhile, Ningxi kicked at the gravel beneath his feet, his annoyance growing without a clear reason, attributing it to frustration over his own lack of strength. Ninghuan, smiling, addressed Longling. "That beastman we just encountered was arranged by the Dragon Lord to be your first beast partner, was he not?" Longling looked at the seemingly gentle youth before her, recalling that during her initial visit to the iron-eating beast tribe, her gaze had fallen upon Ningxi rather than Ninghuan. Ningxi appeared robust and sturdy, while Ninghuan seemed comparatively frail and soft, lacking the dominance expected of a male. "Your silence suggests acquiescence, does it not?" Ninghuan continued. Longling nodded in silence, then added, "However, I shall not accept him. But if you refuse, the title of young master will no longer be yours. Is that something you are willing to accept?" Longling shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "It matters not. It would be splendid, for I could dwell in your tribe and occasionally return to visit father and mother. Ning Huan, though rational, found himself less so in the presence of family. Reason dictated that separating the couple was the best course of action, yet his current approach was anything but rational, as he felt compelled to gather resources to negotiate with the Dragon Lord regarding Ningxi. Ning Huan mused that he might have indeed lost his wits. Others might not understand Ningxi, but he, being a full-blooded sibling, certainly did. Since birth, Ningxi's greatest dissatisfaction had stemmed from Longling's fleeting visits. Even when snacks were pilfered, he merely felt a momentary gloom. After conversing with Longling, Ning Huan sighed, knowing he would have to disappoint their father. It seemed he was destined to usurp the position. Recently, Ningxi had been avoiding Longling, manifesting in his furtive departures upon hearing of her arrival. Ning Huan frequently discovered his brother late at night, absorbing soul crystals. At last, Longling cornered Ningxi. Her voice tinged with sorrow as she asked, Ningxi Ji, are you angry with me? Why do you avoid me? Ningxi lifted his gaze to meet hers briefly before looking down again. All right, I understand now, he said. He grasped Longling's hand as she turned away, asserting, Lingling, I no longer wish to be your brother. I long to be your male. Yet, I am unworthy at present. Wait for me. I shall defeat that fellow and claim you as my own. Longling blinked in disbelief, her heart fluttering at Ningxi's sudden declaration. Is my Ningxi Ji truly capable of such words upon awakening? He embraced her gently, promising, Lingling, wait for me. I shall return to challenge him next hot season. With that, he departed, leaving Longling blushing and in a daze. What to do? Ningxi Ji's promise of claiming her was truly stirring. Ning Huan, observing the words inscribed before his wooden cabin, seethed with frustration. Foolish boy, I have taught him since childhood to occasionally engage his mind. Not every problem requires brute strength to resolve. Amidst this turmoil, Ning Huan had been negotiating trades and partnerships while also uncovering other information. Perhaps he can negotiate with the Dragon Lord to have Ningxi appointed as Longling's first partner. Unexpectedly, Ningxi had ventured silently to the ruins of the gods in search of divine fruits, where survival hinged upon the favor of the beast god. Ning Huan, frustrated and feeling powerless to retrieve his brother, suppressed his emotions and continued to cultivate his ambitions. By the end of the trading day, the returning convoy from the iron-eating beast tribe had swelled to several times its initial size. Yunfei, witnessing the downtrodden beastmen trailing behind Ning Huan, remained silent, instructing his kin to accommodate them properly. Later, within the confines of their stone dwelling, a conversation unfolded between father and son. Have you made your decision? Yunfei inquired solemnly. Ning Huan knelt with gravity, responding firmly, I have long since resolved this. Very well. Your father is willing to support you. Thank you, father. I shall not let you down. That very night, Yunfei summoned the tribe members, bestowing the chieftain's position upon Ning Huan. Outwardly serious, his heart brimmed with joy. How wonderful it was. This realm would allow him to rest. The young ones were, after all, simply delightful. The tribe members expressed no dissent, having grown accustomed to Ning Huan's leadership over the years. The beastmen brought back from the trading event felt no objection either, for they were originally brought by Ning Huan. His ascension to chief only reassured them. Ning Huan then announced that the newly joined beastmen would become members of the iron-eating beast tribe, which would henceforth be known as the Yonghua tribe. The shaman Ningguo commenced the ritual for the beast god stone, subsequently informing the deity of the tribe's name change. He then presided over the initiation ceremony for the 1,000 new beastmen, marking their chests with the tribe's totem, signifying their loyalty to this new home. Upon learning of Ningxi's venture into the ruins of the gods, Yunfei sighed. Let him be, just as you aspired to become the chief. Your brother too has found a path he wishes to pursue. Perhaps you deem his actions impulsive, but he believes it to be the road he must tread. Each individual's journey is unique. Some prefer the safety of paths already traversed, while others yearn to carve their own amidst uncertainty and challenge. However, in their shared concealment of warmth, both father and son were in agreement. After Ning Huan assumed the chieftaincy, he arranged for the tribe members to teach the newcomers how to build homes and allocated land for them to do so. He even constructed a dwelling for himself, as his father had insisted they move out to live independently. Even Ningxi, who was not home, had been compelled to leave. Unlike Yunfei's approach of ensuring the tribe's prosperity, Ning Huan displayed his ambitions unabashedly. However, like Yunfei, he harbored an aversion to war and plunder. His conquest was of the heart. Under Ning Huan's stewardship, the tribe's cultivation expanded exponentially, ensuring sustenance for the clan's people, which became the enduring strength of the Yongle tribe. With the allure of soul crystals, Ning Huan enticed several formidable lone orcs to join the tribe, thereby establishing a merchant caravan. Orcs would not betray their tribe, for those adorned with totems were bound by an unbreakable loyalty. Betrayal, even from a distance of 1,000 miles, would invoke the tribe's right to punish them, transforming them into cursed beasts. Cursed beasts were malevolent entities, shunned by the divine and rejected by their kin, stripped of their warrior status. Ning Huan welcomed the solitary orcs, the feeble tribes on the brink of extinction, and even those perpetually hungry, drawing them into his fold. Within a mere 6 months, the Yongle tribe had embraced no fewer than 10 different races. As the snow season arrived, the orcs remained largely unaffected. Females, younglings, and the elderly nestled by the warmth of the hearth, basking in the comfort of winter. Meanwhile, the male orcs donned thick pelts, clearing snow from their doorsteps to prevent being buried beneath the white drifts. In the pot, beast meat simmered with vermicelli, while potatoes and sweet potatoes roasted in the hearth. The orc tasked with feeding the livestock ventured into the cellar, retrieving substantial rice cakes to nourish the animals housed in the mountain cave. A thick blanket of snow enveloped the entire settlement. Within the stone houses of the goat clan orcs, discussions about the tribe ensued. Yngl, a female, cradled a young goat and joyfully remarked to her male companions, "How wonderful! This little one will not succumb to the cold. Indeed, though our tribe has perished, we have all survived. This year, no younglings will perish." The male orc recalled the heart-wrenching loss of their younglings in past snow seasons, his eyes welling with tears. He could not bear to witness the despair of watching their young succumb to the biting cold. He felt immense gratitude towards the elders. The old chief was a kind-hearted orc, and so too was the new chief. Meanwhile, in the orc capital, Longling languished in boredom during the winter, nestled in the underground alongside 3 other golden dragons. Unable to contain her frustration, she lamented, "Father, it is all your fault for testing Brother Ningxi. He has yet to return from the divine ruins, and I worry for him." The Dragon Lord could only exclaim his innocence, never envisioning that instead of seeking a mate, the young one would venture into the divine ruins. Longling's mother was at a loss for words, fearing her daughter's heartbreak while also reluctant to see her pursue a mate from outside their kin. A younger dragon offered comfort. "Sister, do not fret. He will return safely." "One can only hope," Longling thought, her heart aching. "Oh dear one, must you truly forsake your position as heir for a male?" The Dragon Lord inquired once more. "You are mistaken, Father. Even without Brother Ningxi, I do not wish to be the heir. I yearn only for a life of feasting and revelry, free from the burden of leadership." Longling had been aware since childhood that she was destined to be the heir to the Dragon Lord, yet she resisted. Thus, she incessantly urged her mother to bear another child. Years later, her wish was finally granted. Her mother was with child. However, her father insisted that she could not relinquish her position until her mother's child successfully awakened their transformation. After her brother transformed, her father added that he must have a clear direction to strive towards. Hence, she still could not yield her claim. Until one day, she returned home to announce her affection for an orc from another tribe. Chapter 63. Panda father aside from the formidable tribes. Many orcs perished during the rainy and snowy seasons on the orc continent. As the warm season commenced, the sorrowful orcs resumed their relentless hunting activities, day after day, year after year. At this juncture, a colossal golden-armored beast awoke in the orc capital. Beneath its golden armor lay a bear of striking black and white. Its sharp fangs and claws gleamed white and menacing, imposing a profound sense of pressure upon the orcs. It appeared to be hauling a cart laden with goods. They recognized this type of cart, a hallmark of the Shitizu tribe, utilized for transporting goods during trading days. The sentinels of the city braced themselves, for the presence of this giant beast seemed foreboding. It was rumored that the chief of the Shitizu tribe and his young one bore this golden-armored form. Though their capital maintained a cordial relationship with the Shitizu tribe, it did not preclude the possibility of hostility. Halt! The beast must revert to its orc form to enter the city. Ningxi was aware of this regulation, promptly transforming back into his orc form. The 6 crescent moons on his forehead had transformed into 8 in just a single snowy season, nearing a full moon. The golden totem of the Shitizu clan lay ominously against his robust physique. With skin as white as snow, a tall and muscular frame, and a resolute gaze. His tousled black curls added a touch of endearing nonchalance. Ningxi's adherence to protocol relieved the sentinels, indicating that despite his imposing arrival, he likely bore no ill intent. Visiting outside of trading days required a soul crystal for entry. Ningxi silently paid the required soul crystal and proceeded to pull the laden cart into the city. Upon his emergence at the gates of the Dragon Hall, keen-eyed orcs hastened to inform their young lord. Within the Dragon Hall, it was common knowledge that the young lord annually visited the Shitizu tribe during the warm season. Externally, it was deemed a trading trip, but the internal orcs understood that the young lord pursued the chief's younger son of the Shitizu tribe. However, the situation had changed. He was now the biological brother of the chief of the Yonhua tribe. Upon hearing of Ningxi's arrival, Longling felt a surge of joy and rushed to greet him, only to be restrained by the Dragon Lord. With a stern expression, he questioned, "Why the haste? As the heir of the Dragon clan, you have countless males eager to be chosen. What harm is there in making him wait?" Longling playfully stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, "I simply fear for his safety. I wish to see him at once." "Very well, your father speaks true. As long as he returns alive from the divine ruins, I will grant your wish. However, should you wish to leave the capital and live with him in his tribe, I must still assess his worthiness." Longling's eyes sparkled with pride as she proclaimed, "As long as you do not deliberately complicate matters, he will surely pass your tests." The Dragon Lord sighed at the thoughtless child, weary of her exuberance. Ningxi set down the cart and declared, from a Shitizu tribe, "I, Ningxi, challenge the Dragon Clan's foremost warrior, Longxi." The orcs gasped in disbelief. Was he not here to pursue the young lord? Instead, he sought to challenge their tribe's youthful champions? Upon hearing the news, Longxi smirked derisively. A mixed blood from a minor tribe dares to challenge a pure-blood divine beast? He knows not the peril he invites. Very well. Let me defeat him and prove to Lingling that I, Longxi, am the one worthy of her. With confidence, Longxi strode to the gates of the Dragon Hall, disdainfully scrutinizing the orc clad in black and white pelts, unable to fathom why Lingling would be drawn to one who appeared so weak. "Let's battle outside the city. We cannot ruin the wooden structures of the capital," Ningxi proposed, to which Longxi readily agreed. The two remarkable males sprinted side by side towards the outskirts of the city. The orcs within the capital, alerted by the news, gathered at the city gates to witness the impending clash. Young females expressed envy, remarking, "The young lord is truly fortunate to have two such outstanding males vying for his affection." Indeed, the two orcs have remarkably ascended to the rank of level 8 warriors at such a tender age, with a promising potential to reach the legendary level 12. However, our esteemed young master possesses an extraordinary beauty, attracting numerous suitors. Hurry, hurry, a commotion has erupted outside. We must go and witness it. Outside the city gates, a golden-armored dragon is currently entangled with a golden-armored black and white bear. The bear's sharp claws are exploring the dragon's scales, and at this moment, it recalls the stories told by its father during childhood. People say that the beast form of dragons is the mightiest, yet in legends, they possess a reverse scale that serves as their weakness. "Father, what is a legend?" It is something uncertain, hence it is called a legend. It is best to simply enjoy the stories. Nevertheless, Ningxi believes every word his father says. If he claims that dragons have a reverse scale, then it must be true. Yunfei protests, I have not, do not speak carelessly. The foolish child, it is merely a tale. The serious little one is fragile." The dragon lion ascends into the air with Ningxi, intending to throw him down, but Ningxi clings tightly to its body, refusing to let go. Roar! Ah! The dragon lion is angry. It despises this orc for touching it. The struggle between the two colossal beasts in midair leaves the watching orcs below in a state of anxiety. At last, Ningxi feels a different scale beneath his paw and strikes down heavily with his bare paw. Roar! The dragon lion, feeling pain, attempts to shake off Ningxi. But it is easier said than done. Ningxi holds on to its dragon form with all his might. Thus, the dragon lion crashes into a nearby mountain, both beasts leaving trails of blood from each other's claws. Subsequently, they begin to grapple fiercely, breaking trees and causing rocks to tumble, leaving the onlooking orcs breathless with suspense. Longling watches as Ningxi suffers injuries and anxiously turns to the Dragon Lord. "Father, The Dragon Lord remains unfazed, calmly stating, "The competition for the mate's qualification is not to be interfered with by outsiders. Otherwise, that male will be looked down upon by all orcs. Do you wish for Ningxi to be scorned? Moreover, what are the few injuries to a male? He has not yet fallen behind." Longling, unconvinced, thinks solely of Ningxi. Why must it be a contest? Even if the Dragon Lion wins, she would not choose him. Ultimately, this battle concludes with Ningxi's beast form radiating with lightning as he strikes the Dragon Lion's reverse scale, thus claiming victory. The Dragon Lion, still in beast form, lies battered on a mountaintop, writhing in pain. Meanwhile, Ningxi strides forward with an imposing gait, his golden armor crackling with electricity, and upon approaching, he places his paw upon the Dragon Lion's vital point, declaring, "Longling is mine. The vanquished beast is unworthy to compete for her." Chapter 64. Panda Father 27. Wow. That orc possesses the power of nature. The orcs watching from above are in an uproar, discussing fervently. The legends state that any orc who emerges alive from the divine relics is bestowed with gifts from the gods, such as the power of nature. He is an orc favored by the divine. How formidable! He has triumphed over the Dragon Lion. It is widely known that the Dragon Tribe's beast forms are formidable and invincible among warriors of the same level. Yet, this hybrid iron-eating beast has achieved the impossible by defeating the Dragon Lion of equal rank, which is hard for them to accept. Ningxi brother is so impressive. Longling cheers and jumps, though Ningxi is unable to hear her applause. Ningxi releases the Dragon Lion and races down the mountain back to the city gates. Upon seeing Longling, he joyfully picks her up with his mouth and carries her on his back for a few laps until her father intercepts them. The Dragon Lord, clad in golden armor and exuding a majestic aura, stands before Ningxi and chuckles softly. "I wish to speak with you privately." Ningxi nods in agreement, and, as he departs, he assures Longling, "I will bring back many treasures for you. Wait here." The two males, significant to Longling's life, gradually leave her field of vision. Inside the wooden house, the Dragon Lord scrutinizes the male before him. Ningxi stands confidently, showing no sign of intimidation under the Dragon Lord's gaze. The Dragon Lord sighs. "I initially intended to keep Linkai within the clan to compensate her well in the days to come, but she is quite fond of you. I have compelled her to do many things she did not wish to do for years. Now, whatever she desires, I shall not force her. Thus, I will not oppose your union, but should you mistreat her, I will not accept you, even if she holds affection for you. Fortunately, you are quite exceptional. Your father is a wise man, and I hold great admiration for him. Your brother is also a distinguished orc, and your mother is a fortunate female. I can finally rest easy allowing Linkai to return to the tribe with you." Ningxi is perplexed. Why does the Dragon Lord's tone seem tinged with guilt towards Longling? Has he not cherished her dearly? Regardless, the absence of opposition to their union suffices. The Dragon Lord rambles on about the difficulties Longling has faced since her birth, urging Ningxi to treat her kindly and to seek assistance from the Dragon Tribe in times of trouble. He has no other demands. He merely wishes for Longling to be happy. The matter is far simpler than anticipated. Ningxi feels no pressure and exits the wooden house in a daze. Is it not said that the direct bloodline of divine beasts resists unions with outsiders? Longling, unlike her usual lively self, appears somewhat subdued, forcing a smile as she addresses Ningxi. "Ningxi brother, will you wait for me here? I need to speak to my father for a moment." "All right." Ningxi replies with a frown, disliking the forced smile on Longling's face. Inside the wooden house, the Dragon Lord gazes at Longling with a complex expression as she enters. "Linkai, do you blame me?" he inquires. Longling lifts her head, her face devoid of smiles, and seriously shakes her head. "I do not blame you, father. You are correct." This statement causes the once formidable Dragon Lord to shed tears. Why must Linkai be female? Otherwise, she would undoubtedly make a splendid Dragon Lord. "My Linkai, it is I who has wronged you. I know you have been clever and perceptive since childhood. You have known all along, have you not?" Longling nods calmly, "Yes. I know. My position as the young master is false. The respect of the clan is false. Everything is false. You allowed me to hold the position of young master to prevent it from being usurped before my brother's birth. The next Dragon Lord cannot possibly be female." The Dragon Lord's heart aches. Indeed, thus, Linkai began to yearn for a brother, pretending not to care in a test. As he aged and still had no offspring, the first warrior of the clan, the father of the Dragon Lion, sought to place the talented dragon lion in the position of young master. Naturally, the dragon lord opposed this. The position must be his bloodline. Eventually, when Longling was born, he was disappointed to discover she was female, as females cannot awaken and will never become warriors. Nevertheless, the dragon lord forcibly appointed her as the young master, yet she is female. Therefore, he promised that Longling's first mate would be the first warrior of the dragon tribe, allowing her mate to succeed him as dragon lord, thus silencing the clan's descent. Once he had a male offspring, the dragon lord would allow Longling to bond. Yet her partner could never be of the dragon tribe. Only in this way could he smoothly pass the position of young master to his male child. In essence, Longling was merely a shield. Thus, the dragon lord feels guilt towards Longling. Over the years, she has endured much harm and criticism due to her position as young master. Her temperament growing increasingly volatile. After the birth of his male offspring, the dragon lord indeed worried that Longling might be unwilling to yield her position to her brother. From that year onward, Longling would visit the Iron Eater tribe annually and often mention that she wished for her younger brother to become the heir. Expressing her desire to marry Ningxi, the dragon lord had already surmised that Longling was aware of everything. His heart was filled with guilt, prompting him to indulge her wishes, granting her anything she desired. Longling calmly addressed the dragon lord, saying, "Rather than forcing me into a union with the Phoenix tribe, it would be better to respect my wishes and allow me to find a male that I truly like." In her clear, youthful eyes, the dragon lord could sense a hint of vulnerability. When the Phoenix tribe had come to forge an alliance, they had suggested the idea of pairing their young with Longling's. Unable to resist the allure of aligning with the Phoenix tribe, he had consented. However, upon receiving a young phoenix, Longling had promptly plucked its feathers, and he had awakened to the reality, subsequently rejecting the Phoenix tribe. Instead, he chose a distant male dragon cub to send to the Phoenix tribe as a mate for one of their females. After leaving the wooden cottage, Longling joyfully leaped into Ningxi's embrace. "What is the matter?" Despite her cheerful demeanor, Ningxi sensed the melancholy beneath her smile. "It's nothing. Ningxi, let us go meet my mother, and then we can return to your tribe for the mating ceremony, shall we?" "All right," Ningxi exclaimed, somewhat flustered, momentarily reverting to his previous Na'vi self, as if the fiercer from outside the city were not him at all. On Ningxi's cart were many precious items he had retrieved from the divine ruins. He set aside a few for his family, while the rest he offered to Longling as a betrothal gift. Longling declined most of them, taking only a few to present to her mother. Then, amidst her mother's sorrowful and her brother's guilty gazes, she departed the tribe with Ningxi. That day, the dragon lord announced within the tribe that Longling would be marrying outside the clan and leaving the dragon tribe, with the position of heir to be succeeded by his young cub, Longba. Naturally, the Longshire lineage opposed this decision, feeling that their long-awaited opportunity for the dragon lord's position had been snatched away. They questioned the dragon lord's integrity, accusing him of going back on his word. Yet, the dragon lord's strength was unmatched within the tribe. As long as he remained alive and could maintain control over the orcs, as long as Longba matured before his demise, no one would dare covet the position of the dragon lord. As Longling sat on Ningxi's back, heading towards the Yongyu tribe, she felt the totem on her right chest radiate warmth. Watching it vanish before her eyes, she could not help but smile bitterly, tears glistening and disappearing into the night. She hoped that her proactive departure would ease her father's burdens. From that moment on, the Yongyu tribe would be her true home. Chapter 65. Panda Father. When Ningxi returned, dragging the cart and carrying Longling, the familiar orcs at the tribe's entrance greeted them warmly. Anwan, seeing her second cub return with Longling, approached joyfully, chiding, "Why have you been spending the snow season with the dragon tribe? I heard from your elder brother how worried I was. What if they don't treat you well?" She fretted about his cold, hunger, and being cast aside. Ningxi, though innocent, understood her concerns immediately. However, having been taught by his father never to lie, he simply smiled foolishly, remaining silent. Longling sweetly called, "Aunt Wan." "Ah, Ling Ling, you've come back particularly early this year." Longling's smile faltered, and a hint of sorrow clouded her expression. Ningxi grasped her hand, enveloping her small fingers in his, offering silent comfort. He then briefly informed Anwan of his intention to mate with Longling, and that she would be residing in their tribe from now on. Anwan was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Really? That's wonderful. Now, both my cub and his mate will be here, and I can help look after them. Come, come. I'll take you to Shikai's house, which your father had built for you recently. I've prepared everything inside. I was just waiting for your return. The stone house was located near Ning Huan's, requiring passage through several other stone dwellings, as the tribe's housing was well planned. The house contained 3 rooms, a hall, a cellar, a kitchen, and a woodshed on the left with a bathroom on the right, all fitted with wooden doors. As the warm season commenced, the weather remained mild, though the Iron Eater tribe feared the heat. Thus, Anwan instructed Ning Shikai, please fetch some nitrate for Ling Ling to make it cooler. If you wish to cook, go back home and bring some food. If not, we can eat at home. Ning Shi agreed to everything. After Anwan finished her instructions, she departed to gather some vegetables. Yin Fei and Ning Huan had gone out with a hunting party, so they were not present in the tribe at that moment. After Anwan left, Ning Shi felt a wave of nostalgia upon hearing from her about the many happenings during this snow season, including the arrival of many unfamiliar orcs, which left him somewhat disoriented. Long Ling joyfully dashed to their room, rolling gleefully on the clean straw mat spread across the floor. Once I return from hunting, we shall mate tomorrow. Ning Shi was equally elated, finally achieving his desire. All the suffering he endured in the divine ruins had been worthwhile. Long Ling, though blushing, responded firmly, all right. Ning Shi then ventured out, pushing his precious cart back and retrieving materials from it to cook. The meals prepared by his mother were dreadful. So Ning Huan and Ning Shi had learned to cook from Yun Fei to avoid starving in his absence. Long Ling, now with a male companion, wished to learn as well. However, Ning Shi, noticing her radiant armor shining brilliantly, declined her offer, saying, you need not cook. Tending the fire would only make you dirty. And I don't mind. My beast skin is already dark. Long Ling could only return to the room to help organize the items Ning Shi had brought back. That night, the hunting team returned with bountiful spoils, and the tribe eagerly began distributing the food. The following day, Ning Shi also joined the hunt. His vigor matched that of Yun Fei, and by evening, the hunting team returned early. The tribe had already decorated the area with vibrant flowers, radiating joy. During the bonfire night, the orcs who were to mate completed their blessing ceremony under Ning Guo's auspices. Long Ling's right chest bore the tribe's totem, while her mate's beast form would only manifest after their union. Ning was stared in disbelief as he watched Ning Shi joyfully twirl Long Ling in circles. If his younger brother had found a mate, what of him? At the bonfire, several males pursued Ningguo, while females sought after Ning Huan. They all simultaneously declined one another, yet none dared to approach the other. Yun Fei took Anwan to dance, reveling in her joy, while they paid little heed to their son's mating prospects. However, he did not expect that his eldest son and Ningguo would remain at odds for 3 whole years without confessing their feelings. The Yongyu tribe had grown to accommodate 30,000 orcs, with Yun Fei now a 10th level warrior, and Ning Shi equally so. With their strength bolstering the tribe and Ning Huan being well received by the people, his governance flowed smoothly. This year, after the sacrificial rites, the tribe's totem transformed into a full moon, adorned with twinkling stars. During the warm season, Long Ling gave birth to a healthy female cub, strong and vibrant, with a golden armor-like coat, resembling her father's beast form. Suddenly elevated to the status of grandparents, Yun Fei and Anwan were overjoyed, with Anwan even wishing to move into Ning Shi's home to care for the cub. The first grandchild of their family was named Yubao, a name chosen by Ning Shi, who had attended school with Yun Fei for several years. Yun Fei remarked that it was inconsequential, as in the beast world. Names held no significance. With such an adorable granddaughter, what other name could possibly be more fitting than Treasure? The entire family concurred that the name was splendid. During a bonfire feast, the clan members once again broached the subject of the union between the shaman and the clan leader. Esteemed clan leader, as advanced warriors, it is rather difficult to conceive. If you do not produce offspring soon, it will be too late. Indeed, esteemed shaman, it is time for you to find a mate. You must protect your orcs, as they are all exceptional members of our clan. Is there not one among them who piques your interest? The response was nonchalant. After all, one could always seek another. Perhaps you could settle for 1 or 2 orcs for now. Ning stole a glance at the composed Ning Huan and suddenly felt disheartened. She murmured, all right. A pang of sorrow pierced Ning Huan's heart. Upon returning home, she lay in bed, contemplating endlessly. Ultimately, she gathered the items she had long prepared and made her way to Ning Huan's stone dwelling. The nearby orc warriors greeted her. Greetings, clan leader. Yes, you are on duty nearby. I wish to speak with the shaman. The orcs respectfully distanced themselves, understanding that such a late visit must pertain to something of great importance. However, Ninghuan did not knock on the door. Remembering the late hour, he decided to wait for her to awaken. Thus, he sat directly on the threshold, while the vigilant orc warriors were perplexed by the clan leader's intentions and dared not approach. Inside, Ningguo tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Her thoughts occupied by Ninghuan and the fact that Ningxi's child had been born, while her peers had already found their mates. Yet, what was she to do in the tribe, where she held no affection for anyone but Ninghuan? Her parents worried for her, and frequently mentioned the merits of various males. Sighing, she rose to drink some water, feeling an inexplicable urge to step outside. The shaman was favored by the divine, and she believed in that instinctual feeling. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld an orc seated with his back to her, cradling a large wooden box. Ninghuan, though visibility was poor in the darkness, she was able to identify him. Startled by the sound of the door, Ninghuan momentarily froze before rising and turning to her, a gentle smile gracing his face. A bittersweet sensation washed over Ningguo. It was this very smile, different from how he treated others, that had led her to believe he harbored feelings for her. Why are you still awake? Did I wake you? Ningguo shook her head, forcing a bitter smile as she inquired. What brings you here? Ninghuan lifted the wooden box and placed it at her feet before opening it, revealing a cascade of shimmering silver. Ningguo looked at him in confusion. Is this not the merman gown you traded for at a great price from the Sea tribe on the day of your coming of age? Ninghuan bit his lip. At such a critical moment, he suddenly felt a twinge of timidity. Would Ningguo perceive his desire to claim her as selfish? What he had intended to say morphed into, aren't you preparing to find a mate? This is for you. Disappointment flooded Ningguo. It was as she had suspected. After all, she was the tribe shaman, and he was the clan leader. There was nothing inappropriate about presenting her with a gift. You should rest early. I shall take my leave now. Ningguo bit her lip, and, just before he turned to depart, called out, Ninghuan, do you despise me? Not at all. I have never harbored any disdain for you. How could I? Every handkerchief he had used to wipe her tears in childhood remained unwashed in that wooden box. Do you like me? She pressed, not as a clanswoman, but as someone who would be my mate. Ningguo felt the urgency to clarify her feelings. If he did not reciprocate, she would simply seek another male, rather than wait for someone who did not care for her, only to watch him form a union and have children with another. Ninghuan fell silent for a moment, then raised his gaze to her, inquiring earnestly, what if I were to request that you have only me as your mate? Ningguo was taken aback and retorted, isn't that how it should be? Your father is, your brother is, so you should be as well. Anger surged within her. Did he truly believe that what other females could achieve, she could not? Yet, your mother and sister both have 3 mates, and you once said that when you grew up, you would want 5. Ninghuan protested in a tone of grievance. At that moment, Ningguo realized that he and Ningxi truly were twins, both equally stubborn. How could childhood words be taken seriously? Ninghuan felt even more wronged. So when you said you wanted me to be your mate, you were jesting? He had taken her words to heart. No, that statement was sincere. Then why was that one not? Ningguo fell silent, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Now that you are grown, do your words hold weight? A flicker of amusement crossed Ninghuan's eyes, though his expression remained one of grievance. Yes, then what you said earlier about wanting me as your mate. Just one mate, does that count? Of course it does. Had she truly been waiting for someone all these years? Then let us unite tomorrow. Is that not too hasty? Not all. I have prepared everything since my coming of age. Then why have you not pursued me all this time? Ningguo inquired, dissatisfaction lacing her tone. Ninghuan's demeanor softened as he fixed his gaze upon her, stating, because I lacked the strength. I feared I could not protect you. Now the tribe is powerful. Even if you have only me as your mate, no orc would dare to take you from me. Though Ninghuan was the eldest brother, his physique paled in comparison to his younger brother S, and his bloodline was quite ordinary. Were it not for their father's nurturing since childhood, he would never have surpassed the rank of a 5th-level warrior. How could he protect his shaman female with such limitations? Fortunately, he had other avenues to pursue. His intellect was sharp, and he yearned for the tales their father recounted. Those in power need not always be the strongest. He could leverage his mind to gather capable individuals to serve him. Incentives were the most effective means, as long as he ensured that the orcs were well-fed and clothed. many would willingly serve him. Ning Huan understood this. Much like their father, who also possessed strength, lacking that power himself, he relied on his father and brother. Their father had stated that connections were a form of strength in itself. Presently, the Yonghua tribe was only inferior to the divine beast tribe in the main city. Other tribes dared not provoke them. Merely dispatching over 1,000 warriors could easily decimate any small tribe. Thus, Ning Huan was now justified in claiming he could adequately protect Ningguo, a 4th-level shaman. Why did you not say this sooner? You made me think you did not care for me. In truth, as long as I am with you, I fear nothing. Tears streamed down Ningguo's face. Who was it just now that claimed she no longer cried? Ning Huan adeptly produced a clean handkerchief from his pocket to wipe her tears. Do you dislike me for crying? Ningguo nervously inquired, finally voicing a question she had long pondered. Not at all. If it weren't for wiping your tears, I would not carry handkerchiefs with me every day. Their sole purpose is to dry your tears. Ningguo felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she leapt into Ning Huan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Why did you not say this sooner? For you, I have refrained from shedding tears for 3 long years. Now, I shall weep them all back. The orcs on guard in the distance, hearing the wizard's wails, were filled with concern. Could the clan chief be bullying the esteemed wizard? How could this be permissible? Males should never mistreat females. What shall we do now? Should we intervene? It seems unlikely we could dissuade the clan chief. Wolf Flame, you are swift. Hurry and call the old clan chief over, as only he can reason with the clan leader. Upon hearing the report from his kin that Ning Huan had bullied Ningguo, Yin Fei was utterly bewildered. What? Ning Huan, usually timid and too shy to pursue Ningguo, now had the audacity to make her cry in the dead of night? Good heavens! Has he truly resigned himself to a life of solitude? Anwan, standing beside him, was equally astonished and asked dryly, whose temperament does the young one resemble? Being so ill-mannered? After all, she and his father had always been forthright orcs. Yin Fei almost blurted out that no one resembled him, but suddenly paused. Anwan then had a moment of realization. I know whom he resembles. He used to be just like that, exactly like the young one. Indeed, in matters of the heart, he mirrored his original self, Nanyang, timid, hesitant, yet capable of sudden bravery, quite paradoxical. Chapter 67. Panda Father, why are you here? Yun Fei gazed at the young couple, cuddled together under the stars, with an aching jaw. Ahem, we were taking a stroll with your mother. And since we need to rise early, we shall take our leave. Ning Huan glanced up at the sky in disbelief. A midnight stroll? His father truly pursued romance at any age, a lesson learned. The orcs on duty awkwardly took their leave, having misjudged the situation. The bonding ceremony between the wizard and the clan chief was unprecedented in its grandeur, scheduled for 3 months later. Ning Huan sent invitations to familiar tribes. Inspired by a tale told by Yun Fei, Ning Huan initiated a novel bonding ceremony for the beast world. Rather than taking place at night, it was set for the daylight. Clad in a long dress of mermaid fabric, Ningguo wore a colorful crown and sandals woven from fresh grass. Her nails and toes were painted a delicate pink, her lips a soft crimson. Though the eyebrow pencil and lip balm crafted by Yun Fei were somewhat crude and lacked luster, they were enough to astonish the orcs in the beast world. Beneath the sun, the mermaid dress shimmered with prismatic hues. With a blissful smile and slightly reddened eyes, Ningguo slowly ascended the beast godstone altar, supported by her father. She personally offered her blessings for her union with Ning Huan, reciting the wizard's ceremonial incantations. The orcs gathered to witness were simultaneously envious of Ning Huan for marrying a beautiful female wizard and of Ningguo for having a male clan chief. In that moment, they could not decide whom to envy more. The dragon lord of the main city arrived with the newly appointed young lord, the brother of Long Ling. Long Ba gazed complexly at his sister, clad in a pink skirt, now devoid of her former arrogance, appearing far more gentle. In the bamboo basket she carried on her wrist, cushioned with soft padding, lay her newborn cub, adorning a delicate golden armor, charming and noble. The cub slept soundly within the basket, while Ning Shi gently embraced her, her eyes never leaving Long Ling and her cub. They exchanged words, laughing joyfully, creating an atmosphere that allowed no room for outsiders. Sister, as long as you're happy, that is all that matters. The storms of life should be borne by the males. The dragon lord secretly observed his spirit cub, relieved to see her thriving, which eased some of his guilt. Years later, The Yonhua tribe had achieved food autonomy. Vast fields flourished, and a large prairie housed various small animals. Before the rainy and snowy seasons, they would harvest and store crops, butchering all mature animals to freeze, leaving only the young cubs in large caves to stay warm, releasing them when the hot season arrived. Ning Huan and Ning Gua had 2 cubs in total. The elder was a son, while the younger was a daughter. Ning Shi and Long Ling, perhaps due to their robust health, had only 1 cub throughout their lives. Although Anwan's health had been meticulously restored by Yun Fei, the passage of time eventually caught up to her. After consuming the longevity fruit brought by Ning Shi, Anwan lived to the age of 130 before passing. Yun Fei, too, drank poison before regressing into a beast. Over the years, after caring for their elder cub, he took Anwan to scale the highest mountains, wade through the widest rivers, race across vast prairies, and savor various bamboo shoots. They encountered the Sea tribe, Wolf tribe, Cat tribe, and various orc races. When they came across tribes struggling to survive, they encouraged them to seek refuge in the Yonhua tribe and dealt swiftly with malicious orcs harming others. In Anwan's eyes, her male was the bravest and finest orc in the world. When she departed, her smile held happiness, satisfaction, and a touch of bitterness and guilt. I am sorry for not being able to accompany you for a longer time, even though you could have lived much longer. Anwan felt regretful, believing her weakness had caused Yun Fei, who should have lived for 300 years, to leave this world with her. Do not blame yourself if I live too long. I too would grow weary. Yun Fei reassured her, guiding her aged hand to caress his still youthful face. Nong Yang, have I ever mentioned that you are not unattractive? You are truly beautiful, while I have grown quite ugly. Anwan's eyes dimmed slightly. Yun Fei smiled gently, gathering her white hair and using the eyebrow pencil to enhance her brows, with lip balm and other items set aside. You are not ugly. You remain as lovely as ever, the most beautiful female among our iron-eating beasts. They wore matching outfits, resembling a couple's attire. Yun Fei did not allow the cubs to enter, as he had already conveyed all necessary instructions and reminders in recent days. He understood that Anwan, who yearned for romance, desired only his sweet words in her final moments. Anwan smiled, and as her eyes, which had struggled to remain open, slowly closed, her expression was forever captured in that moment of bliss. Yun Fei held back his sorrow, continuing to complete her makeup while the bond contract on his chest radiated warmth. The round, plump panda was gradually fading away. Before it vanished entirely, Yun Fei set down his tools and took out the prepared poison, drinking it in one swift motion. He did not wish to transform into a beast and perish at the hands of someone familiar. Moreover, if they could not bring themselves to harm him, what would happen if he escaped and became a frenzied beast? Let him depart alongside Anwan, writing a complete conclusion to this life. The next day, the tribe mournfully gathered to tidy the 2 beast skins they left behind, reverently carrying them to the beast god stone. Ning Guan, Ning Ti, and Long Ling knelt on the ground, silent, weeping. Ning Gua, with swollen eyes, tearfully delivered the final blessing ceremony. Flecks of green light coalesced upon the beast's skins, where 2 transparent pandas briefly appeared, nestled together before dissipating. Father, mother, to remain by the side of the beast deity is of utmost importance. Following that moment, the stone dwelling of Yun Fei and Anwan was sealed by Ning Huan, who surrounded it with a circle of vibrant blossoms, the favorite of his mother. Upon returning to the system space, Yun Fei gazed at this aftermath with a profound sense of sorrow. Having lived for over a century in the beast world, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, and his mood was quite dismal, struggling to distinguish between dreams and the reality that felt increasingly illusory. The system observed the young soul, silently seated upon the floor, her slender and spirited visage now appearing somewhat vacant and hollow. For the first time, it refrained from immediate calculations, choosing instead to quietly accompany her as they awaited the passage of time. Chapter 68, Panda Father, an interlude from the moment I awakened. Gazing upon my father's majestic form, a yearning ignited within me. I would later come to realize that this was ambition, a desire for strength, a longing to stand atop the summit of all beasts. Yet, my innate talents obstructed this path. To become the clan leader, one must be the mightiest warrior in the tribe. How I envied my younger brother, whose exceptional talents were a complete inheritance from our father. Yet he seemed only to care for indulgence, a lamentable waste. Perhaps my father discerned the thoughts brewing within me. It was not surprising, after all, for he was the wisest of all orcs. From that day forth, during our daily lessons in literacy, he began narrating tales. The orcs within these stories were not solely defined by their strength. Some possessed unparalleled intellect. A revelation dawned upon me, prompting me to seek his guidance on myriad inquiries. Perhaps my comprehension was lacking, as I sweetly charmed the elder members of our clan, who were eager to take me home. My father's expression was peculiar, as if he were gazing through me into another realm. He appeared somewhat regretful, as though he feared he had erred in his teachings. Initially perplexed, I soon encountered younglings within the clan who had lost their fathers and mothers, ingratiating themselves with the elders. It was then that I understood my father's distress. Yet, I wished to convey to him that the fault did not lie with him. I was inherently different from those younglings. Their actions stemmed from a place of subservience, while mine were calculated maneuvers to achieve my goals. Thus, I felt no grievance. I relished this approach, acquiring what I desired with minimal sacrifice. In my father's words, it mattered not the method employed. As long as one could capture the prey, it was deemed correct. For instance, my father's ingenious traps and fishing hooks were a boon for the weaker orcs. I exerted every ounce of energy to glean more skills from my father, inscribing what I could not comprehend upon stone tablets, which I concealed within our home. While I did not grasp then, I planned to revisit often for one day. Understanding would surely arrive. Originally, I intended to await the day my father would abdicate, yet impatience consumed me. My father favored a gradual evolution of the tribe, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, but I was different. I harbored ambition, yearning to amalgamate all the weaker tribes into one formidable entity. I shunned the arrogance of divine beasts and abhorred witnessing the golden-armored dragon hail my father as a hybrid. I despised their disdain toward my brother. I longed for them to recognize my brother's excellence and the greatness of our tribe, for he deserved his beloved female counterpart. I also wished to shield my dear Ningua, my little weeper, who, despite being perceived as a frail female, had blossomed into a remarkably gifted shaman. I feared the stronger tribes beyond our borders might seize her, and I was terrified she might yearn for their strength. After all, the iron-eating beast tribe was once a nameless entity before my father ascended to leadership. I even wished she would not strive so hard that she could forego excellence. Yet, I swiftly came to my senses. Her brilliance was not at fault. It was my inadequacy that rendered me unworthy of her. As I took over the tribe from my father, I gradually matured, my thoughts deepening. I became confident and proud, and under my stewardship, the tribe flourished to a point where it could rival even the divine beasts. However, in her presence, I would falter, feeling timid, weak, and uncertain. My brother surpassed my expectations, daring to dream and act. Years later, I unified all terrestrial orc tribes, excluding the divine beasts, and I propagated the written language my father had imparted. Throughout my life, I acquired numerous treasures, far surpassing the joy of standing atop the apex of all beasts. I cherish my father, a mentor, my mother, a source of love, my brother, the mightiest warrior in the beast world, and my beloved children. Ultimately, I adore my esteemed shaman, Ningua. Have I ever told you how deeply I love you? Ningxi's simplicity is happiness. From a young age, I was unlike my brother, despite our identical appearances. I was stronger and more gifted than he, which filled me with guilt, as he possessed nothing. Yet in my simplicity, I did not know how to rectify this, so I obediently listened to my father, mother, and brothers, trusting that their words were undoubtedly correct. Eventually, I discovered the reason behind my brother's frailty. He had relinquished all his cleverness. This revelation brought me relief. As long as I had not deprived him, I could remain a bit dull, allowing him to shine with double the intellect. Before encountering Long Ling, my happiness stemmed from the exquisite meals my father prepared each day. After meeting Long Ling, my greatest joy was enduring the pain of sharing my snacks, delighted to see her finish every morsel. Though I was simple-minded, I understood that a female must strive for her desires. Once resolved, I pursued Long Ling with fervor. I ventured to the ruins of the gods, knowing my father and mother would support me, for they loved me and would never wish for their offspring to be a coward. No one knew the perilous trials I faced within the ruins of the gods, where I narrowly escaped death multiple times, my beastly nose and ears suffering bites from feral beasts. Ultimately, I discovered the divine fruit capable of altering an orc's destiny. Consuming it purified my bloodline, enhanced my beast form, elevated my strength by 2 levels, and bestowed upon me the power of lightning. In the frigid winter wilderness, I endured extreme cold, nearly succumbing to frostbite within the ruins, yet I persevered. I yearned to return home, unable to bear the thought of my Ling bonding with another orc. My family awaited my return. Upon discovering the longevity fruits, I unhesitatingly seized all 3. One for my mother, one for Ling, and one for my brother as female. At last, I endured until the snow melted, heralding the arrival of the warm season. I could finally return home. On a small hill beyond the city, I triumphantly reduced that glaring golden dragon to a dull hue, my heart brimming with satisfaction as I eagerly shared the joy of victory with Ling. Later, I learned that beneath her proud exterior, Ling had endured much hardship, and my heart ached for her. In my innocence, I could not devise any special words of comfort. I merely told her, "Once, you drew countless admirers for your title as a Dragon Clan maiden. Now, you will command respect as the female of the continent's strongest orc." In the days to come, I fulfilled that promise. As a level 10 warrior, augmented by the power of lightning, even the Dragon Lord was no longer my adversary. By the age of 50, I transcended the highest level known on the continent, becoming the sole documented level 12 warrior throughout history. All orcs revered me, and naturally, they extended their respect to my female counterpart. In the sunlight, the resplendent golden armor shone as brightly as ever. Thank you, noble one, for your affection towards such a simpleton as myself. Your love is an unbearable burden, for I cannot stand to see you lose your luster in my company. I shall strive to reclaim for you a lifetime of glory. My Lingling, you are destined to laugh with pride and abandon. The tears that once fell upon my skin will never return. Chapter 69, Zombie Father, Extracting Emotional Experiences from Beastmen Combat. Task Settlement. Task Objective. Achieve a happiness level of 100 for Ning Huan Ning Shi. Task Completion Level. High Excellence. Settlement Points. 100. Accumulated Points. 280. Note: 500 points are required to unlock the store. Task Reward. Storage Space 1. In the moment of emotional detachment, Yun Fei, who had been pondering the meaning of an existence that had stretched on for so long, experienced a sudden revitalization. System, grant me a chance to converse. The system, lurking in the shadows, rolled its eyes and replied, "About what? Let us discuss why I was chosen. Is it because my laborious figure appears particularly grand?" Having concluded her whimsical musings, she was urged to resume her tasks. "Do your best." After this emotionless encouragement, the system transported her away and resumed its novel reading. This individual must not be praised, lest it inflate her ego. When Yun Fei regained consciousness, she found herself internally lamenting to the system. "System, please inform me before the next teleportation. I wouldn't refuse." Of course, being unable to refuse is one matter, but genuinely wishing to rescue the little ones is another. Whose meat has spoiled? It reeks." Yun Fei attempted to speak, but instead produced a ghastly sound. The system, in a fit of mischief, quipped, one might wonder, "Is it possible it is your own?" Only then did Yun Fei glance at herself, noticing her tattered clothing stained with dark brown blood. She wore a single shoe, and her exposed skin resembled decaying flesh, oozing greenish blood. Her suit was adorned with torn fabric, and a gaping wound in her abdomen displayed her desiccated, dark red intestines, while her other organs were conspicuously absent. Upon inspecting her hands, she found claws with protruding veins, the nails long and black, smeared with bits of flesh. Clearly, this was no longer human. Grant me the storyline, so I may perish with understanding. Storyline transmitted. The original body was once a humble bank employee, whose wife was a university classmate. Their journey from campus to chapel sounded romantic, yet in truth, they were a couple envied by many during their college days. During university, as many of their peers entered relationships, Shi Chengfu too yearned for romance. However, with his unremarkable appearance and modest background, finding a partner proved challenging. The beautiful girls dismissed him, while he found no interest in those he deemed unattractive. It was not until his sophomore year that he noticed a junior girl, clad in a tattered, outdated dress, struggling to carry a heavy bag during orientation. Shi Chengfu was captivated by her rosy and delicate features, as well as the figure concealed beneath her shabby attire. He eagerly approached to assist Li Yin with her luggage. Li Yin, shy and bashful, lowered her gaze to thank him, never daring to meet the eyes of the senior. Yet, she felt he was a good man, for unlike many who cast disdainful glances her way, he showed no hint of judgment, even as he lifted her unsightly bag. As their interactions continued, Shi Chengfu grew fond of Li Yan's character. She was beautiful and modest, embodying the virtues he sought in a partner. He harbored a certain fastidiousness regarding relationships, unable to accept girls who had previous boyfriends. From that moment on, Li Yin became his goal. Initially, he merely wished to experience love before graduation. But Li Yin was extraordinary, fulfilling all his fantasies of a wife. Consequently, he became earnest in his pursuit. He awoke early each day to procure breakfast, waiting at the girls' dormitory to share a meal before they attended classes. During free periods, they would study together in the library, and on weekends, they took on temporary jobs to earn their living expenses. He would add meat to Li Yan's meals while settling for vegetarian options himself, and in winter, he brought her hot water bottles to warm her hands, offering umbrellas on rainy days. Upon learning of her mother's passing, he selflessly contributed his savings to accompany her back home for the funeral, even in an era when cohabitation was commonplace among university students. He never pressured Li Yin into intimacy, reserving that sacred moment for their wedding night. Before long, they graduated and both secured positions at a company owned by Shi Chengfu's family, remaining blissfully in love. After 2 years of work, their savings, combined with a modest contribution from Shi Chengfu's parents, allowed them to make a down payment on a home in their second-tier city. Li Yin's mother had remarried, leaving her without relatives after her passing. Other than occasionally sending money to her stepfather, she had not returned home. Shi Chengfu's parents were pleased with Li Yin, admiring her diligence and gentle nature, without the complications of a family that might hinder their union. Their wedding took place in Shi Chengfu's hometown, attended solely by male relatives. As Li Yin emerged from the hotel, adorned in her bridal makeup, with her savings consumed in purchasing a home, no dowry was exchanged. Nevertheless, Shi Chengfu loved Li Yin dearly, even borrowing money to procure a wedding ring and capture their bridal photographs. The banquet expenses were covered by Shi Chengfu's family, and thus, they were wed. Yet, all their happiness came to an abrupt halt on their wedding night. The following morning, as Li Yin awoke with lingering soreness, she found Shi Chengfu searching for something in bed. With a smile, she inquired, "Husband, what are you looking for?" Shi Chengfu's expression turned ominously dark as he raised his gaze, his eyes filled with malice, and asked, "You truly have never had a boyfriend?" Li Yin, freaked not, clutched her blanket tightly and replied softly, "No, husband, what's wrong? You're scaring me. Don't call me husband. You disgust me." Shi Chengfu glanced at Li Yan's pale body, partially hidden by the blanket, and an involuntary wave of nausea washed over him. He rushed to the bathroom to vomit violently, then emerged with a grim expression, dressed, and stormed out the door. Li Yin was bewildered, unable to comprehend why her loving husband had transformed overnight. Confused, she rose to tidy their disordered new home. As she reheated dinner, she awaited her newlywed husband, but he did not return. It was not until the early hours of the morning, succumbing to fatigue, that she heard the sound of the door opening. Seeing Shi Chengfu return, inebriated, she hurried to assist him, concerned as she asked, "Husband, where have you been? Why have you drunk so much?" Instead, Shi Chengfu shoved her away, shouting, "Do not touch me, you filthy woman. You have deceived me terribly." "Husband, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? You dare to ask? I asked you repeatedly before marriage if you had ever dated anyone, and you always assured me you had not. So where's your blood? Where did it go? You harlot." Li Yin stood frozen, finally realizing, yes, where's her blood? She was certain she had none. Why was that? Chapter 70. Zombie Father 2. Li Yin found herself unexpectedly recalling some long-buried memories. She remembered her mother crying out and scolding her stepfather, calling him a beast, asking how he could bring himself to harm her when she was so young. She could not recall what her stepfather had said in response, but after that incident, she had been sent back to her grandmother's home in the countryside. It was only after her grandmother passed away that she was brought back to her mother, and due to her fear and tender age, she subconsciously buried that experience deep within her mind. As Li Yin fell to the ground amidst Shi Chengfu's fury, she lost consciousness. In her faint state, she believed she heard Ah Fu's anxious voice calling her. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? When Shi Chengfu witnessed Li Yin collapsing, he felt a surge of panic. However, as he reached out to lift her and take her to the hospital, he hesitated, coldly gazing at her unconscious form before resolutely stepping over her and lying down in the adjacent room of their marital home. When Li Yin awoke, the living room was engulfed in darkness, a silence so profound it was unsettling. With a self-deprecating smile, she braced her dizzy head and returned to the marital quarters to rest. From that moment on, the couple existed as strangers sharing a roof, akin to mere tenants. Each day, Li Yin would rise early to prepare breakfast before leaving for work, while Shi Chengfu would wake later, eat, and then head to his own job. Neither would return home for lunch, and in the evenings, Li Yin would return with groceries to prepare dinner, eating alone, yet leaving a portion warm for Shi Chengfu, who would return home in the dead of night. One bore resentment, the other guilt, and for the sake of survival, they silently cohabited under one roof. 2 months later, while at work, Li Yin again fainted due to dizziness. After being taken to the hospital by her colleagues, the doctor inquired about her last menstrual cycle. After a moment's reflection, Li Yin recalled it was in August. The doctor confirmed with a nod that she was indeed 3 months pregnant and cautioned her about her severe anemia, advising her to pay attention to her diet and ensure balanced nutrition. "Thank you, doctor," Li Yin replied, holding the discharge slip in a daze as she left the hospital with her colleagues. She could still hear their congratulatory remarks, praising her for becoming pregnant shortly after marriage, reminding her to invite them to the celebration. Li Yin managed a pale smile in response. That evening, upon returning home, Shi Chengfu was unexpectedly met with the sight of Li Yin waiting for him on the sofa. Initially intent on ignoring her, seeking only to change clothes, shower, and sleep, his steps faltered at her next words. "I'm pregnant," she said. "It's already been 3 months." Shi Chengfu let out a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm. "We've only been married for a little over 2 months. How could you be 3 months pregnant?" "Vearidi, Lian Rubit her temples, retorting. Do you have any basic knowledge? The pregnancy is calculated from the last day of your menstrual cycle." "Yes, I lack knowledge, but at least I'm not lying." As Shi Chengfu hurried to retreat to their bedroom, Li Yin, feeling a pang of sorrow, pressed him. "What about the child?" "Whatever you decide." Silence descended once more in the living room as Li Yin stared blankly at the wedding photo hanging on the wall. She did not blame Shi Chengfu. She blamed herself. Ultimately, Li Yin resolved to keep the child, knowing Shi Chengfu would not care for it, and thus, she persisted in working. Each day, she endured her discomfort while completing her tasks at the office, commuting via subway, and preparing breakfast and dinner for Shi Chengfu. During this time, Shi Chengfu's parents visited their home, expressing satisfaction upon learning of her pregnancy and showering her with concern. To prevent his parents from worrying, Shi Chengfu forced a smile as he navigated their admonitions, feigning affection with Li Yin to appease them. Once they departed, he retreated to the bathroom to vomit, leaving home to drown his sorrows. As the due date approached, Li Yin reluctantly requested maternity leave and admitted herself to the hospital early. Given that she had been the primary provider for the household expenses, her savings were modest. Skilled in design, she clandestinely accepted numerous freelance jobs to amass a small nest egg for the impending birth. As for her stepfather, she had not sent any money back since then. It was unclear whether he felt guilt or had made a promise to her late mother, but he had not caused any disturbances, which perplexed yet relieved her. She wished never to see him again. He had ruined her life. 10 days later, Li Yin returned home, pale and exhausted, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms, riding in an ambulance. Due to financial constraints, she had not booked a postpartum care center. Fortunately, she had experienced a smooth delivery and was able to leave the hospital after a few days of treatment. Throughout her 10-day hospital stay, Shi Chengfu had not visited once. Li Yin bore no resentment, gazing at her peacefully sleeping daughter with a softness in her heart. The day after giving birth, she called Shi Chengfu's parents to share the joyous news, only to sense their sudden coldness upon learning it was a girl. Shi's mother expressed her apologies, saying, "Li Yin, dear, your sister-in-law has a young child, and I cannot leave to care for you during your confinement. Please have our food take good care of you. Don't blame me. I truly cannot leave right now." Li Yin graciously replied, "It's all right. Your priorities are important. We'll manage just fine here." Li Yin felt unworthy of making demands. When purchasing their home, Shi Chengfu's parents had contributed significantly, and they lived with his elder brother and sister-in-law. Thus, Whether they could assist her during her confinement was ultimately their choice. On the third day after her discharge, Shi Chengfu finally appeared in their marital home. His expression was one of suppressed disgust as he stepped into the room that made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Pull out a hair from her head. Shi Chengfu had learned from Li Yan's social media that she had given birth to a girl, so he was aware that it was a mother and child. Li Yan, in the midst of breastfeeding, looked up in disbelief at her once familiar husband upon hearing his demand. Hurry up, under Shi Chengfu's insistence. Tears welled in Li Yan's eyes as she trembled, pulling a single fine hair from her daughter's head. Oh, baby, it won't hurt. Mommy will blow it, and it will be all right. Shi Chengfu had no desire to linger and witness Li Yan soothing the child. He took the hair, placed it in a transparent bag, and left. He delivered the hair to the hospital's testing department before departing. Indeed, he intended to conduct a paternity test. If the child were his, he would permit them to remain in the house. If not, then they would return whence they came. 3 days later, upon receiving the test results, it was abundantly clear that the child was indeed his. This revelation brought him a sense of relief, yet an inexplicable melancholy lingered. Nonetheless, Shi Chengfu remained unable to accept Li Yan and their daughter, and eventually sought solace in an extramarital affair. Chapter 71. Zombie father 3 Li Yan soon discovered that Shi Chengfu had taken a mistress, a new male intern at his company. This revelation felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath her, as all past affections dissipated in that moment. The warmth of their former bond had vanished entirely. From that point forward, they lived together for over a decade as strangers under the same roof. Their daughter, Shi Jiao, initially attempted to connect with her father, but retreated in the face of his repeated, disdainful glances. Li Yan excelled in her studies during her university years. Thus, after resigning from her job to stay at home following the birth of her child, she did not find herself in a dire predicament. Leveraging her connections within the company, she took on design projects from former colleagues in exchange for a commission, which allowed her to secure clients through their referrals. While she did not amass great wealth, it sufficed to cover her and her daughter's modest expenses. As a child, Shi Jiao often asked her mother, "Mom, why doesn't Dad like me?" The answer was, "Because your father is ill." "What illness?" Li Yan would smile bitterly. Her complex emotions of guilt and regret were beyond Jiao's understanding. Though her mother did not provide an answer, Jiao would come to learn, as she grew older, that it was misogyny, a psychological affliction that incited revulsion towards female bodies. The duo, initially relying on one another for support, managed to find solace in each other's company, enduring their struggles together. Aside from occasional criticisms from Shi Jiao's grandparents about Li Yan's decision not to have a second child during festive seasons, their lives were relatively tranquil. Even as the apocalypse loomed, Li Yan harbored no hatred towards Shi Chengfu, only a profound sense of guilt. His misogyny, a consequence of her influence, had provided shelter for the mother and daughter over the years. He had never threatened to cast them out, nor had he brought his mistress home. Everything changed during one fateful spring festival when a blood moon appeared in the sky, accompanied by a rain of blood. Those caught in the downpour either transformed into monsters or developed supernatural abilities, disrupting the very fabric of reality. The world became more terrifying than hell itself. Li Yan and Jiao remained holed up in their home for several days, refusing to venture outside despite the cacophony of their door being battered and the anguished cries of neighbors. Even when the tap water ceased to flow, they remained steadfastly indoors. After a month of isolation, unaware of the chaos outside, and with Shi Chengfu absent, having left to celebrate the festival with his mistress and never returned, their rickety door was finally forcefully breached. "Oh, there are indeed 2 fine women here," exclaimed the tattooed leader, casting a lascivious gaze upon the youthful Shi Jiao. Li Yan trembled as she positioned herself protectively in front of her daughter, declaring, "Take whatever food and drink you desire. We will leave." In truth, their supplies, stocked for the holidays, had nearly been consumed, leaving Li Yan in a state of panic. Why the rush to leave? In this apocalypse, isn't it better to have more friends and more routes? The tattooed man brandished a bloodied fire axe, blocking the path of the mother and daughter. His lackeys clearly had no intention of allowing them to escape. "Well, what a fine figure the mother has, and the daughter surpasses her," he leered. "In a lawful society, we wouldn't have such pleasures. Ha! Let the big brother go first, we'll follow behind. In this wretched world, one must find some amusement to be happy." "Mom," Shi Jiao cried, hiding behind Lian, fear overtaking her. Oh, the little beauty is crying. It breaks our hearts. Lian, feigning calmness, knelt and pleaded, please. She is still a child. Spare her. I am willing to accompany you. Mom, stop. Sure, Jiao could only bite her lip, stifling her sobs. The tattooed leader, with a malevolent glare, pressed the axe against Lian's neck, sneering, did I offer you a choice? He seized Jiao's hand, hoisting her over his shoulder and carrying her into the room. No, I don't want to. Mom, help me, Mom. Sure, Jiao's heart-wrenching cries echoed. Jiao. Please, spare her. Let me take her place. Lian implored, clutching the tattooed man's pant leg desperately. Are you blind? Hurry up and take this troublesome woman away. All right, thank you, boss. The lackeys leered as they advanced, dragging Lian away, indifferent to her cries and struggles. Hearing her daughter's screams from within, Lian felt her heart shatter, even as she endured her own torment in this hell. She refused to abandon her desire to save her child. As the men changed, she dared not succumb to despair or surrender, nor contemplate death. Her child, her Jiao. Meanwhile, in the room, sure Jiao lay on the bed like a broken doll, her eyes filled with despair and anguish. In that moment, she had never loathed her father more. While others had fathers to protect them, she was left unguarded. Throughout her life, her world had revolved solely around her mother, who loved her fiercely, and she had believed that should suffice. Yet, her mother's strength felt woefully inadequate, and she longed for a father who could embody the hero's role and safeguard her. Where had he gone? Why did he not return to rescue her and her mother? Why marry without love? Why bring her into the world if he did not love her? Why? After all was said and done, the mother and daughter were taken away by that group. As for Shi Qingfu, he had accompanied his mistress to view the festival lights on that fateful day and was caught in the rain of blood. Before he transformed into a zombie, he was treated as a snack by his mistress, who had mutated first. Once he fully transformed, she lost interest in the buffet that had turned foul mid-meal and began to seek her next prey, drawn by the scent of flesh. As for Shi Qingfu, now rigid and undead, he struggled to rise and began to hunt the humans around him. At this point, Yunfei could no longer bear to watch the unfolding horror. He felt a wave of nausea. System, I believe it is necessary to request a body swap mission. I'm physically repulsed. The system chuckled. Enough of that. This body doesn't even have a stomach. What could you possibly vomit? Don't call for me. Just focus on your tasks. I have work to attend to. Yunfei scoffed, aware that the so-called work was merely following a narrative. However, he had no time to argue with the system now. The original owner had forfeited any second chance, yet the child was innocent, and he was determined to save her. Chapter 72, Zombie Father. Yunfei was uncertain of the day, as a zombie's mind felt like mush. Slowly rising, he passed by a men's clothing store without pausing, moving forward. Yet, when he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance amidst the mingled blood of zombies and humans, he halted, struggling. He bent down to retrieve a pearl-sized white bead that had fallen into a pool of blood. His clothes were too filthy, so he picked up a pack of tissues from the ground, awkwardly cleaning the bead before biting into it, which produced a satisfying crunch. The narrative had mentioned that humanity had lost the ability to upgrade their abilities while zombies were slowly evolving. Eventually, the world was largely overrun by zombies. However, the original family had perished at the onset of the apocalypse, leaving the subsequent events untold. Now, Yunfei had to save the child. Despite his current state as a zombie, he was still weak, and that group was experienced in dealing with his kind. Early stage, zombies were not particularly formidable. A swift blow to the head would suffice to end them. Despite the urgency gnawing at his heart, Yunfei continued to crouch down, picking up and consuming the crystalline cores scattered about him. At this moment, even the decapitated heads of the zombies lying on the ground contained these cores. Yet humanity remained oblivious, and the zombies lacked the consciousness to excavate them. Thus, it was Yunfei, the anomaly, who reaped the benefits. With his sharp claws and the innate strength he possessed in every world, he crushed the heads beneath his grip. Inside the zombie's cranium, he found a grotesque mixture of green and black clotted blood and pus-like substances. A wave of nausea washed over him, yet his body was unable to expel its contents. Ignoring the filth, he fought against his revulsion, using his beast-like claws to sift through the detritus in search of the crystalline cores. He dug relentlessly, cleaning his finds as he went and devouring them. Gradually, his movements became less sluggish, and upon sensing the cores within the heads radiating intense heat, he did not hesitate to enter a nearby store that had been ransacked, retreating behind the counter to undergo a transformation. As the heat reached a critical point, it felt as though a part of his mind was being restructured, leading to a moment of hazy awareness. When he regained consciousness, he had ascended to a level 2 zombie. His disfigured, incomplete face bore gray eyes that now fixated intently upon his hands. The once filthy claws, devoid of any semblance of cleanliness, suddenly sprouted a stream of clear water dripping out of the ground. Filled with joy, Yunfei cleaned his stained hands, familiarizing himself with his newfound abilities. How splendid it was to possess a storage space and now a water manipulation ability, a coveted asset in this apocalyptic world. He tested his long stiffened limbs, discovering that while they remained somewhat slow in movement, they were no longer rigid. With renewed confidence, he continued to collect crystalline cores along the way, casually stashing any fallen food or clothing into his storage space. Whenever he encountered other survivors, he would stealthily evade them, fearing both their fright and potential hostility. Thus, 10 days later, he finally returned to his family's home. The short distance of 30 kilometers had felt like an arduous journey. The initial stiffness of his body had hindered his speed, as he had to walk and simultaneously dig for cores to grow stronger. Fortunately, the cores had aided him significantly, and he was now close to breaking through to level 3, although their effectiveness was waning. It was likely that after reaching level 3, the cores would hold no further utility for him. With a heart full of anticipation, Yunfei ascended the staircase before him, moving slowly from floor to floor. Along the way, he spotted many familiar faces and scattered debris from his memories. Finally reaching the 5th floor, he approached the door to apartment 503, a modest 3-room, 1 living room unit. Upon seeing the door still intact, he let out a sigh of relief. He had been terrified, worried he would arrive too late. Thankfully, his timing was relatively fortuitous. In his current state, he chose not to knock, nor did he intend to enter. Instead, he quietly leaned against the door, silently awaiting the night. The night was a paradise for the zombies, as the blood moon above granted them strength. Thus, as darkness fell, all zombies became particularly active, and no human dared to wander outside. During the day, Yunfei stood guard like a sentinel before the battered door, marred by bloodstains. At night, he would venture out into the community, scavenging for crystalline cores from fallen zombies, dispatching any wandering undead he encountered. Perhaps his actions would instill a flicker of hope in the hearts of some. Yunfei was aware that Li Yin had a habit of stockpiling food, enough to sustain her and her daughter until the arrival of the group of survivors. Hence he refrained from providing them with any sustenance. Although he had never disturbed them, the perceptive Li Yin had nonetheless noticed his presence. "Mom, is that zombie still guarding the door?" Sure, Jiao Jiao asked fearfully. Who could have imagined that one day the realm of film would bleed into reality? When she glimpsed a monster pouncing upon a human and feasting, she immediately recognized that the creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombies depicted in movies. How utterly unbelievable! Both she and her mother were powerless women, and witnessing such a scene compelled them to push the sofa against the door, sealing it shut. They then hunkered down at home, rationing their resources while hoping for the day when the government would restore order to society. Yet now, 20 days had passed, the tap water was contaminated, the internet was gone, and electricity had vanished. The world seemed to have fallen silent, leaving only the bodies of the dead and the erratically moving undead on the streets outside. Hearing her daughter's frightened voice, Li Yin responded gravely with a hum. "Mom, what do you think he wants?" At that moment, Li Yin was peering through the peephole, her view obstructed by a bloodied, mangled head. Uncertain, she mused that perhaps the zombie was merely resting at their doorstep. Li Yin could not fathom the intentions of this zombie, which stood vigil outside her home day after day. It did not bash the door or scream, leaving each night, yet she had never dared to venture out. All of this was gleaned through the peephole. Sure, Jiao Jiao, having just completed her college entrance examinations, trembled and wept in fear. "Mom, can we really wait for the government's rescue? Will we die?" Li Yin held her tightly, her heart aching. "Do not fear. I will always be by your side. We must have faith in the government. Once this disaster passes, they will surely send people to rescue us." However, Li Yin concealed the grim reality that their food and water supplies were dwindling, and they could only last another 2 weeks at most. Chapter 73. Zombie Father 5 at this moment, Li Yin was genuinely worried about Shi Chengfu, uncertain of his current situation. 10 days later, Yunfei successfully advanced to a level 3 zombie. His limbs had regained speed comparable to that of an ordinary person, and his water manipulation abilities had significantly improved. His storage space had yielded a substantial amount of food, which he hastily stowed away, alongside gold and crystalline cores that were now of no use to him. To avoid alarming Li Yin and her daughter, Yunfei found thread and needle in a supermarket, disassembling a pillow to stuff its contents into his own abdomen. He then fashioned a cloth belt around his waist to securely encase his grotesque insides. His claws, his weapons, remained intact, while he trimmed away the excess flesh from his torn face, patching it with small scraps of cloth. After a refreshing wash, he donned a long-sleeved black striped tracksuit and a pair of black sneakers, layering a sports jacket over it and wrapping a gray scarf around his neck. As for his pale, lifeless eyes, he adorned them with black contact lenses and selected a devilish mask from a trendy men's clothing store. He stowed gloves in the pockets of his jacket and collected many more in his storage space. When engaging in combat, he would remove the gloves to unleash his claws, while wearing them during ordinary moments to conceal his inhuman appendages. He shaved his head and, after treating his wounds, sewed a medium-length wig onto his scalp, knowing that zombies did not grow hair. Since zombies lack the capacity for pain, he felt no trepidation over his own actions. After this thorough transformation, he now resembled a typical young man in his rebellious phase. Oh, is there truly a living soul here? No wonder the zombies in the neighborhood have been cleared away. A group of young men approached, adorned with tattoos and sporting various hair colors. A blond youth playfully whistled at him and inquired, "Hey, brother, are there any living souls left inside?" Yunfei recognized one of them, a young man who resided downstairs. In the storyline, it was he who had informed this group about a mother and daughter who had not ventured outside since the incident. Due to the layout of their home, the peephole faced the staircase, allowing him to see passers-by, and he was well aware that Li Yin and her daughter were at home. The young man was now 28, living with elderly parents who had long ceased working, spending their days playing video games and relying on him. Typically, Jiao and her mother would occasionally encounter him in the elevator, exchanging pleasantries and thus becoming acquainted with the identity of the mother-daughter pair. Yunfei remained silent. In truth, he was unable to speak, only able to produce raspy sounds. Thus, he raised the cleaver, akin to one used for butchering pigs, threateningly towards them with his gloved hand. The blond youth, agitated, spat on the ground and cursed, "Damn, who do you think you are? Wearing a ghost mask? Trying to scare whom?" The tattooed, burly leader, once a debt collector in an underground gambling den before the apocalypse, cast a dark glance at Yunfei and sneered, "Brother, we are inquiring about the presence of a beautiful mother and daughter inside. Times are tough in this apocalypse. Do not force us to take action against you." Yunfei's eyes, adorned with black contact lenses, stared blankly at the group, his gaze unervingly intense, causing unease among them. The blonde youth stepped forward and shoved Yunfei, attempting to strike him. "You little brat, I'll make you talk." The sound of the knife, piercing flesh, echoed. Yunfei's ghost mask and clothing were splattered with blood as the cleaver plunged into the blonde youth's heart, even twisting the blade to obliterate his heart completely. In disbelief, the youth looked down, his eyes widening before he collapsed. Yunfei calmly withdrew the cleaver and fixed his gaze on the remaining group, seeking his next target. That cowardly scum would do. The tattooed brute, enraged at the sight, shouted, "I'll be damned. Brothers, attack. How dare he kill the blonde in front of me? Chop him into pieces and feed him to the zombies." "Understood, boss. I'll show you. How dare you touch our brother? I'll kill you." Yunfei wielded his water-based ability, conjuring a massive water column that knocked the group to the ground. He swiftly advanced, plunging the knife into the heart of the nearest fallen individual. The tattooed leader reacted first, swinging a fire axe at Yunfei's back while hurling a small fireball that ignited his clothing. After extinguishing the flames with water, Yunfei discarded the knife and removed his gloves, revealing his sharp, venomous claws. "Watch out. He's a zombie. Be careful not to get scratched." Yunfei seized the tattooed leader by the throat, slashing 3 times with his claws, leaving only a thin strip of flesh connecting his head. The onslaught from behind was relentless, but fortunately, he felt no pain. After dispatching the tattooed leader, he turned and snapped the neck of a power-based ability user attacking him. Using his arm to shield against a nearby ambush, Yunfei spun around, employing the water column to send an adversary flying. He continued to strike with his claws, injuring anyone within reach. With a swift motion, he snapped another neck, blood splattering over him. "Run!" A voice cried out, and the remaining 5 fled. The young man upstairs had hidden himself early on and seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Yunfei regretted not being able to capture them all. His speed might not have allowed him to catch up, especially since they had scattered. However, 2 had been wounded by him. Their fate was either to become ability users or zombies. The aftermath of the battle left him with a gnawing hunger. The scent of blood and flesh wafted through the air, irresistible to zombies. Yunfei licked his lips, fighting the urge to indulge in human flesh. He quickly retreated, leaping from a staircase window to the ground floor. If he lingered any longer, he feared he would succumb to the temptation. He even contemplated licking the blood off himself, but hurriedly concealed himself to clean up. Meanwhile, Li Yin and her daughter had been watching the scene unfold through the peephole. Hearing silence outside, Shi Jiao anxiously whispered, "Mom, what is happening out there? Some are dead, some have fled," Li Yin replied. "What should we do? Should we run?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yin shook her head. "We cannot. Besides zombies, there are still people out there. We lack the means for self-defense. It is best we remain hidden, but our food and supplies are running low." Li Yin peered outside once more, gritting her teeth as she resolutely stated, "Let us push the sofa aside. I will go out and search." Shi Jiao objected, clutching her mother tightly. "Mom, don't go. I can skip meals, but I cannot lose you." Nevertheless, Li Yin insisted on moving the sofa, and reluctantly, Shi Jiao assisted. Just then, Yunfei returned to stand guard at the door, making it impossible for Li Yin to leave. "Mom, why is he back?" Shi Jiao asked in confusion. "I do not know," Li Yin replied. The mother and daughter clung to each other, quietly weeping in despair. The proximity allowed Yunfei, with his heightened senses, to hear them. He retrieved a blank piece of paper and a thick black marker from his space. Slowly, he scribbled 3 crooked characters. "I am sure." He gently knocked on the door, placing the paper within view of the peephole. Upon hearing the knock, Li Yin pressed her face against the peephole. When she saw the notebook in the hands of the figure in the ghost mask, she froze in shock. No wonder he had been guarding the door, it turned out. But he was a zombie now. Tears streamed down her face as memories, both sweet and bitter, flooded back. Even after learning he had a male lover, she had moved on from their past feelings, having grown accustomed to living under the same roof with such a distant family member over the years. Thus, her sorrow was profound. Shi Jiao noticed her mother's silent tears and worriedly grasped her arm. "Mom, what is wrong?" "Outside is your father," Li Yin mournfully replied, gazing at her daughter. Shi Jiao reflected on the past 10 days. The zombie had remained at the door, and having just killed a group of ill-intentioned individuals. It indeed seemed protective. Impossible. He never cared for us when he was alive. How could he return to protect us after death? Shi Jiao shook her head in disbelief. "We cannot go out. He is trying to trick us into opening the door." Li Yin glanced at the dilapidated door of her home, noting the uneven state of the lock. It seemed that it would not take much force to breach it. The zombie outside exhibited signs of retained intellect, as it could still write. Did such a creature truly need to deceive to murder her and her daughter? The tantalizing scent of flesh from the nearby corpses was overwhelming, and Yunfei found it increasingly difficult to resist the gnawing hunger within. Thus, he retrieved a dozen eggs, a box of flour, and a bottle of mineral water from his space, placing them at the doorstep before knocking once more. After a moment, feeling a sense of being watched, he departed, leaping down to the first floor. Li Yin understood his intention. The sight of the food outside stirred her desire. Once she confirmed that the zombie had truly moved away, she swiftly opened the door, hurriedly bringing the mineral water inside, and promptly closing the door behind her. Her heart raced, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead at that moment. Shi Jiao was ordered by Li Yin to remain indoors, waiting for her mother's call before she could emerge. Upon seeing the bottled water on the floor, she felt a strange disbelief before returning to the peephole. Once she ascertained it was safe, she brought in the flour and eggs as well. Jiao, it's safe now, come out." Shi Jiao rushed out, her eyes swollen with tears, embracing her mother tightly. "Mom, promise me, don't leave me, okay? Even in death, I wish for us to be together." Li Yin reassured her. "All right, we shall live together and die together. Now come, I will cook you some noodles." Wiping away her tears, Li Yin took the food she had just risked her life to retrieve into the kitchen and began to cook, with Shi Jiao assisting by her side. Meanwhile, Yin Fei was already in a hospital within the city, his sharp zombie claws relentlessly hunting down his sluggish counterparts, extracting the crystal cores from their skulls. At last, in the intensive care unit, he encountered a level 2 zombie. After dispatching it, he acquired a pearl-sized pale pink crystal core. Consuming it alleviated much of his hunger. Though he also consumed a considerable amount of the white ones, the utility was limited, merely staving off hunger for a while. After clearing out the hospital's inpatient unit of zombies, he had amassed 50 level 2 crystal cores and countless level 1 ones. With no time left to clear the remaining areas, he returned to the entrance before dawn, changing into a fresh set of clothes. Yun Fei refrained from taking the mother and daughter away because he felt incapable of simultaneously protecting them while fending off both humans and zombies. He decided to wait. In a month, a military unit would arrive to search for survivors and transport them to a safe base. Alas, the task in this realm was proving arduous. If the mother and daughter entered the base, he, as a non-human, would be unable to protect them within. Both were merely fragile, ordinary individuals. Shi Jiao had inherited her mother's beauty, appearing even more radiant than the young Li Yin. After all, Shi Qingfu had initially been drawn to Li Yin's looks, despite her humble and tattered attire and her shy demeanor. These traits could not conceal her striking appearance. Had it not been for her character and family circumstances, Li Yin likely would not have fallen for Shi Qingfu. She had rejected many suitors for him, fully aware of what she desired. With her honest, diligent, and somewhat traditional nature, she had never harbored dreams of marrying a wealthy man or yearned for a life of luxury. However, they could not remain confined here indefinitely. After all, animals in a zoo go mad when caged, let alone humans. Having satiated his hunger, Yun Fei, under the cover of night, disposed of the bodies from his floor and cleaned the hallway using his water abilities. Although he could only smell the enticing aroma of blood and flesh, he knew that the corpses would surely emit a foul stench. Unbeknownst to him, there was another survivor locked away in room 501, a delicate university student wearing glasses, who appeared somewhat disheveled and despondent. He had been hiding in his home since the onset of the apocalypse, barricading the door with a couch, often observing the outside world through the peephole and binoculars. Thus, he had witnessed the events transpiring next door. Lu Jijia had fallen ill at the beginning of the apocalypse, and, upon awakening, sensed a change within himself, though he could not pinpoint what it was. In the initial days of the internet, he had seen news about awakened abilities. However, despite trying every method, he had been unable to manifest any powers. Lu Jijia thought to himself that he was likely still an ordinary person. His physical change might merely be a slight enhancement brought on by the apocalypse. At that moment, he leaned against the door, watching as Yun Fei tidied the hallway. He resolved to take a risk. He gambled that although Uncle Shi had turned into a zombie, some semblance of humanity remained. He began to shift the couch blocking the door, though the sound was soft. It was loud enough to reach Yun Fei's keen ears. He was astonished, glancing towards room 501, realizing there was a living person inside. Y&T, he sensed the scent of human flesh. "Uncle Shi, is that you?" the boy asked nervously. His short hair was somewhat messy, and he wore black-framed glasses. His features delicate yet soft. His loungewear appeared to have gone unchanged for quite some time. Yun Fei rifled through his memories and the plot, but found no knowledge of this boy's future. He recalled only that he was the neighbor's son who had lived alone for years, his parents divorced. He lived with his mother, who was often busy and rarely returned home, leaving him to stay in school for extended periods, only returning during holidays, which he spent mostly indoors. Thus, he likely had sufficient supplies to have survived until now. Yun Fei, donning a fearsome mask, nodded slowly. Seeing that Uncle Shi had indeed retained some humanity after becoming a zombie, Lu Jijia let out a sigh of relief. "Uncle Shi, I want to ask about the situation outside. You didn't take the ants away because it's better not to leave right now, correct?" Yun Fei took out a notepad and wrote the word wait in an awkward scrawl. His claws were too long to wield a pen comfortably, so he had to write with a fist grip. "Thank you, Uncle Shi. I will go out to find some food now." Lu Jijia, gripping a baseball bat tightly, nervously descended to the chaotic and foul-smelling rooms below in search of something edible. He knew Yun Fei had food, but being strangers, he felt too embarrassed to ask for any. observing the firmly closed door. Yunfei pondered the filthy boy from earlier and filled 3 plastic containers with clean water before knocking on the door of room 503. Lian, anxious, peered through the peephole and saw the zombie holding a notepad that read bath, with 3 buckets of clean water before it. Remembering that this zombie was Shi Chengfu, her heart ached. Upon seeing him prepare to leap from the building again, she summoned her courage to open the door, calling out, Fu Ge. Yunfei paused, turning to face her. Truthfully, Lian's heart raced with anxiety, yet she knew she had to reach out to him. She understood that relying solely on herself in this predatory world would not suffice to protect her daughter. She did not expect Shi Chengfu to safeguard them, but she hoped he would look after them, if only because her daughter shared his bloodline. You still retain your original memories, don't you? Yunfei nodded slowly, his dark eyes blank. Tears welled up in Lian's eyes as she pleaded with him. I don't care what happens to me. Just please ensure Jiao reaches a place protected by the government. Yunfei shook his head and presented the character Deng that he had just written to her. Deng? Lian gazed at Yunfei in confusion, yet Yunfei was at a loss for words to explain. Since Lian had opened the door, it indicated that she was perhaps no longer as fearful of him. As Yunfei stepped forward a few paces, Lian instinctively retreated, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. He carried the 3 buckets of water into the bathroom and filled 2 more buckets before placing rice, eggs, vegetables, and meat in the kitchen. His storage space, a reward from the system, possessed both preservation and insulation capabilities, although it could not accommodate living beings. During his scavenging expeditions, he had deliberately visited a warehouse and shopping mall, collecting a considerable amount of supplies. Fortunately, as it was the early days of the apocalypse, the items remained largely intact and had not yet been pillaged. With the power supply now cut off, he had only provided enough meat for the 2 of them to last a day, lest it spoil. Hearing the commotion, Shi Jiao emerged as well, observing the peculiar zombie bustling about, who had even left her a bounty of milk and snacks. As Yunfei assessed the household's deficiencies, he replenished them with toothpaste, tissues, sanitary pads, and various necessities. Once everything was arranged, he stepped outside, closed the door, and stationed himself like a guardian at the entrance. At that moment, Shi Jiao was uncertain of her own thoughts and hesitated before finally asking, Has he left? Lian shook her head, saying no. Your father is still guarding the door. Huh, I have no father, Jiao retorted. What nonsense are you speaking, Jiao? Is he not? For all these years, he has not regarded us. What kind of husband and father is he? Shi Jiao contested vehemently. Her reddened eyes brimmed with resentment, grievance, bitterness, and sorrow. Lian felt a pang of anguish for her daughter, yet she could not agree with her daughter's feelings of animosity towards her father. Regardless, he is your father. He is a family member who has lived with us for over a decade. Family? Where was he when I was sick? Where was he while you worked day and night to pay for my tuition? Where was he when my grandparents made things difficult for you? Where was he during the holidays? At his little mistress's. With his transformation into a zombie, he now faced death. Only then did he remember he had a wife and daughter. He is not my father. I do not have such a father. Shi Jiao cried out, running back to her room, closing the door and collapsing into her blankets, sobbing uncontrollably. Lian, too, buried her face in her hands, weeping on the floor. She had always known her daughter craved paternal love. From the initial longing to subsequent disappointment, and finally to the apathy that followed. Each time her little girl asked why her father did not love her, Lian felt a deeper sense of guilt. Shi Chengfu's furious accusations and the scene of his constant vomiting had become a lifelong shadow for her. It was she who had caused Shi Chengfu to suffer from mental illness. It was she who deprived her daughter of paternal affection. She was the root of all these miseries. She had contemplated ending her life more than once, yet the thought of her fragile, delicate daughter made it impossible to follow through. Ever since that incident, Shi Chengfu had felt nauseated at the mere thought of a woman's body, never once holding his daughter. If she were to die, who would care for Jiao? Thus, she forced herself to endure the hardships of life time and again. Yet, in the stillness of midnight, she had also found herself breaking down and weeping, only to rise again the next day to bravely face life for her daughter. She had once thought that once Jiao reached college, once she graduated and married and had children, everything would improve. But then the apocalypse arrived. The future had once again become shrouded in uncertainty. She was a mother, after all. Everything she did was for Jiao Jiao. In this dire situation, she was acutely aware of her inability to protect Jiao Jiao, but the zombie Shi Chengfu could. Jiao Jiao could not resist a powerful father. She needed him. Shi Chengfu had never favored Jiao Jiao. If he grew weary and left, what would become of her? Therefore, she could not allow Jiao Jiao to voice such words of denial about her father. However, Li Yin could not directly convey this to Jiao Jiao, for she did not wish to impart such a profit-oriented mindset to her. Her Jiao Jiao was merely at the tender age of college. How could she allow her to be tainted by the sordidness of the adult world? Listening to the quarrels and cries from within the room, Yun Fei could only remain quietly vigilant for them. His arrival had come late, and all the harm had already been done. This was not something that could be changed overnight. Chapter 76. Zombie father Lu Jia eventually discovered some bread and water, cautiously making his way up the stairs. Upon seeing Yun Fei still standing guard at the door, he nodded in acknowledgement before entering his home. Since that day, Li Yin occasionally mustered the courage to emerge and converse with Yun Fei, while Lu Jia would also drop by from time to time for casual chats. Having lived through multiple lifetimes, Yun Fei could easily discern their efforts to suppress their fear as they approached him. However, he remained indifferent, recognizing that emotions must be nurtured through interaction. That night, while Yun Fei was busy clearing out zombies at the breeding farm, he acquired a substantial bag of second-level crystal cores, even discovering 2 third-level ones. Indeed, animals had also mutated, as had plants. The blood rain had been a global phenomenon. Fortunately, they were all of the zombie species, and they had not yet developed the instinct to hunt their own kind for upgrades. Otherwise, he would have been unable to contend with these enlarged livestock. However, those 2 third-level cattle seemed intent on devouring his head. It appeared that normal zombies, upon reaching level 3, began to develop an awareness of their desire to upgrade. After clearing out the breeding farm, Yun Fei found a safe spot to stay and consumed all the second-level crystal cores. This time, the sensation of leveling up was more intense than in previous instances. He even felt the damaged areas of his face beginning to regenerate. Upon breaking through to level 4, Yun Fei pulled out a small mirror from his storage space, removed his mask, and took a look. Indeed, he had gained flesh. The torn cloth stitched to his face had fallen away, and the previously incomplete areas were now whole. This face was unlike that of an ordinary person, save for those still vacant eyes and pallid complexion, giving him an unsettling visage. Still too frightening. Yun Fei donned a mask once more. The breakthrough had taken longer than anticipated, and for the first time, he had not returned before dawn to stand guard at his doorstep. By now, it was approaching afternoon, and he wondered how things were faring at home. Li Yin had eaten breakfast that day and, as usual, had ventured out, intending to engage in conversation with Yun Fei, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from Jiao Jiao's childhood. All of this was aimed at prompting Shi Chengfu to cherish Shi Jiao Jiao. However, upon opening the door, she found that the man who usually enveloped himself in layers was nowhere to be seen, which stirred a sense of unease within her. She knew he would leave each night for unknown purposes, yet he typically returned by morning. Had he left? Or had something befallen him? Panic surged through Li Yin, and she quickly shut the door, calling for Shi Jiao Jiao to help push the sofa against it as a barricade. Shi Jiao Jiao regarded her mother's frantic demeanor with suspicion, suddenly recalling something, and hurried to the door to peer through the peephole. In that instant, she could not tell whether to feel sorrow or anger. She let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Ha, he has left, hasn't he? Mother, I have told you long ago that he is unreliable. Why do you not believe me?" Remembering how her mother had recently overcome her fear to approach him, Shi Jiao Jiao felt a mixture of heartache and pity. "Perhaps your father is just delayed. Let's wait a while longer." Such words were only convincing to Li Yin herself. Shi Jiao Jiao did not buy it. At 19, she was no longer at the age where she sought excuses to justify his absence. Now, she clearly understands the meaning of sexual immobility. How could one possibly love Shi Chengfu after being indifferent to him while alive? It is inconceivable. It has barely been over a month, and the novelty has worn off. Shi Jiao Jiao assisted Li Yin in pushing the sofa to block the somewhat unstable door. See, even Mother does not truly believe otherwise. She would not have thought to barricade the door first. The mother and daughter waited until noon, but instead of Yun Fei's return, they were met with an army. They arrived in 7 large buses, accompanied by several SUVs leading the way. The soldiers responsible for scouting the zombie situation reported somberly to the leading man, Captain. The entire city is devoid of zombies. What? Su Dong reported with certainty once more, Captain, we are absolutely sure. There are no zombies in the city. Yao Minghui furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings, feeling that something was amiss. In such a scenario, either a powerful force had cleared the zombies, or high-level psychic zombies had emerged. The strength of a high-level zombie capable of gathering and controlling the entire city was beyond his imagination. At the intersection, they used a loudspeaker to call out to the survivors. If anything seems off, do not hesitate. Retreat immediately. Understood. Acknowledged. Several vehicles lined up at the intersection, ensuring a swift escape when necessary. People of the city, listen. We are the rescue army from a base. We implore the survivors to gather immediately at the Fujian intersection. Please hurry. We will wait for 2 hours. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will retreat early. Please make haste. This announcement was repeatedly broadcasted through the loudspeaker by Yao Minghui's soldiers. I knew it. The government would not abandon us. I am finally saved. The army has arrived, my dear. Wake up. Just hold on a little longer. We are rescued. Quickly, gather your belongings and head to the Fujian intersection. Li Yin and Shi Jiao also heard this, and Shi Jiao urged, Mom, what are you waiting for? Hurry and pack your things. But your father. Mom, be rational. He won't care about us. And as a zombie, he is far safer than we are. There is no need for your concern. Hurry and pack. We will be safe with the army. Li Yin pondered for a moment, and out of trust in the soldiers, she chose to heed Jiao's words. Jiao was right. They were humans, and he was a zombie. Their living conditions were different, and there would inevitably come a day when they would part ways. All right, let us hurry and get ready to join the army. Across the hall, Lu Jia casually packed a few items at his feet and quietly observed room 503. Only after seeing the mother and daughter open the door to leave did he decide to follow. Aunt Li, are you heading to gather with the army? I will join you. Let me help with your luggage. Lu Jia stepped forward to take their suitcase. All right, Aunt Li, let's hurry and not miss the army. Li Yin, seeing that Lu Jia only had a backpack, felt embarrassed but accepted his kindness. She grabbed a suitcase and followed behind him, with Shi Jiao trailing with a smaller pink suitcase. The three hurriedly dragged their suitcases down from the 5th floor to the 1st, then swiftly made their way to the army's gathering point. Lu Jia knew that the city was free of zombies, as he had made a deal with Yun Fei. He had requested Yun Fei to teach him how to kill zombies, and in return, he would help look after Shi Jiao and her mother within his capabilities. Thus, having accompanied Yun Fei to eliminate zombies, he was aware that the city was now clear. Otherwise, he would not have dared to frequently venture out in search of food. Thus, he did not fear that the three would encounter any sudden zombie appearances. The trio smoothly arrived at the Fujian Road. Chapter 77. Zombie father men line up on the left, women on the right. We need to check for any wounds on you. Also, do not bring too much luggage. You should decide what to keep. How much luggage can each person bring? Only one bag. Hand over your food for resource consolidation. We will ensure daily distribution. What? Hand over food? On what grounds? We risked our lives to obtain this food. Exactly. We have saved it from our very teeth. My goodness. The soldiers are robbing us. Isn't your duty to protect us? Why are you taking our food? Where is your commander? I want to file a complaint against you. Su Dong's face remained cold as he stated, if you cannot accept collective management, you may choose to remain in the city. Other soldiers aimed their guns at the crowd to prevent any riots. Those who had intended to curse fell silent in an instant. Quickly line up for inspection. Those with abilities, please step forward. The base is recruiting ability users with preferential treatment. I have fire abilities. Show us. The man suddenly ignited flames in his palm. But after a moment, he was drenched in sweat. All right, go over there to register. Thank you, officer. Li Yin and Shi Jiao stood in line, having not brought any backpacks, and had to comply with the arrangements, using their clothes to create makeshift bundles to tie around themselves. Their suitcases were left behind, and all the food they had brought was surrendered. When Yun Fei returned in the afternoon, he found the room completely empty, but there were no signs of forced entry, which eased his mind slightly. He then checked Lu Jia's room and discovered a note left on the table. Uncle Shi, when you see this note, I should be with Aunt Lee and the others heading with the army. They claim to be the rescue team from the base. Rest assured, I will remember my promise to you. Lu Zhijie. Knowing their whereabouts, Yunfei hurried after them, as he needed to stay nearby to protect them. As a fourth-level zombie, his body had been significantly enhanced, yet Yunfei did not intend to run. He found a vehicle with keys still in the ignition downstairs, and after surveying the city, he discovered a road that had been cleared of corpses and abandoned vehicles, so he drove along that path. At this moment, Li Yin was tightly holding on to Shi Jiao while sitting on the bus, with Lu Zhijie beside them. The bus was crowded with many men and women, swaying gently, inducing a sense of drowsiness. However, no one dared to fall asleep. They were not on the way back to the base, but rather heading towards the neighboring city. Everyone off the bus. Clear the obstacles. Otherwise, it will be difficult to return to the city. Su Dong shouted through the loudspeaker, urging all survivors on the bus to disembark. A bespectacled, balding man grumbled unhappily. What is this? It is clearly your job as soldiers, yet you make us do it. Did our taxes go to feeding dogs? I wonder who has been fattened. Exactly. You clearly want to shirk responsibility. We are taxpayers. Enough. If you keep complaining, the soldiers might leave you here to feed the zombies. The soldiers were focused on pushing vehicles to the roadside and did not hear the grumbling. Li Yin and the three did not join the complaints, but diligently cleared debris and zombie carcasses from the road. Suddenly, a zombie sprang forth from a moving vehicle, lunging towards the crowd. The sharp crack of 3 gunshots echoed, obliterating the creature's head, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. Gazing at the disfigured zombie, Shi Jiao found herself lost in thought. Would there come a day when she, too, would meet such a fate? Jiao, what are you pondering? Uget Suzong. The commander has instructed us to expedite the cleanup. The noise may attract more zombies. I'm fine, mother. Do not worry, she reassured. Everyone, let us hasten and clear this path. Su Dong continued to press on. Among their ranks, a young man was crouched on the ground, intently listening. Captain, zombies are approaching from this direction, he exclaimed. I can even hear the sound of a vehicle. There may be survivors. Everyone grab your weapons. Esper users, come forth and join us in exterminating the zombies. Panic surged through the crowd. What? You want us to fight the zombies? I refuse. It's too dangerous. I want to go. Commander, I have elderly and children to care for. I cannot kill zombies. Please protect us. Aren't you soldiers? It is your duty to protect civilians. Su Dong laughed in exasperation, shouting into the megaphone. Do you comprehend the gravity of our situation? This is the apocalypse. Do you still believe we live in peaceful times? If you do not protect yourselves, who can you rely on? We are not your personal bodyguards. Li Yi, Jiao, do not be afraid. Stay behind me, and I shall safeguard you, Lu Zhijie declared, brandishing a steel pipe before them. The pipe had been scavenged by Yunfei. Noticing Lu Zhijie struggling with a baseball bat, had given him the makeshift weapon. Li Yin understood Lu Zhijie's motivation to protect them, but said nothing, clutching a frying pan tightly as she shielded Shi Jiao. Captain, they are coming. Yao Mingwei observed the advancing zombies with a serious demeanor, commanding, aim for their foreheads. The gunfire erupted fiercely as the zombies howled and charged forward. Do not come closer. Do not bite me. Su Dong shouted, those who wish to survive. Take up your weapons and resist. I was wrong to trust you. I should never have come out, cried a voice in desperation. Help! You are unworthy of being called soldiers. You brought us out here, but cannot protect us. We would have been better off staying in the city, where there were no zombies. Help! Someone save my son. A mother wailed, frantically striking at the zombie that was gnawing on her child. In an instant, the zombie turned and bit her throat, silencing her forever. Mother, Zhijie, be careful, Li Yin shouted, frantically swinging the frying pan at the grotesque zombies approaching her, her hands trembling. Lu Zhijie crushed the head of the zombie before him and quickly turned to assist. Shi Jiao wielded her own frying pan, as such a weapon was more manageable for them. All they needed to do was strike wildly at the zombies' heads. Upon hearing the gunshots, Yunfei accelerated the vehicle, racing towards the scene before turning off the engine and rushing over. He quickly spotted the 3 fighting valiantly beside the bus. Without hesitation, he brandished an axe and moved through the crowd to protect Li Yin and her daughter. With precision, he swung the axe, severing the heads of zombies with each strike. Suddenly, a crawling zombie lunged at Shi Jiao. Yunfei swiftly extended his arm to block it, engaging in a fierce struggle with the creature. The crawling zombie, confused by the resistance, repeatedly attempted to bypass Yun Fei, striving to reach the delectable prey behind him, but was relentlessly thwarted. The soldiers nearby were also valiantly fending off the horde. Yun Fei found the situation increasingly troublesome. Although the zombie was only level 3, it was a mutated variant, exceptionally swift and elusive. He had to simultaneously block the crawling zombie while also keeping an eye out for others targeting Li Yin and her daughter. Frustrated by repeated failures, the crawling zombie shifted tactics, abandoning its pursuit of food to grapple with Yun Fei, attempting to bite him. Yun Fei welcomed the challenge, tightening his glove grip around the zombie's neck and forcing it to the ground, pummeling it. Once the soldiers and espers finished dispatching the remaining zombies, Yun Fei delivered a final blow, severing the crawling zombie's head, thus concluding the skirmish. Yao Minghui commanded his subordinates to deal with the bitten individuals, executing them before they could transform. Finally, he raised his weapon, aiming at Yun Fei. "Commander, what does this mean?" Li Yin questioned, trembling as she grasped Jiao's hand. Yao Minghui offered no reply, his gaze filled with regret as he addressed Yun Fei. "Sir, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in eliminating this level 3 mutated zombie. However, we all witnessed your bite. I regret to inform you that I must eliminate you before you transform, as I trust you would not wish to become a zombie and harm your loved ones." Yun Fei remained silent, unzipping his jacket and removing it. Yao Minghui's expression shifted to one of surprise as he saw that Yun Fei was clad in metal armor, completely unscathed. Yao Minghui slowly lowered his weapon, apologizing, "I am sorry for the misunderstanding. Thank you for resolving our crisis." Yun Fei nodded indifferently. Yao Minghui presumed Yun Fei was upset, not realizing that anyone else in his position would feel similarly. "I shall not disturb you further. I will arrange for the cleanup and prepare for our departure." Yun Fei picked up his jacket from the ground and put it back on, having prepared in advance by wrapping himself in metal to conceal his identity as a zombie. It was only due to his ability to feel no pain that he could execute such a tactic. Once donned, he carefully split the zombie's head open, retrieving a pearl and cleaning it before placing it in his pocket. Li Yin, relieved to have survived, was grateful that her daughter had not witnessed her father's demise at the hands of a bullet. Once they cleared away the bodies and abandoned vehicles, the group resumed their journey. Yun Fei, wearing a mask, sat beside Lu Zhijie, resting with his eyes closed. His peculiar appearance drew curious glances, yet the others, filled with anxiety, dared not engage in conversation. Silence, fear, and sorrow permeated the vehicle. As night descended, the group halted. Soldiers brought up 2 boxes to distribute food, each person receiving a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Su Dong announced, "You will receive this ration every night. We will not travel further today. Rest, as the night is perilous, and the noise of the vehicles may attract zombies." "What? Just 1 loaf of bread for the whole day? Quiet. Having food at all is fortunate. Keep your voice down. We may attract zombies and lose our lives. By the way, that masked fellow, did he get bitten by a zombie today? Do not spread rumors. He is an esper. Even Captain Yao shows him respect, and he is clad in metal armor, unharmed." Su Dong cast a glance in the direction of the discussion, and they instantly fell silent. "Humph." Su Dong let out a cold snort and walked towards Yun Fei. This group was indeed correct. Yao Minghui had taken notice of this extraordinary ability user who could single-handedly confront level 3 mutated zombies and sought to win him over. "Sir, how should I address you?" Yun Fei instinctively wanted to speak, but quickly restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have made a ghastly zombie sound. Li Yin promptly stepped in to introduce, "Greetings, Commander. My husband has a damaged throat and cannot speak. His name is Shi Qingfu." Su Dong nodded in understanding. "I apologize for not being aware of this situation earlier. The matter is, our Captain Yao wishes to request Mr. Shi's assistance. If we encounter more zombies of today's caliber on this journey, we would appreciate Mr. Shi lending his hand. In return, we will provide an additional ration of food each day, and there will be further rewards upon our return to the base. What do you think?" Yun Fei nodded. After all, he would have to take action regardless of the reward, as Li Yin and her daughter were still part of this group. Of course, if the situation became dire, he would have to prioritize protecting his wife and daughter. Seeing that Yun Fei was so agreeable, Su Dong felt completely at ease. It was only natural that capable people might be seen as odd. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Shi. Please, You and your family may take a seat in vehicle number 3. It is quite crowded here, and it will be difficult for you to move about. After some consideration, Yun Fei decided to comply. In the event of an unavoidable enemy encounter, they would abandon the bus rather than the off-road vehicle. When Lu Jijia caught Yun Fei's meaningful glance, he immediately cheerfully helped carry their luggage. "Thank you, Commander." Shi Jiao awkwardly stared at her feet, refusing to look at Yun Fei. "Commander, this is unfair. Why does he receive 2 rations and get to bring his family to switch vehicles?" Su Dong glanced at the individual and replied, "If someone in your family can also slay a level 3 mutated zombie, they too could enjoy such treatment. Should you choose to enlist upon our return to the base, housing could also be allocated." The man beside the woman quickly pulled her down. "You foolish woman. Are you not ashamed enough? I've told you not to covet what others have." After they disembarked, the vehicle was still filled with the man's incessant curses and the woman's indignant retorts. Su Dong felt disdainful. How ignorant of reality these people were. Everything that had transpired over the past 2 months had already become clear to him. They simply had not experienced enough. "Mr. Shi, this way please," he thought derisively while maintaining a warm smile towards Yun Fei. This individual was at least a level 3 ability user. It was worth noting that among the strongest in the base, only a few had just recently broken through to level 3. As long as they successfully returned to the base, this person would undoubtedly secure a place within it. Eventually, Yun Fei and his companions were assigned to the seats in the 3rd off-road vehicle of the convoy to rest. Chapter 79. Zombie Father. As the darkness deepened and the crimson moon rose, various creatures began their nocturnal howls, reveling in the night. The convoy had halted on a stretch of road, and except for the soldiers on night watch, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. The surroundings were quiet, and Yun Fei also closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. The illumination of the red moon ignited a primal urge within him to rush out and engage in battle, which he had to suppress. Inside vehicle number 1, Yao Minghui inquired of his close friend and capable assistant beside him, "What do you think of that peculiar ability user? He is quite powerful, yet easy to get along with. As for his eccentric attire, that is merely a matter of personal preference. Wasn't that the fashion of the non-mainstream from a few years back? Haha, his daughter is already 19, and he must be nearing 50, right? Non-mainstream? Perhaps he is simply aging with style. True, as long as he is willing to help kill zombies. I wouldn't mind if he had long hair, wore a mask, or even donned a pink ballet skirt." Yao Minghui jested. "Well, according to his wife, he is mute, but he seems to care deeply for his family. The girl is his only daughter, while the boy is a relative. What else? Before the apocalypse, he was an employee at a company. After the world changed, he awakened water abilities. Beyond that, he led a typical life. Let us try to befriend him. Once we return to the base, we can recruit him into our team." Yao Minghui commanded. "Mission accomplished. Rest now. We have to drive tomorrow." Suddenly, Shi Jiao awoke from her sleep, startling everyone in the vehicle. "Jiao, what is wrong?" "Mom, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare." Yun Fei pretended to pull something from his pocket and offered her a bottle of milk. He recalled how, as a child, Shi Jiao had once begged Shi Chengfu to buy her one, only to receive a disdainful glare. Shi Jiao looked at the gloved hand offering the milk, feeling furious as she swatted it away. "I don't need your fake kindness." The bottle fell, scattering its contents everywhere. Jiao, how did your mother teach you? Is there no sense of decorum left? Pick it up and apologize to your father." Li Yan reprimanda sharply. "I want tea. I just want tea. I don't have a father, so I don't have to." The memory of her recent dream made Shi Jiao feel even more aggrieved. She had dreamt that Shi Chengfu had pushed her mother forward to face the zombies. "What nonsense are you spouting? How have I raised you?" Li Yan, in her frustration, lightly slapped her arm. It didn't hurt much. Yet tears streamed down Shi Jiao's face as she choked back her sobs. "At least I used to have a mother who loved me. But now I might lose her too?" Her desperate accusation pierced Li Yan's heart, rendering the reprimands stuck in her throat. Yun Fei quietly retrieved another bottle from his pocket, this time handing it to Li Yan. He then silently exited the vehicle and sat beside it, keeping watch. Li Yan looked at the bottle in her hands with a complex expression, gently embracing the crying Shi Jiao, offering silent comfort. Lu Jijia sighed as he crouched down to pick up the fallen items beneath the vehicle. He didn't fully understand the circumstances of Shi Chengfu's family. but he recognized the same emotions reflected in Jiao. Once, he too had clashed with his parents, deliberately misbehaving at school to garner their attention. Yet, it later proved that if someone did not love you, no amount of effort would elicit their regard. His father had remarried, and his mother was busy with work, recently dating a divorced man. He felt like an unnecessary presence. However, now in his second year of college, he had grown accustomed to this existence. Unlike an orphan, his mother had left him a small apartment and continued to support his education. As for his remarried father, it was better left unmentioned. Lu Jijia stared at the bottle in his hand, lost in thought, before handing it to Shi Jiao, advising, in this unpredictable world, let us cherish the time we have together. Shi Jiao was momentarily taken aback, subsequently filled with resentment. Yes, he was no longer human, effectively half dead. What was the purpose of his feigned fatherly affection? To make her feel guilty and regretful? When dawn broke, Yunfei resumed his place in the passenger seat of the vehicle, while Su Dong took the wheel. After they set off, he and Lu Jijia struck up a lively conversation, their laughter bringing a touch of joy to the otherwise somber atmosphere inside the vehicle. Shi Jiao slept with her eyes closed, unwilling to glance at Yunfei even once. Lian, on the other hand, gazed out the window in a daze. Lost in her thoughts, Su Dong noticed Yunfei's eyes were shut throughout the journey and jested. They say daughters resemble their fathers, and indeed, it holds true. Mr. Shi and Miss Shi are quite alike. Both enjoy sleeping in the car. Haha, indeed, Lian awkwardly replied. After all, their family consisted of just 3 members, with 2 of them feigning sleep. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something struck the roof of the vehicle. There are zombies. Stay inside the car and do not come out, came a command from Vehicle 1 via the intercom. Fortunately, it turned out to be a solitary zombie, swiftly dispatched by Yao Minghui's subordinates with a couple of shots. Along the way, they encountered sporadic zombie attacks, all efficiently dealt with by the disciplined soldiers. These zombies were likely the former owners of the abandoned vehicles they passed, who had transformed into the undead and lingered nearby, awaiting an opportunity to attack. After several hours of bumpy travel, they finally arrived at the city by noon. However, they were met with a blockade at the intersection, preventing their vehicle from proceeding. Everyone disembarked once more to clear the roadblock. Yunfei worked silently, noticing that whenever the mother and daughter duo attempted to lift heavier items, he would promptly step in to help, allowing them to carry the lighter ones. Observing this, Su Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Shi is truly kind to his partner. Shi Jiao's fists clenched in frustration, yet she remained silent, merely shifting to another spot to move things. Hypocrite. The noise indeed attracted a few zombies, but their numbers were manageable for Yao Minghui's team. Su Dong observed Yunfei for quite some time before inquiring with Lian, Mr. Shi must have awakened more than just his water abilities, doesn't he? His strength seems indicative of a power-type ability. Lian, lacking knowledge in this area, apologetically replied, I do not understand these matters, and my husband cannot speak. Understood, Su Dong acknowledged. Well then, everything is cleared. Everyone, quickly get back into the vehicle. We'll pick up the zombies from the city and then head back. The survivors hurried back onto the bus. The 5 ability users among them, due to their low levels, received minimal privileges from the team. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had hidden away, their powers still at the nascent stage of awakening. The city was vastly different. No one was clearing out the zombies here. Upon entering, they spotted 3 men and 2 women being pursued by zombies, crying out and fleeing for their lives. Help! Someone save us! One girl fell, and the boy beside her quickly turned back to assist her. But the zombies had already lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, the gunfire from Vehicle 1 was timely, taking down the approaching zombie. But the horde behind was soon to engulf them. Yao Minghui quickly ordered everyone get out of the vehicle and rescue the survivors. The other 2 men and 1 woman, trembling with fear, rushed over, seeking refuge behind the soldiers while gasping and sobbing. The couple appeared to sense impending doom, with the boy tightly shielding the girl in his arms. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, due to distance. They could not reach the victims in time and could only continue firing at the zombies. What are you doing standing there? Row, run. With the arrival of aid, the boy pushed the girl forward, staying behind to buy her time. The zombies surged forward, devouring the boy, momentarily distracted by the scent of blood. The girl, realizing what had happened, ran while crying. Soldiers quickly moved to assist her, successfully bringing her back to safety. Slap. The first girl to reach them slapped the girl who had fallen, crying out, "Why? Why did you have to fall at such a time? You owe me my brother. You must return him to me." The girl wailed, pulling at the other girl, while the two boys beside her attempted to dissuade her. Feng Rou stood numbly, staring at the mangled corpse that had been feasted upon, as tears streamed down her face. "Get in the car. Vehicle 1 and 2 lead the way. Let's get out of here." Vehicle 1 acknowledged. Vehicle 2 acknowledged. The driver of Vehicle 3 was a stranger, while Su Dong remained in the back vehicle to cover their retreat. All zombies leaping onto the car were either thrown off or shot down. Inside the vehicle, they were not only jostled about, but also confronted with the gruesome visages of the zombies pressing their bloodied hands against the windows. Occasionally, heavy thuds resounded from the roof. The driver maneuvering the vehicle in a serpentine fashion, the windshield splattered with blood. Ugh! Shi Jiao and Li Yin could no longer endure the turbulence and began to feel nauseous. Thankfully, Lu Jijia provided them with plastic bags just in time. Otherwise, the interior would have been covered in vomit. "Ugh! Li Yi, Jiao, are you all right?" Lu Jijia asked with concern. Amidst the jolting, Li Yin accidentally bumped against the window. "Mom, are you hurt?" Shi Jiao, feeling unwell, still reached out to protect Li Yan's head. Despite Li Yan's well-maintained appearance, her age made her susceptible to such rough treatment. The driver, Xiao Li, apologized. "I'm sorry. Too many zombies were rushing at us, and I couldn't maintain a steady drive." "We are fine. Just focus on driving well, Commander," came the response. Yun Fei clenched his fists, observing through the rearview mirror that at least 1,000 zombies were in pursuit of their convoy. Especially after entering the city, the noise had drawn zombies from all directions. In such circumstances, he could not afford to descend and eliminate the zombies himself. It was too conspicuous and would raise suspicions. "Everyone, please take note. Do not stop. Shake off the zombies first, and we will return in a few days to rescue the survivors." Vehicle 3 acknowledged. Vehicle 4 acknowledged, considering they had already attracted the zombies. Yao Mingwei grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "Attention, survivors in the city. We are a rescue team dispatched by the Hope Base. At noon the day after tomorrow, we will be at the Dongfeng intersection to assist you in leaving. Please pay attention to the time and do not miss it. We will not wait for anyone past that time." The announcement played several times before being promptly turned off. Turning right, they headed towards the outskirts of the city, where there were likely fewer vehicles obstructing the road. A young man with a map in Vehicle 1 pointed the way. "Good." The following vehicles closely trailed the lead SUV. The convoy continued without pause, venturing into secluded mountain roads as night began to fall, successfully shaking off the bulk of the pursuing zombies. Only a few faster zombies clung to the vehicle's roof. "All ability users, disembark with me and eliminate the remaining zombies. We will rest here tonight," came Yao Minghui's command over the intercom. "Be careful, Fuge. Uncle Shi, stay safe," Li Yin and Lu Jijia urged, while Shi Jiao, her face pale, feigned sleep with her eyes shut. Yun Fei nodded at the two and stepped out of the vehicle. The first zombies to be dispatched were those grotesque creatures clinging to their roof, terrifying in appearance. After eliminating them, he continued hunting down the remaining zombies, prioritizing those of higher levels. This action further deepened Yao Minghui's admiration for him, as he thought to himself, despite Mr. Shi's peculiar attire, he possesses a passionate spirit. He specifically targets the dangerous threats without hesitation and follows commands diligently. Yun Fei expressed his need for higher-grade crystal cores, dismissing the first-level ones as unworthy of consideration. After managing the battlefield, he proceeded to distribute the food for the following day. It remained the same, a bottle of water and a loaf of bread, with Yun Fei receiving 2 servings. From the rear of the vehicle, a cacophony erupted. "Feng Rou, you have caused my brother's death. How can you still have the audacity to eat? Hand over the food." "Enough, Xiao Jia. You have been making things difficult for Rou. If your brother knew, it would break his heart. Indeed, I was blind to consider her a good friend and even introduced her to my brother. In the end, she enchanted him to the point where he disregarded me, his own sister." The sound of the girl sobbing filled the air. Meanwhile, Feng Rou remained expressionless. Shi Jiao and Li Yin appeared listless, leaning against the vehicle and only sipping some water. Yun Fei felt a pang of discomfort. This realm was exceedingly harsh, especially since he was not human and had many concerns. Chapter 81. zombie father that night, many found it difficult to sleep, listening to the distant, fervent howls, uncertain of what the future held. However, some remained carefree. Yunfei sat outside the vehicle, observing as a man embraced a girl and led her into the nearby bushes. The soldiers on night duty, weary and scanning their surroundings, did not pay much attention, assuming they were merely a couple. After all, the girl did not cry for help. As a zombie, Yunfei possessed night vision and could clearly see that the girl's mouth was covered by the man's hand. He immediately rose, a chill emanating from him, and followed. "Shoo, my little beauty, do not cry. Your companion has already taken my food." The man lewdly wrapped one arm around the girl's neck, covering her mouth while the other hand roamed over her body. Hearing Yunfei's approach, the man glanced back but could not discern his attire, assuming he was simply seeking the restroom. Thus, he ignored Yunfei and continued his inappropriate advances. Let go. Who are you?" The man's lewd hand was swiftly twisted by Yunfei, forcing the girl to break free. Fang Rose sat helplessly on the ground, crying, realizing that her former best friend had sold her out for a mere loaf of bread to this sleazy uncle. With no strength left, she was half embraced and half dragged away, while those inside the vehicle either ignored her or looked on with disdain. Fang Rou was bewildered by the cruelty of the world. What the hell is wrong with you? This girl was bought with bread. If you want her, you should buy her yourself. What is happening over there? Hurry up and come out. The night duty soldiers approached, issuing commands. A hoarse scream erupted from the man. Yunfei had delivered a swift kick to the man's groin and then pulled the girl away. The soldier, shining a flashlight, recognized Yunfei and his tone softened, asking, "Mr. Shi, what happened at this late hour?" He scrutinized Yunfei, who was holding the girl's arm, surmising, could it be that the captain made a mistake? In the dead of night, dragging a disheveled young girl from the woods while her sobs echoed. What misunderstanding could there be? Had he not been with his mistress for nearly a decade? Yunfei sighed inwardly, pushing the girl gently to indicate she should explain. However, Fang Rou remained engulfed in sorrow, either unable to comprehend or too pained to articulate. At a loss, he retrieved a small notebook and pen from his pocket, scribbling, "The man forced her. I came to rescue." The soldier's expression turned serious, and after confirming the facts with Fang Rou, he stormed into the woods, his face flushed with anger. Moments later, the man's anguished cries resounded again. Engaging in such vile acts within our ranks. You must be tired of living. Commander, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Yunfei, satisfied, gently guided the girl back to the parking area. Just then, he encountered Li Yin and her daughter, who had come out for fresh air and a bathroom break. The two women looked at Yunfei holding the girl's arm with a mixture of emotions, prompting him to quickly release his grip. What was this sudden feeling of guilt? Jiao, feeling wronged, bit her lip, then angrily pulled her mother toward the woods. Yunfei hurriedly maintained a safe distance, aware that the wilderness could be treacherous. Meanwhile, Fang Rou remained behind, lost in tears, uncertain of where to go. She dared not return to the vehicle. Xiao Jia would not let her off easily, and the others seemed eager to witness her suffering. Jiao, noticing someone following them, turned and shouted, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be protecting others?" Jiao, please don't argue. Can't you see? He has no disdain for women. His hatred is solely directed at us. She then turned to Yunfei, scolding, "That girl is barely older than me. How could you lay hands on her? Have you no shame?" Yunfei was taken aback, realizing the anguish of being unable to speak. Was this the bitter taste of silence? Jiao, your father is not that kind of person. There must be a misunderstanding. He dragged a disheveled girl from the woods in the middle of the night, and she was crying. What misunderstanding could there be? He has been with his little mistress for nearly a decade. Qingfu, I truly admire you. Not only have you enchanted my mother into staying married for years, but you've also captivated your male lover, despite nearing 40, remains unmarried. Mentioning the male lover stirred a pang of sorrow within Yunfei. Even as a zombie, the love Qingfu held for that person pierced his heart. After venting her frustrations, Jiao, with red-rimmed eyes, pulled Li Yin into the woods to relieve themselves. Yunfei wished to caution them not to stray too far, but only managed to emit sound. He followed at a leisurely pace, maintaining a respectful distance. Fortunately, this forest posed no immediate danger. During the apocalypse's early days, mutated plants and animals were scarce, seemingly having retreated to upgrade elsewhere. Upon returning to the camp, Fong Rou still stood beside vehicle number 3, weeping, while Lu Jijie consoled her. Shi Jiao shot Yun Fei a fierce glare before gathering her belongings from the car and heading toward the bus. Jiao, where are you going? Li Yin asked anxiously. I refuse to share a vehicle with certain individuals. I might as well give someone else my spot. I can't let them be inconvenienced. Yun Fei, resigned, approached Shi Jiao and gestured for her to remain in the vehicle, indicating he would leave instead. Yet, she instantly broke down in tears, defiantly turning to her mother to lament, Mom, can you see? What misunderstanding could there be? He is already off to accompany someone on the bus. How touching. Shi Jiao forcefully shoved Yun Fei's hand away, sobbing as she returned to the vehicle. Yun Fei pondered who had initially expressed a desire not to share a vehicle with him. He tried to recall, but found his memory foggy. Nonetheless, he now understood that in the future, he would likely need to interpret Jiao's words in reverse. He leisurely returned to the passenger seat of the vehicle, not daring to cast a glance at Fong Rou. After all, he had saved her. Surely someone would arrange for her a new vehicle soon. When Shi Jiao noticed Yun Fei settling in without regard for the girl, she felt a surge of anger, deeming him a scoundrel for forcing the young lady and then abandoning her. Yun Fei shut his eyes, silently repeating, I cannot hear. Chapter 82. The Zombie Father. In the end, Fong Rou was sent onto the second bus, while the man, after receiving a beating, returned to the first bus. Bruised and battered, he caused a scene with Xiao Jia, demanding back the bread. Consequently, the entire group became aware that Fong Rou had been sold for a piece of bread, and they began to gossip and ostracize Xiao Jia. Upon boarding, Lu Jijie discussed the matter with Li Yin and her daughter, ultimately expressing, the human heart is inscrutable. Fortunately, we encountered Uncle Shi, otherwise, that girl would have been ruined today. Yun Fei observed Shi Jiao's expressions shift from shock to regret, her complexion noticeably paler, which he found somewhat amusing, though he could not bring himself to smile. Shi Jiao gazed at the large white rabbit milk candy presented to her once more, casting a complex glance at the man. I am 19 this year. I am no longer at the age where I pester you for treats, she declared. It was a lie. She still relished them, a fact Yun Fei was well aware of. This child has been spoiled by me. Her temper is a bit too strong, Li Yin remarked apologetically to Yun Fei. To alleviate the awkwardness of Yun Fei holding out his hand, she took the milk from Shi Jiao. Thereafter, silence enveloped the vehicle. The howls of the night lingered on, and people succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber. Yet Yun Fei remained unusually alert during the night. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound and promptly exited the vehicle to investigate. The young man who had awakened his auditory abilities also heard the noise. Upon disembarking, he saw Yun Fei cautiously scanning the dark surroundings as if searching for something. The young man crouched down, initially hearing nothing. Suddenly, he shouted, Everyone wake up. We must leave this place. Something is coming from below. However, the warning came too late. Thick wooden vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the vehicle. Help! Officer, save me. I will pay you. I will pay you a lot. Fortunately, Yun Fei wielded his fire axe, evading the encroaching vines and severing the tendrils of the third vehicle, lowering it back down. He gestured for them to drive away swiftly. At that moment, the first vehicle, belonging to Yao Minghui and the others, was also freed, and he immediately commanded over the radio, Cut the vines. Drive forward quickly. No one dared to question the order. As soon as the vehicle touched the ground, they started the engine and sped away. The wooden vines have dragged someone from the group into the forest. Even though those left behind were seasoned soldiers, they could not save him. Xiaolu, a distraught teammate, cried. He struggled desperately, but could not pull his comrade back. The military was simultaneously trying to sever the vines, ensnaring the vehicle, while remaining vigilant against sudden attacks from the vines to avoid being captured. At this moment, Yun Fei also assisted, discovering that the vines did not pursue the fleeing vehicles, indicating that the mutated plant's attacking range was quite limited. Armed with his fire axe, he dashed into the woods, following the vines to locate their source. Mr. Shi, Su Dong called out as he saw Yun Fei leave. However, the voiceless Yun Fei was destined to remain unresponsive. Mr. Shi may be searching for the source of this thing. Zhu Defeng, you're a fire ability user. Go help him. Yao Minghui calmly issued commands, believing that anything plant-related would fear fire. He had little faith that the mutated version would be any different. A man with a square face among the team responded and quickly followed in the direction Yunfei had gone. However, the wooden vines would not allow them to approach. The mutated plant withdrew several massive vines to obstruct Yunfei's advance, sensing a crisis. Yunfei had removed his gloves, revealing sharp, darkened nails that tore through the vines, attempting to ensnare him. Meanwhile, on the campsite, 3 people had already been ensnared by the vines amidst the chaos. Now, with the withdrawal of the vines, the pressure on them was significantly alleviated. Zhu Defeng, unable to break free from the vines before him, reluctantly decided to expend his abilities, igniting a path with fire in hopes of reaching Yunfei quickly. Half an hour later, flames erupted from the forest, accompanied by thick smoke. The fighters, who had been struggling moments earlier, noticed that the vines that had restrained them were now lifeless on the ground. Su Dong exclaimed in joy, "Wonderful! It must be that Mr. Shi succeeded." "Yes, let's go check it out," Yao Minghui thought, pondering the fate of the 3 teammates who had been taken, as time was of the essence. After vanquishing the mutated plant, Yunfei obtained a pale blue crystal core, brimming with energy that nearly compelled him to consume it immediately. Fortunately, he resisted the urge. He took out his dedicated writing pad, scribbled a note, and as he turned to leave, he encountered Zhu Defeng. "Mr. Shi, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. I apologize, I was held back by those vines and couldn't free myself," Zhu Defeng said apologetically, having nearly been choked by the vines until Yunfei ignited the plant source at a critical moment. However, he was also puzzled about how Yunfei had ignited the flames. Yunfei nodded at him, handed over the note, and swiftly departed. "Hey, Mr. Shi, where are you going?" Zhu Defeng inquired, but Yunfei's figure had already vanished. Chapter 83. The zombie father. Mr. Shi's speed is astonishing, Zhu Defeng murmured to himself. "Fengzi, Captain, come quickly, they are over here." Su Dong looked around before asking, "Fengzi, why are you alone? Where's Mr. Shi?" "He just handed me a note and left in a hurry. He seemed quite anxious," Zhu Defeng explained. Yao Minghui took the note and read aloud, "I will go ahead. You all follow at a leisurely pace." Su Dong breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Mr. Shi was returning to regroup, which was reassuring, as he could keep an eye on the team. "Yes, let's quickly search for Xiao Lu and then regroup." In the darkness, the sound of engines roared clearly. The driver remained vigilant, not daring to relax until they had traveled a considerable distance before stopping. The driver, Xiao Chun, turned back to reassure the tense trio in the vehicle. "Don't worry, they will catch up to us soon. We will wait here." It was too late to keep driving, for the sound of the engine could attract various dangerous creatures. "Thank you for your hard work, officer." The other vehicles gradually caught up. No one dared to whisper. After all, those capable of fighting were not present, and if something were to emerge, they would be defenseless. What one fears often comes to pass. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared ahead. "An anomalous beast is approaching. Quickly scatter and leave this place." "Understood." With a roar, all vehicles started up and sped off in different directions. Bang! "Ah!" Li Yin cried out in fright. The colossal beast pursued relentlessly, toppling vehicle number 3 before circling outside in search of a breach. It leaped atop the overturned window and peered inside, where the delectable morsels huddled together. With its massive, clawed paw, it struck the glass repeatedly, attempting to shatter it and gain entry. The 4 occupants inside anxiously watched as the glass rattled under the onslaught, their hearts racing with trepidation. Fortunately, the vehicle was a modified off-road model, resilient enough to withstand several heavy blows from the creature without succumbing. Yet, they all understood that if they did not devise an escape plan, the glass would inevitably shatter. With an ominous crack, the beast demonstrated remarkable patience, persisting in its assault until fissures formed in the glass. They could even hear the dripping sound of its saliva. Xiao Chun, gripping his firearm, aimed at the window, intending to fire as soon as the glass shattered, hoping to buy precious time for the others to escape. However, just as he was ready to pull the trigger, the beast was unexpectedly knocked aside. A howl echoed outside. The darkness obscured their savior's identity, but they heard the feral growl reminiscent of a wolf dog. This was followed by the chaotic sounds of a fierce struggle. "Let us go. Quickly, we must exit the vehicle and right it," Xiao Chun urged. He and Lu Jijia climbed out first, pulling up Li Yin and her daughter. Seizing the moment while the mutated dog was distracted, the 4 of them worked together to upright the vehicle. Xiao Chan instructed the 3 civilians to take refuge inside while he took his stance with the gun, ready to defend, but hesitant to fire for fear of hitting friendly forces. Ultimately, Yanfei ruthlessly dispatched the zombie dog, retrieving a pale blue orb before cleaning his hands and donning gloves to return to the vehicle. As he approached, Xiao Chan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Mr. Shi, thankfully you returned in time. Are you uninjured?" Yanfei shook his head and took the passenger seat, signaling for Xiao Chan to drive. The others in the vehicle overheard their exchange, and Lu Jijia expressed his gratitude for Yanfei's timely intervention. Lian also inquired about Yanfei's well-being, to which he replied with a reassuring shake of his head, indicating he was fine. Meanwhile, Shi Jiao remained silent, gazing out the window, her lips pressed tightly together as she inhaled the overpowering stench of decay within the vehicle. As dawn broke, the convoy, now a safe distance from their last location, began to return from various directions. Only one bus was missing. It had not reappeared by noon, leaving the fate of its occupants uncertain. Even Yao Minghui's group had caught up, albeit with 3 fewer members, indicating that those who had gone missing were indeed lost. No more waiting. Prepare the vehicles. Vehicle number 5 will serve as the rear guard. Follow in order. We're heading back to the city perimeter. Number 2 received. Number 3 received. Acknowledged. Before the sun had fully risen, Yunfei had changed out of his soiled clothing and cleaned himself up, and the smell within the vehicle gradually dissipated. The 3 occupants in the back were sound asleep, clearly exhausted from the previous night's ordeal. During the waiting period, they had succumbed to slumber. Xiao Chan was focused on driving, and although Yunfei intended to offer to take over, he was politely declined. "Mr. Shi, do not worry. I am fine." A brief rest while waiting was sufficient. "I have endured missions before, remaining awake for 3 days and nights, so I can manage." Yunfei nodded, wishing to engage in conversation, but finding his throat too parched to speak, he settled into a semblance of repose. As the sun neared the horizon, they halted early, conducting a thorough sweep of the area before deeming it safe enough to stay the night. Yunfei feigned a need to relieve himself and consumed a handful of second-tier crystal orbs, letting out a soft belch. He refrained from indulging in the higher-grade orbs, fearing that he might evolve without anyone to protect Li Yin and her daughter. The journey had proven perilous at every turn. Reflecting on Yao Minghui's plight, he felt sympathy. Those who had dispatched them for rescue seemed merely to issue orders, with the success of the mission resting solely on Yao Minghui and his companions. Dinner consisted once again of bread and water, but Yunfei had an additional cup of instant noodles and a marinated egg. "Mr. Shi, this is for you from the captain. We have limited provisions, so I can only offer you this. The captain promised to apply for military merit for you upon our return to base." He nodded silently, his dark eyes cast down, revealing little emotion. After preparing the noodles, Yunfei split them into 2 bowls and handed them to Li Yin and her daughter. Li Yin quickly declined, insisting, "You should give it to Jiao. I don't want it. Mommy, you eat. I'm fine with bread." Yunfei remained steadfast, placing the bowls before them until they finally accepted. He borrowed a pot from Yao Minghui's group to boil water, using his abilities to condense clean water within the pot until it boiled, then cooled it before filling a bucket. Meanwhile, Yao Minghui's teammates discussed Yunfei. "If I hadn't seen Mr. Shi using water, I would have almost forgotten he is a water-type ability user. Captain, can we ask him for some water?" A young man expressed enviously. It was important to note that their rations consisted of just 1 loaf of bread and a bottle of water. When parched, they dared not drink freely. "Don't ask. Mr. Shi isn't one of us. He has to fight and provide water too. It's not right to exploit him like that. Indeed, given his prowess, he could easily fend for himself. He likely joined us for the sake of his wife and daughter. Yes, thus we should cultivate a good relationship with him. It would be best to persuade him to join our group." "That seems unlikely." Su Dong shook his head, analyzing regretfully. "Mr. Shi probably has no shortage of crystal orbs, and Wu Ti need to risk his life for our sake. Moreover, with his family lacking self-defense capabilities, he wouldn't willingly leave them to undertake missions. Let it unfold naturally. Let us finish our meals and assign someone to keep watch before resting early. We depart to pick up the others before noon tomorrow." "Acknowledged." "Understood, Captain." Yunfei placed the bucket of water beside Lu Jijia's feet and then wrote to ask Li Yin if they needed water to wash their hands and faces. Li Yin and Lu Jijia exited the vehicle, and after a moment of silence, Sure, Jiao confidently followed suit. Oomph. She had never received his care before. So what's wrong with using a bit of water now? Oh, much better. Sitting in the vehicle for too long made me feel grimy. Lu Jiji exclaimed happily. Li Yin and Sure Jiao also smiled, enjoying the refreshing, icy water. After washing up, they returned to the vehicle to rest. Yun Fei allowed Lu Jijia to take the passenger seat while he gave the back row to the mother and daughter, opting to lean against the outside of the vehicle. Xiaoqin had intended to suggest Yun Fei take the driver's seat to rest, but was met with refusal. Nonsense. The driver must rest properly. As a zombie, I can't lie down anywhere. However, he knew that in a month, those mutated creatures would likely begin hunting each other for evolution, and he would have to remain vigilant. On the following day, they set off at dawn. Upon entering the city, the first and second vehicles ventured in to create a commotion, diverting the attention of the zombies, before proceeding to stop at the entrance of a tall building. This location served as a gathering point, where several survivors had already taken refuge nearby, hastily emerging upon sighting the convoy. Under the guidance of the fifth vehicle, they were allocated space on a bus. Yun Fei also disembarked, ready to eliminate any solitary zombies he encountered to extract their crystal cores. The group lingered until noon, and once all vehicles were filled with passengers, they swiftly departed the city, heading back to the base. As for those survivors who were unable to join them or those awaiting rescue from other locations, they could only rely on their own fortunes in this global catastrophe, which overwhelmed even military capabilities. Consequently, the higher-ups at the base designated certain areas of rescue value and dispatched teams to save those in need. After successfully exiting the city, the first and second vehicles finally shook off the zombies and returned to regroup. Their windows were grimy, adorned with remnants of decaying flesh, and the front of the vehicles was slightly askew, a telltale sign of their recent harrowing escape. The present zombies were manageable, but once the blood rain arrived in a month, they would collectively evolve, becoming far more formidable. The return journey was particularly smooth, as the route had already been cleared on their way in. The base had been constructed within the city, with the government erecting tall walls around the city center to secure the area. A registration point was established ahead, where long lines formed on both sides, as individuals awaited entry into the safe base. Yun Fei noted that health checks and ability registrations were mandatory, along with the submission of 1/3 of their food or crystal cores for admission. He could not undergo a health check. So Yun Fei retrieved 2 level 2 crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoqin, along with a note. I have matters to attend to and will return in a few days. Please help take care of my family. Although Xiaoqin was surprised by Yun Fei's departure, he readily agreed, assuring him that they would look after his family without expecting recompense, as he had already assisted them significantly along the way. Ignoring Xiaoqin's protests, Yun Fei insisted on giving him the 2 crystal cores, which Xiaoqin reluctantly accepted. Subsequently, Yun Fei called Li Yin down from the vehicle. I cannot enter. You and Jiao should go in and rent a place. Inside, transactions are conducted with crystal cores, so do not be frugal, buy food. Li Yin took the bag of crystal cores, her heart racing as she inquired. Where are you planning to go? To evolve. Wait for my return. All right. I will wait for you inside with Jiao. You must take care of yourself. With her eyes slightly reddened, Li Yin watched as Yun Fei leaped away, quickly gazing at the sky before clutching the crystal cores and returning to the vehicle to await their turn. Stone Jiao, not having seen him return, hesitated multiple times, wanted to ask her mother where he had gone. However, by the time it was their turn to enter the base, she could not muster the courage to inquire. Chapter 85. Zombie Father. After registration, the newcomers were confined to separate empty rooms for isolation. Xiaoqin remained with Li Yin and the others, as he had accepted payment and was obligated to fulfill his duties. Sister, the isolation lasts for a day and night. Once it concludes, I will take you to the housing rental office. At the base, a 3-bedroom suite could be rented for 3 level 2 crystal cores per month, and for food, they would have to explore the market, as the base currently did not sell provisions. Water would be provided for half an hour daily in the suite, with no additional supply available. Thank you, Xiaoqin. Li Yin expressed her gratitude timidly. No problem. I accepted Mr. Shi's crystal cores. Haha. I will accompany you to rent a house and buy food, but then I must return to my team. You are too vulnerable now, so it is best not to venture outside in the coming days. Just wait for Mr. Shi's return, as the base is not entirely safe. Xiao Chen diligently advised. Understood. After that, Xiao Chun fell silent, resting against the wall with his eyes closed. Due to Yun Fei's influence, Yao Minghui took it upon himself to look after his family, ensuring that during isolation, their group remained together with Li Yan. Thus, no unusual events transpired within the isolation room. However, from the adjacent room, they occasionally heard the wails of zombies and the sounds of gunfire. Once the 24 hours elapsed, those who had not mutated were permitted entry into the base. Li Yan followed Xiao Chan to rent a house, and then proceeded to the market to purchase several days' worth of food before beginning to organize their new home. The rented house at the base was actually an unoccupied building in the city center, with no cleaning having been performed. With Xiao Chen's subtle signals, the staff responsible for rentals allocated them a newly constructed apartment on the 3rd floor. Pinga Community, Block 302. Here is your key. Water will be supplied daily from 8 to 8:30. Remember to fetch it. All right. The entire base was without electricity, so the elevators were non-operational, necessitating the use of stairs. The stairwell bore traces of blood and debris, making it quite filthy, though no zombie or human corpses were present. Sister, take your time cleaning. I must return to report to my team, Xiao Chen stated after helping carry the food upstairs. Thank you for your help. Once we finish cleaning, please come back to visit. Li Yan warmly bid him farewell. Lu Jijia and Stone Jiao Jiao were busy tidying up the house, packing away unwanted items and personal belongings of the previous occupants. Mom, the water supply time has passed. Where can we get water to clean the room? Stone Jiao Jiao asked, feeling somewhat nauseous at the sight of the bloodstains everywhere. I will go downstairs to buy water. I heard there are water ability users selling water in the market. Let me go, Annie. When Xiao Chun escorted them to the market, he pointed out an area where ordinary people resided, in conditions so poor that some lacked even tents and could only sleep on the ground. The base's preferential treatment for those with abilities was evident in numerous aspects. For example, renting a house at the base was only permitted for families with at least one ability user. Ordinary individuals could only rent tents. Thus, Xiao Chen's words about the lack of complete safety at the base rang true. Outside, one must guard against zombies, while within the base, one must be wary of people. Reflecting on the filthy and chaotic individuals she had encountered along the way, with their ravenous, greedy gazes, Li Yan felt a twinge of fear and subsequently acquiesced. She retrieved a few level 1 crystal cores from her pocket and handed them to Lu Jijia. I am placing this burden on you, Shao Jia. No need for thanks. It is I who owe you an uncle sure, Lu Jijia replied, cheerfully finding a relatively clean bucket in the house, pouring in some leftover mineral water, and then heading downstairs. After leaving the base, Yunfei made his way to a more concealed rooftop, consuming a significant quantity of crystal cores before preparing to evolve. As dark smoke began to emanate from his head, he finally broke through to level 5, feeling his flesh and blood begin to regenerate. Yunfei retrieved a mirror and, removing his mask, examined his reflection. His complexion appeared sickly pale, but it was not alarming. His eyes were still a blank gray. After donning black colored contact lenses, aside from a slightly vacant expression, he appeared fine. He then removed the layer of metal he had been wrapped in, revealing a new layer of pale skin that had grown over his previously hollow abdomen, which remained empty. Ah, Yunfei, a coarse and unpleasant voice echoed from the rooftop. Yunfei attempted to speak, struggling to produce a sound that was rather unpleasant to the ear. It was evident that he was still too inhuman. He felt he needed to ascend another level. Nevertheless, his strength had significantly increased, allowing him to leap from one rooftop to another with remarkable agility. His entire body, along with his nails, had been greatly enhanced, and the fluctuations of his water-based abilities were potent, creating a cool mist as he walked. With his pale, gray eyes devoid of expression, he gazed at the sun setting in the west as night slowly descended. Dressed in a black long-sleeved outfit and athletic shoes, his shoulder-length black hair billowed in the wind. His nails were long and sharp, glistening darkly, resembling a demon poised in the urban landscape, waiting to commence a slaughter once darkness fell. As night enveloped the city, the chill of midnight instilled a sense of dread. The aberrant creatures of Blue Star began their revelry, while humans trembled in hiding within the suddenly emerged jungles on the outskirts. Yunfei was engaged in the wholesale hunting of mutated zombie animals and plants, his once black nails now stained a vivid green. Perched atop the treetops was another zombie, observing him as he unleashed his carnage. After extracting the crystal core from a zombie dog on the ground, his piercing gaze shot toward the treetops, where a female zombie stood defiantly against the wind. She was attempting to exert control over him, a high-level psychic zombie. "You are formidable. Shall we unite?" The female zombie conveyed her words through psychic waves. "Huh, not particularly impressive," Yin Fei retorted, disregarding her and turning away. Their strengths were comparable, and engaging in battle would only lead to mutual destruction. "Why not? We are of the same kind. Do you not require human flesh and blood to advance?" "Huh, I prefer to hunt alone. I specialize in psychic abilities, while you are an offensive type. Together, we could easily conquer human strongholds." The female zombie pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you afraid I might consume you to level up?" "I would not do so. You make an excellent enforcer." "Huh, I am no weaker than you. Why should I be your subordinate?" Yin Fei growled in a zombie's roar, countering her proposition. "Very well. I shall return when I grow stronger," the female zombie conceded, turning away without further pursuit. The formidable presence of this female zombie instilled a sense of urgency in Yin Fei. In the days that followed, he hunted down all the level 4 creatures hidden near the safe base. Leveling up was one aspect, but diminishing the strength of the zombies was equally important, as it would alleviate some pressure on humanity. Through his encounters, he realized that sentient zombies lacked the memories of their human pasts. Their minds were solely consumed by the law of the jungle. A month later, Yin Fei finally ascended to level 6. During this time, he encountered the female zombie again, who seemed to have experienced some fortuitous event leading to her own advancement. Upon reaching level 6, his flesh and blood had fully matured, albeit with an unhealthy pale hue. His speech was not entirely fluid, but with careful pauses, communication became feasible. His eyes remained a vacant gray, and his nails had grown thicker and sharper. Yin Fei found himself in a dilemma. He did not wish to trim his nails, as they served as his weapons, yet he feared standing out in the safe base. He hoped that the personnel at the base were diligently reinforcing and heightening the walls, as the leader was acutely aware of the looming threat. He understood that the strength of the zombies would continually increase, and ordinary walls could only deter the initial waves of zombies. Ultimately, Yin Fei resolved to trim his nails, prioritizing integration into the base over personal preference. He could always regrow them upon the next level up. Once he was adequately prepared, he slung a bag over his shoulder, filled with some food for disguise, and made his way back to the base. Within the base, Li Yin and her companions lived in a state of constant trepidation. Initially, Xiao Chan would occasionally come by to assist, but after a week, he was dispatched on a mission. Consequently, once their food supplies dwindled, Li Yin had no choice but to venture out with Lu Zhijie to procure more. After several days, they found themselves targeted after a significant acquisition of crystal cores. Li Yin distinctly sensed that they were being followed on both occasions. The order within the base dictated that if someone witnessed an incident, they should intervene. However, bullying that went unseen was typically dismissed. Li Yin had witnessed individuals being brutally beaten to death over a mere morsel of bread, with the bodies dragged away, leaving the matter unresolved. She had also observed the sordid transactions occurring in broad daylight, where a single biscuit could facilitate the selection of a woman from among ordinary people. The grim realities frightened Li Yin, compelling her to keep sure Jiao can find a home, forbidding her from stepping outside. "Only, you shouldn't go next time to buy food," Lu Jie expressed his concerns. Although Li Yin was older, her well-maintained appearance made her seem merely in her 30s, and her figure was more appealing than those disheveled women in the base. During their recent trips to the market, Lu Zhijie had distinctly felt the weight of many hostile gazes as they passed through the area inhabited by ordinary people. "No, it is far too perilous for you to go alone." Li Yin could not bring herself to allow Lu Zhijie to take such risks. This damned apocalypse had completely exposed the ugliness of human nature. Not only were women in danger, but even young, attractive boys were equally at risk, especially those with abilities. Criminals sentenced to life imprisonment before the apocalypse had been granted a new lease on life. The base's response to the abuse of ordinary people by those with abilities was one of tacit approval, aiming to win over the latter. Sure, Jiao sat vacantly on the sofa, sharing in the worries of the two. The base was unable to procure large quantities of food, and even if they could, they dare not buy much. Thus, they would only purchase enough to last a few days, with the three of them surviving on merely 2 bowls of rice porridge each day. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the door. Lu Jie stood up, cautiously peering through the peephole, his pupils dilating in alarm. Li Yan anxiously whispered, Xiao Jie, what is happening outside? Shoo, it's those people who have been following us. They are loitering outside. What? What do they want? Lu Jie shook his head, gripping a steel pipe tightly as he stood behind the door, observing the outside. Fortunately, they eventually departed. They are gone. Li Yan and Shi Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Jie remained pessimistic. It was likely that they had come to scout the area, and if anything happened here, no one would come to their aid. He could only hope that Uncle Shi would return swiftly. Meanwhile, Yun Fei was standing in line to enter the base. Name, age, any abilities? What level? Shi Chengfu, 44 years old, water system level 5. The man responsible for registration looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, Level 5? A significant figure indeed. His demeanor shifted to one of warmth as he welcomed Mr. Shi to the Hope base, providing him with an identity card for ability users, which would grant him privileges within the base. Thank you, Yun Fei replied with a composed acknowledgement, accepting the card before following the personnel for a health check and subsequent isolation. Aware of Yun Fei's level, the personnel responsible for the examination dared not overstep. They did not even request him to undress for inspection, merely giving him a cursory glance to confirm he bore no visible injuries before allowing him to pass. Inside the isolation room, a man sidled up in a lewd manner, quietly inquiring, Brother, are you alone? Yes, Yun Fei replied. His eyes closed as he apathetically acknowledged the inquiry. So what do you think of my wife? Yun Fei chose to ignore him. What connection did his wife have with him? However, the man mistakenly interpreted Yun Fei's silence as an opportunity, saying, Brother, how about I let my wife accompany you once for a top-tier crystal core? Suddenly, Yun Fei opened his eyes coldly, exuding an aura of frost as he seized the man's throat, lifting him off the ground. The man's veins bulged. His face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately with his hands. This unexpected turn of events startled those nearby who were also isolated, one of them shouting, He's going to kill him. Someone come. Yet his cries were in vain. Unless it was a zombie, the base would not send help due to a shortage of personnel. Sir, please spare my husband. What wrong has he done? We apologize, have mercy, and let him live. The woman pleaded, collapsing to her knees before Yun Fei. Sir, is it really appropriate to commit murder in the base? A fire-type ability user voiced, feeling quite noble in his stance, relishing the admiration of ordinary people as he secretly reveled in his perceived righteousness. Yun Fei dismissed these clowns with indifference, merely asking the kneeling woman, Do you know what he said? The woman shook her head through her tears. He said a crystal core for you to accompany me once. The woman remained unresponsive, her head bowed in silent sorrow. Yun Fei understood this was not the first time. Even when that man treated her this way, she still could not bear to see him die. Oof. Yun Fei released the man, returning to lean against the wall, closing his eyes in contemplation. It was a matter of mutual consent. He had no interest in intervening. The fire-type ability user, however, took great interest in the woman, tossing a crystal core to the man who dared not meet Yun Fei's gaze again, before dragging the woman into a corner. In Chapter 87, titled Zombie Father, within the isolation room, obscene sounds began to echo. Yun Fei frowned but kept his eyes shut. When the time was up, he strode out of the isolation room, first seeking information about Xiao Chun, only to learn he was on a mission. He then returned to the housing rental office, requesting to check Li Yan's whereabouts. Upon seeing Yun Fei's level 5 ability certificate, the staff's impatient demeanor transformed instantly. Oh, very well. I shall look it up for you now. Although he eventually obtained the address, Yun Fei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The staff had revealed such personal information without hesitation, simply based on his level 5 ability certificate, including address and resident details. Moreover, the apathetic despair he observed around him, reminiscent of ordinary people awaiting death, reinforced his belief that he could not linger here much longer. A knock at the door startled the three inside, making them jump as if they were startled prey. Lu Jie, holding a steel pipe, cautiously approached the door, for the peephole was covered. The pale, sickly face of the person outside nearly gave him a fright. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized it and exclaimed, It's Uncle Shi outside. Let us open the door quickly. Li Yan and Shi Jiao hurried to move the sofa. When the door opened, it was indeed Yun Fei standing outside carrying a bag. What's wrong? Your faces look terrible. Yunfei remarked, his tone slow and deliberate. Last night, a group of people knocked on the door for a long time and even tried to break in, but we scared them off, Lu Zhijie explained rapidly, creating an impression of a younger generation reporting to an elder, as if relief had returned. And the base did nothing? Nothing at all. It seemed like two of them were ability users, but of a low level. Once inside, Lian promptly shut the door. Her eyes sparkled with a sheen of water, asking, "Are you really all right entering the base?" "It's fine. They can't see through me." Lian scrutinized his familiar, yet alien visage, though his features remained the same. She felt an unmistakable difference. Yunfei's skin bore a pale hue, reminiscent of prolonged illness, rendering him frail and gloomy. Though not particularly handsome, he indeed resembled a human being. Yunfei glanced at Shi Jiao, who appeared dazed, and asked with concern, Jiao, what is wrong?" "Nothing. Perhaps being cooped up in a room for too long," she replied. "Tonight, I'll take you out for a walk." "Okay." Yunfei's return brought a wave of joy to Li Yin, who hurried to tidy up the empty room reserved for him. The suite comprised 3 rooms, one for Lu Zhijie, one for Li Yin and Shi Jiao, and the last kept for Yunfei. After his return, their standard of living improved remarkably. All the bedding was replaced with new ones, and each person received 3 buckets of water for bathing, donning clean and comfortable clothes. Dinner featured both vegetables and meat and ample rice. Yunfei abstained from eating, watching them devour the meal with unrestrained appetite, his heart swelling with compassion. How long must they have been hungry? After dinner, he offered a few apples, which Li Yin cleaned and peeled. Lu Zhijie cheerfully accepted one, saying, "Why peel it? I haven't had fruit in so long. I can't even bear to throw away the skin. I want to eat the core too." Xiao Jie is right. This apple is quite sweet. Fugu, want to see the meat spoil in your place? No, it's preserved. Shi Jiao tasted cautiously, casting a discreet glance at her pale, frail father, as if she had never witnessed such gentleness in him before. Whenever they met, he was either stern-faced or turned away in disgust, even obsessively cleaning with disinfectants at home. "Is everything ready? Let us go for a stroll," he announced. The 3 excitedly followed, having no preparations to make, for in this apocalyptic world, there was no point in applying makeup. However, upon stepping outside, their hearts tightened again. Jiao, don't look." Li Yin covered Shi Jiao's eyes. In the alley, 2 men and a woman were indulging in reckless play. Lu Zhijie also looked down, avoiding the sight, though they had encountered such scenes before went out for supplies. Only Shi Jiao, having never ventured out since their arrival, found the sight terrifying and could not bear to look. Yunfei extended a hand from his pocket, reassuring her. "Don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you." Shi Jiao trembled, her lips quivering as she gazed at the man standing before her and her mother, suddenly wishing to ask what had changed him. Was it death? This time, she accepted the apple he offered, placing it in her pocket, peeling one to savor the sweet, milky flavor as it filled her senses. Noticing this, a woman hurriedly approached, flattering Yunfei. "Sir, do you need services?" "5 milks." That woman offered them to you. She gestured to a woman lying by the roadside, half-clothed and shivering, as if she had lost the will to live. Lu Zhijie gasped in surprise. "Is that Feng Rou?" The woman, clearly taken aback that they recognized her, awkwardly explained. "This woman was brought here by 2 men and has been lying here half alive. I let her take clients to save her. The food she gets I give to her, or she would have died long ago." Shi Jiao felt a surge of anger. "Maybe she wants to die." The woman stated without concern. "I understand she wishes for death, yet I believe that living, even in hardship, is preferable to dying. After all the suffering endured, it is not merely to succumb to death. If that were the case, why not end it sooner?" Before Shi Jiao could argue, Yunfei interjected, "Thank you, but no," and thereafter led the agitated and sorrowful Shi Jiao away. The woman remained enthusiastic, exclaiming, "If the gentleman needs anything next time, do seek us out." The unpleasantness of the journey cast a pall over the atmosphere among the 4, lingering until they entered the underground market of the base. "How is there even a market here?" Lu Zhijie murmured softly, recalling that the staff responsible for housing rentals had explicitly informed him of its existence. Indeed, regardless of the era, privilege persists. Thus, one must strive to grow stronger, in stark contrast to the indifference and calm exhibited towards outsiders. Yunfei's demeanor towards the mother and daughter was significantly gentler. "What do you desire? I shall procure it for you." Li Yin, feeling unaccustomed to such treatment, nervously rubbed her hands and replied, "No need, we lack for nothing at home." Shijiao initially wanted to protest, questioning why they should refuse, as it was compensation from him for the two of them. Ultimately, she swallowed her words, not out of concern for his crystal core, but rather from the realization that without it, he would have to undertake missions, leaving her and her mother unprotected. As they meandered through the market, they found little of worth, for Yunfei's spatial storage already contained all essentials. The underground market merely offered a few more luxuries and varieties of food than its surface counterpart. Cigarettes, alcohol, and cosmetics. These indulgences were already in Yunfei's collection, yet none among the four had any interest in them. Thus, they returned home in disappointment. During their evening respite, Yunfei declined the room Li Yin had prepared for him, informing her, "I do not require sleep. I am content to sit on the sofa." After all, Shijiao was now grown, and likely would not prefer sharing a room with her mother. After some persuasion, Li Yin relocated to the vacant room, where the bedding and linens had just been changed, leaving little to tidy up. A chill seemed to permeate the air, unusual for April. Perhaps it was related to the blood rain. In past years, spring had been marked by frequent rains, yet since the onset of the apocalypse, none had fallen. Shijiao, too, found this peculiar. "Thanks to your father, we have prepared ample warm clothing and blankets. Otherwise, it would be quite cold," she remarked. Indeed, Shijiao conceded, acknowledging that their living standards had indeed improved since her father's arrival. For instance, water that was once rationed could now be lavishly used for bathing. "Do not hold it against him. You have matured now. Your mother wishes to discuss something with you. Have you ever wondered why your father despises me?" Her voice trembled as she recounted, "He has always had a phobia of emotional attachment. When we became a couple, he discovered that I, Li Yin, had done what I did for the sake of our daughter." With a wavering voice, she divulged the painful past. "So do not blame your father. It is I who, albeit unintentionally, deceived him." Shijiao embraced her sorrowful mother tightly, offering comfort. "Mom, it is not your fault. You too are a victim. Your mother has been prepared to consent to divorce each day, yet your father never broached the topic. I thought it best to maintain a semblance of a home for you. Nonetheless, he remains your biological father and shall always be preferable to strangers. Look at him now. He seems well. Even his misogyny has subsided, and he even held your arm today." Gazing at her mother's swollen eyes brimming with hope, Shijiao ultimately refrained from voicing any negative opinions about that man. Li Yin, too, believed that regardless of who Shi Chengfu was, he loved his daughter. The present changes were the finest testament to that. Unbeknownst to her, the essence within that shell had long been replaced. In the dead of night, as Yunfei sat idly on the sofa, gnawing on a crystal core, he suddenly heard the sound of a door being pried open. Concerned they might damage the lock, he rose and opened the door to step outside. The leading power user was taken aback upon seeing Yunfei, and upon noticing his sickly pallor, could not help but mock. "Ergu, is this the pretty boy you mentioned? He clearly resembles an old man." Ergu, fawning over the man, replied, "Boss, I have never seen this person before. Their household should consist of one pretty boy and two women. I wonder where this man emerged from. No matter, he appears of little use." The leader, a burly man with a buzz cut, gazed at Yunfei with disdain, barking, "Rouse everyone. We are here to rob. Do you understand?" The iron rod in the buzz-cut man's hand nearly jabbed Yunfei's face. Yunfei grasped the rod firmly, twisting it with force until it bit. "I do not quite understand. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" The buzz-cut man, scowling at the sight of his weapon being contorted, retorted, "Humph, seems like a tough nut to crack. Brothers, show him what we can do." 5 or 6 lackeys behind him brandished various weapons, charging at Yunfei. As he conjured a large water sphere with one hand, he continuously infused it with energy until it solidified into ice, which he then hurled at the group. "Boss, he is a power user. Damn, Ergu, what kind of situation have you put us in? Are you trying to get us killed?" A number of men collapsed to the ground, turning to blame those who had scouted the place, their information flawed. With a mere transformation of water into ice, the buzz-cut man realized that this sickly uncle before him was, in fact, a high-tier power user. They had bitten off more than they could chew. "Let us retreat." The buzz-cut man gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede but prepared to turn away. "Oh, are you here for jest? Did I permit you to leave?" Yunfei's voice resonated low and ominous. "What do you intend to do? The base forbids the slaughter of power users. Do you wish to kill me?" Yunfei's expression darkened as he stared at the audacious man before him. In a flash, he appeared in front of him, gripping his throat tightly, lifting him off the ground. Regardless of how fiercely the man struggled with his powerful abilities, he could not break free. In that moment, as he felt the grip of death, Peng Lin comprehended with clarity that the man before him truly feared nothing. He intended to kill him. "Dad," the whispered call roused Yunfei from his reverie, as the crystal core in his mind clamored violently to tear apart all humanity. After casting the man aside, his expression fluctuated, the bloodlust within him surging. Despite his daughter watching from behind, he resolved to eliminate those present. The malevolence of humanity in the apocalypse is unfathomable, and this group was clearly no innocents, particularly the leader whose eyes harbored malice. Thus, he waved his hand, conjuring sharp ice spikes to pierce their hearts. "Ah, he is killing us, run, boss." Yet those fleeing merely turned to face him, only to be impaled by ice spikes through their chests, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the span of a heartbeat, Yunfei had taken several lives, until Li Yin and Shijiao. He appeared terrifying. This was their first encounter with the reality of his murderous actions, and his cold demeanor made their hearts tremble. They came to a stark realization. He was a being capable of mercilessly slaughtering both zombies and humans alike. Diao helped dispose of the bodies downstairs. Yunfei calmly began to clean up the scene. He first melted the ice spikes, then threw the corpses out of the window into the corridor below. Confident in his abilities, Yunfei knew that while the base prohibited the killing of power users, with his level, as long as he did not act overtly, he could provoke the base without consequence. It is highly probable that they would choose to turn a blind eye. Luke Jide gazed at the trembling mother and daughter before him, letting out a sigh as he began to assist. "If I do not eliminate them, it will be you who suffers when I am distracted. It is nothing, we understand. It is merely that this is the first time Jiao and I have witnessed such a scene, and it is only natural to feel some fear." Lian tightly held the weeping Jiao in her arms, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm not a child anymore." Jiao murmured from within Li Yan's embrace before hastily retreating to her room. Yunfei could not help but smile. His daughter was indeed adorable, albeit a bit willful, somewhat awkward, and quite stubborn. However, she could still reason, and, as a father, his perception of his child was naturally somewhat biased. Chapter 89. The zombie father. The following day, the patrol team discovered the bodies, yet they did not inquire further, nor did they press any charges. Yunfei, however, was not pleased. This indicated that the safety hazards at the Hope Base were far too significant. For breakfast, Lian steamed some semi-finished buns and prepared some porridge. With no electricity or running water, they had taken to sleeping early and rising at dawn. Lu Jijia slowly approached Yunfei, who was standing by the window, his brow furrowed. "Shu, I fear this base cannot be our long-term refuge." "Indeed, what are the other bases?" "They are likely not much better. The nearby Hero Base is led by a dual-ability user, and rumors suggest he is quite obstinate and harbors ambitions of grandeur." Yunfei scoffed. The Qing dynasty had fallen many years ago. There were two other bases, one established by the sea and another on the vast grasslands, both frequently broadcasting messages about recruiting survivors. As for other locations, that remained uncertain. For now, let's stay put and keep a keen eye on the situation. At noon, Yunfei ventured outside. Suddenly, Jiao rushed out of her room in a panic, exclaiming, "Mom, it's snowing red outside." "What?" Lian set down the dough she was kneading and hurried to the window. She beheld the sky filled with crimson snowflakes, cascading to the ground like blood. "What do we do? Your father has just gone out." Li Yin spoke with urgency, knowing full well that such a phenomenon was anything but benign. Yunfei had intended to leave the city, but the sudden snowfall set his body ablaze with heat, and he could feel the core within his mind vibrating. He sensed a burning sensation in his eyes and the growth of his nails and fangs. Reluctantly, he sought refuge in a nearby corner, allowing the snow to fall upon him. Outside the base, the creatures roared with excitement, their sounds echoing from near and far. Within the base, many who had come into contact with the red snow began to feel feverish, as the temperature plummeted from 5 degrees to -10. Once the physical changes ceased, Yunfei, with a ghastly expression, regained his composure, although his beautiful pupils had vanished, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. The woman leaning against the corner witnessed everything, her body burning with fever until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. When Yunfei emerged from the corner, he recognized her as Fong Ro, the girl he had aided that night. Veins began to surface on her body, and her nails grew slowly, indicating the onset of mutation. Just as she reached the halfway point in her transformation, Yunfei raised his hand, ready to grant her a merciful release. Yet, she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of teal-green orbs that glimmered with desperation. She struggled to speak, uttering, "Please do not kill me." The intense desire for survival in her gaze compelled Yunfei to lower his hand, choosing to sit beside her instead. Slowly, he adorned himself with gloves and decorative pupils, pondering why this girl, who had sought death just yesterday, now clung to life with fervor. Once Fong Ro had fully transformed into a zombie, she opened her teal-green eyes and stiffly rose from the ground. She raspingly uttered, "King." Yunfei was taken aback. "What did you call me?" Fong Ro, her body rigid, bowed respectfully. "King, I'm willing to submit to you." "Why? Do you retain memories of your humanity?" "Yes, because the king possesses red eyes." Fong Ro remained clad in tattered garments, her skin a shade of bluish purple, veins sprawling like vines across her body. Her teal-green eyes sparkled with life. And Yunfei began to comprehend that zombies had evolved to discern noble bloodlines based on the color of their eyes. Chaos erupted within the base as various zombies roamed, some attacked by mutated companions, while others collapsed from sudden fevers. Concerned for his family, Yunfei frowned and asked, "Do you consume humans?" Fong Ro hesitated briefly before respectfully replying, "I will heed the king's command." "Good. No eating humans. If you are hungry, consume crystal cores." "Understood." Yunfei brought Fong Ro back home, her unmistakable zombie appearance startling Li Yan. He reassured her, "Do not fear. She obeys me. I have some cosmetics. Please help her conceal her complexion." "All right." Though Li Yan was frightened, she chose to trust Yunfei, suppressing her fear as she led Fong Ro to the restroom to clean her up. Upon encountering the intense odor emanating from Fong Ro, she couldn't help but feel pity for the girl. Before the apocalypse, she was merely a college student, around the same age as their Jiao Jiao. Thus, Li Yan tended to her with extra care, and after washing her up, she dressed Fong Ro in a pair of jeans and a loose light blue sweater. "Thank you," Fong Ro expressed, finding it challenging to change clothes due to her rigidity, which was why Yunfei had asked Li Yan for assistance. "No need for thanks," Li Yan said gently, drying Fong Ro's hair. Even in her zombie form, Fong Ro's beauty was evident. Finally, Li Yan applied makeup, covering her face and neck with a thick layer of powder to mask her original skin tone and the veins. She donned black decorative pupils, fitted her with fluffy gloves, and, for good measure, wrapped a scarf around her neck. Once dressed, Fong Ro appeared quite natural, aside from the slightly heavy makeup on her face. After all, she was far luckier than Yunfei. At least her body was intact. The crimson snow continued to fall, and the streets outside were devoid of pedestrians, with the snow accumulating to a considerable depth. Yunfei sat on the sofa with Fong Ro, each with a bowl of crystal cores, munching on sunflower seeds. Sure Jiao Jiao sat nearby, her expressions fluctuating between sorrow, anger, and distress, creating a rather comical scene. Yunfei surmised that her young mind had conjured up a scenario where he was seeking a zombie bride, which likely distressed her greatly, especially considering the original owner of his body had been a scoundrel married for 20 years, having cheated for 17. After Li Yan brought over a fruit platter, she suddenly asked, "Has Xiao Jian not come out since returning to his room after lunch? Perhaps he is sleeping." Sure Jiao Jiao speculated, biting into an apple. "Is that so?" Li Yan pondered, feeling uneasy, and went to knock on his door. "Xiao Jia, are you sleeping?" There was no response. With each knock from Li Yan, the silence within persisted, making everyone feel that something was amiss. Yunfei approached and kicked the door open. "Diao." Li Yan rushed in and discovered Lu Jijia unconscious on the bed, gasping as she hurried to check on him. Upon touching him, she felt his burning temperature. He was feverish. Chapter 90. Zombie Father 22. Li Yan looked helplessly at Yunfei, lamenting that in this apocalyptic world, there were no hospitals to take him to. Yunfei retrieved a medical kit from his space, filled with an array of household medications, acknowledging his previous oversight. After locating a fever-reducing liquid within, Li Yan urged Yunfei to administer it to Lu Jijia, subsequently applying a cooling patch. She used alcohol to gently wipe Yunfei's body, knowing that from then on, she could only keep vigil. "You two go eat," I will stay here. Although Yun Fei mused that if Lu Jie had transformed into a zombie, he likely wouldn't have endured such a fever for so long. He could not dismiss the possibility of him being an exception. Thus, he chose to remain watchful. This high fever lasted a full 3 days, during which turmoil persisted within the base. Lu Jie stirred awake a few times, consuming some porridge and taking medication before slipping back into a daze. After the torrential blood snow ceased, the temperature plummeted to minus 15 degrees. The cold was unbearable. Li Yin and Shi Jiao leaned against each other for warmth in their blankets. The cooking duties fell to the unfazed Yun Fei, who donned a sleeved apron and clean gloves each time he prepared meals, wary of carrying any virus. Get up, have some porridge, then sleep. I will step out for a bit. You two stay safe at home. Thank you, Fu Gu, Li Yin said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she emerged from under the covers. The biting cold was overwhelming. In their current predicament, even a common cold was a source of fear. It's no trouble. Taking care of you two is not burdensome. After enduring the blood snow, Yun Fei leveled up and was now at level 7. His facial rigidity had dissipated, and he spoke normally. This tender and loving father figure left Shi Jiao feeling unaccustomed as she slowly sipped her porridge, pondering whether the zombie virus had infiltrated his brain, leading to this unexpected transformation. The current version of her father instilled in her a desire to rely on him. Yet she hesitated to approach, fearing that this change might be fleeting. Once his mind cleared, he might revert to the disdainful father he once was. After their meal, Yun Fei ventured outside, where remnants of red snow lingered, perhaps a reason for the reluctance of many to traverse the streets. The frigid weather also accounted for the numerous corpses he encountered along the way, some slain, others bitten by zombies, and still others frozen or starved to death. The entire base exuded a desolate atmosphere, starkly contrasting with its hopeful name. Upon reaching the city gate, Yun Fei discovered it was barred, with no military personnel guarding it, effectively sealing off access. With no one to gather information from, he turned back. Meanwhile, after 3 days of lying at home, Lu Jie finally regained consciousness. His head felt somewhat foggy as he drank some water. Upon hearing movement, Fong Ro knocked on the door. Relieved to see he had not transformed, she felt reassured, recalling Wang's prior instructions to take care of the ailing and protect his family. Surprised to find Fong Ro in their home, Lu Jie weakly inquired, Miss Fong, what brings you here? I was taken in. Lu Jie smiled faintly at her words, appreciating that Shi Shu and Li Yi were kind-hearted individuals. Hearing their conversation, Li Yin and Shi Jiao approached, eager to inquire, Shao Jie, do you still feel unwell? Jie Gu, you really frightened us, Shi Jiao added with concern. I apologize for causing worry. I feel much better now. The fever has subsided, and I have regained some strength. My mind is also clearer. Yi, you should try to see if you have any powers. My father mentioned you might be awakening them, Shi Jiao said, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Jie attempted to manifest his abilities, but nothing occurred. Disappointment washed over him as he said, nothing happened. He was perplexed, recalling that upon awakening from fever during the initial outbreak, he had sensed something different, yet had no powers. Li Yin reassured him, it's all right. If you don't have them, you don't. The main thing is to stay healthy. Indeed, little did Lu Jie realize how peculiar his powers would later prove to be. Once the snow melted, the first order of business at the base was to conduct house searches. The team arriving at Yun Fei's home was led by a familiar face. Yao Mingwei approached courteously, stating, Mr. Shi, it's been a long time. The base has mandated searches to prevent any hidden zombies. We apologize for the inconvenience. Yun Fei nodded, permitting them entry. The searchers, upon discovering the stored water in their bathroom and food in the kitchen, were envious. Following the blood snow, the base's water supply had become contaminated, resulting in the deaths of 2 water-based ability users. Consequently, the base was no longer providing water. Those in need had to purchase it from ability users, while the water users in the military were obligated to supply water to the base leaders daily, leaving little to sell to others. This led to the dire situation where they could only drink half a bottle of water each day. Team return, Yao Mingwei called after the inspection, once again apologizing to Yun Fei before departing. He had never considered that zombies could disguise themselves as ordinary people, infiltrating human bases. Following the sudden heavy snowfall, the overall strength of the Hope base had significantly diminished. While hunting outside the city, Yunfei encountered the same zombie again. Both pairs of crimson eyes signifying their royal status within the zombie ranks. Are you ready to attack the human base? Shall we join forces? The female zombie asked, pride evident in her demeanor. Indeed, I have amassed hundreds of thousands of zombie followers. Do you wish to join? Together, we can hunt down human ability users, while my subordinates can deal with the ordinary folks. Yunfei frowned, questioning, why assault humanity? Can't we upgrade by consuming crystal cores? The female zombie regarded him with an expression of incredulity. We get hungry. Of course, we must eat humans. Once satisfied, they can become our kin. How splendid. Moreover, why eliminate our own kind? They are our vanguard against humans. Without them, who will conquer the cities? But you were human once. Not anymore. If you are not a royal zombie, your naivety could compel me to crush your skull and consume your crystal core. Yunfei recognized the zombie was unlike him and thus abandoned the attempt to persuade her, simply inquiring, when will the attack commence? Yet the female zombie did not provide a direct answer, not out of suspicion towards Yunfei, but rather because she deemed him unworthy of sharing her plans. In truth, she had never contemplated that this fellow royal would betray her to humans. Join us, and only then will I divulge the details, she lamented, realizing that despite their shared royal lineage, this companion was remarkably foolish. The future of the zombie race would indeed require the guidance of their psychic lineage. Chapter 91. Zombie Father 23 in a bid to infiltrate their ranks. Yunfei consented to the female zombie's plan and accompanied her to witness her vast army of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Among her subordinates were 7 with green eyes and 5 with blue eyes, in addition to those with grayish-white eyes. After reviewing their formation, a sense of foreboding enveloped Yunfei as he asked, when do you intend to attack? The female zombie replied without a moment's hesitation, tonight. Why the urgency? It's not about haste. The recent blood snow has significantly weakened the human base. We must take advantage of their disarray and launch an attack while they are still reeling. The female zombie proudly analyzed the situation. Is it not too reckless? I have heard that there are many formidable individuals in the human base. Perhaps we should postpone our plans, and I can gather some intelligence? Yunfei attempted to buy some time. However, the female zombie countered, no, tonight is the optimal moment. You are being foolish. You do not understand, so you must follow my lead. Your only task is to fight. The disdain for Yunfei's intelligence was palpable in the female zombie's demeanor. Were it not for her admiration of his strength, she would likely disdain interacting with him altogether. Yunfei, feeling exasperated, retorted, I am not foolish. I simply do not wish for you to attack. Subsequently, whenever Yunfei proposed an alternative, the female zombie refused to entertain it and began to harbor suspicions about him. With a menacing grin, she threatened, are you attempting to stall me and then inform the humans? How could that be? I'm also a zombie. Why would I rescue food? The female zombie huffed dismissively, that as well. At midnight tonight, we shall commence our assault. You stay and help arrange the evening's plans. I will return later. I have yet to feed today, so I shall seek something to eat first. Yunfei concocted an excuse to depart, feeling the ravenous gaze of the female zombie lingering behind him. With a heavy heart, he hurried back to the base. However, after walking a short distance, he sensed that something was following him. Although it was invisible to the naked eye, he could feel its presence. He surmised it must be the female zombie's surveillance. And indeed, this zombie, in addition to coveting the human base, sought his crystal core. Ah, such an arrogant zombie. Has she simply abandoned any pretense of subtlety after concluding that his intellect was wanting? To shake off the following entity, he darted through the forest. A level 7 zombie's speed was beyond that of her lackey. Merely half an hour later, Yunfei no longer felt the sensation of being watched. Once he evaded his pursuer, he swiftly returned to the base. This time, due to the registration of his exit time, the guards at the entrance allowed him through without requiring quarantine. Upon his hurried return home, he urged Li Yin and the others, quickly pack your belongings. I will assist you. We must leave the city at once. The height of the city walls prevented both humans and zombies from crossing. Yet that female zombie was determined to construct a zombie wall to ascend, given the multitude of zombies she had assembled. If they did not depart in advance, they would find themselves trapped when the zombies blocked the entrance, rendering the inhabitants of the base helpless. Observing Yunfei's frantic demeanor, Li Yin felt a surge of anxiety and, without time to inquire, called for Lu Jia and Shi Jiao to gather their things. Once the group was ready, Yunfei first escorted them out of the city, then retrieved a small vehicle from his spatial storage, handing the keys to Lu Zhijie. You can drive, right? I have a license, but I've never actually driven. Lu Zhijie. Yunfei reassured him. It's all right. You'll get the hang of it quickly. Wait for me here. If I do not return in half an hour, leave immediately. He then turned to Fong Ro, commanding, ensure their safety. What are you going to do? Lian asked anxiously, her heart racing. The zombies are set to attack tonight. I'm going to alert them. And then we must leave post-haste. The trio and one zombie watched as Yunfei vanished with remarkable speed. Sure, Jiao's heart raced, prompting her to draw closer to her mother, the pair seeking comfort in each other's presence within the vehicle. Lu Zhijie nervously scanned the surroundings from the driver's seat, while Fong Ro discarded her gloves, revealing her sharp fangs as she crouched atop the vehicle, vigilant against potential threats. Yunfei successfully re-entered the city, swiftly incapacitating a base administrator who was holding a megaphone. He then commandeered the device and shouted in various locations, "A sentient king zombie has emerged among the horde. The zombies will attack the city tonight. Those who wish to survive, flee the base immediately." As he moved, he repeated the warning, inciting chaos among the base's upper echelons, who angrily retorted, "Hurry and capture that person. This is mere alarmism. The walls are too high. How can they breach the city? Zombies cannot enter." They believed him to be a disruptor of order, an individual to be interrogated to ascertain if he was an infiltrator sent by another base. Very well, I will dispatch troops to search for him. The summoned officer felt a surge of anxiety, cursing inwardly, pondering the origins of this madman spreading such rumors. Bring him here. Have the third squad apprehend that individual. Meanwhile, those who heard the news began to feel a sense of unease. Reason dictated that it was impossible. Yet what if? What if it were true? If zombies truly possessed intelligence, even if they could not enter, merely surrounding the base would leave the inhabitants trapped, risking death by starvation as much as by bites. Some remained skeptical, convinced that this person harbored ulterior motives. After all, how could a human know the zombies' plans? Others, opting for caution, decided to leave the base. If nothing happened tonight, they could always return. Thus, a large number of people began to register their exit at the base's entrance. Once it was confirmed that the warning had spread, Yunfei hurried to join the queue at the base's entrance, anxious to avoid any unforeseen events. The guards at the gate, perplexed by the sudden influx of individuals wishing to exit, could only proceed with the registration process. After all, the base's leadership had never issued any orders prohibiting anyone from leaving. The registration progressed swiftly, with more individuals continuing to emerge with their belongings. Yunfei managed to exit the gates successfully and swiftly, reuniting with his family. However, those who followed behind him were not as fortunate. The third squad's patrol failed to locate the individual who had raised the alarm, and soon he ceased shouting altogether, compelling them to return and report to their superiors. Upon learning that the individual had not been captured and that many were agitated and planning to leave the base's leader immediately ordered the gates to be sealed. Quickly close the main gate. No one is allowed to exit. A collective of fools, believing every rumor. Is the outside truly safe? Foolishness. Is it not more dangerous to face the elements outside than to remain within the base? The leader's face flushed with anger. Do not let him be captured. If he is inciting panic, I will ensure he pays dearly. Chapter 92, Zombie Father. 24. Upon returning to the vehicle, Yunfei directed Lu Zhijie to take the wheel. Sure, Jiao expressed her concern. What about Fong Ro? She must come inside. It is far too dangerous on the roof. It's fine. Let her stay up there as a lookout. Yunfei replied nonchalantly, for Fong Ro had consumed many of his crystal cores. Surely she must prove useful in some capacity. After all, he had intended for her to serve as a bodyguard. Fong Ro crouched, her claws gripping the roof tightly as she remained alert to her surroundings. Her psychic abilities allowed her to sense danger within a 100-meter radius. Uncle Sure, where are we headed? Let's head north towards the city base and assess the situation there. If it seems unpromising, we will leave. Yunfei contemplated that perhaps the base in the capital would be more fortified. Following them at a distance were many fleeing individuals, though they did not venture far, opting instead to remain near the base. After all, the journey to the next base was fraught with unpredictable dangers. If the zombies did not attack tonight, they could always return. Midnight arrived. The female zombie possessed a pair of crimson eyes, emitting a mysterious red glow in the darkness. Countless zombies surrounded the entire base, and she employed mental control to command the horde to attack. With fierce growls and screams, the zombies lunged at the city walls, forming human towers to allow others to climb atop them. The female zombie, accompanied by her colorful-eyed subordinates, was the first to breach the defenses. Subsequently, she utilized her psychic abilities to seek out the strongest human within the base. Her intention was clear: eliminate the mightiest first, making the remaining individuals easier to dispatch. The initial victims were the ordinary residents residing on the outskirts of the base. A terrified woman turned to see a grotesque figure and screamed in horror. In an instant, she was bitten on the neck, blood spraying everywhere. The zombies surged forward, clamoring to feast on flesh, even lapping up the blood on the ground. A frantic man cried for help, his tears and snot mingling as he stumbled in an attempt to escape. Urgently, he shouted for everyone to notify the base leader to arm themselves and shoot the zombies. Yao Mingwei, who wished to leave but dared not defy military orders, was also within the base, calling out through a megaphone, "Do not be afraid. Grab your weapons." Superpowered individuals gather at the administrative hall. Gunfire echoed throughout the base. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. For each one they killed, 3 more would emerge, claiming their lives. The darkness further impaired their vision. Military vehicles rolled out, engines roaring, headlights illuminating the area around the administrative hall. The clothes by superpowered individuals and the troops tasked with protecting the base leader arrived first. Despite their efforts in slaying numerous zombies, the disparity in numbers rendered them hopeless. At that moment, the base leader sat on the ground, surrounded by his protective troops. He was filled with regret, lamenting why he had not heeded the warnings of that individual, stubbornly believing that the zombies could not breach their defenses. Perhaps it was his subconscious refusal to acknowledge that zombies could think, strategize, and command. Such a reality would be hellish. After a fit of mad laughter, he gazed at the fallen around him and sorrowfully remarked, "Ah, this apocalypse. It shows no intention of allowing humanity to survive. They feel no pain, disregard injuries. Their bodies continuously reinforced while carrying this virus, and now they possess formidable powers. Where is the hope for humanity?" A superpowered individual, filled with rage, shouted at the base leader, "It's all your fault. Why did you close the gates? We were so close to escaping. My wife and child perished because of you." The base leader listened to the accusations with indifference. It no longer mattered whether they hated him or not, as they were all destined to die together. The female zombie reached out with her sharp claws, extracting the heart of a fallen superpowered individual, savoring the taste. Her blood-stained lips curled into a sinister smile, exclaiming, "Let us all revel in this madness together." After feasting on the heart, she dismissed the remaining flesh, allowing the fallen to transform, while she continued her hunt for new targets. The thick stench of blood attracted various creatures from the vicinity, all eager to partake in the feast. Those who lingered near the base during the day had fled at the first sign of danger. However, it was too late. Many met their demise at the hands of the approaching creatures, leaving only a fortunate few to escape. The female zombie consumed another superpowered heart, feeling dissatisfied with the meager energy it provided, murmuring, "What a pity, that foolish king zombie fled unexpectedly. Had I consumed him, I could have leveled up." Meanwhile, Yin Fei, the intended target, had already traveled 200 kilometers from the base and was resting by the roadside due to the encroaching darkness. In the absence of outsiders, Yin Fei's space was free for use. Instant rice, blankets, bottled water. After a long journey, fatigue set in, prompting Yin Fei to spread 2 mats for the 3 of them to rest. With him and Fong Rou on watch, they felt secure. As midnight approached, Fong Rou descended from the roof of the vehicle, alerting, "Wang, there are cars approaching. I heard. If they just pass by, it's fine. If they make any moves, we will leave them here," he replied. 2 small vehicles rumbled up, unexpectedly stopping. Yin Fei's right hand had formed a shard of ice, ready to threaten silently. A young man alighted from the vehicle and, noting the tense atmosphere, quickly explained, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. We just want to take a break. It's safer with more people around. Rest assured, we won't approach. We'll stay over there." After receiving a slight nod from Yin Fei, the young man promptly left. The 2 vehicles carried a mixed group of 10 individuals, all young, seemingly a team of college students, orderly arranging their rest shifts while leaving two on watch. The distance to the city was a daunting 1,500 kilometers. Even in the best of times, it would take several days of driving to reach. Now with detours, clearing obstacles, and dealing with mutated creatures along the way, the journey could take at least half a month. Yunfei's space was filled with gasoline. It was so packed that he couldn't store anything else. The next day, the two vehicles trailed them at a distance. During the night, both he and Fong Ro had overheard that the other group was also heading north, making their paths coincidentally aligned. Xiao Jia, if you drive until noon, I'll take over for the rest of the time, Yunfei suggested calmly. All right, Lu Zhijie replied, acknowledging the importance of safety after prolonged driving. Is it really okay for those people to follow us? Sure, Jiao asked nervously, having grown distant from her father over the years and unsure how to interact with him. Her question stemmed from concern that Yunfei and Fong Ro's identities as zombies might be discovered. There's no choice, we're traveling together, so there is no need to worry. Meanwhile, the occupants of the trailing vehicles were discussing the ones ahead. A girl in the back seat remarked, displeased, that vehicle is too reckless, leaving a girl on the roof. If zombies show up, she's as good as dead. The boy driving, Yu Qingwen, also disapproved but refrained from voicing criticism, instead cautioning, we have to be careful. After all, those who would leave a girl on the roof cannot be benevolent. If it weren't for them being in front of us, I'd suspect they were following us, the girl complained. Due to obstacles on the road, Yunfei opted to maneuver onto the grass to bypass them. Lu Zhijie, seated in the passenger seat, scrutinized the map, as the absence of a network had rendered navigation obsolete. The wind howled, the temperature dropped, and the night descended swiftly. Upon sighting a warehouse up ahead, Yunfei resolved to reach it that very night. Fong Ro, ensure their safety while I proceed to eliminate the zombies. After the blood and snow had settled, Yunfei revealed his crimson eyes, now capable of faintly sensing the presence of low-tier zombies and even attempting to command them. However, only the submissive zombies could be commanded, unlike the psychic zombies that could control the mindless ones. Once inside the warehouse, after dispatching a few low-tier zombies, he signaled Lu Zhijie to drive the vehicle in. The vehicles trailing behind hesitated, with Yu Qingwen gripping the steering wheel uncertainly. What should we do? Should we go in as well? It's getting dark, and if we don't, we'll have to sleep outdoors. A young man in the passenger seat furrowed his brow. Let us go. We 1T provoke them. Surely, they 1T attack us without reason, remarked another boy in the back seat nonchalantly, sitting beside two girls, one of whom Lu Dongdong expressed her dissatisfaction with Yunfei and his group. Yu Qingwen remained still as the vehicle behind them came to a halt, waiting for his decision. Let us go in. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to enter the warehouse. With their numbers, could they truly fear just 5 individuals? Moreover, in comparison to zombies, humans were undoubtedly the more terrifying entity. Let us hurry. Who knows what supplies might be inside? We don't want them to take everything, urged Lu Dongdong. The petite girl beside her whispered, but the zombies inside were killed by them. Wouldn't it be wrong to take their supplies? What does it matter? To the victor belong the spoils. If they don't kill the zombies, we will, replied the girl, though she felt uneasy about it and dared not speak further, as Dongdong merely wanted everyone to have enough to eat. There is no need to worry. Such remote warehouses are often used for storing construction materials, not food. The boy in the passenger seat bluntly shattered Lu Dongdong's illusions. Yu Qingwen parked the vehicle at the warehouse entrance and instructed his companions. Since they have already cleared the zombies, you all should wait here. I will ask if they permit us to stay the night. All right, go ahead. We'll stay put, Lu Dongdong said, contemplating the prospect of spending the night there when she suddenly conceived a noble idea to rescue a helpless girl. Yunfei, hearing the young man's request, consented. After all, the warehouse was vast, with only some cement stored in a corner. As long as it did not interfere with them, he would not be overly domineering. After clearing a space, he calmly retrieved the mat, gas stove, and ingredients he had used the previous night. Today, he detected the scent of blood on Shi Jiao and handed a bag of feminine supplies to Li Yin. Initially, Li Yin thought it was a spare, until she heard Shi Jiao awkwardly request to stop the vehicle, at which point she understood the situation. Yunfei remained nearby, while Fong Ro accompanied them for protection. The wilderness was perilous, and he feared that one careless moment could lead to disaster for the mother and daughter. Being a man, it was inappropriate for him to draw too near for protection, especially since his daughter was growing up. With Fong Ro by his side, he felt considerably more at ease. She understood her role well and closely shielded Li Yin and her daughter. For dinner, Yun Fei prepared chicken soup, cooked some rice, and stir-fried cabbage, sufficient for the three of them. After the meal, he brewed some ginger tea for his daughter. Considering the special circumstances, he prioritized hygiene and quickly set up a small area outside the warehouse, heating water for Fong Ro to accompany Shi Jiao for a bath. Once Shi Jiao finished, Fong Ro meticulously poured prepared soil over the damp area to conceal the lingering scent of blood. During the night watch, Yun Fei heard the muffled whimpers of discomfort and glanced over at the mat where the mother and daughter lay, discovering Shi Jiao curled up and trembling. He immediately rushed over, concerned. "My daughter, what's wrong?" The term "my daughter" caused Shi Jiao's tears to flow. Her father had never called her by that name throughout her life, let alone with such endearment. Yun Fei, mistaking her tears for pain, felt helpless, unsure of how to comfort her. After all, she had already applied the heating patch herself and filled a hot water bottle for her. Such pain was not easily alleviated by medication. Lian also awoke, placing her hand on Shi Jiao's abdomen and gently massaging it, suspecting that the cold weather might have caused discomfort, as Shi Jiao rarely experienced such issues. Despite having an unreliable father, she was blessed with a mother who deeply loved her, and Li Yin had always taught her well in this regard. Even with Li Yin's soothing, Shi Jiao continued to curl up in pain. Fong Ro furrowed her brow and suggested, "Aunt Li, let me try. I'm a fire-type ability user and can provide some warmth." All right. Although Fong Ro's body was cold, she could radiate warmth when controlling her fire abilities. She tightly embraced Shi Jiao, and as they leaned against each other, the warmth gradually spread, and the gentle massage eased Shi Jiao's discomfort, allowing her to drift off to sleep. Yun Fei accompanied Li Yin back to the vehicle, spreading a blanket for her to rest. However, Li Yin found it difficult to sleep after just a short while, having already rested sufficiently during the day's travel. Her recent sleep patterns had left her feeling unsettled. Before the apocalypse, 6 hours of sleep sufficed for her. Outside the vehicle, Yun Fei softly responded, "What if one day you were discovered by others? What will you do?" Women often think further ahead. "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety before you leave." Li Yin's voice trembled as she asked, "You no longer resent me?" "I have never harbored resentment towards you. In fact, I witnessed my mother's infidelity when I was young. My father labored tirelessly, and in my memory, he always wore tattered clothing, working hard at grueling jobs, seldom returning home. Whenever unfamiliar men visited, my mother would give me money to buy snacks and play at a friend's house. It was tea until I fell ill and returned home early that I understood the truth. From that day forth, I developed a disdain for girls who were always surrounded by male classmates. After a few years, when my father saved some money and returned to our hometown to open a restaurant, their relationship improved somewhat." Yun Fei recounted Shi Chengfu's past, which also contributed to his psychological struggles. He despised his mother's actions while idolizing his father. Therefore, he resented Li Yin, yet never contemplated divorce. Initially, Shi Chengfu's mental afflictions had been nearly cured due to Li Yin's virtues, but unexpectedly, their wedding night dealt him a crushing blow, causing a severe backlash. Upon hearing this, Li Yin felt a mix of emotions, recalling a long-forgotten memory from her childhood. When her mother was away and she was bathing, her stepfather had entered to help her. After that, she was sent to her grandmother's house. Being young, she did not comprehend the situation and did not dwell on it, only remembering her mother's sorrowful expression as she sent her away. Fearing to disrupt her parents' relationship, she had kept this secret for a lifetime, and now that they were gone, there was no longer any significance to conceal it. Shi Chengfu's preference for young male lovers stemmed from his belief that women were unreliable. "I'm sorry, Fu Ge," Li Yin sobbed, her voice breaking. It was unclear whether she cried for her own unfortunate life or out of guilt towards Shi Chengfu. "You need not feel guilty. It is merely a case of unfortunate circumstances. In this world, I harbor no other wish but for you and Jiao to live well. After becoming a zombie, my mindset has indeed broadened significantly. Free from the afflictions of illness, one becomes more lucid." Yun Fei gently passed a pack of tissues through the car window, saying, "Let this be your last cry. Do not cry anymore. You never shed a tear during your daily part-time runs at school. After so many years of marriage, it seems tears have become a frequent occurrence. Please find joy in the days ahead. Share your sorrows with me, and I shall bring you happiness. Li Yin cried for a long while before gradually drifting into slumber, with Yun Fei patiently soothing her from outside the car. He was aware that Li Yin suffered from mild depression. She had persevered through numerous moments of despair solely for the love of Shi Jiao. The following day, when the people in the warehouse awoke, they found the sky still shrouded in darkness. Lu Jie looked perplexedly at the digital watch on his wrist, which read 8:05. Is my watch broken? Unable to comprehend, he stepped outside the warehouse. Approaching Yun Fei, he inquired, Uncle Shi, what time is it? Why do I feel as though I have slept for an eternity while the sun has yet to rise? Yun Fei gazed solemnly at the sky and gravely replied, It seems that day will not break. What does this mean? Lu Jie's heart raced in panic. Have you heard of Polar Nights? It is already past 8. The 10 members of that small team had also awakened. In this apocalyptic era, indulging in sleep had become a luxury. They gazed in confusion at the enveloping night, debating, Is my watch malfunctioning? What about yours? It's 8:10, and mine says the same. Why isn't the sun risen at 8? In stark contrast to the survivors' panic and fear, the mutated zombies and flora began to stir with fervor. The relentless energy provided by the blood moon invigorated them as they scoured for prey. This was a revelry. The hope that the base had fallen was palpable. The gates were wide open, and countless zombies wandered aimlessly within. The crimson-eyed female zombie donned a tailored suit, standing atop the tallest building, relishing her sense of supremacy. Ah, what a delightful sensation of control. I have decided that from this day forth, I shall lead the zombie horde. I shall become the sole monarch among the undead. Go and seek out where the royal zombies are. I shall hunt them down. One king is sufficient in this world, she proclaimed with a bizarre expression. Having consumed numerous hearts of those with abilities, the female zombie had now ascended to level 8. This surge in power only fueled her already inflated ambitions. She envisioned ruling over the zombies, corralling humanity for a continuous source of sustenance. Why should those foolish zombies possess the bloodline of king? One king is enough. Chapter 95. Zombie Father. In the midst of panic, humanity awaited the dawn. It appeared as though dawn had forsaken them. The darkness persisted for an entire day. The sky seemed to consist of only 2 colors, the red crescent moon and eternal blackness. Everyone remained silently within the warehouse, the doors firmly shut. They occasionally heard the sound of pounding against the heavy iron door and the commotion of vehicles outside. None dared to speak. It was clear, even without contemplation, that the outside had become a haven for monsters. On Yun Fei's side, the 3 remaining humans felt somewhat secure, knowing that 2 powerful zombies were nearby for protection. Thus their fear was somewhat mitigated. Conversely, the team of university students was in a different predicament. The 4 girls, terrified, wished to weep but could only silently shed tears. Yun Fei did not deviate from his routine. He provided them with self-heating rice for all 3 meals. Only the 2 ladies received special treatment. Fong Ro utilized her fire abilities to brew 2 cups of hot ginger tea to warm them, along with hot water bottles. Darkness breeds terror. Yun Fei even produced several power banks, giving Shi Jiao a tablet and earbuds to occupy her. Shi Jiao curled up in bed, recognizing the tablet she had used for 2 years, surprised that her father had brought it along. She casually opened a previously downloaded show and began watching it with her mother. Something captured her attention, lifting her spirits considerably, even alleviating the dull ache in her abdomen. Yun Fei watched contentedly as the mother and daughter snuggled together. His considerations during his scavenging for supplies had been for himself. In addition to daily necessities, he had amassed power banks and mobile phones, even a diesel generator and fuel. Though currently unused, they would prove beneficial once stability was achieved. The neighboring team envied their situation. Their meals consisted solely of toast and instant noodles, leaving them unsatisfied as their food supply was meager. Fortunately, one among them possessed water-based abilities, providing enough water for 10 individuals daily, though they could not afford the luxury of bathing. Lu Dong watched enviously as the mother and daughter relaxed on a soft mattress, watching television to pass the time. Another girl with fire abilities was responsible for keeping them warm. Yet, she felt discontent for that girl, as there was a clear disparity in treatment within the same team. Originally, Lu Dong intended to persuade her to join their team while she went to the restroom, but every time that girl excused herself, she accompanied the mother and daughter, leaving Lu Dongdong with no opportunity for contact, forcing her to abandon her plan for the moment. On the second and third days, the sky remained enshrouded in darkness. The iron door echoed with loud bangs, a sound they had grown accustomed to over the past 3 days. Finally, one of the short-haired girls from the opposing team erupted, crying out in despair. How much longer must we remain here? I've had enough. Xiaoxi, don't be like this. We are all suffering, but there's nothing we can do but endure, the long-haired girl beside her gently persuaded. Eventually, the short-haired girl quieted down, collapsing into the embrace of her companion in tears. The others in their team remained silent, the atmosphere thick with oppression. The prolonged darkness, desolation, and hunger gnawed at their spirits. Not even Yun Fei's trio, who had watched television for 3 days, were immune to feelings of boredom and irritation. Yu Qingwen suggested to their group, "How about we venture outside and see what awaits us?" A gloomy boy among them retorted sarcastically, "And what, perish in the attempt? Then what should we do? Stay here until our food runs out and starve?" Xiaoxi cried back in response. The 2 boys, who had remained silent, furtively observed Yun Fei's group and cautiously suggested, "Why not ask them what their plans are?" Precisely. In this situation, humanity should come together for warmth. Lu Dongdong suddenly stood with confidence, volunteering, "Let me go." The others considered her social standing in school and agreed. Lu Dongdong declined their offers to accompany her and confidently approached Yun Fei's group, her face radiant with enthusiasm, eager to draw near. Yet suddenly, shards of ice erupted from the ground at her feet, warning her against approaching. Lu Dongdong's smile faltered momentarily, but she continued undeterred, "Uncle, I mean no harm. I only wish to chat with the sisters and alleviate my boredom. Thank you, but I can charm my wife and daughter, so please leave." Yun Fei, with a rather unromantic demeanor, declined, puzzled by the situation. Even in the apocalypse, he wasn't foolish enough to allow just anyone to approach his vulnerabilities. His blunt words caused Lu Dongdong's expression to momentarily stiffen, filling her with displeasure. What man? His machismo even interfered with his wife and daughter's friendships. No wonder he was so unattractive. It truly is said that appearance reflects the heart. Furthermore, she was interested in those 2 young ladies, and this man had no shame. How could he dare call his much older wife sister? "This uncle, perhaps you should inquire with those 2 young ladies? Look, it's so dull here. And we have 4 girls over there. Chatting among peers is much more lively, isn't it?" After speaking, Lu Dongdong playfully clasped her hands together and stuck out her tongue, pleading, "Uncle, please let them come out to play. They must be terribly bored." She even secretly winked at Fong Ro, suggesting something. In the darkness, Yun Fei and Fong Ro could only perceive that this girl was somewhat peculiar. The other 3, however, couldn't discern Lu Dongdong's expression at all, perfectly illustrating the idiom of winking at a blind person. "Heh, Jiao Jiao, do you want to go over?" Yun Fei coldly laughed before gently asking, "Sure, Jiao Jiao." Jiao Jiao instinctively shook her head, fearing others wouldn't see, so she spoke up, "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not wish to go over." "And what about that young lady?" Lu Dongdong stubbornly pointed at Fong Ro. Jiao Jiao's decision was inconsequential to her, as her target was the female supernatural being. Fong Ro, with a blank expression, simply stated, "I'm sorry, I'm very busy." When she turned to face Sure Jiao Jiao, her demeanor softened considerably, maintaining warmth to comfort her and rub her belly. Yun Fei anticipated this outcome. Jiao Jiao was somewhat socially anxious and disliked interacting with strangers. She preferred the company of familiar faces and tended to be taciturn around outsiders. Her lack of security stemmed from being repeatedly rejected by Shi Chengfu since childhood, leading her to instinctively avoid social interactions for fear of being disliked. Chapter 96. Zombie Father Frustrated by Her Failure. Lu Dongdong could only bite her lip in anger as she departed. Forget it. Even if this foolish woman becomes a supernatural being, what of it? She would still have to ingratiate herself with others, lacking the status of an ordinary person in the group. When Lu Dongdong returned, the others hurriedly inquired, "What did he say? Where are they leaving? Dongdong, what did they say?" The warehouse was spacious, and their voices were low, so they had not clearly heard what was discussed. Inside the dimly lit warehouse, they couldn't see their expressions or actions. Lu Dongdong forced a grimace and replied, "I don't know. They wouldn't let me get close." Yu Qingwen sighed, suggesting they endure a bit longer. Perhaps dawn would arrive tomorrow. What if dawn never comes? Xiaoxi asked sadly. "Let's wait 2 more days. If dawn still does not arrive, we will leave and continue north. Yu Qingwen's decision undoubtedly reassured everyone, yet they fell silent again, their emotions becoming even more oppressive. Yanfei's situation was somewhat better. Although it was a bit dull and stifling, it was not unbearable. Lu Ji diligently exercised nearby, determined not to let his body weaken. Every effort was a glimmer of hope for survival. Shi Jiao nestled happily in her mother's embrace, watching television alongside her and Feng Rou. The three of them alternating between laughter and tears. Yanfei was digesting a crystal core, contemplating the outside world. However, he was uneasy about the situation here. With 10 people across from them and monsters lurking outside, each a potential threat. For the next 2 days, both parties coexisted in silent understanding. Only that girl named Lu Dongdong persistently approached Feng Rou twice, only to be rejected again, and then she ceased her attempts. On the morning of the 6th day, considering the feelings of their teammates, Yu Qingwen made the bold decision to continue their journey, and they set off. The already empty warehouse felt even more desolate. Brother Fu, do we have any? Li Yin hesitated to ask, is my daughter feeling better? When mentioned, Shi Jiao responded somewhat awkwardly, yes, I'm fine now. That's good. Then let us set off tomorrow, keeping a safe distance from them. All right. Shi Jiao continued to lie cozily in her warm blanket, watching television. Her heart filled with warmth. It was hard to imagine that her previous wish would come true in this apocalypse. Her parents were growing increasingly harmonious and could always be by her side. Beside her were both a close friend and a brother-like figure, Jiege. Feng Rou, wearing gloves, gently peeled a piece of food and fed it to Shi Jiao. Thank you, Rou. You're welcome. On the 7th night, they set off once more, with Feng Rou occupying the roof of the vehicle. A chilling howl from an unknown creature echoed in the distance. Suddenly, a zombie cat resembling a wolf pounced from the darkness. Feng Rou immediately unleashed her powers, sending a fiery serpent towards a zombie cat that had climbed onto the roof. The battle between the creature and the cat unfolded atop the vehicle, while Lu Jijia, increasingly anxious yet composed, firmly grasped the steering wheel and continued driving. In the back seat, Li Yin and Shi Jiao held hands, offering each other strength. The fierce struggle concluded only when a heavy object was thrown off the roof, restoring tranquility. Dad, who won? Shi Jiao anxiously asked, the silence atop the vehicle making her uneasy. Feng Rou. That's good. The three of them sighed in relief. Feng Rou, sitting on the roof, frowned at her scratched arm, green blood oozing slowly, and she could even smell the scent of decay emanating from herself. Yanfei also caught the odor and called out to Lu Jijia to stop. Hold on a moment. Feng Rou is injured. We need to treat it first. If you need to relieve yourselves, call me. It's not safe here. Yanfei was primarily concerned that Feng Rou's wound might attract strange creatures. Rou is hurt. Let me help bandage it, Li Yin said, hurriedly grabbing the medical kit Yanfei had provided and opening the car door to exit. Anxious, Shi Jiao followed suit, calling up to the roof. Rou, come down. My mother and I will help treat your wound. Okay. Feng Rou's expression softened slightly as she obediently descended, allowing Li Yin to disinfect the wound with alcohol and apply some Yunnan Baiyao before wrapping it up. Since becoming a zombie, her human memories were gradually fading. Now, she could only recall events from before middle school. Among those limited memories, the king's wife and daughter were the kindest to her. In her childhood, when she was injured and cried, all she received were curses. Fortunately, these memories would soon vanish. From then on, only the zombie Feng Rou would remain, a loyal subordinate of the king and a guardian knight to the lady. After tending to her injury, they resumed their journey. On the roof, Yanfei began to take turns with Feng Rou to keep watch, as her level was still insufficient to endure prolonged exertion. They faced several waves of attacks from various creatures before finally arriving around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar vehicle overturned ahead. As it blocked the path, Yanfei disembarked to push it aside, flipping it off the road. Inside the vehicle were 2 gray-eyed, incomplete zombies, scratching at the windows with a raspy sound. They appear to be 2 boys from the second vehicle of that group. Yanfei opened the car door and swiftly dispatched them, extracting their crystal cores to prevent them from endangering the living in the future. Let us go, he stated calmly after returning to the car. The 3 of them felt an overwhelming sense of confusion about the distant unknown as familiar faces continued to perish around them. reminding them that no matter how hard one struggles, the end remains the same. Li Yin gazed out into the dark night, occasionally feeling envious of her husband. Having become a zombie in this apocalypse, he no longer had to worry or be afraid. If it were not for her daughter, Jiao, she might have even considered becoming a zombie herself, believing it would alleviate her feelings of helplessness. However, with Jiao still in the world, such thoughts were forbidden. She could not leave her daughter to face this hellish reality alone. After 2 more hours of driving, they caught sight of a small village, consisting of approximately 10 houses. "Let us take a break at the village ahead. Let us choose a well-preserved house," suggested Lu Jia cheerfully, relieved to finally rest after a long day of driving. Upon entering the village, they were astonished to find the largest house had a familiar vehicle parked in front. "Uncle, sure, that vehicle belongs to that group, doesn't it? Didn't they leave a day earlier? Why is it still here? Do not concern yourselves with them. Let us select a house further away," Yunfei replied with a frown. Chapter 97. Zombie Father. It was not that Yunfei resisted contact with outsiders, but rather the difference between him and Feng Rou worried him. He feared that their true nature would be discovered, causing trouble for Li Yin and the others. Although he and Feng Rou appeared normal on the surface, they did not need to use the restroom, did not consume food, and their blood was green with mismatched eye colors. If their colored contact lenses were to slip, their true identities would be revealed. The 3 living individuals and the 2 zombies chose a spacious house and entered. As they pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, a small creature suddenly darted out from a nearby room. It was a baby zombie with brown eyes, currently lying on the ground, drooling as it stared at them. Its skin was a dark greenish hue, tattered and lacking any healthy flesh. The baby zombie emitted threatening sounds as it lunged forward, its small body crackling with sparks of electricity, identifying it as an electric-type zombie. This level of a baby zombie was insufficient to challenge Yunfei. While he might have hesitated with a living infant, he held no such compassion for a zombie. His sharp claws crushed its skull, and he extracted a level 3 zombie crystal core. He then instructed Feng Rou to incinerate the corpse and cleanse the area with water. The entrance was too narrow for the vehicle to enter, so they left it parked outside. On the left side of the courtyard was a toilet and kitchen, while there were 2 side rooms on the right. The main room contained another chamber, followed by the hall. The house was square-shaped, with a well-maintained cement floor and an indigo-tiled roof. Yunfei fetched a bucket to collect water, and they tidied up the hall and the room with 2 beds. Meanwhile, he ventured into the kitchen to chop a black chicken, simmering it with some winter mushrooms. On the gas stove, 1 burner was used for the soup, while the other boiled rice. As he prepared to beat some eggs for a stir-fry, intending to wash some greens, he reasoned that 3 people would not require much food. Stone Jiao, who felt unhelpful in the house, hesitated but ultimately approached the kitchen. After 10 years, she gathered her courage and said, "Dad, let me help you wash the greens." Yunfei smiled broadly and handed her the basin of vegetables, replying, "All right, my dear daughter, your assistance is greatly appreciated." The anxious Jiao felt a sudden wave of tranquility wash over her. Even without a smile, it was evident that her spirits were high. She sat on a small stool, carefully washing the bok choy with water from the bucket. Yunfei chuckled softly, stirring the rice porridge. His joy stemmed from a memory of Stone Qingfu, recalling a similar scene. At the tender age of 7, Stone Jiao, with her hair down and dressed in pajamas, had been hanging up clothes on the balcony, helping out because Li Yin often worked late into the night. One day, after finishing her bath, she noticed the washing machine had completed its cycle and opened it, discovering her father's clothes. Understanding that her busy father often returned late or not at all, she decided to help him by hanging them out to dry. Just as she finished, Stone Qingfu stormed out of the bathroom, furious, demanding, "Where are my clothes?" Jiao, afraid, replied, "Dad, I hung them up for you. Who allowed you to touch my clothes? From now on, do not touch them," he coldly retorted, mercilessly pulling down the freshly hung clothes and tossing them back into the washing machine. Hurt by her father's attitude, Jiao ran back to her room, crying under the covers in distress. However, the next day, Stone Qingfu returned home with a doll he had won while out with his mistress and handed it to her, causing the little girl to forget her father's previous harshness. It was during her middle school years that Jiao truly began to resent Stone Qingfu. She gradually understood the implications of a mistress. After witnessing her father strolling hand in hand with a man, laughing and enjoying their time together, she realized that such relationships were fundamentally different. It was only upon discovering that her father's absences were due to his infidelity that she felt genuine disappointment. In the days that followed, she often clashed with Stone Chingfu, sarcastically mentioning his mistress, provoking him to anger, leading him to storm out of the house, spending less and less time at home. When Li Yan emerged, she saw the harmonious interaction between father and daughter, smiled, and retreated into the house without interrupting. Meanwhile, the three of them enjoyed a lively meal of chicken soup and rice before returning to the main room to chat. In another room, Yu Qingwen sat on the threshold, staring blankly into the courtyard. Inside the main room, his teammates, 3 men and 4 women, sat silently on the floor, no one speaking. Returning to reality, Yu Qingwen thought of the 2 deceased classmates, feeling a heavy heart. He sighed, "All right, everyone, let us retire early. We must leave here tomorrow." "No, I won't go. I will die," Xiaoxi cried, trembling as she hugged her knees. The girl beside her gently leaned against her. And even the previously confident and cheerful Lu Dongdong appeared significantly more haggard. Having lingered for a day, the village was no longer safe. They needed to leave the next day. "Yes, everyone, just hold on a little longer. Once we reach the new base, we will be safe," Yu Qingwen reassured them. As the leader of the team, he possessed lightning abilities, and when they were at the Hope Base, he had prudently gathered his classmates and led them out. After a brief deliberation, they decided to depart. However, during a moment of convenience, he had spotted a zombie with blue eyes and shockingly chose not to engage, but to retreat. This indicated that the zombie possessed a certain level of cognition, capable of weighing its options. Realizing the truth in the warnings given by others, he decisively opted to leave without waiting until midnight. "Ah! Help me, Qingwen! Save me!" Xiaoxi's cries echoed through the village, prompting Yunfei to instinctively rush out but hesitated, fearing a trap designed to lure him away. Ultimately, he chose to summon Feng Rou, who possessed lesser strength, to assist in discerning what had transpired. Should she be able to lend aid, she would do so. If not, she was to return forthwith and inform him, while being mindful of her safety. "Understood, Wang," Feng Rou replied respectfully before departing into the night. Lu Jijia, exhausted from a long day, had long succumbed to slumber, leaving only Li Yin and Shi Jiao awake, having been roused from their earlier daytime rest. "Fuji, what is happening outside?" Li Yan inquired in hushed tones. Yunfei offered them a gentle smile, reassuringly stating, "There is nothing to worry about. I have dispatched Feng Rou to assist. Rest easy, for I am here." However, the mother and daughter found themselves unable to return to sleep. Sensing their unease, Yunfei settled beside them to engage in light conversation, dreaming of a brighter future. Not long after, Lu Jijia awoke and they conferred, ultimately deciding to drive to retrieve Feng Rou, intending to leave the area directly. A palpable sense of anxiety lingered among them, rendering any hope of restful sleep unattainable. As the vehicle roared to life, they arrived at the entrance, only to find the exterior devoid of vehicles, the main door ajar. Shi Jiao peered anxiously, querying, "Have they already departed?" "Row. Uncertain. Please remain in the car while I investigate," Yunfei replied, exiting the vehicle. The stench of blood pervaded the air within, revealing only 2 corpses and nothing more. The 2 bodies were beginning to undergo mutation, compelling Yunfei to retrieve his fire axe from his spatial storage and sever their heads. Outside, Lu Jijia, waiting in the car, suddenly spotted a figure stumbling out of the darkness, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Bloodied and struggling, Yu Qingwen attempted to crawl toward them, his lips moving urgently as he tried to speak, but blood poured from his mouth, rendering his words incoherent. Lu Jijia felt a pang of compassion, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a steel pipe from beneath his seat and exited the vehicle. "It's all right. I'm going to check," he assured. "Be careful, Xiao Jia," Li Yan cautioned. Upon disembarking, Lu Jijia discerned no immediate danger and hastened forward, intending to assist Yu Qingwen. However, Yu Qingwen resisted, faintly stating, "I am beyond saving. Attend to the girl." His bloodied hand trembled as it pointed weakly to the left before falling limply to the ground. He had not anticipated that in his effort to protect his comrades by diverting the zombie, they would abandon him. As he collapsed, he glimpsed the girl who had remained on the car roof. Was she coming to rescue him? No, she could not possibly defeat that formidable zombie. He needed to seek reinforcements. With this thought, Yu Qingwen, who had nearly given up on survival, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to stagger back. Time was not on his side. He was close to death and transformation. I hope they kill me. I cannot bear to become a zombie, he lamented. Lu Ji gently placed his hand upon Yu Qingwen's chest, only to find no heartbeat. Suddenly, he felt a strange pull within him, as if something were entering his body. Without understanding why, he instinctively raised his right hand, which crackled with arcs of electricity. Lightning-based ability, he marveled, glancing between his hand and Yu Qingwen's lifeless form. Good heavens! Have I absorbed the abilities of the deceased? At that moment, the corpse beside him stirred, beginning its transformation. As Yun Fei emerged, he witnessed this and swiftly dealt with the situation while also noticing Lu Jijia's hand. Have you awakened your abilities? He inquired with a smile. Lightning is quite formidable. He added. Lu Jijia contemplated the events that had just transpired, deciding to share the details with Yun Fei, not from a lack of caution, but from uncertainty regarding the potential risks involved. He wished to discuss it with Shi Shu, whom he deemed reliable. Moreover, without Shi Shu's support, he might have perished from hunger in his own home. There was no need for such elaborate schemes to eliminate him. Throughout their journey, Aunt Li treated him as her own child, while Shi Shu had included him in their protective circle. Initially, the arrangement had been to assist during Shi Shu's inconvenient moments. Yet he had not been able to contribute much. Yun Fei suddenly recalled Lu Jijia's earlier peculiar behaviors, such as his exceptional sense of smell, which had failed to detect a living person just a door away, and how Lu Jijia had awakened from a fever without manifesting abilities. After some analysis, Yun Fei speculated that Lu Jijia might have awakened abilities of a different nature, capable of transferring the abilities of deceased individuals into himself. His prior lack of exposure to deceased ability users had resulted in this aspect remaining dormant. Lu Jijia found this explanation plausible and accepted it as the truth. Let us discuss this matter further later. Stay in the car while I locate Feng Rou and return swiftly. Yet before he could proceed, Feng Rou returned, albeit injured, clutching a pink crystal nucleus, which she handed to Yun Fei. He declined, suggesting, keep it for yourself. Get in the car and allow Aunt Li to tend to your wounds. I will remain atop the vehicle. He then addressed Shi Jiaojiao, instructing, sweetheart, please sit in the front passenger seat for a moment, so your mother can assist with the bandaging. Okay, Shi Jiaojiao replied, her heart aching for Feng Rou, who had returned looking so haggard. She hurriedly exited the car to help her aboard. The three of them, along with the two corpses, hastily departed the village. Along the way, they encountered a creature attack, which Yun Fei swiftly repelled with a surge of water, preventing any approach. They soon came across the remaining few teammates of Yu Qingwen, but paid them no heed as Lu Jijia accelerated past. Drive faster. We are following closely, Lu Dongdong urged. The surviving girls were the petite one and Lu Dongdong, while the other two were the lifeless forms of the girl with long black hair and Xiao Shi from the courtyard. At present, the girls sat quietly in the back seat, allowing the two male classmates beside them to take liberties. Lu Dongdong, seated in the front passenger seat, disapproved of their behavior, especially so soon after Yu Qingwen's death. Yet, she refrained from intervening, ignoring the pleading glances from the girl, as her boyfriend was driving and leading the group. In an attempt to keep the water-based ability user on their side, they felt compelled to offer him some incentives, dismissing Lin Maya as merely an ordinary person. The male driver remained closely behind Yun Fei's vehicle, and the sounds of gasping and weeping in the back seat persisted for over 2 hours. Being in pursuit, they clearly witnessed just how formidable Yun Fei truly was. No wonder Yu Qingwen had cautioned them against provoking that formidable uncle. Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. However, they lacked Yun Fei's capabilities, and suddenly, a monstrous zombie python lunged forth, ensnaring their vehicle. The driver cursed vehemently. Yun Fei ordered Lu Jijia to halt, furrowing his brow as he observed the giant serpent preparing to crush the car before feasting on its occupants. This creature was far too powerful. He could not allow it to grow stronger, as countless lives would be at stake. He had a daughter, and potentially grandchildren in the future. He had to secure their safety. Such a terrifying being could not be allowed to thrive. You all stay back and wait for me. Feng Rou, ensure their protection. This serpent is too dangerous. I cannot allow it to gain strength. Fuga, be careful. We'll await your return. Do not worry. Its level is slightly inferior to mine. Yun Fei turned around and removed his gloves, revealing a pair of sharp hands. In a swift motion, he leaped onto the head of the giant python. Chapter 99. Zombie Father 31. Yunfei extended his sharp claws, piercing directly into the python's brow, causing it to writhe in pain. Its head thrashed violently, and its tail forcefully flung a vehicle aside, which spun several times before toppling onto its side. The few who narrowly escaped, disregarding their wounds, hurriedly crawled out of the car to right it. Under the moonlight, the python's large, gleaming eyes stood out ominously, resembling lanterns, sending chills through anyone who met their gaze. They could only vaguely see a figure leaping around, leading the giant python into the adjacent dense forest. Stop staring. Quickly see if the car can still start. Otherwise, once that person is dead, it will be our turn, Lu Dongdong urged, and the others hurriedly got into the vehicle. After several attempts, the car failed to ignite. Damn it! The boy in the driver's seat cursed in frustration. What's the matter? Can't get it started? No. Then what do we do? Without a car, how can we leave? Lu Dongdong was so anxious that she considered trying to start herself. Get out. Run. The water-based ability user in the back seat gritted his teeth. Go. The five of them stumbled away, running forward, their injuries still bleeding. The giant python was a formidable adversary, and Yun Fei, who had not been injured for a long time, once again tasted the bitterness of pain. Since his eyes turned red, his blood had transformed from green to black. After a simple bandage and changing out of his soiled clothes, he grasped a pure black diamond-shaped crystal core and departed, leaving behind a battered giant python. Suddenly, he noticed a streak of pale light appearing at the horizon, driving away the surrounding darkness. Dawn was finally approaching. Yun Fei murmured to the sky and stepped forward, donning a pair of black leather gloves. After battling through the night, Yun Fei finally reunited with everyone just before sunrise. Embracing the radiant light of dawn, he greeted from a distance with a bright smile. Yin Yin, daughter. Joia. Fang Ro, good morning everyone. Bradarfu. Liyan exclaimed excitedly. Uncle Sure, you are finally back. During the hours of Yin Fei's absence, they were deeply worried. Good morning, Sure Jiao softly murmured, her lips curling slightly. She leaned against the car window, savoring the hard-earned sunrise. The long-absent sun seemed to sweep away all the gloom within their hearts. Fang Ro, standing by the window, heard the girl's whisper and reached in her pocket to pull out a big white rabbit candy, gently saying, "Good morning." A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting the girl's hair, and together they gazed hopefully at the slowly rising sun in the distance. People around the world were also cheering for the dawn and the sunrise at that moment. As the darkness was utterly dispelled, the creatures that had been frolicking had no choice but to retreat in reluctance. 2 months later, Uncle Sure, the Huaxia base, should not be far from the city ahead. Lu Jie analyzed while holding a map. They were uncertain of the city's base location until they passed a well-preserved signal tower and barely received a signal. Based on the radio's broadcast, they roughly circled the base's position on the map. Due to taking a wrong turn, they arrived half a month later than expected. Why is the weather getting hotter and hotter? Lian gulped down most of her water. Luckily, they had Yun Fei, the water-based zombie, or they would have perished from thirst long ago. Their original vehicle had already broken down due to the heat after prolonged use. And now they were driving a 7-seater they picked up from the roadside. Ah, it's already 48 degrees today, Lu Jie sighed in response. Sure Jiao and Fang Ro also felt something unusual about the weather. The temperature on the car roof was unbearable even for zombies, so they stayed inside the vehicle. Fortunately, with Yin Fei's space, they had an ample supply of gasoline, allowing them to run the air conditioning. Seeing that everyone was uncomfortable, Yin Fei thought it best to rest early today. Thus, upon spotting a small town ahead, he drove in. In the past 2 months, after consuming that black diamond-shaped crystal core and a considerable amount of other resources, he had reached level 9. Under his nurturing, Fang Ro had reached level 5. Her previously frail and sickly appearance had improved somewhat, allowing her to forego excessive makeup. As for Lu Jie, his lightning-based ability had barely reached level 2. As upgrading abilities required more than just feasting on zombies, practice was essential. After reaching level 9, the wig sewn into Yun Fei's scalp fell off, revealing a head of aquamarine hair that complemented his increasingly delicate features, making him resemble a middle-aged alternative man. After resting for a night in the small town, the 3 of them, along with the zombie, continued their journey with an ice pack in hand. The town had clearly been cleared out, there were no zombies or supplies, indicating they were very close to the base. Only a nearby faction would need to eliminate potential threats. After nearly an hour of driving, they finally laid eyes on the Huaxia base. Unlike the Huaxia base, this place was evidently much livelier, with many people queuing at the entrance, including several ability users. They appeared to have just returned from a mission, showing familiarity with the personnel checking at the entrance. "How is the hall for the Firewolf squad? I can see the brothers are in good spirits." The registration officer inquired affably of the man before him, a burly middle-aged man with a scar across his face. The man chuckled darkly. "Oh, not much, just ventured a bit further than usual." "Haha, indeed. The nearby areas have long been scavenged." The registration officer replied with an awkward smile, politely adding, "Captain, your registration is complete. Please proceed. Next, do you have a pass? No. Then please register your name, age, and ability, and hand over a level 1 crystal core bead for your communication pass. Fan Jijuan, 25 years old, what ability? All right, here's your pass. Hold on to it and proceed to quarantine. If lost, 2 crystal core beads are needed to reissue one." The staff matter-of-factly concluded. "Thank you. But what about my vehicle?" Fan Jijuan quickly asked. "Just park it securely outside the base. Only military vehicles are allowed inside," the staff replied. Although their attitude wasn't particularly warm, at least they were courteous and responsive. After observing several registrations in line, Yunfei felt reassured that the base had no means of detecting zombies. However, it wasn't surprising. Most zombies lacked memories and wouldn't think to disguise themselves as their food. Just like Feng Rou, she was no exception, having long forgotten her memories as a human. Chapter 100, Zombie Father 32. Do you have a pass? No. Age, name, ability? Shi Chengfu, 44 years old, water ability. After the staff diligently registered, they handed Yunfei a magnetic strip pass. Next, Lu Zhijia. Once everyone had registered, they were directed into separate inspection rooms for men and women, where they were required to remove their outer clothing for inspection before being sent to the quarantine room. The isolation room in the city was quite spacious, accommodating over 100 individuals. Yunfei led 4 companions to a corner where they quietly awaited the conclusion of their isolation period. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, many began to retrieve food from their backpacks. They too took out a loaf of bread and a bottle of water to share amongst themselves. Nearby, 2 small groups of people watched them with envy, their eyes glistening with longing as they gulped at the sight of the bread. Yet they dared not approach to ask for some. Yunfei broke off a piece for Lian, who declined, and then offered it to Lu Zhijia. Feng Rou also divided her portion, giving a substantial piece to Shi Jiao. For these 2 pseudo-humans, consuming the bread was an arduous task, as they had no means of digestion. Nonetheless, to maintain their facade, they could not abstain from eating altogether. Yunfei, observing the mother and daughter sweat profusely, hurriedly procured 5 ice packs for them to hold against their bodies while leaning against the wall, allowing them to take a brief respite in such meager surroundings. The others in isolation voiced their grievances about the extreme weather. No one could discern what was amiss with Blue Planet. The apocalypse had arrived, accompanied by heavy snowfall and prolonged nights, and now it seemed they were on the brink of sweltering heat. The temperature was such that it could roast a person alive. Presently, it was bearable, but there was a lingering fear that it might escalate, rendering them incapable of venturing outside in search of sustenance. Who could argue otherwise? One remarked with a chuckle, "If only I could find a partner with water-based abilities, life would be so much easier." Another chimed in, "Did you see that handsome fellow? I wonder if he possesses ice abilities. He just conjured an ice block." The scent within the isolation room was far from pleasant. As most individuals had not bathed in quite some time, their faces etched with worry. Within the base, only the more expensive accommodations provided regular access to water, while those unable to afford it, like many, were left to reside in tents. However, through conversation, they learned that the Huaxia base had a relatively high number of water-based ability users, allowing residents to queue for a cup of water every 2 days. It was a modest amount, yet sufficient for the survival of the vulnerable. After a full 24 hours of safety, the main gate swung open. Walking through the clean and orderly premises of the base evoked a fleeting sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. Although they were unaccompanied, signposts guided their way to the rental office. "Hello, we wish to rent a larger accommodation," Yunfei politely inquired. The staff member glanced at their group and replied coolly, Are there any ability users among you? Yes, 3 of us, came the response. After verifying the 3 passes presented, the staff member nodded and said, you may choose either a suite or a 2-story villa. The suite is 10 second-level crystal cores per month, while the villa costs 20. Typically, it is the ability user teams that rent villas. The villa area features patrols and management, offering a higher level of security than the suites. It was evident from her tone that she favored the villa option. What conditions apply if we wish to purchase? Yin Fei inquired. You would need 5,000 contribution points. Completing base tasks earns you contribution points. For specifics, you can visit the task hall. In that case, we will take the small villa, Yin Fei declared, counting out 22nd level crystal cores from his bag. Villa number 15, the staff member stated, handing him 2 keys. Thank you. On their way to the villa, Li Yin hesitantly asked, Fei Ge, do you think the small villa might be too expensive? A suite would suffice. Not to worry. We have plenty of crystal cores. Right now, only Xiao Jian needs them, and he 1T requires so many. If conditions allow, it's better to have a comfortable place to stay. Moreover, the villa area is safer. We'll stay here for now, and I'll look into those tasks to earn enough to purchase it for you too. Yin Fei replied with a faint smile, his water blue hair shimmering in the sunlight. His youthful skin was smooth and pale, and his increasingly delicate features lent him an aura of tranquility. Even with colored contact lenses, his deep, soulful eyes remained unaffected, presenting an appearance that suggested he was barely in his 30s. Li Yin was momentarily entranced. He had once appeared quite ordinary, embodying the essence of a dependable husband, which was why she had initially fallen for him. Had he looked like this back then, she would have surely admired him from afar, too intimidated to approach. Whenever he gazed at her with tenderness, it instilled a feeling that she was his entire world. At last, they arrived at villa number 15, which bore the hallmark of a typical residence, complete with a small, empty yard and a dry fountain, its furnishings already in place. It seemed to have been cleaned previously, so they merely wiped away the dust before settling in. Li Yin and her daughter took the upstairs rooms, while he and Lu Zhijie occupied the 2 downstairs rooms. Although he and Feng Rou did not require sleep, having a designated space to retreat to was less daunting. He organized the kitchen utensils, placing them in his spatial storage. Uncle Sure, is there anything I can assist with? Lu Zhijie cheerfully entered the kitchen. Yes, please wash and chop the vegetables. We're having hot pot tonight. At the mention of hot pot, the young man's eyes brightened, and he adjusted his glasses with excitement, exclaiming, hot pot? Wonderful. It's been ages. Yun Fei reminisced about the taste of hot pot. While his soul craved it, his body, however, found the nearby Lu Zhijie's meat to be more enticing. Just then, the bell rang. Li Yin, who was washing clothes in the bathroom, heard the chime and curiously stepped to the door. How strange. We just moved in today. Who could be visiting? Hello, ma'am, greeted a man in camouflage attire at the door. Li Yin regarded the tall, handsome young man with a puzzled expression, inquiring, hello, may I ask who you are? The man smiled and introduced himself. I am the captain of the military division at the base. I came to inquire if your household had a high-level water ability user, as I would like to discuss potential tasks with him. Would it be possible for me to come in and speak with him directly? Understanding his intent, Li Yin opened the door wider, inviting him in. Ah, I see. Please, come in and have a seat while I fetch him. Thank you, ma'am. Gu Yizheng expressed his gratitude with courteous politeness.